In this day and age, school violence is becoming more and more rampant. The diligent students are the ones getting bullied. When the teacher calls on them, they just smack the teacher in the head. To put an end to this problem, the chairman launched a project called Eugene over Eugene. Or you could call it controlling violence with violence. The question is, who has what it takes to lead this project? None other than this guy, a legend known by the name Gull. Right after graduation, he gave the school's thugs and delinquents a very loving farewell beatdown. One guy ended up with a broken arm, another with a twisted back, and one with a busted family jewel. He brought a long period of peace to the school, and so he was invited to join the project. Once again, he gets to put on a school uniform and conquer this school. Handsome, well-built, with a six-pack stomach. His singing is soulful, and his punches are painful, making all the ladies swoon. All right, no more messing around. Let's get started. Our story begins in Daegun's past. He was an ordinary student at a very ordinary school. However, due to his small stature and gentle personality, Daegun naturally became a target for the local troublemakers. At first, when the mischievous students threw bits of eraser at him, Daegun just thought they were throwing them randomly. "Oh, looks like my eraser hit you. Sorry, man. I was trying to throw it to the person in front of you," they said, laughing and joking with Daegun. But there was no one in front of Daegun, so he quickly figured out what was going on. But realizing the problem was one thing. Being able to fight back was another. Even though he endured it in silence, the punk kept throwing eraser bits at his head. There's a saying, patience is a virtue. But if you're patient all the time, who can stand it? So after a short period of suffering, Daegun turned around and asked the punk to stop his childish games. Hearing this, the punk not only felt no remorse, but also copped a major attitude. To him, Daegun daring to talk back was unacceptable. So, to save face, he didn't think he needed to listen to Daegun. On the contrary, seeing his opponent approach with an angry look, Daegun started to get scared. He tried to explain that he just wanted to be left alone and had no intention of insulting or challenging him. But a punk is a punk, and they prefer to use their fists, not their words. So instead of listening to Daegun's reasoning, the punk stopped throwing eraser bits and started throwing his fist directly at Daegun's face. Feeling that something was wrong, Daegun tried to apologize to smooth things over. But instead of stopping, the young punk kept wailing on the author's poor son without missing a beat. Watching from the side, his classmates just enjoyed the show, not bothering with the punk's violent behavior. It was only when the teacher arrived that one of them ran over to the punk to stop him. The moment the old teacher appeared, Daegun thought his life was saved, but the reality was the complete opposite. Despite trying to call out and signal for help, the old teacher just turned a blind eye, telling them both to stop their joking around. Shock, disbelief, and utter astonishment were all Daegun could feel. He couldn't believe his own teacher would see what just happened as a mere joke. It was hopeless. Begging his opponent to stop the bullying didn't work. Asking for help to escape the bullying was also useless. The only thing Daegun could do then was grit his teeth and endure it. Even when the punks taped a sign that said "No Mom" on his back, Daegun couldn't fight back. The reason was that he had no one to talk to about being bullied. Even the adults didn't care. Moreover, no one wanted to help Daegun. He was truly alone in his own classroom. However, everything started to change when another bully appeared in Daegun's class. It wouldn't have been a big deal if he hadn't come into the room asking for a cigarette and spotted the paper taped to the author's son's back. Not being a fan of childish pranks, the guy in the white shirt grabbed Daegun's collar to see what was written on the paper. And just like that, as soon as he read the words "No Mom" on the paper, the delinquent interrogated him and found out that Daegun's punk classmate was the culprit behind this childish prank. Without a word, the guy in the white shirt became furious. Sensing a storm was about to break, the punk tried to justify himself, saying he was only targeting Daegun, an orphan with no parents, and had no intention of mocking the guy in white. But stupidity is a fatal disease. The guy in the white shirt was also an orphan, and the punk's little stunt was completely unacceptable. So, without another word, the guy in white mercilessly served Daegun's classmate a knuckle sandwich for being weak and still trying to act tough. The guy in the white shirt beat the other punk so badly his own parents wouldn't recognize him. Witnessing everything unfold before him, Daegun was initially a bit scared. But when he thought about how the guy in white protected his own self-respect with overwhelming power, Dae-gun resolved to become stronger than anyone so that no one could ever bully him again. Time flew by. Dae-gun's efforts and growth began to compound. From martial arts books, physical training sessions, and learning about real combat through televised fights, Dae-gun's skill and weight improved significantly. And so, the intensity of his training increased, and he memorized more and more martial arts books. Continuously, relentlessly, Dae-gun's height, weight, endurance, and strength progressed at a lightning pace over the months, until he had completely transformed into a new person. After a long absence, Dae-gun finally returned to school. But unlike the small, gentle rabbit he was before, he now attracted the gazes of all the girls with his newly upgraded body. However, not every girl wanted to get close to Dae-gun, because he had now become the school's king, someone who used violence to control violence. That was Dae-gun's past. But now, he has gradually changed and is currently a young man working as a clerk at a small convenience store. School violence, the so-called Eugene, will no longer be under the control of teachers. But even so, they, the bullies, still become dependent on the Eugenes, those who are stronger than them. That was the main theme of the project that Ms. Saim wanted to present. With the name Eugene over Eugene, Saim would form a team that would be solely responsible for managing the Eugenes from the shadows. In other words, this was a project to control Eugenes through Eugenes. Based on Saim's presentation, the plan sounded quite interesting. But controlling violence with violence was a crazy idea. So a few members of the board present at the meeting petitioned the old chairman to reject Saim's ridiculous project. However, the old chairman didn't care whether Saim's plan was a bad idea or not. After everything his employee presented, all he wanted to know was if there was anyone capable enough to take over the Eugene project. Back to Dae-gun. Although the part-time job he was doing was quite stable, Dae-gun still felt very bored with his work. He couldn't even focus. On top of that, he was constantly being lectured by the old store owner. It was making him sick. Dae-gun wouldn't have been in this situation if he hadn't dropped out of school. But now, even if he regretted it, Dae-gun couldn't go back. That's why, right now, he really wanted to find a place to clear his head. The scene shifts to an alley near the convenience store where Dae-gun works. As usual, the bullies have dragged some weakling in to shake him down. But while they were sharks to the weak student, to someone stronger, the guy with the full-sleeve tattoo and his gang were just small fry. So when they heard their senior tell them to stop and go buy him cigarettes, the tattooed guy and his girlfriend immediately obeyed without daring to say a word. Back to Dae-gun. After a long lecture, he finally got some peace and quiet. When the two entered, the store owner broke out in a cold sweat, made an excuse to check the staff room and do inventory, and bolted, leaving Dae-gun alone at the counter. As soon as his boss left, he had to deal with some genuine teenage delinquents. The moment he saw the two, Dae-gun immediately recognized they were just high school students. Feeling that something was off when the two punks asked to buy cigarettes, Dae-gun asked the guy to show him some ID. But as a student, what ID would he have? So, to deflect, the tattooed guy started talking in circles to get past it. Seeing right through the punk's tough guy act, Dae-gun told them both to get lost and clear the air. Being told to scram by a part-time clerk didn't sit well with him. The punk's girlfriend spoke up to intimidate Dae-gun. Beside her, the tattooed guy played along, throwing money on the counter in front of the author's son. It had been years since he'd seen a brat act so cocky. Deep down, he wanted to punch the punk in the face. But for the sake of his job, Dae-gun maintained a polite demeanor as he asked to see their ID. Hearing this, the wannabe gangster not only ignored Dae-gun's words, but also brazenly grabbed 2 more bottles of liquor to show off to his girlfriend. It was infuriating. Dae-gun told his opponent to stop his childish antics. Just for buying cigarettes and alcohol, he was being given a hard time. The punk's recklessness started to outweigh his common sense. He grabbed Dae-gun by the collar and yelled, "Do you know who I am? You better lower your tone, or I'll break your jaw so you can't talk back anymore." Watching from the back, knowing full well the tattooed guy was nothing but trouble, the store owner ran out to intervene to avoid any unnecessary problems. Knowing he couldn't reason with the punk, he apologized and suggested Dae-gun take it outside to avoid disturbing the other customers. Hearing that, even though he didn't like how his boss was letting things escalate, He had no other choice but to settle things with the punk. It was hopeless. The young punk thought that once they were outside, Dae-gun would change his attitude and tremble in fear before him. He glared menacingly at Dae-gun. "Hey, you dog. Say what you said earlier again. We're outside now. You want to get your ass beat? Getting beaten out here means this part-timer isn't safe anymore." But life isn't always what you expect. Not only did Dae-gun not care about his opponent's threats, but he also acted like a total boss, ordering him, "Let go of me." Dae-gun gave the punk 3 seconds to take his hand off his collar. Hearing this, the punk's girlfriend burst out laughing and mocked Dae-gun. Haha. Hey, are you giving us 3 seconds? This idiot. Is he crazy? Are we filming a movie? She thought Dae-gun must be insane to say something like that to her boyfriend. Dae-gun started counting down from 3. The tattooed guy prepared to slap Dae-gun to teach him some manners. And just like that, he was out. In a daze, the punk heard the voice of his girlfriend calling him to wake up. It wasn't until he opened his eyes that the tattooed guy realized he had just been knocked out in a single instant. A true tough talker. Even after getting his face rearranged, the punk refused to accept reality, claiming that Dae-gun only got him because he was careless for a moment and got sucker punched. If they fought properly, Dae-gun would be strung up like a bunch of bananas. But while he was talking big, the punk didn't forget to signal his girlfriend to call for more people. However, since she couldn't hear clearly, she asked her boyfriend to speak a little louder. Hearing that, the punk yelled loudly, telling his girlfriend to call for backup to gang up on Dae-gun. After being yelled at, the girl took off running to call her crew. Meanwhile, the punk started acting all high and mighty, asking Dae-gun, "Ha, you loser. Don't you live in this city? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my crew is that you dare to talk back?" It sounded intimidating, but Dae-gun had dealt with plenty of wannabe gangsters before. So, despite his opponent's blustering, Dae-gun calmly asked about the punk's age. Hearing this, the guy stubbornly refused to answer. Sensing his opponent didn't like talking nicely, Dae-gun lightly hooked his fingers onto the punk's collarbone and squeezed down hard. And just like that, in less than 3 seconds, the tattooed guy told Dae-gun he was only 17. Despite his opponent screaming in pain, Dae-gun calmly threatened that if the punk ever dared to buy cigarettes again, he would make sure his parents wouldn't recognize him. Just then, the girl returned with a group of thugs. While the punk looked quite humiliated seeing his crew, Dae-gun remained completely at ease. To him, a few more chickens didn't make a difference. "Friends, huh? You've got a lot of them. Is everyone here?" Dae-gun said calmly. However, no matter how he looked at it, Dae-gun didn't think the big guy standing in front of him was a high school student, so he wondered if the punk had called his uncle. Hearing this, the fat guy retorted that he was Odhan, a student from Namdon High School. He spoke with a swagger, "I don't know who you are, but let's just beat you up first." As soon as he finished his sentence, the fat guy, without caring who was in front of him, went to punch Dae-gun straight in the face to make a statement. And just like that, he was out. With just a light slap from Dae-gun, the delusional guy's face was twisted, and he rolled onto the street, knocked out instantly. The girl next to him saw this and couldn't understand what happened. How could someone as big as a bull collapse after a single, heaven-sent slap? As for Dae-gun, since he still had a lot to do, he suggested, "I can't stay here any longer. All of you, come at me at once. Let's get this over with quickly." Feeling insulted, the wannabe gangsters furiously advanced to settle the score with Dae-gun. However, they were all bark and no bite, all show and no substance. So, Dae-gun had no trouble handing out beatdowns to each of them. And so, Dae-gun continuously dodged their attacks and countered with incredibly agile yet powerful strikes. Not a single wasted motion. Punches, kicks, elbows, hooks. The thugs kept rushing in, only to be knocked out one by Dae-gun in a flash. From behind, seeking revenge for the earlier beatdown, the tattooed guy decided to go all out against the author's son with a bottle he'd picked up. His wish was granted when Dae-gun turned around. The punk truly went all out, receiving a gut-wrenching punch from Dae-gun that sent him flying like a kite into a corner wall. In less than 3 minutes, the whole gang was kissing the pavement. The leader saw this and immediately realized there was only one person this strong around here. Not wanting to play the fool any longer, the leader of the wannabe gangsters softly greeted his senior, Dae-gun, who had attended the same school as him in the past. Hearing the name Dae-gun, The girl immediately recognized him as the one who had taken over the Incheon area during the bloody period 2 years ago. But the author's son had swept through the area in just 1 week. I heard it's better to get shot than to be beaten by Daegun. But he's also quite handsome, so... Just as I thought. Rumors are just rumors, right? Seeing the powerhouse before him, the leader bowed his head in apology and promised never to cause trouble at Daegun's place again. He hoped Daegun would forgive him and his underlings this time. His ears were itching from all the talk. Daegun grabbed the wannabe gangster's head and told him to stop talking nonsense. As for the girl, for the crime of being a delinquent, her life could be spared, but she still had to be punished. As for the idiots lying all over the ground, the leader volunteered to take them all to the hospital. But he wasn't that smart. There was no hospital trip for them. A moment later, the leader had to slap the fat guy's face to wake him up. Ignoring the fact that his opponent didn't understand what was happening, the first thing the leader wanted the fat guy to do was bow his head and accept his punishment. As for Daegun, after a round of punishment, he warned the whole group not to act up at the convenience store ever again. Otherwise, they would all be saying goodbye to this world. Hearing this, the group replied in unison, "Understood." Because no matter how stupid they weren't crazy enough to mess with the legend of Incheon ever again. From a distance, while Daegun was dealing with the punks and thinking about why he dropped out of school, a figure had been lurking and observing him for a while. A moment later, while lost in thought about the past events that prevented him from finishing his studies. Because of those bullies, I never had time to study, but it feels good to let loose after so long. Just then, Daegun ran into Saim on the street. Since she had prepared beforehand, she immediately suggested they have a talk as soon as he passed by. However, since he was short on time, Daegun wasn't very interested. But Saim didn't seek out Daegun just for a simple chat. With a business card in hand, she wanted to make an offer to Daegun, an offer he couldn't refuse from the Kim Long Foundation. And so, Saim did not disappoint the expectations of Chairman Jean Kim Long, quickly finding the right person for the Eugene controlling Eugene's project. Conversely, when the opportunity arose, Daegun seized the chance to return to high school and fulfill his dream of graduating, even though he was already pushing 20 this year. Standing in front of the school gate, Daegun exclaimed, "I can't believe I'm starting high school at 20. Back to the conversation between Daegun and Saim. Earlier, she had explained the Eugene over Eugene project she wanted to implement. Here, she elaborated on the plan. That's right, just like the project's name, Eugene over Eugene. And she firmly asserted that her project was entirely feasible after seeing Daegun's abilities. However, Daegun thought Saim was implementing something foolish under the guise of managing education. Who in their right mind would use violence to control violence? Hearing this, Saim retorted, "Of course, we've investigated you, Mr. Daegun." Huh? Daegun wondered. "Who are you?" She didn't hold back and said bluntly, "You're more useless than anyone else, so don't try to act tough. Even if you think it's absurd, I know you're not in a position to refuse. This isn't the time to brag about your past. Isn't this a chance to make up for all your past mistakes?" This was a chance to atone for his youthful mistakes, so how could Daegun refuse? Faced with her sharp arguments, Daegun, knowing his situation, had no other choice but to accept Saim's offer, even though her project seemed quite ridiculous. Back in the present, as a transfer student, Daegun's appearance quickly attracted the attention of the girls at Kim Long High School. Inside Class 11, while the blonde-haired Doomin was still enjoying his bullying, Horong, the boss of Class 11, was more interested in the new transfer student. Speaking of transfer students, someone in Class 11 had just left because of being bullied by the group. First, that giant elephant dropped out. I don't know what it is, but this is one shitty rotation. Why did she drop out? I like that. Wasn't it because Park Guji pulled down her underwear before? Shut up. That was just an accident. The girl next to him spoke up. Why are you trying to turn the bread run into something else? You need to be careful so he can focus on buying bread for us. Hey, stop gathering around and get inside. The transfer student should be here by now. While the group was chattering about bullying the kids in class, the transfer student arrived. Hey, stop talking and sit down. We have a new student today. Please introduce yourself. I'm Daegun. I'm from Incheon. Nice to meet you all. All the girls blushed. One girl even borrowed her friend's lipstick. and the boys were also extremely surprised by Daegun's appearance. Even Guji, a member of the popular clique, was head over heels for Daegun's looks and quickly put on makeup to impress the new student. But in contrast, Ho-rong was feeling extremely annoyed because some new brat had shown up and stolen all his spotlight. And he was looking forward to teaching this new student a lesson. As for Daegun, the teacher told him that since a student had just dropped out, Daegun would take the empty seat. To quickly adapt to school life, Daegun quickly befriended his deskmate, Min-soo, who told him more about the school they were attending. On the other hand, as soon as the old teacher left, Ho-rong approached Daegun's seat with a smiling face. With his usual arrogant and disrespectful nature, he quietly approached, suddenly smacked Min-soo on the back of the head, and told him to get lost. Out of nowhere, a fat guy showed up and started acting tough. Daegun had no idea what the hell this fat guy was doing. As for the fat guy, he wasn't in a hurry to beat up the new kid. He ordered Min-soo to shut up and go buy him some sausage bread. The reason was very simple. He said, "Your old friend used to be in charge of buying bread for me, but now he's dropped out without a shred of decency. And now that Parasite has run off, you think you can escape? After all, you should take some responsibility for your friend, right? Congratulations, you're officially on bread duty for me now." On the side, due to some commitments with Saim, Daegun just quietly observed. Meanwhile, with the authority of the class leader, Ho-rong forced Min-soo to do his bidding. Being put on the spot, Min-soo really wanted to just go along with it to get it over with, but since he had a class right after the discussion period, he tried to beg Ho-rong to let him off this time. On the side, Do-min laughed his ass off when Min-soo mentioned the discussion period to him. To Ho-rong, every period was the same. So, in response to Min-soo's plea, Ho-rong ordered the entire class to close their eyes so he could carry out the punishment. Quickly, to Daegun's surprise, all the idiots in the class closed their eyes as Ho-rong requested. Immediately after, the boss of Class 11 slapped Min-soo across the face without missing for daring to talk back to him. Watching from the side, Daegun really wanted to teach the fat guy a lesson he'd never forget. But to maintain the project's confidentiality, Daegun had to follow the bizarre rules Saim had laid out. In Saim's view, school was just a kingdom for weak or strong animals. In the animal kingdom, an ordinary lion would never become the king of monsters. That's why Saim demanded that Daegun not become an ordinary lion. Back in the present, Daegun was still struggling with the rules in his contract with Saim, so he completely forgot to close his eyes as requested. To discipline the new kid, Ho-rong mentioned that Daegun had taken the place of the errand boy who had just dropped out. Therefore, to make a pair, he suggested Daegun go buy bread with Min-soo. Hearing this, Daegun looked annoyed. According to him, one person was enough to go buy it, so there was no reason for him to go along. Feeling that Daegun was trying to one-up Min-soo to get out of going, Ho-rong and his blonde friend laughed heartily. But laughing was one thing. Buying bread was an order, not a request. So the fat guy lowered his voice and told Daegun to get up and go buy it right now. Out of options, and not wanting to make a big deal out of it, Daegun followed Ho-rong's order and stood up to go. However, first things first, where's the money? So Daegun held out his hand and told them to give him some money so he could buy the bread. Having been the boss for a long time, he'd never seen anyone dare to ask him for money. The fat guy grabbed Daegun's head. "Are you crazy? Don't point at me like that. Money? Of course I'm taking your money. See how nice I am. You don't have money for bread? Don't your parents give you an allowance? Or do you not have parents?" He could have said anything, but he had to bring up Daegun's parents. Ho-rong quickly paid the price for being stupid and trying to act tough. One punch, and he was dizzy. 2 punches, and he was out. The fatso immediately took the full force of Daegun's thunderous punch. The idiot Ho-rong was instantly dazed by Daegun's loving punches. To the utter shock of the rest of the class, Daegun no longer cared about the ridiculous rules in his contract with Saim. To him, his fists were the only law in school. So, to show everyone who was boss in this class, Daegun took his first easy victory against Ho-rong, the current king of Class 11. Unbelievable. Those were the thoughts running through Guri's head and the rest of the troublemakers in the class. As for Do-min, seeing his best friend taken down in an instant left him shocked and furious. But whether he was furious or not, it didn't matter. After dealing with the cocky fat guy, The next chicken Daegun put on the chopping block was none other than the punk Do-min. Being targeted, the blonde guy broke out in a cold sweat. He still tried to act like he was fine, but when Daegun approached him, Do-min started flailing wildly to get the first strike. He punched, then kicked, but none of his attacks were any good. The blonde guy's cat-like scratches were too pathetic for Daegun. So, it wasn't long after dodging all of the factory farm chicken's attacks that Daegun's fist planted itself straight into the idiot Do-min's stomach. He took one punch and was already doubled over. Before being eaten alive by Daegun, Do-min immediately clutched his stomach and waved the white flag in a most humiliating fashion. Unlike Do-min, the idiot Ho-rong was still more reckless than sensible and tried to go all out against the author's son. He picked up a chair, intending to smash Daegun with it. But unfortunately, it seems his parents won't be recognizing their beloved son after this. And after that, there was no after. With a punch like a bullet straight to the face, Daegun ended the fight with the fat guy in the swiftest way possible. After a little stretching, Daegun felt somewhat relieved. Well, it was bound to happen like this anyway. Eugene over Eugene is pretty much the same thing. So Daegun wasn't too worried about the project. As for the bullies, Daegun grabbed the fat guy's hair and said, "The bread from the cafeteria is really good, isn't it?" The fat guy was confused. Daegun answered, "I'm curious. How good is it that it made you cause such a mess? Give me a few." Daegun then ordered the fat guy to get him some. However, Ho-rong didn't think he had to listen to Daegun, because even though he was defeated, he wasn't the real leader of Class 11. Ho-rong said, "Damn it. You think you can control everyone just by taking out the two of us?" Daegun wondered what the hell this idiot was talking about. "I'm not the leader of this class. He'll be back soon. You're dead, you bastard." After all the commotion, the man himself appeared. This was Manho, the leader of the motley fighting crew of Class 1-1, and also the one backing the fat guy. Their eyes met. It looked like something big was about to happen. Getting into a bloody fight on your first day of transfer, huh? Manho was surprised that the new student had gone all out. And what surprised him even more was that Daegun alone had been able to serve a knuckle sandwich to both the idiots Do-min and Ho-rong. On top of that, Daegun didn't even have a scratch on him. So Manho couldn't figure out how his two buddies had managed to not even land a single hit on Daegun. With his masterful trash-talking skills, Manho successfully distracted his friend. Having escaped his fate, both Ho-rong and Do-min weren't sure if Manho could even beat Daegun. As for Manho, still using his signature trash-talking, he asked if any of the other punks wanted to step up and solo Daegun. As for Manho himself, he wouldn't go all out against Daegun, but that was just talk. From what Daegun observed, Manho's feet were spread wide at his center of gravity, and the balls of his feet were pointed towards him. Furthermore, Manho's shoulders were relaxed in a stance ready to strike at any moment. On the surface, the red-haired guy looked calm, but it wasn't hard for Daegun to realize that his opponent was actually in a kickboxing stance. Reading Manho like a book, Daegun was sure that if he stumbled even a little, his opponent would knock him out right then and there. Watching from the side, Ho-rong believed that if Daegun knew nothing about Manho, he would 100% run away, because Manho was on a completely different level than him and the blonde guy. To enjoy the show in front of him, the fat guy told someone in the class to go get him some popcorn. However, Ho-rong's command was immediately rejected because he was no longer the king of Class 11. It was infuriating. But before he could say much, when Ho-rong's eyes met Daegun's, he had to switch to good student mode, dropping his cocky attitude and not daring to bother his classmates anymore. Seeing that the punks didn't even fear the fat guy anymore, Manho was a bit surprised. Even so, he remained very calm as he introduced himself to Daegun. In return, Daegun also stated his name to show respect to his opponent. Seizing the opportunity, Manho suddenly attacked by pointing his fingertips straight at Daegun's face. It was a surprise attack, but it was all just a feint to distract Manho, because the kick from below was his real killing move. Knowing the enemy was aiming for his groin, Daegun could recognize the lethality of the Sky Badger from Manho. Simply put, this was a type of attack aimed at the sensitive area between an opponent's legs. So if it landed, the victim would be in a world of hurt, unable to fight anymore. However, this attack was a bit dirty, so its users were often criticized by others. So, being pitted against each other, Dae-gun didn't expect his opponent to use such a shameless and despicable trick. It was hopeless. Subconsciously, due to a man's self-preservation instinct, Dae-gun's body automatically reacted, bringing his hands down to block. And just like that, he fell for it. Taking advantage of the moment when Dae-gun's hands were busy protecting his 2 Dragon Balls, Manho didn't miss the opportunity to land a powerful punch to Dae-gun's face. Even so, with his super pro-level adaptability, Dae-gun still managed to avoid most of the damage from the enemy's blow. On the side, the 2 idiots, one fat and one skinny, were very excited about their buddy's move. Although almost everyone in the class knew what Manho had just done, Do-min believed that a new kid like Dae-gun wouldn't be able to block it. It looked like Manho was winning, but in reality, Manho was struggling with Dae-gun's deceptive, offensive fighting style. Unable to hold out for long, with just a slight opening, the red-haired guy was swept off his feet by Dae-gun, losing his balance. And just like that, he was out. Manho was grabbed by the collar by Dae-gun and thrown like a dog into a corner of the wall. Even though the battle was still heavily tilted in Dae-gun's favor, Manho's dirty fighting style made Dae-gun a bit wary, especially since his opponent was still watching confidently from the side. Seeing Manho's special move easily neutralized, Do-min was a little worried about his buddy's chances of winning. In contrast to Do-min, the fat guy thought Manho hadn't gone all out yet, because after getting beaten up by the third years, he had also learned kickboxing, so it was still unclear which cat would bite which. Back to the fight. As Manho wished, after the initial exchange that startled Dae-gun, the two would continue with round 2 of their PK match. And as was his habit, with his cunning, the red-haired guy once again took the initiative with a sudden attack. He threw a metal object at Dae-gun's face. Reacting instinctively, Dae-gun immediately dodged the throw, but in doing so, he opened up a large gap for Manho to exploit. However, with his superior skills, Dae-gun didn't have much trouble with the red-haired guy's punches. Punching and punching, but still only hitting air, Manho acted as if he had lost his patience. However, he was still very tricky, pretending to look behind him and telling his buddies not to interfere in his solo fight. Hearing this, Dae-gun thought there were more guys flanking him from behind. But when he turned his head to look, he only saw a suspicious-looking four-eyed idiot. The look on the four-eyed idiot's face told him something was wrong. So, before getting hit a second time, Dae-gun managed to read the move and counter his opponent's punch. A quick glance was all it took for Dae-gun to know his opponent was a total amateur. It could be said that Manho's tricks were just child's play to Dae-gun. However, once or twice was fine, but Dae-gun wasn't fond of being messed with constantly. So, to make his opponent stop his childish games, Dae-gun was forced to get serious and give Manho a loving punch to the face. He seemed so tough, putting on a whole show without losing a drop of health. In contrast, after just one punch, Manho was out cold. Not understanding what happened, Dae-gun felt a bit wary of Manho's weak performance. Meanwhile, the fat Ho-rong, the blonde Do-min, and the entire class were utterly shocked by Dae-gun's "good night, little one" moment. He was knocked out with just a light slap to the cheek. Dae-gun had no choice but to tell Manho's 2 cronies to wake him up and take him to the nurse's office to rest. After that, the 3 of them would have to talk to Dae-gun one more time. The thought was terrifying. The 2 idiots didn't dare to move, not wanting to be logged out of Earth. As Sam walked by, she witnessed everything. She thought, Dae-gun, on your first and most important day? Normally, I wouldn't be so lax with a new transfer student. But because of what you did today, we'll have to have more meetings. I have high expectations for you. Could this be the end of these heartbreaking bullying incidents? A female student recognized Sam as the director of the organization's planning department and wondered what she was doing here. Back to Dae-gun. He was currently giving the bullies a psychological lesson. School is a place to study, you get me? So don't pull any of that childish crap anymore. Dae-gun stood with his arms crossed, looking cool as hell, and was reprimanding the punks. But they stubbornly argued back. What bullying? We were just looking out for them. Dae-gun warned. Either be my friend and listen to me, or die by my hand. You choose. The blonde guy immediately tucked his tail and chose the first option, becoming Dae-gun's friend, though he wasn't too happy about it and cursed Dae-gun under his breath. As for the fat guy, when Dae-gun suggested he stop ordering people around, Ho-rong agreed. but his expression was still hesitant. But talking back meant getting a beating, so he had no choice but to obey Daegun. Having dealt with the troublemakers, Daegun announced to the entire class that if Manho and his crew ever dared to bully or bother anyone in the class again, Daegun would crush the trio and mold them into new people, so everyone could study in peace. From now on, after all, with the appearance of the war god Daegun, even though Minsu sometimes felt a bit scared of his new friend, he also believed that the atmosphere in the class would be less tense from now on. Elsewhere, the people from class 1 to 3 had started gossiping about Daegun's fight. However, with the comedic performance Daegun had put on against Manho, Sambo, the leader of class 1 to 3, concluded that Daegun was just lucky. Sharing the same opinion, Sambo's two underlings also thought that Manho only started learning kickboxing because Sambo beat him up. But since he had only finished the beginner's course, it was no surprise he lost to Daegun. Hearing this, Sambo went along with it, saying that Manho was just a scarecrow who specialized in dirty tricks, so he never stood a chance against Sambo from the start. After that, Sambo stood up, took off his jacket, and asked who would be the punching bag for today. As always, Sambo treated the kids in his class like his personal punching bags, and this time was no exception. A small-time punk from class 1 to 3 was forced to offer himself up to this narcissist. 2 quick hits. With just 1 punch, Sambo made the small-time punk vomit up all his food. Feeling that his own punch was quite formidable, Sambo wore a very smug expression. Even so, he still wanted his lackeys to bring him more punching bags to warm up before going all out against Daegun. On the second day of Daegun's high school life, he became deeply aware of his past mistakes in neglecting his studies. So now, Daegun decided to seize the opportunity Sam had given him to wash away his shameful past. To do that, he needed to secretly control the bullies at Kimlong High. However, for Daegun, studying was still the top priority right now. So as soon as class ended, he asked Minsu to copy the beginning and the parts he missed during class. Horong was still the same. Even though he promised to stop, the habit of ordering people around was hard to break. However, with Daegun's presence, the fat guy didn't dare to act recklessly. Just like his buddy, being used to bullying his classmates, Doomin also forgot his promise to Daegun and started playing piggyback. However, the blonde guy also realized that what he was doing was not allowed, so he had to try to change to please Daegun. But changing isn't something you can do overnight. Being suddenly forbidden from bullying made Horong and Doomin very antsy. Therefore, they both really wanted Manho to have a rematch with Daegun outside the classroom, because who knows, maybe Manho could beat Daegun this time. Hearing this, Guri looked at her 2 pitiful friends with disdain. In her eyes now, Daegun was the pinnacle. So, to attract his attention, Guri went over, sat across from Daegun, and suggested they learn jujitsu together. Having been friends for a long time, every time Guri used her seductive voice to hit on guys, her 3 friends couldn't help but feel weary, thinking she just wanted to be held, not learn jujitsu. As for Daegun, being a practical person, he just thought she was inviting him to a studio to learn martial arts. So, despite Guri's enthusiasm, the only thing Daegun cared about right now were the words on the board. He wouldn't even look at the beautiful girl, instead just kept looking back behind him. Guri felt that something was wrong. Turning her head, she realized she was just blocking his view of the words on the board. It was so frustrating. She invited him to go learn jujitsu with a girl, but Daegun was only focused on studying, leaving Guri speechless. She couldn't stand it, so she told Daegun to continue studying hard to become a useful citizen. Taking her anger out on them, Guri didn't forget to vent on her 3 friends, telling them to focus on their studies instead of thinking about revenge. Speaking of revenge, Manho suddenly realized that the transfer student had beaten him to become the boss of class 1 to 1. That also meant that Kim Min-rong of class 1 to 2 and Sim Sambo of class 1 to 3 would try to fight Daegun. This way, Manho could soon reclaim his top spot without having to fight Daegun again. Because he believed that the 2 bosses of class 1 to 2 and 1 to 3 were also quite formidable. However, that was also what Guri was worried about. Because if they took out Daegun, their whole group would be under that guy's thumb. This was a really bad thing for class 1. The bosses of class 1 to 2 and 1 to 3 both had terrible personalities, so Horong was quite concerned about the prospect of serving such worthless people. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Manho was a bit surprised by the presence of Kim Min-rong, the current boss of Class 1 to 2. The moment he saw that punk Min-rong's face, the blonde guy already disliked him. On top of that, his opponent was taking advantage of the situation to mock Manho. Therefore, Ho-rong really wanted to teach the arrogant guy in front of him a lesson. But winner takes all, loser stands small. So, despite his opponent's insults, Manho remained very calm and told Ho-rong to stop the verbal sparring with Min-rong. To the red-haired guy, if his opponent was here for a real fight, there was no need for words. If he wanted, Manho would put Min-rong in a hospital bed again. Seeing his opponent pick up a weapon, Min-rong felt a bit hesitant. As people who had clashed many times before, although he was slightly stronger, Manho was known for playing dirty, so Min-rong wasn't foolish enough to fight the red-haired guy. Just as the fight was about to get intense, Manho and Min-rong's standoff had to stop when Dae-gun spoke up. Hearing the author's son say he couldn't study because of the noise. Even though he really wanted to fight, Manho could only endure it and stop the verbal combat. Fine, I should study too, Manho said. Unlike Manho, the blonde guy showed no sign of caring about Dae-gun's words. On the contrary, when he found out Dae-gun was the new transfer student who was making waves, he was very happy. Because after taking out Dae-gun, Manho and his crew would naturally be one step below Min-rong. Manho and Ho-rong would rather cheer for Dae-gun than fight Min-rong. The time had come. The boss of Class 1 to 2 spoke up, approaching Dae-gun to start trouble. At first, Min-rong thought his opponent would be some kind of fierce tiger. Who knew that seeing him in person, Dae-gun looked like nothing more than a bookworm. Thinking he was all that, Min-rong leaned in and mocked his opponent for being a coward, all talk, but when it came time to face him, he didn't dare to say a word. Even after being insulted like that, Dae-gun still didn't open his mouth to reply. Min-rong thought Dae-gun was scared. Getting bolder, the blonde idiot reached out, intending to stop Dae-gun from copying his notes. And just like that, he was out. It was just that Dae-gun was busy studying. A shrimp like Min-rong could be crushed with a light squeeze. Min-rong talked a big game, but he couldn't handle the pain. So, in less than 2 seconds, the delusional guy was crying and begging his opponent to let go of his hand. What kind of boss cries before a fight even starts? The students in Class 1 were completely shocked by what they were witnessing. Dae-gun was as calm as ever. He only cared about finishing copying the lecture during the break. So if Min-rong didn't want to lose a few fingers, Dae-gun advised him to come back and cause trouble another time. Hearing this, Min-rong pretended to agree to save his fingers. However, it was just an act to get out of a tough spot. Therefore, as soon as he saw Dae-gun let his guard down, the idiot Min-rong immediately turned on him and launched a surprise attack. And just like that, he was out for the second time. In comparison, Min-rong's strength was nothing special. On top of that, he couldn't even play as dirty as Manho. So Dae-gun only needed to gently slap him in the face, and the blonde guy was immediately out of the game. He thought the boss of Class 1 to 2 was so tough, but who knew he'd get wide-eyed and pass out on the spot after just one slap. But maybe that was a good thing. Dae-gun was looking for him anyway, so he told Min-rong's underling to take him away. When he woke up, Dae-gun would continue to teach Min-rong a lesson, just like he did with the useless trio from Class 1 to 1. On the side, Min-soo felt much more at ease with Dae-gun's overwhelming power. Conversely, Dae-gun was also genuinely surprised because the problem with Class 1 to 2, which he thought would be difficult, turned out to be surprisingly easy. On the side with Manho's group, just a few minutes ago they were planning revenge, but now they were all sweating bullets. If they fought back now, they might not have any teeth left to eat porridge. So forget it. The fat guy decided that forgiveness was easier than revenge. Therefore, he decided to forgive the transfer student. On the same page as the fat guy, Doomin also gave up on bullying and declared he would focus on his studies, because fighting back would get him nowhere. Standing outside the door, seeing Manho's crew getting beaten down by the new kid without being able to get up, Sambo didn't hold back his sarcastic remarks. After getting beaten up for just one day, he was constantly being insulted by kids from the next class. Manho was about to go all out with his pen. However, this time Sambo didn't come to pick a fight with Manho. So, despite Ho-rong's provocations, the group from Class 1 to 3 was only interested in the new transfer student, Dae-gun. Just trying to copy notes, and he couldn't get any peace. Although he didn't want it to affect his studies, Daegun probably had to stop copying his notes right now. The group of upperclassmen surrounded Min-soo and Daegun's desk. The atmosphere became extremely tense. Sambo patted Min-soo's head and asked politely, "Hey, classmate, I need to talk to that guy for a moment. So could you move aside?" Min-soo replied. Sambo sat down next to Daegun, his expression unchanged. Sambo smiled faintly. "Hey, you're studying right now? You're a strange one." A student following him sneered. "Hey Daegun, you want to be called handsome or a bad boy?" Another one reminded him, "Don't praise that guy." Sambo leaned in and whispered, "Oh, new student. Let me introduce myself. I'm Sambo from class 3. I heard you beat Manho. I'm just afraid you beat Manho, and now think you're the boss after defeating that idiot." At this point, Daegun put down his pen and stopped writing. He quietly took off his glasses, turned to him, and said, "Hey, you talk a lot. If you have something to say, just say it." "I'm busy." Sambo was slightly shocked. A new student dared to tell him he talked too much. He smirked. "Yeah, you've got a big mouth. I like it." Daegun looked at Sambo and warned, "I've never seen big guys hang out with such useless people, but you look pretty pathetic yourself." Sambo was furious. He gritted his teeth and replied, "All right, the new student is really interesting. So that means you're not an idiot, right?" After saying that, Sambo stood up and said decisively, "New student, see you after school. You better be prepared, because I'm not an idiot like Manho." After speaking, Sambo ordered his two other allies to return to class. His determined eyes seemed to show that he was extremely upset. Daegun scratched his head. He was a bit annoyed. "Seriously? What a strange way to say hello on the first day. Looks like I can't have a normal school life after all." Park Guri stroked her chin, looking worried. "Actually, Sambo is really strong. The new student is screwed." Doomin saw this and asked, "Wow, now you're worried about him too?" Guri replied, "It's because I don't like Sambo. To be honest, the new student is much more likable than him. Besides, do you want to become Sambo's punching bag?" After hearing that, Doomin hesitated. "You've got a point." Manho suddenly shot up and said, "I don't agree with that." After speaking, he put his hands in his pockets and walked forward. Doomin called after him, "Hey Manho, where are you going?" Park Guri ran after him and asked, "Hey, but you're on the new student's side, right? Do you want me to side with you guys too?" Manho didn't bother to answer. He turned to Daegun and asked, "Can I sit here for a moment?" Daegun, of course, replied decisively. Manho paid him no mind. He casually pulled out a chair and said, "I heard your conversation with Sambo. I hate him, but I have to admit one thing. That guy is not like the kids from class 2. He's studied martial arts, so he's pretty good at fighting." Daegun hinted, "Hey, I told you not to sit here. I don't really care about that." Manho turned to Daegun with a serious face and said, "You should know I want to help you." Manho's crew was startled when they heard that. Park Guri also had to cover her mouth in surprise. Daegun heard this and replied coldly, "You want to help? Did I hear you right?" Room 1-1 became unusually quiet. Daegun asked, "What are you planning to do?" Manho replied confidently, "I'm going to analyze Sambo's attack patterns for you. What else?" Daegun lightly adjusted his glasses and replied calmly, "I don't need it." Manho didn't listen. He clasped his hands and continued, "Sambo? He's been familiar with boxing since middle school." Daegun felt extremely annoyed. He reminded him, "Hey, I already said I don't need it." This guy is persistent. Manho ignored him and continued, "That Sambo guy isn't very interested in boxing matches. The reason he practices boxing is to bully others." At the same time, in another classroom, Sambo took off his shirt, revealing a body covered in tattoos. He said loudly, "All right, where are my punching bags?" Immediately, 3 students appeared, looking tired and sad. Sambo looked them over and asked, "Where's punching bag number 4? One person timidly replied, "Punching bag number 4 is in the hospital right now." Sambo tilted his head and asked, "Why is he in the hospital right now? Is it because of me?" The student, scared, replied in a small voice, "Huh? That? No, it's because he fell somewhere." Sambo frowned and continued, "Is that so? I was just helping him train to get stronger, so it's not my fault. It's because he's weak." "Well, If you three try your best, it'll be fine. Alright, shall we start today's training session? You know very well what will happen if you don't fight properly, right? After he spoke, the three students immediately raised their fists. However, they didn't look like they wanted to fight with all their might. Everyone was worried and scared. Sambo saw this and reminded them, I've already told you. Fight properly. If you die, it won't be fun anymore. Understand? Alright, come on. One of the three students rushed forward. He was immediately hit with an uppercut from Sambo. The first student staggered backward with no one to catch him. The second person saw this and started sweating profusely. He was also very scared, but what could he do? He raised his fist, but it had no strength at all. The result was not much different. Sambo easily landed a punch to his waist. He staggered backward. Sambo was furious. Damn it, why don't you ever fight properly? After he spoke, the second student also collapsed. No one came to help. The last student's hands and feet were trembling before he even fought. Sambo frowned and warned, Let me tell you, fight properly. Come on, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up, don't piss me off. Just a few words were enough to make the student's face turn pale with fear. He rushed forward recklessly, but the result was not much better. It was even more pathetic. This last student was continuously punched in the face and body by Sambo. Sambo yelled as he punched, Damn it, you can't even be on guard? You have to dodge my punches, you idiot. Otherwise, your arm will break. Move. Everyone in the classroom stood by and watched from beginning to end, but didn't say a word. The students who were beaten earlier sat on the side, not daring to breathe loudly. Sambo then realized and glanced over to remind them. Look at this bunch of cowards. You still dare to sit down? Where do you think you are? Get up, you bastards. I'm hitting you to help you build up your endurance. But you guys sit down and pretend to be defeated. Yeah, real cute. I told you to do it properly, but you didn't listen. Today, I'll send you all to the hospital. At this point, the faces of the two students from before became stiff. They both wondered, is he going to hit us again? Outside on the school grounds, in the cafeteria area, people were buzzing about the new transfer student. He's so handsome. Minsu followed behind Daegun, feeling a bit shy. Everyone's eyes were on them, both boys and girls. Daegun placed his lunch tray on the table. He looked at the food on the tray and felt nostalgic. He thought, wow, it's been a long time since I've had school cafeteria food. I miss it. Lately, I've just been eating stuff that's about to expire from the convenience store. He remembered the cowardly old man telling him, wow, this stuff was supposed to be thrown out. But I see you're a good person, so I saved it for you. Who else would eat this stuff? At the same time, two girls were watching Daegun from a distance. The girl with glasses said excitedly, Gina, look at the new student. He's so handsome. Gina followed her friend's gaze and replied, Huh, that new student. Suddenly, Gina turned away, rubbing her chin thoughtfully. She muttered, Today? Seems like a coincidence. At another table, a few male students were looking at Daegun with curiosity. One said, That's him. The one who beat Manho and Kim Min-rong. With that arrogant look, he must have thought he was the school boss from the moment he arrived. One person smirked and replied, But I heard he only used one move. The male student in black immediately retorted, Don't exaggerate. Who would believe that? I think that guy just got lucky. I heard he's going to fight Sambo later. Gu Sunghwa, the boss of Class 7, then spoke up. Oh, is that so? It's worth looking forward to. Luck or skill, we'll find out later. Daegun was about to eat his meat when Guri came over with a very friendly smile. Daegun, why are you eating alone? Let's eat together. Then she looked at Minsu and gently reminded him. Hey, can you move over a bit? Minsu thought to himself, Am I invisible or something for her to say Daegun is sitting alone? As soon as Park Guri sat down, Manho's group also sat down very naturally. Doomin even smiled and praised. Wow, the food looks really good today. Daegun said with difficulty, What are you guys doing? At the same time, another group at a different table was discussing Daegun. One said, Hey, that's him. The handsome guy is the new student, right? Another looked over and replied, He's already hanging out with Manho's crew? Kwok Du-shik, the boss of Class 8, sneered. No matter what, when it comes to looks, I still win. His cronies immediately replied, Of course. Is there even a question? Manho was now constantly urging Daegun, Eat up. Because that Sim Sambo guy isn't as easy to chew as me or Kim Minro. Dae-gun, having just put the first bite of rice in his mouth, asked, "You've beaten that guy before, so why are you so worried now? And why do you want to help me?" Manho's face became pensive, and he honestly recounted, "That, it's a bit hard to say. At that time, the fight between me and Sim Sambo was happening, or something like that. At that time, we were having a one-on-one in a secluded place. He kept attacking me. I really thought I was going to end up in the hospital. My face was covered in bruises. I still remember him looking at me with a wicked smile, telling me I looked like I was about to pass out. He even said he would play with me until my face was black and blue and blood was flowing like a river. At that time, I risked my life to fight him, attacking with everything I had. And just like that, he beat me half to death. I forgot to mention he's a boxer. Of course, he's on a whole different level than me. He's extremely fast. He can dodge every punch and counterattack immediately. I thought I couldn't win that time. Luckily, I managed to corner him. I felt that if it wasn't now, I wouldn't have another chance. With a skill I didn't intend to use. I squeezed his, Dae-gun's face went blank after hearing that. He instinctively felt a twinge down there. He told Manho, "Dude, what you're describing, it's not what I think it is, right?" Manho remembered the pained expression on Sim Sambo's face at that moment and confirmed it once more. "Yes, it's exactly that. At that time, Sim Sambo had to scream and beg me to surrender. But now they're going back on their word and refusing to admit defeat. What a jerk. I swear to God I've never been ashamed of that. But like everyone else, no one acknowledges that time." Dae-gun took another bite of rice. He thought to himself, who would admit to that besides the person who did it? Manho recalled the fight with Sim Sambo and sighed. Well, in short, that guy is a boxer with a lot of skills. His punches aren't strong, but they all aim for weak points. After losing to me, that guy didn't dare to challenge me again. That's the reason. Do-min, after hearing this, thought to himself, I think that guy is afraid of getting played like that again. Manho looked at Dae-gun with a dangerous expression. He wants to beat you and take down our whole group at once. Hearing this, Do-min got angry and said, "That bastard can't do that." Dae-gun calmly said, "Hey, didn't you squeeze the guy's jewels first? And you're still overthinking it." At the same time, two other male students walked near Dae-gun's table, talking as if they wanted the whole area to hear. The guy in the white shirt said loudly in a fake friendly tone, "Wow, Sambo can fight without even eating. If we didn't eat, we probably couldn't do anything." Dae-gun heard this and felt something was off. He thought to himself, these guys are probably taking a jab at me for eating. Whatever, I don't give a damn. The male student in uniform walking beside him chuckled. Right. Sambo seems really strong today." The male student in the white shirt intentionally said loudly, "Well, Sambo is always strong. And today he has a match with the new student. He'll probably win." They walked past Dae-gun's table and flicked something into his food tray. The male student in the white shirt pretended to be shocked and said, "Oh my God. Sorry. My hand slipped." Dae-gun shot a cold glare at them and asked, "What do you guys want?" Park Guri at his side also got angry. She yelled, "Hey, are you guys crazy? What kind of stunt are you pulling?" At the same time, Dae-gun's face darkened as he picked up what had just fallen into his food tray. The male student in the white shirt waved his hand and chuckled. "Hey, I already said sorry. Don't be so upset. Sorry. It's up to you whether you eat it or not." After saying that, the two students walked past Dae-gun. The one in the white shirt looked at Dae-gun, chuckled, and nudged the one in black. All right. Let's go. Thinking Dae-gun would just let it slide, he suddenly reached out, grabbed him, and said in a low voice, "Stop. Where do you think you're going? Hey, this isn't dried squid, it's bellflower root. What do you want?" The atmosphere was extremely tense. The girl with glasses who was with Gina called out, "Hey Gina, look. I think the transfer student and the bullies are fighting. Look at the people he's sitting with. I think he's a bully too. Look at his face. He could totally be a bully." Gina looked over and also felt the tension. The guys in blue from Class 7 saw this scene and felt a bit excited. "Wow, are they fighting?" The boss of Class 7 said with a straight face, "Good. Show me what you've got." Dae-gun was angry now. He shot daggers at the two guys. In a cold voice, he said, "I asked you where the dried squid is." The male student in white was scared. He tried to pull his hand away, his voice trembling. Wait, what the hell are you doing? It's just a small thing, and I already apologized, you bastard. Daegun had no intention of letting go. He squeezed the guy's arm tightly, veins popping out. He asked again, sorry? You think so? The guy in white looked at Daegun, sweat pouring down his face. Daegun continued, you apologized to me, but whether I accept it or not isn't up to you to decide, is it? At that moment, a phone rang, startling Daegun. He let go of the guy's arm, but gave him a warning glare. Stay right there. Wait for me a minute. The person texting Daegun was none other than his handler. The message read, are you adapting well to school? Are you free after school? He looked at the message and immediately felt something was wrong. The anger from before suddenly vanished. He remembered what she had told him. When you complete this mission, you will receive a full scholarship to university after graduating from high school. We will support you with the costs for a smooth school life. And the rules I mentioned earlier are not just to restrict you, Daegun. Because confidentiality is a priority for this project, I want to remind you to act with restraint. If the project is at risk of being exposed due to inappropriate behavior, it will be canceled immediately. And you will return to your previous life, Daegun. You will go back to being a convenience store worker. Daegun looked at his phone and thought, she's probably reminding me through text to act with restraint and do my mission. But even if I punch these two brats, the risk of being exposed is still very low. The two male students from before, seeing Daegun let go of them, immediately decided to run away. When Daegun turned back, the two were already some distance away. He sighed. Those bastards. TCH, look at them run. They look like they're asking for it. Horong put a spoonful in his mouth and pointed elsewhere. He mumbled while chewing. Anyway, just ignore them. The guys over there are the real problem. The strong ones just stand still. It's the followers who cause trouble. Suddenly, he looked at Minsu. Seeing him also looking at him, he cleared his throat. Hey, why are you looking at me? Minsu, a little scared, replied. No, I wasn't. Daegun rubbed his head, reminding himself, right. I shouldn't get distracted. If I complete this project, I can achieve something I never even dared to dream of. As he thought, he looked at the three faces he had just defeated this morning, who were now looking dumbfounded. He thought again, but I've already fought too much on the first day. I need to conserve my energy. The two guys in blue from class 7 from before chuckled with amusement. Well, why aren't they fighting? What a letdown. The boss of class 7 watched and assessed. This guy isn't like the others before. He doesn't seem like a rash person. Daegun finished his lunch and stood up. He told everyone, I'm full. I'm leaving first. Manho called after him. Wait, I haven't shown you Sambo's attack style yet. Daegun replied, splashing cold water on Manho's face. I don't need it. Thanks. Do-min whispered in his ear. Hey, his mood changed after looking at his phone, right? Manho looked after him and sighed. This guy is really hard to read. Daegun wandered outside alone. He walked with his hands in his pockets and thought, ugh, I stood out too much on the first day. I wonder what the manager will think. Daegun reminded himself, all right, I'll be really polite today. Just as he finished that thought, the troublemaker in the white shirt from before came out from inside. The coward immediately turned around and went straight back in. Of course, Daegun didn't miss the opportunity, running over and grabbing him by the collar. Where do you think you're going? The male student whined. Shoo. You got the wrong person. Wait. Daegun smirked. Yeah, what you did earlier was the mistake, you brat. The male student in white said honestly, since you're a new student, you probably don't know. There's a rule. A rule. You're not allowed to touch other students. You can only touch me if you beat Sambo. Daegun's face went blank as he asked, what the hell? What kind of rule is that? The male student in white continued, it's a long-standing tradition. If you don't follow it, you'll become the target of the whole school. Suddenly, someone approached. Daegun said, hey, someone's coming. Let's go somewhere quiet to talk. The male student in white struggled. No way. If I go to a quiet place with you, you'll kill me. Daegun whispered. So you want to get beaten up here? The guy in white heard this and immediately agreed. In a corner of the school, the sound of thump, thump echoed. The guy in white was punched a few times in the stomach by Daegun. He lay on the ground, clutching his stomach and crying out in pain. You damn it, you'll regret this. Daegun looked around and clicked his tongue. This place is pretty secluded. I think I can settle this here. He turned back to the guy. Call your boss. The guy in white was stunned. Huh? Are you serious? Daegun smiled. Like you said, if I beat Sambo, I can hit you as much as I want, right? Call him over so I can beat him now. The guy in white hesitated. Well, in theory, that's right. But I don't think he can come right now. He's hitting the punching bags right now. Daegun's face grew serious. Punching bags? Is he making other kids act as punching bags? The guy in white sneered. Wow, you're sharp. You've probably done it before, huh? Daegun didn't answer. He just asked again, is he in the classroom? The guy in white replied, yes. Daegun heard this, cracked his knuckles, and thought to himself, damn it, I can't let him do that. As he walked, he thought, I guessed wrong. This isn't the time to be thinking about the location. At classroom 1 to 3, Daegun stood outside the door of class 1 to 3 and thought, this is class 3. He lowered his head and peeked inside. Immediately, a male student was thrown against the classroom door, his face bruised. At this moment, Sambo seemed to notice someone lurking outside the classroom door. He asked, who is it? Another person raised his hand and said, let me see. However, before his hand could touch the door, it suddenly opened. Daegun's face appeared. He said, move. The other student was startled. It's the new student. Sambo stood with his hands in his pockets and said casually, but I said I'd see him after school. Daegun looked at the male student sitting on the floor. He thought to himself, his punching bags are different too. He picks on kids who don't fight back and just beats them. Sambo was a little surprised to see Daegun. He asked, why are you here? You want to fight now? All right. Punching bags, get out. As he spoke, a student stood up, looking to be in great pain. Sambo saw this and reminded him, hey, are you acting stupid? Don't make such a big deal out of it, you bastard. As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed the other male student by the neck. However, the male student didn't resist. He even cried out, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to act hurt. I'll say I fell on the way home. It's my fault. Please let me go. Sambo was immediately satisfied upon hearing these words. He smirked. Right? It's because you guys are too weak. Hearing these words, Daegun curiously turned to look at the others. As he expected, whether it was a friend or a friend of a friend being treated like a punching bag, Daegun understood that feeling of helplessness, of being unable to do anything. Suddenly, Daegun fell silent. That feeling of helplessness, he could understand it. The punches to the gut, or the times he was beaten in the face until it was swollen. The bullying was relentless and never-ending. And the students back then couldn't rely on the adults who pretended not to know how to solve the problem, or perhaps just dealt with it superficially. Surprisingly, the one who solved the problem was another bully, stronger than the one who bullied Daegun. It was just a casual remark he made while venting his anger, but it was certain that Daegun was saved by his words back then. That was something Daegun always remembered in his heart, something he would never forget for the rest of his life. Solving a Eugene with another Eugene. I'm not sure if that's a good thing, but maybe it's the best solution. And now, Daegun would be the one to carry it out. The male student, beaten until his face was swollen, stared intently at Daegun. Everyone in the class also stared at him without blinking. Daegun stood alone in front of the door to class 3. He said to Sambo, don't pretend to be strong by hitting weak punching bags. Instead, fight someone who's actually strong. Sambo felt a little annoyed hearing these words. He frowned and said, are you talking about yourself? Daegun immediately pointed to his friend and teased, well, if you're tired of hitting punching bags, then turn around and hit your friend here. Can I use him as a punching bag? Wouldn't that be fair? Sambo's accomplice was so angry that his nerves were popping. He said, you crazy bastard. What are you talking about? You're calling me your punching bag. Daegun calmly replied, well, you're curious, so you deserve a beating. After he spoke, the other ally immediately rushed forward with a fist. He cursed, damn you, you bastard. Daegun immediately grabbed his fist with one hand and his collar with the other. Using all his strength, Daegun pushed him back. He quickly attacked the big guy with a punch. The big guy took Daegun's uppercut straight to the chin. As a result, the big guy collapsed onto the floor, spitting blood from his mouth. Everyone who saw it gasped. One person said loudly, I think I just heard a thud. Everyone's face was filled with utter confusion. Daegun calmly stood with his hands in his pockets and praised. He can punch. I thought he was hitting a machine. What should I do now? Which punching bag should I hit next? Sambo, witnessing the scene, had veins popping on his face. His whole body suddenly froze. Sambo observed and thought, that guy just used his opponent's punching power to throw them into the lockers. He's not some ordinary nobody. He even knows how to handle a weight difference. Thinking this, Sambo put his hand on his head and even laughed with delight. Wow, this time I've met a real opponent. This guy is interesting, huh? Who knew you'd provoke me like that, haha. After speaking, he ordered his remaining crony, push the desks forward. The crony immediately replied. He turned back and ordered the other students, push all the desks forward for me. Push with all your might. Daegun glanced at Sambo. He was thinking, he's an outboxer, right? It seems like he wants to create as much space as possible. At the same time, outside, the male student in the white shirt from before was walking while leaning against the wall. He whined as he walked. Damn it, it hurts so much. He called out to another student. Hey, wait. Help me. The other student helped the guy in white walk. The guy in white said as he walked, go to class 3. I think the new student and Sambo are going to fight. The bosses of class 7 also heard. One said, did you hear that? Let's go see. Gu Sunghwa said, let's go there now. Manho's crew was still sitting in the cafeteria eating ice cream and drinking soda. Horon complained, damn it, why is the ice cream so small now? Dumin teased, you really don't know why? It's because you're a fat pig. Suddenly, a few people shouted from the cafeteria entrance, Sambo and the new student are fighting. Let's go watch. It's in class 3. The 3 members of Manho's crew were visibly surprised. Dumin said loudly, damn, for real? Manho urged, let's go check it out. The doorway of classroom 3 suddenly became crowded. Everyone rushed to watch. Manho opened the classroom door and wondered, what the hell is this? He said they would fight after school, right? Horon, with his eyes half closed, asked, has it started yet? Dumin replied. Seeing Daegun still standing strong and Sambo getting into a ready stance, it must have just started. Damn it, I should have brought popcorn. Sambo observed Daegun and thought, I know he beat Manho, but in the video, he didn't look very skilled. I don't know what his fighting style is, but for now, I'll just measure the distance first. Thinking this, Sambo suddenly advanced towards Daegun, which surprised him a little. Immediately, the first punch was thrown. Daegun was able to dodge this blow very quickly. Daegun also had to move his feet to stay steady. Indeed, Sambo's last blow was really fast. However, Sambo followed up with another hard-to-block blow. The fist grazed past Daegun's face. Dodging this blow, a thought immediately flashed through Daegun's mind. Damn it, this guy is even faster than an outboxer. Daegun's feet moved continuously. Whenever Daegun got close, Sambo would dodge to another spot with incredible speed. Sambo continuously threw punches aimed at Daegun's vital points to strike. Daegun leaned back to avoid it. Sambo's punch grazed past his head. Daegun quickly ducked to dodge. Sambo's punches were all extremely powerful. If one hit landed, the tide of the fight would immediately shift to one side. Just then, Daegun raised his fist. He thought, this guy can actually keep up and stick close to me. In that case, I can take advantage of the gap between his attacks. Sambo was a little surprised to see Daegun about to counterattack. He immediately jumped back on both feet. The distance between the two was now just right. Sambo looked at Daegun and smiled. Wow, you aimed for the gap between my attacks with perfect timing. But sorry, I don't plan on getting hit. Daegun frowned thoughtfully. He's looking at my movements and extending the distance. Just like Manho said, he's not an ordinary person. He was born with sharp senses and with formal training. He's very good at moving to dodge attacks. Most importantly, his strikes are incredibly fast. Thinking this, Sambo immediately launched a continuous attack towards Daegun. He relentlessly punched at his face. However, Daegun was able to successfully dodge them all. Manho watched intently from the outside. He sighed. Attacking without any gaps like this has put me in a corner. I don't see any chance to fight back. Just as he thought this, Daegun suddenly raised his fist, his eyes filled with determination as he retaliated. The fist moved towards Sambo's face, startling him a bit. He frowned and thought, damn it. At this distance, I can't dodge it. A second later, Sambo was violently thrown backward by a punch. Sambo had managed to raise his hands in time to block the punch right in front of his face. His feet also skidded to a halt on the floor. Sambo couldn't believe his eyes, his hands still up in front of his face. He was thinking, what the hell was that? Was that a human's punch? I raised my hands to block, but the damage was still incredibly powerful. Du-min and Ho-rong exclaimed together, holy crap, what was that? I thought he was supposed to be agile. Who knew he'd get hit before he could even react? After landing a blow, Dae-gun dusted off his clothes. He was thinking, TCH, this guy's reflexes aren't normal. His observation skills are also very sharp. Sambo lowered his hands, his eyes shooting daggers. He was thinking, my arm is slightly injured, but it's fine. Just from that moment, I figured out his reach. At the end of his punch, with one step, I'll wait for him to finish his move, and then I'll counterattack. As he thought, Sambo's feet started to move again. Dae-gun's sharp eyes immediately noticed this. Sambo once again rushed at Dae-gun with all his strength, looking like a bloodthirsty bull. Dae-gun also got into a ready stance to attack. Sambo saw this movement and immediately thought with confidence, just as I predicted. He's about to throw a punch. The moment Dae-gun punched straight at Sambo's face, he had already stepped back and dodged the blow. Seeing Dae-gun's fist in midair, a slight smile curved his lips. He was thinking, just as I predicted. However, there was one thing he didn't predict. Right after the missed punch, Dae-gun's leg also came up. At this distance, hitting Sambo's leg was incredibly easy. Sambo was in pain. He gritted his teeth and wondered, did this guy just use a low kick? Thinking this, Sambo became furious. He threw a punch while cursing, damn you, you son of a bitch. Dae-gun quickly dodged. He looked at Sambo and guessed that he was losing control. Immediately, not missing the opportunity, he kicked Sambo's knee joint hard again. The guys from Class 7 watching from outside exclaimed at the last kick, damn, he hit him right where it hurts. Gu Sunghwa, standing next to them, added, Sambo knows a lot about punches, but nothing about kicks. What a flaw. It will definitely affect his movement. After being kicked, Sambo's leg trembled and he knelt down. He supported himself with his hand on the floor, but his eyes were still looking up at Dae-gun, showing clear resentment. Dae-gun reminded him, get up. Sambo, through gritted teeth, what? You're telling me to get up? After speaking, Sambo slowly stood up. He gritted his teeth and continued, damn it, you bastard. You think you can keep acting like this? I despise you. After he spoke, Dae-gun immediately kicked the arrogant guy's leg again. As he kicked, he provoked him. What? You want to get up again? Manho's crew saw this, and their jaws dropped. Du-min said, look at his attitude. He hit the same spot again. Manho clicked his tongue. He's going easy on him. He should have kicked him in the head. Ho-rong also chimed in. Wow, what an eye-opener. He's not even letting his opponent get up. Dae-gun looked at Sambo with a cold expression. He reminded him, your leg is shaking too much. If you can't fight anymore, just lie down. Sambo, of course, refused. He got into a fighting stance with his trembling leg. His mouth was still talking tough. You son of a bitch. Don't talk like you've already won. You fight like a thug. Dae-gun didn't say much, immediately raising his leg with a reply. Thanks for the compliment. Sambo leaned to one side. He was thinking, damn it. The same spot again. However, contrary to Sambo's thoughts, Dae-gun's leg stopped. The next second, Dae-gun continuously attacked Sambo's face. Sambo raised his hands to block the blows while thinking resentfully, damn it. That last move was a feint. Suddenly, Dae-gun stopped. Sambo thought, it was hard enough to block that. He's raising his hand. Just one more hit, and I'll have to. That was the plan, but no. Dae-gun once again tricked Sambo. His hand dropped in front of Sambo, so fast he couldn't react. And of course, the next second, Dae-gun kicked Sambo's old wound again, causing him to fall backward. Everyone in the class who witnessed this scene gasped in unison. Manho also widened his eyes and exclaimed, damn, that attack was vicious. Du-min, with his arm around Manho, added, that's Manho's unconscious move, isn't it? The method called blinding. Manho praised. See? I told you. He's a person with no fixed fighting style. So cool. The bosses of Class 7 who saw the scene asked each other, how many times has he been hit in the leg? Gu Sunghwa said, probably 4 times in the same spot. Another one continued, wait. Then he definitely can't walk anymore. Sambo was now kneeling on one side, hissing with anger. At the same time, there was a hidden camera on the ceiling. The screen was showing a live feed of Daegun and Sambo fighting. An elderly man was watching the fight. He smoked his cigarette and muttered, as expected, the best thing to watch is a fight. Daegun's expression didn't change as he reminded him, what are you doing? Get up and fight me, quickly. Sambo, feeling the pain, looked up. His anger was clear on his face. But unfortunately, at this moment, Sambo's leg was numb. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain, especially in front of all the students in the class. Sambo thought to himself, damn it, this is so humiliating. The bosses of Class 7 started discussing. One said, if he's a fighter, he should get up. Gu Sunghwa said, even if he gets up, can he continue to fight? Because of the pants he's wearing, we can't tell, but his legs must be seriously injured. When it comes to boxing, people usually fear the punches, but the real fear should be the footwork. First is dodging attacks by measuring the distance. Then, throwing as many punches as possible is what requires that footwork to support it. If you compare the fist to a bullet, then the footwork is the gun that fires that bullet. Sambo is just like that, and he has a better gun than anyone else. But with his legs now, he probably can't take another step. At this point, Sambo managed to stand up. However, one leg was trembling slightly, because it wasn't just a normal injury. Sambo got into a ready stance with a worried expression. However, his mouth still tried to taunt Daegun. It's not over yet, you bastard. Daegun looked at Sambo with daggers in his eyes. He wanted to end the fight quickly. However, Sambo refused to give up, so he had to. Daegun cracked his knuckles and asked one last time. You really want to continue, right? After speaking, Daegun rushed forward and kicked Sambo straight in the face. He quickly used his hands to block the blow, but Daegun's strength was immense, still causing Sambo to stumble back a few steps. Sambo maintained his defensive posture. He was thinking, even if I block, the damage is still incredibly powerful. But I can't use my legs to dodge. I have to fight back and create a balance. Thinking this, Daegun immediately attacked Sambo with a kick from the left. Sambo once again managed to block with his hands. The incredibly powerful kick sent a shock through Sambo. The bosses of Class 7 started discussing again. The black-haired one said, look, he's about to break through his guard. Is he planning to kick after maintaining that distance? Gu Sunghwa, while observing, replied, good idea. Because that way, he doesn't need to get within Sambo's reach. Sambo started to feel a bit dizzy. He looked behind him and saw himself getting closer and closer to the wall. Ugh, no, this can't be. I need to get away from it. As he thought this, Daegun also rushed forward. Sambo thought it was another kick and raised his hands to block. Daegun rushed forward with all his strength. However, contrary to Sambo's prediction, Daegun punched him right under the armpit, causing him immense pain. Sambo gradually lost his strength, his breathing becoming erratic. Daegun, just like that, continuously attacked Sambo's face. First the left, then the right. Sambo had to continuously block the blows, until Sambo had to resort to covering both sides of his face with his hands and gritting his teeth in endurance. Manho, watching from the outside, was anxious. It's over. He's trapped against the wall and can't escape. That punch to the body just now was a critical hit. He doesn't have the strength to fight back. Dumin turned and asked, so what should he do now? Manho replied, raise his guard and curl up. He has no choice but to keep blocking the attacks. Otherwise, he'll be beaten. Dumin's face went blank. Just keep getting hit like that? Horong also chimed in. So he's no different from a punching bag, huh? Sambo was gradually turning into a punching bag. A punching bag, nothing more, nothing less. A punching bag that couldn't fight back, only wait for others to hit it. Sambo used to wear a red shoe when he went to boxing practice. At the gym, he trained very hard. Others would look at him and say to each other, he hits the punching bag really hard. Someone else said, Is he really a high school student? Another said, I think he'll beat people to a pulp in a real match. At this point, the coach interjected. He said he's not interested in fighting. The male guest was surprised. Really? It's a waste for someone who fights so well not to compete. Just then, a male student walked in and bowed politely. Hello, I'm Sambo's friend. The male student walked in and called out loudly, Sambo. Let's go. Sambo heard him, stopped, and replied, Oh, you're here. Approaching a nearby locker, Sambo showed off. Hey, what do you think of this tattoo? I'm going to choose it. The male student praised. It looks powerful. The two stood obediently in front of the coach before leaving. Sir, I'm going home now. The coach called after him. Hey, Sambo, you're not bullying the kids at school, are you? Remember to only use your fists in the ring. You know what's important for a fighter, right? Hearing the coach's reminder, Sambo hesitated for a moment before replying. Of course, I remember. In the classroom, Sambo continuously punched a classmate. First punching his stomach, then using his elbow to hit him straight in the face. Just looking at it was painful. While his classmate was in extreme pain, Sambo wore a savage smile. At that moment, he thought, that's right, this is the feeling. It's much better than the punching bag at the gym. And so, one by one, each student was called in. Sambo always thought that he didn't need to get in the ring, because there were plenty of toys here that he could punch freely. On top of that, there was always the feeling of victory. Who would complain about that? Sambo's best friend chuckled and reminded him, Sambo, his endurance is tough, so you can hit him hard. Sambo looked over and smiled with delight. Is that so? Great. And then, the sounds of thump, thump, thump echoed again. The other male student stood by with a satisfied smile, muttering, poor punching bag. That male student was none other than the guy in white who was beaten by Daegun earlier. And now, he was witnessing Sambo become a punching bag for Daegun. Watching Daegun hit Sambo from right to left, he really looked no different from a punching bag. Daegun didn't hold back at all. Even when Sambo was in so much pain that even breathing was difficult. Witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but be shocked. He mumbled, Sambo, why have you become a punching bag? He continued to watch Daegun strike, but not at Sambo anymore, but at the familiar punching bag instead. Daegun continuously hit the vital points. Then he kicked the punching bag hard with his foot. The punching bag was hit from one side to the other, over and over again. Sambo felt increasingly dizzy and dazed. Daegun continued to hit without stopping, feeling more and more energized as he fought. Daegun hit so hard that the chain holding the punching bag broke. This symbolized Sambo. Sambo felt all his strength being drained away. He slowly tilted over, his eyes lifeless, no longer aware of his surroundings. As a result, the punching bag fell down painfully. Sambo collapsed on the floor. He panted like a dog. In his mind, he thought, I can't win. I can't possibly beat him. Definitely not. I have to stop. Sambo looked up and saw Daegun approaching. He wondered, is he going to hit me again? No, I can't take it anymore. Daegun glared down at Sambo and said, I'll give you 10 seconds. Get back to your original punching bag position. Now, hearing these words, Sambo froze. He never thought he'd hear someone say that back to him one day. These young kids, they can really fight. Outside and inside Class 3, the atmosphere became more tense than ever. The bruises on Sambo's face started to become more and more visible. Daegun stared at Sambo. The look in Daegun's eyes was truly terrifying. Sambo was in so much pain that he couldn't stand up. He just sat there, stunned, his eyes filled with fear. The people in the class then burst out. What the hell? He can't get up anymore? Is he scared? The students who were beaten earlier couldn't hide the surprise on their faces. The three of them were dumbfounded, looking at the Sambo now and the Sambo from a few minutes ago, who were two completely different people. The male student in the white shirt from before saw this scene and felt worried. He was thinking, actually, I already knew. The reason why he didn't go to the competition, even though he tried so hard in boxing and used many different steps to run away as fast as possible. And the reason why he didn't challenge Manho again when he said he could win. I also know why he likes punching bags with no resistance. It's because he himself is trying to make himself look stronger than anyone else on the outside. He may look like that, but he's also very afraid of being beaten in a fight where the outcome is already clear. Thinking this, the male student in the white shirt ran to stop Daegun. Hey, please stop. We lose. Daegun shot daggers at the male student in white. A second later, he turned back to look at Sambo, who was sitting dumbfounded and looking incredibly pathetic in front of him. He ordered, "Hey, say it yourself." Sambo bit his lip tightly, his face showing clear unwillingness. However, a second later, he hesitantly said, "I lost. Please stop." After he spoke, everyone in the classroom was horrified, their eyes wide as they stared. Everyone showed clear surprise on their faces. After Sambo spoke, Daegun turned and left. He sneered, "You're a boxer? Don't make me laugh. I can't even use you to replace a punching bag." Hearing Daegun's words, Sambo's head drooped. He remained in a kneeling position on the ground, ignoring the other students whispering beside him. Someone said, "Wow, Sambo lost the fight." Another said, "The new student is too strong." Sambo gave up after being beaten to a pulp. The students who were beaten earlier looked at Daegun's retreating back and asked each other, "Is it because we were like punching bags that we were spared?" Another replied, "I don't know. But that new student is the real bully." Daegun walked out of the classroom, passing by Manho's group. Manho looked after him and wondered, "That Daegun guy, just how strong is he?" The silver-haired guy from class 7 asked Seonghwa, "Hey, what do you think of that new student?" Seonghwa replied, "He's definitely very strong, but I don't know what his main skill is. It's also possible that he's hiding it because he knows everyone is starting to pay attention to him. We'll probably have to investigate a bit more." Daegun was walking down the hallway when he met someone else. This guy saw Daegun and provoked him. "Oh, why are you loitering in front of class 3? Are you hiding because you're scared of Sambo after seeing him hit the punching bags?" At that moment, a piercing scream echoed from classroom 3, startling him. He widened his eyes, realizing it was Sambo's voice. A second later, he quickly ran to the classroom door, pulled it open, and said in surprise, "Huh? What the hell is this?" Daegun looked on without saying anything. The student, scared, turned back to look at Daegun with a confused expression. He stammered, "What's going on?" Sambo lost to this new student. Daegun glared and asked, "Do you have anything else to say to me?" The other student was naturally scared and backed down. He immediately changed his attitude, raising his hands and replying, No. Well done. That doesn't sound right. Forget it. I'm leaving right now." The male student was about to turn and run when he bumped into someone else. Manho's crew was also coming out and collided with this guy. The three of them said in unison, "Move. Don't block the door like that." The arrogant male student from before said politely, Yes, but in his head, he was cursing, "Damn you, Manho. He just wants to be a freeloader with the new student, and then he'll become arrogant." Thinking this, he ran into the classroom and said loudly, "Sambo." Then he quickly approached and asked, "Sambo, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Should we go to the hospital together?" Hearing these words, Sambo shot daggers at this talkative guy. Sambo's glare terrified the male student. He quickly turned and yelled at the other students in the class, "Hey, you bastards! What are you looking at? Why don't you get lost?" At the same time, Sambo was gritting his teeth. He kept muttering, "Damn it, I'll never let it end like this again." In the meeting room, the projector screen was still on. The manager and the chairman were in a meeting. The chairman stroked his thick beard and said, "His name is Daegun. His mind is quite good and amazing. Manager Lee." Manager Lee said with a serious face, "I'm listening." The chairman continued, "About this project. Your reckless idea really touched my heart. And thank you for being able to work on this project. The rules are too outdated. Get rid of them all." Manager Lee was a bit stunned after hearing this. But a second later, she shot up and protested, "No, sir. You don't know what that person has done in the past. Without rules, he will definitely be out of our control, with a very low success rate." The chairman, seeing Manager Lee's sensitivity, reminded her, "Hey, stop it. Why have you been yelling so much lately?" Only then did Manager Lee realize and stop. She didn't understand why she had gotten so agitated. The chairman continued, "Don't worry too much. We can arrange it in the school. In fact, what is the power of a person with nothing in their hands? He's just a cat catching some dirty paper mice. Besides, that cat is also within our reach. So just let them go crazy and run around as they wish. Manager Lee just listened without replying. Outside, the school looked very peaceful. In Class 4, a loud bang on a desk was suddenly heard. The boss of Class 4, Park Eugene, shot up and said cheerfully, I get it now. Heh. Hurry up. Give me 40,000 won. A friend asked, Eugene, what are you planning to do? Park Eugene counted the money and laughed. I don't know. Who cares? I'll give you back 10,000 won. At the same time, in Class 9, a male student with glasses asked, the class ranking will officially start, right? So can I participate? This is Lee Sung-hoon. He's the boss of Class 9, which is also the college prep class. He wears glasses that make him look very trustworthy. Next is Class 6. Boss Yu Ji-suk, with his hands in his pockets, called out, Hey, Kim Jeon-woong, stop playing games and listen to me. I don't care that Manho beat the boss of Class 3. I feel like I could take him down too if I wanted. Hey, I'm about to go beat up all 6 classes. Are you listening? Kim Jeon-woong didn't care and continued to play his game, replying, Whether you do it or not, I don't really care. Yu Ji-suk played with a lock of his hair and continued, Wow, that new transfer student is a bit strange. I feel like we should make a plan. If we're not serious, he might take us down. At this point, the big-chested girl standing next to Yu Ji-suk, named Beck Suzy, spoke up. Hey, I'm really bored and tired of boys becoming the boss. I'll let you know if you and everyone else get caught. Ji-suk scratched his head and replied, You wouldn't do that. You can't bring a third year to beat up a first year. After speaking, Yu Ji-suk was about to leave but still patted Kim Jeon-woong on the shoulder and reminded him, Hey Jeon-woong, just think about my offer. When school let out, a discussion was heard somewhere. I bet the members of the other classes are really nervous right now. I can't believe Dae-gun could swallow up 3 classes so quickly after just transferring. Dae-gun was also on his way home. He turned back and asked the people behind him, Why do you guys keep following me? Do-min quickly said, Of course, we have to go together now. Ho-rong laughed and replied, We're a family now. Manho, walking in front, turned back with a serious tone and reminded him, They're being very cautious right now. But because you're the one who started the fire, I bet they're starting to do something. Whether you want it or not, you'll be involved in a fight. So you better prepare yourself. I don't know about other places, but this place is very complicated. Dae-gun's face was cold. He didn't seem to care much about it. Ho-rong walked behind him and suggested, When it comes, just think about it for a bit. Then let's go to the internet cafe. I just got to silver yesterday. Do-min laughed. Haha, you're crazy. It took you years to get to silver. Manho saw Dae-gun engrossed in his phone and asked, Hey Dae-gun, you're coming with us, right? As soon as he stepped out of the gate, he saw a familiar car. He thought to himself, That car, it's the director's car. Thinking this, he turned back and refused. I'm sorry, but I have an appointment, so I have to go now. And as for the game, you guys can sort it out yourselves. Even if I didn't have an appointment, I wouldn't play games anyway. So don't ask me again. I say no to playing silver and gold. After he spoke, Do-min and Ho-rong felt like they had been splashed with cold water. As Dae-gun left, Ho-rong cursed. As expected, we have to get revenge on that bastard. Do-min agreed. Right. Manho, what kind of brick do you like? As Dae-gun got into the car, a female student watched him. It was Gina. A friend saw Gina's strange expression and asked, Gina, what's wrong with you? Gina looked at the car. She was thinking, I'm sure that car belongs to the manager. Yes, that's her car. But why is she with the new student? Gina watched the white car drive away, her mind racing. I'm sure of it. I have a very strong feeling that she's planning something else again. Based on recent events, it must be true. The manager's car drove smoothly down the street. She asked as she drove, It's only your first day, and you've already caused so much trouble, haven't you? Dae-gun felt a bit embarrassed after hearing that. He wanted to find a reasonable excuse. Manager Lee's face was cold. Dae-gun turned to her and said honestly, I was just greeting some new students. Then for some reason, everyone started fighting. I just wanted to defend myself. Dae-gun said this while observing Manager Lee's attitude. She said nothing, which made him nervous. Dae-gun scratched his head and looked remorseful. He sighed. All right, you're going to punish me, right? Just tell me what the punishment is. However, contrary to Daegun's thoughts, Manager Lee praised him. Why would I punish you? You did very well today. We've taken note of what happened today and have decided to change our plans a bit. From now on, we plan to reduce the regulations regarding your dismissal. Daegun's face went blank after hearing that. He looked at her and asked again, what does that mean? Manager Lee replied with a cold expression, it means that from now on, it will be just like today. Daegun started to think about Manager Lee's phrase, like today. Could it be that he had to work out his joints every day? One guy, two guys, then three guys. Thinking this, a slight smile appeared on Daegun's lips. He said, so I won't have to try to hold back at all? Manager Lee looked at him and sighed. Have you ever been patient? Daegun suddenly remembered something. He turned to the manager and asked, hey, how did you know what happened today? Are you guys following me? Manager Lee was a bit flustered, lightly adjusting her glasses and looking away. I can't tell you. Suddenly, an image of his classmate Min-soo appeared in Daegun's head. He wondered, surveillance? But how is that possible in a school? Unless Min-soo is a spy. But that would be too funny. How could that idiot be a spy? If that were the case, there would have been rumors in the school already. Manager Lee parked the car in front of an apartment complex. Daegun looked at Manager Lee opening the door and wondered, is this a house? Daegun opened the door and stepped inside. The room was very spacious, airy, and clean. Manager Lee said, from now on, you'll be staying here. Daegun was very surprised. He asked again, really? After speaking, he happily ran to the sofa to relax. Looking at everything around him, he had to exclaim, wow, I can't believe I get to live in a house with a sofa like this. It's amazing. I'm a secret agent, and you guys are treating me really well. But something's a bit strange. Why does it feel like someone has lived here before? Manager Lee lightly adjusted her glasses and replied, this is where I used to live. At this, Daegun blushed and said loudly, what did you say? So you and I are living in the same house. I can't believe it. How is that possible? Aren't 7-year-olds supposed to have separate beds? Manager Lee heard this and glared at him, warning, what are you talking about? Me and you living together? Daegun's head went blank. He cursed himself internally. My stupid head. I must have misheard. Thinking this, Daegun stammered. So that's it. All right. Manager Lee opened a document and returned to the main topic. She said, the center is very satisfied with your performance. Therefore, we've decided to cut back on the regulations and completely trust your judgment, Daegun. But of course, the school can't manage the use of force outside of school. Also, even within the school, the teachers don't know about this project. The center will help you, but you can't go too far. As Manager Lee spoke, Daegun thought. In short, you're asking me to be moderate, right? After speaking, Manager Lee placed a black card on the table. She said gently, you'll be staying alone in this house. You can use this card to cover your daily living expenses. At this point, Manager Lee turned to leave, but then stayed and said, anyway, you must be stressed having to get used to a new environment. All right, get some rest. Good luck, and remember what I said. Daegun turned his face away and looked elsewhere. He replied, all right, I know. After speaking, he thought to himself, I don't remember anything. She talks so much it gave me a headache. I just know that I'll hit wherever I'm told to. Manager Lee went out into the hallway. However, she chose to take the stairs instead of the elevator to go down. Manager Lee slowly and calmly went down to the floor below. She also opened a room, right below Daegun's room. Inside that room were several other small rooms, each with a password. Manager Lee used her finger to unlock it. Inside was a dark room with countless computer screens turned on. Daegun was also resting upstairs. Manager Lee sat down at the computer desk and began to observe. It seemed that Daegun's room was also under Manager Lee's control. The next day, the sky was clear and the wind was light. Daegun went to school, yawning. He was extremely sleepy, because before, he had only ever slept on the floor. Now that he could sleep on a bed, he felt very sore. Suddenly, a loud call startled Daegun. Hey you. Daegun was startled and replied, Yes, sir. The teacher looked at Daegun and scolded him. This kid, how dare you close your eyes when the teacher is talking? You got into a fight on your first day, huh? You delinquent. I'll have to call your parents. You said you don't have any family, right? Dae-gun looked away. This question made him hesitate a bit. Yes, sir. As soon as he finished, the teacher coldly continued, "It's obvious. But hey, do you think your parents down there will rest in peace seeing their son getting into fights like this?" Hearing these words from the teacher, Dae-gun was completely shocked. He felt a bit angry inside, but had to hold it back. The teacher didn't care about the student's feelings and continued, "My teacher back in the day scolded me even more than this. You know that. At this young age." This scene caught Gina's attention. Gina was holding her homework, but her eyes were fixed on Dae-gun being scolded by the teacher. Until the teacher called her. "Hey, you're the top student in the school, the class president, right?" Gina smiled shyly and replied, "Yes, sir." The teacher continued, "Remember what I told you?" Gina smiled brightly and replied, "Yes, sir." Gina left, but her eyes were still on Dae-gun. He was still being scolded by the teacher. As she left, she thought, "Well, I vaguely heard that he got into a fight right after transferring. He's really suspicious. But the problem is, does he really just want to be a thug?" As she thought, she stood leaning against the door, quietly observing. In class 6, Beck Suzy asked Yu Ji-suk to take a picture for her. She stuck out her curvy butt and covered her face with her hand, asking Yu Ji-suk, "Hey, do I look cute?" Yu replied, "Cute. But why are you covering your face?" Suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Hey, Ji-suk." Ji-suk turned around to look. He asked, "Oh, you guys wanted to see me?" Sambo's best friend looked at Yu Ji-suk and replied with a worried expression, "That? Have you heard about Sambo?" Yu Ji-suk calmly replied, "Yeah, I heard. I can't get in touch with him at all. Just let that idiot be." The male student in white continued to ask, "But hey, there's a new transfer student. Are you going to do anything?" Yu Ji-suk replied with an indifferent expression, "What? If Sambo ended up like that, then everyone on the first floor will end up like that too." Sambo's best friend still tried to add fuel to the fire. He said, "If we just let it be, then in the end." At this point, Kim Jeon-woong suddenly turned around and asked in a low voice, "In the end, what?" The male student looked at Kim Jeon-woong. The next second, he recognized the familiar face and was scared, quickly raising his hand to explain, No, I didn't mean to say you guys would lose. Whether it's Ji-suk or Jeon-woong." Kim Jeon-woong, without taking his eyes off his phone, waved the other male student closer. As he approached, sweating profusely, he still tried to explain, "I didn't mean to say you would lose. It's just that in the end, we might have to fight." At this point, Kim Jeon-woong immediately slapped him right in the middle of his face. The other male student's nose started to bleed. Kim Jeon-woong saw this, but still waved his hand again, signaling him to come closer. The other male student obediently approached again, and as expected, that male student was slapped again in the middle of his face. Both the male student and his friend were stunned. Their faces showed clear fear. Kim Jeon-woong glared and warned the other male student, "Watch your mouth." The other male student hurriedly said, I'm sorry." Kim Jeon-woong went back to playing his game. He sighed, "What a bunch of idiots. I'll deal with it later. Get lost." The other male student and his friend left, but not without looking back at Kim Jeon-woong one last time, feeling extremely annoyed. Once outside the classroom, the two immediately whispered to each other about whether they should transfer schools. Yu Ji-suk, with his hands in his pockets, teased, "Wow, you look really cool right now. And you're doing the right thing." Kim Jeon-woong, without taking his eyes off his phone, replied, "Actually, I just want to bully the poor kids." Yu Ji-suk said again, "But we can't just ignore what they said, right? Or maybe we should just take it slow." Kim Jeon-woong suddenly glanced at Ji-suk and said mysteriously, "Hey, do you know that in the gaming world today, AFK auto-battling is the trend?" Yu Ji-suk leaned against the window and sighed. "Yeah, I know. I can't stand playing games that don't have that feature." Kim Jeon-woong's screen showed the game playing in auto-battle mode. He chuckled. "Exactly. So why is AFK so popular?" Kim Jeon-woong, not seeing Ji-suk's reply, turned to look at him and answered his own question. "Because we don't have to use our own hands." Outside, the school looked very peaceful. Dae-gun lightly adjusted his glasses. He was thinking, now that I notice, why is Min-soo suddenly wearing glasses today? Thinking this, he boldly asked Min-soo, "Hey Min-soo, Are your glasses a camera? Minsu was extremely surprised. He was stunned and asked back, what kind of question is that? What do you mean, a camera? Why would you think that? Dae-gun, seeing Minsu's dumbfounded face, felt that he was overthinking things. He laughed awkwardly, In spy movies, cameras are often hidden in glasses. But why are you suddenly wearing glasses today? Minsu said honestly, about that. I used to wear glasses a lot back in the day. Minsu recalled the past. He remembered. There was a fat friend who was bullied by having a lock put on his glasses. The bully was none other than Horong. Horong made a big, fat male friend wear them like that while buying bread for him. I saw that and was scared of being the next one to be bullied like that, so I switched from glasses to contacts. But since you transferred here, I don't have to be afraid anymore. After hearing that, Dae-gun immediately felt annoyed and turned to Sai. This guy, seriously. Horong, who was eating bread, immediately felt a lump in his throat. Seeing Dae-gun's glare, he even wondered, is he looking at me? Is it me? Seeing this, Horong immediately put away his bread and turned to ask Du-min. Hey Du-min, I'm so bored. What should we play? Du-min coldly replied, nothing. Dae-gun saw this and stood up, saying loudly, you guys, use your brains. I already told you not to eat bread anymore. After he spoke, Horong suddenly lay down on the ground in the punishment position from the Korean army in the 2000s. Du-min was startled and cursed. What the hell are you doing? Minsu felt something strange. He raised his hand and adjusted his glasses slightly. Unfortunately, this moment was seen by Dae-gun. Dae-gun looked at Minsu and asked slyly, Minsu, you're adjusting your glasses a bit strangely, aren't you? Minsu looked at Dae-gun and replied, what do you mean? I haven't worn them in a long time, so I'm not used to them and just adjusting them. Dae-gun felt it. He scratched his head in confusion and said, really? I've been a bit sensitive lately. Sorry. As he spoke, he thought to himself, but why do I keep feeling like someone is watching me? At the same time, outside, a male student with a scar on his right cheek was looking into Dae-gun's classroom. He looked through the window at Dae-gun for a moment and wondered, is this guy Dae-gun? He seems to be a diligent student. At the same time, someone else was thinking about Dae-gun. It was Gina. She was also standing at the window, looking inside. Both of them were looking at Dae-gun and thinking, he looks so ordinary. Gina kept moving forward while the guy with the scar, with his hands in his pockets, had no intention of moving. An unfortunate thing happened. Gina's arm bumped into the guy with the scar. She hurriedly said, oh, sorry. I didn't mean to. The guy with the scar glared at her and warned, don't come near where I'm standing. Get lost. Gina quickly replied, I'm leaving right now. As she walked, she looked at his face and thought to herself, is he a gangster or something? Just then, an unfortunate thing also happened to the fat guy. Hearing some noise outside, Dae-gun turned and saw the fat guy. Their eyes met. The fat guy was startled and quickly left. As he walked, he cursed, that scared me. I wonder how long that brat has been looking at me. In class 9, Gina's classmate patted her on the shoulder and asked, I heard you went to class 1 earlier? Gina stammered, but how did you know? Her classmate excitedly recounted, it's not just you. Every female student here has gone there to see the handsome new guy. You're the same. I thought you only liked studying. Who knew you also like handsome guys, huh? Gina was shocked and wanted to explain. She stammered, what? Before she could finish, her classmate cut her off. It's okay. I understand. He's really handsome. I was startled when I saw him too. Gina forced a smile. She replied awkwardly, right, huh? After speaking, she thought to herself, all right, accepting it like this will give me a reason to keep an eye on that new student. Outside, it was already late afternoon. Gina followed Dae-gun. Seeing his tall back, she thought to herself, his name is Dae-gun. He transferred from Incheon. That's what Era said. Thinking this, she remembered Era's face from earlier. Era knew everything from his home address, which floor and building he lived in, to which route Dae-gun usually took to get home. As she spoke, she gave Gina a strange smile. Seeing this, Gina felt a little scared. She thought, this smile of Era's, why do I feel it's a bit strange? Gina wore a gray jacket, carefully hiding behind a pillar on the street. She thought, this is so boring. Don't I look like a stalker? As she thought, she carefully glanced in the direction Dae-gun was heading. The whole way, she saw Dae-gun walking home alone. Gina wondered to herself, is he not going with the manager today? And also, what is his relationship with the manager? I even want to know the real reason he transferred. At the same time, a group of students was also gathered to discuss something. The guy with the scar, named Jang Jinmo, stuck his face out and asked, "What did you say? Why do we have to do that?" Kim Jeon-woong, without taking his hand off his phone, glanced at Jang Jinmo and replied, "Just do as I say. Can't the four of us bully him?" The brown-haired guy looked hesitant. He explained, "Hey, the council is one thing, but now the council doesn't even have Manho. We're not the leaders. If we attack the class 3 kids from behind now, we'll be..." Kim Jeon-woong frowned, showing his displeasure. He smirked. "Yeah, so what? You guys weren't bad in middle school either. It's just because of me and Jisuk that you couldn't show your full potential in that class. If you guys went to another class, you could probably take on half the class. But why do you have to care about the rules those guys set? Me and Jisuk will be the leaders soon anyway. What do you guys care about? All right, I'll watch from behind. You guys handle it quickly." Kim Jeon-woong's words were like a mix of a punch and a caress, leaving the 4 male students with no way to refuse. Seeing no one say anything, Kim Jeon-woong immediately picked up his phone, stood up, and chuckled. "Call me when you're done." One of them replied in unison. As soon as Jeon-woong left, the 4 of them started talking over each other. Jang Jinmo said loudly, "Jeon-woong is awesome. When I saw him in class 6, I knew he was something else. And he's handsome too. All right, let's take this opportunity to make a name for ourselves." Just as he finished, Daegun also arrived. Jang Jinmo said, Hey, is that him?" Someone replied, "Yeah, that's him. Let's do it." As Daegun walked past Jang Jinmo's spot, the fat guy quickly finished his drink. A second later, he threw the empty cup to the side of the road and ordered his brothers to follow him. As soon as they took a few steps, Daegun noticed them. He immediately led them down another path. Those guys just followed Daegun like that, from one small alley to another main road. Gina, following behind, saw the group following Daegun and felt scared. She thought to herself, "What the hell? Are they from my school? Why are they following him?" After speaking, she immediately ran after them to see what was going on. Unfortunately, a noise from behind attracted Jang Jinmo's attention. He turned around to look. Seeing Gina dressed strangely and acting even stranger, he asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" Gina, flustered, took out her phone and pretended to answer a call from someone else. "Huh? Hello? Who is this?" At this point, the fat guy suddenly ordered the other 3. "You guys go ahead. I'll follow right behind." Jang Jinmo stood in front of Gina and said, "Stop pretending to be on the phone. Be honest. Have you been following me this whole time?" Gina, scared, replied, "No, that's not it. I'm also going this way." Just then, Jang Jinmo got a good look at Gina's face. He remembered she was the one who bumped into him this afternoon. Jang Jinmo lowered his voice and asked again, "Hey, why are you following me?" On the outside, he was calm, but inside, Jang Jinmo was screaming with joy. He was thinking, "This girl definitely likes me. I've hit the jackpot, mom. Haha, she's so pretty." Thinking this, Jang Jinmo moved closer and said directly to Gina, "Hey, I get it now. You're pretty cute. Why are you following me? I'm really busy right now." Gina was stunned and speechless. The fat guy continued to ramble on without noticing Gina's attitude. He said, "Or do you want to watch me work?" Gina didn't understand. She wondered, what a weird thing to say. What work? The fat guy, however, casually put his arm around Gina's shoulder, chuckled, and whispered, "After I'm done, let's rent a room and have some fun, okay? I even have some alcohol." Hearing these words, Gina felt her skin crawl. She decisively pushed the fat guy away. She yelled, "What? Let go of me, you pervert." Jang Jinmo, having been rejected, became angry. He glared at Gina and yelled, "You little bitch." Then he rushed forward, raising his hand to hit Gina. As he raised his hand, he cursed, "You brat. You followed me because you like me, and now you're playing hard to get." Gina quickly covered her face and explained, "That's not it. You look like a monkey." After she spoke, a piercing scream caught the attention of the other 3. They didn't see their comrade and turned back. Daegun also looked in their direction. Jang Jinmo clutched his face. My eyes hurt so much." "You bitch, what did you do?" Gina, holding a can of pepper spray, said loudly, "You forced me to do it." His comrades had returned. They asked Jang Jinmo, "Who's this girl?" Jang Jinmo, furious, cursed, "This girl is crazy. She pepper sprayed me in the eyes." The others looked her over and asked Gina, "You're from the same school? Then I'm warning you. Before you get beaten up, drop that thing and come here. Now." Gina, worried, held the spray can tightly and stammered, "Hey, wait. He's the one who was being weird." The other two got closer and closer to Gina. One said, "All right, we're not afraid of girls either. So come with us." Gina was terrified seeing the faces of these two thugs. She slowly backed away and threatened weakly, Wait. Don't come here. I'll spray it." In the heat of the moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "What are you guys doing?" Dae-gun, with his hands in his pockets, had been standing behind the group for who knows how long. His tall stature and cold face were enough to make anyone's heart skip a beat. Gina saw Dae-gun like she was seeing her savior. Tears were about to stream down her face. She wondered, the new student? Is he here to help me? Dae-gun's face was serious as he asked again, "What are you guys doing?" The two bullies glared at him and yelled, "What's it to you? Get lost." The guy with the buzz cut also chimed in, "Damn it. What is this?" Jang Jinmo was now crying his eyes out. "Sob, why? What's happening?" One of them replied, "Dae-gun started talking to us first. You're the one who led him here." Dae-gun raised his head, looked them over, and continued, "What I want to ask is, you guys have been following me for a while now, haven't you?" However, the two thugs argued back. They stuck out their necks. No, don't blame us." Dae-gun pointed in another direction, his voice cold. "I have something to do too. Let's go somewhere else, shall we? What do you guys think?" Jang Jinmo, still rubbing his eyes, replied, "All right, let's go. Follow us." Gina was stunned. She wondered, What is he planning to do? Is he doing this just to save me? In a small alley, and used items were scattered everywhere. Two students from another school appeared. They were wearing the uniform of Bongwang High. One was a first-year student from Bongwang Public High School named Lee Ruman. The other was also a first-year student named Cha Jin-ho. Lee Ruman sneered, "Well, what are a bunch of bookworms doing here? We've already claimed this spot. Get lost." Jang Jinmo replied with a slightly awkward voice, You guys, you know Jian Wong, right? I'm just doing a little something for Jian Wong." Hearing these words, Dae-gun's expression changed. He thought to himself, Kim Jian Wong? Who's that? The two students from Bongwang High waved goodbye. They didn't forget to warn them. "All right, we're leaving out of respect for Jian Wong. But if you guys dare to use Jian Wong's name recklessly, you'll soon find out what happens to you, right? Haha. Have a good day." Jang Jinmo gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. "Damn it. My luck is so bad today. Why did I have to run into them here?" The male student, Cha Jin-ho, walked past Gina. He immediately turned back and asked Jang Jinmo, "But hey, is that girl also working with you guys?" Jang Jinmo replied, "No, she's not." The guy, Cha Jin-ho, sighed. "Oh, that's too bad. All right. See ya." These words were heard by Dae-gun. He sighed and thought, these guys have some weird thoughts. At the internet cafe, Ji-suk and Kim Jian-won were casually playing on the computer. Ji-suk asked, "You said you were going to deal with that transfer student. So what are you doing here now?" Kim Jian-won calmly replied, "I told Jang Jinmo's crew to do it for me." Ji-suk was surprised. Jang Jinmo? Can you trust those guys? It's not easy to deal with that transfer student." Kim Jian-won replied, "I admit he's strong. But even if he's not strong, if he gets caught by those first years, that new kid won't be able to come to school anymore. Those first years fight like fourth years. And besides, if Jang Jinmo's crew does a good job, that new kid will know not to mess with us. And if not, his life is about to be ruined anyway." At the same time, Dae-gun's side was also starting to fight. Dae-gun stood in the corner. Gina, afraid of getting involved, boldly asked, This has nothing to do with me, so can I leave?" Jang Jinmo turned around and yelled, "Shut your damn mouth. Just shut up and watch me fight." Gina was scared. Dae-gun put his backpack aside. He looked at Gina and thought to himself, I don't know why she's been following me all the way from school. Did that guy make her follow me? Should I tell her to leave? Thinking this, he told Jang Jinmo, "Let her go." Jang Jinimo angrily replied, "No. Who do you think you are?" Gina, at this moment, suddenly changed her mind. She wanted to see what this transfer student could do. Jang Jinimo, full of fighting spirit, took off his white uniform shirt, his expression arrogant as he thought, "I can't lose face. I have to show that girl how strong I am." Jang Jinimo reached into his pocket and took something out. As he did, he taunted Daegun. "You came here to get beaten up, didn't you?" Daegun also loosened his collar a bit. He replied, "I don't know who's the one who came here to die." Daegun looked at Jang Jinimo without blinking. He was thinking, from what I just heard. He just said Kim Jeon-won, right? He's the one who sent these thugs here. Jang Jinimo smoked a cigarette. Daegun approached and warned him, "Just so you know, if you intentionally blow smoke in my face, I'll punch you to death." However, the fat guy didn't listen. He defiantly blew his stinky breath in Daegun's face. Daegun warned, "I just said it. Don't try to spit in my face just to act tough." After speaking, he covered the fat guy's mouth with his hand, making it impossible for him to breathe. A second later, he immediately threw him to the side. The two accomplices watched, stunned. They didn't expect today's opponent to be so strong. Daegun lightly kicked Jang Jinimo's leg. Then, he struck down with extreme force. Jang Jinimo lay on the ground, unable to react or dodge. And then, what was bound to happen, happened. The punch landed straight on his face. Jang Jinimo was punched so hard his face was distorted. If he had been punched a little harder, his eyeballs might have popped out. Gina was stunned, speechless seeing this scene. The remaining guys whispered to each other, "Oh my God, am I seeing this right? He's so strong. I didn't know he was this scary." Daegun slowly stood up. He said in a low voice, "It's because he didn't listen to me first. You guys see? You know you're about to end up like this, right?" The remaining accomplices gritted their teeth with determination. They thought, no matter what happens, if we don't fight him, Jeon-won will beat us up anyway. So let's just jump in. Thinking this, the whole group stepped forward together to fight Daegun at the same time. They talked big, but in front of Daegun, everyone froze. The brown-haired guy asked, "Hey, why aren't you going?" The guy with the buzz cut also turned and urged, "Hey, you go first." The remaining one hesitated. Ah, well. I. Daegun sneered. "What are you guys doing? Didn't you call me out here to fight? Then let me go first." After speaking, Daegun's legs started to move. He looked at the guy with the buzz cut, but his hand swung back and hit the guy standing closest to him right in the face. The buzz cut guy looked on in horror. Damn it, he's playing the feint east, attack west game. Thinking this, the buzz cut guy decisively raised his fist and rushed forward. However, Daegun dodged his punch and went straight for the brown-haired guy behind him. The brown-haired guy saw this, and his limbs froze, unable to move. He thought to himself, "Well, this is it. It's all over. There's nothing left to cry about." And so, a heaven-sent punch landed right in the middle of the brown-haired guy's face, sending him flying several meters back in fear. The brown-haired guy was knocked out with one punch. Daegun looked at the remaining two. They still hadn't given up. The buzz-cut guy told his accomplice, "Damn it, that guy is out cold. You can still fight, right? It's still 2 against 1. Let's attack at the same time this time." As soon as he finished, Daegun was kicked in the neck. The result was not much different from the brown-haired guy just now. Only one remained. He started to back away in fear, still cursing, "This crazy bastard." But in his heart, he thought, "Damn it, if I don't fight, Jeon-won will still beat me up. So whatever." Thinking this, he used all his strength and rushed forward. As he rushed, he yelled, "Damn you." Daegun easily grabbed the thug's bicep. He asked, "Whose mother did you just mention?" After speaking, Daegun used his other hand to continuously punch him in the stomach. As he punched, he lovingly scolded, "If you're asking me for something, you have to be polite. Don't you know that's the bare minimum?" The other guy was punched by Daegun until his eyeballs were popping out, in so much pain that he couldn't fight back. Daegun's hand squeezed the thug's arm tightly. A second later, he gently tossed him aside and brought his knee straight to his face. However, when he was just a few cm from the guy's face, Daegun stopped. He said coldly, "That was close. I almost killed him by accident." At the same time, at the noisy internet cafe, Jeon-won's phone screen also displayed the match result. He had lost. Kim Jeon-woong looked at the result and cursed. Damn it. Bad luck. Ji-suk glanced over and reminded him, don't come to the internet cafe to play games on your phone. Jeon-woong sighed. Damn it. I lost even with auto battle on. Ji-suk smiled faintly. Haha, well, that's right. Auto battle has its limits. It can't be as good as you playing yourself. At this point, Jeon-woong's phone rang. Jeon-woong answered. He said, hello? You took a long time. Do you know I've been waiting? At this point, Kim Jeon-woong's expression suddenly changed. He said in shock, what? All of them. Jang Jinimo woke up, covered in sweat. It seemed like he was running from something. He walked hastily through a dark tunnel. He kept running for his life, looking back to see if anyone was chasing him. The closer he ran, the closer the footsteps behind him became. Jang Jinimo became more and more panicked. Suddenly, a large hand shot out from behind. Jang Jinimo screamed in fear. What the hell is that? Tears started to fall, but that didn't slow Jang Jinimo down. He closed his eyes and ran, screaming as he went, go away, go away, go away. Suddenly, an exit appeared ahead. Jang Jinimo thought happily. Wow, there's light. If I can get out of here, I can live. Jang Jinimo laughed with delight. Haha, if I get out of here, you're dead. My friend, you're not. At this point, the huge hand suddenly touched his cheek lightly. The next second, it covered his nose and mouth. Jang Jinimo couldn't breathe. He ran faster and faster. Seeing the exit, he told himself, come on, just a little more. Just a little more. Almost there. Come on, come on. Finally, Jang Jinimo successfully escaped the dark tunnel. He said with relief, this is it. I'm out. Haha. Oh my god, I'm alive. As soon as he finished, Jang Jinimo looked up and immediately froze. Daegun had appeared out of nowhere, several times his size, and was raising his hand to punch Jang Jinimo. Jang Jinimo saw this and froze. He wondered, why is the transfer student here? Daegun's punch came down. Jang Jinimo had no choice but to continue running for his life. Suddenly, a voice called out, wake up, you monkey. Jang Jinimo opened his eyes, drool still running down his chin. Daegun leaned in close and asked, you're awake now? Jang Jinimo, dazed and confused, asked, this transfer student? After speaking, he saw his comrades also rubbing and massaging themselves from one spot to another. He muttered, those guys, they don't seem to be doing too well either. Daegun kicked the fat guy in the butt and urged, get up, you bastard. Go line up over there. Daegun ordered the four of them to line up and scolded them. Are you cowards all playing together? At the same time, someone was watching them from a distance. He held his phone and recounted, that's right. You didn't hear wrong. He's handling 4 people at once. Cha Jin-ho asked quietly, is there anyone here like Kim Long? Lee Sung-hoon replied, no need to ask. He's a transfer student from the countryside. On the other end of the line, Kim Jeon-woong was furious and said, I know he's strong, but handling 4 guys at once doesn't make sense. All right, thanks for letting me know. Over here, Daegun placed his hand on Jang Jinimo's shoulder and asked, all right, tell me. Confess who ordered you. Jang Jinimo replied, who ordered me? Nothing like that happened. Daegun said directly, I remember you said Kim Jeon-woong earlier. Jang Jinimo got goosebumps with fear. He thought to himself, oh damn it, I shouldn't have said that. I'm going to die at Jeon-woong's hands. Oh my head. Jang Jinimo stammered, you misunderstood. It wasn't Jeon-woong. At this point, Daegun's hand moved. A second later, Jinimo's whole body felt paralyzed. Daegun said gently, it wasn't? You think I'm stupid? Jinimo remembered Jeon-woong's appearance. He thought, damn it. Jeon-woong is scary, but this bastard is much scarier. What should I do? What should I do? Whatever. I'll just tell the truth. Thinking this, he looked at Daegun and pleaded, his voice trembling. Yes, that's right. Please don't say I was the one who told you, okay? Gina looked at Daegun without blinking. She thought to herself, this new student, he's really formidable. He actually made him confess. Daegun suddenly turned to look at Gina and then asked Jinimo, by the way, why is this girl here? Jinimo quickly replied, she kept following me, saying she likes me. Gina was annoyed and explained, my stupid head. I don't like you, okay? I always said no, but why are you like this? Are you crazy? I hate you. Have you looked in a mirror? You look like a gorilla. Is this even a human body? It's disgusting. Every word Gina said was like a knife stabbing straight into Jinemo's heart. Jinemo's mood sank. He said in a small voice, I understand. So please stop. I'm sorry, but I really felt like you were secretly following me, so I thought what I thought. Daegun heard this and turned back to look at Gina with a suspicious look. Gina, flustered, explained, following you? Have you been watching too many movies? It's a misunderstanding. It's not like that. I'm telling the truth. After speaking, she turned and walked away, not forgetting to add, by the way, I don't like getting involved in this kind of violence. So I'm leaving. Seeing no one say anything, Gina hurriedly left this hidden corner. Daegun watched her go without saying anything. Once outside, Gina ran into Lee Roo-man standing outside. Gina walked past him. After walking a bit, she thought to herself, everyone here is a gangster. It's so scary. Cha Jin-ho's eyes didn't leave her. A slight smile appeared on his lips. So, what do you think of her? She's beautiful, right? Lee Sung-hoon said, yeah. She's completely different from the girls at school. All right, let's go. We're done here. At the same time, Daegun was getting the other guys' phone numbers. He instructed them, all right, exchange numbers. So, once you set foot in school tomorrow, bring that bastard named Kim Jeon-woong to meet me here. As he spoke, Daegun glared at Jang Jinemo. Jang Jinemo, terrified, replied, yes, sir. I understand. The next morning at school, Daegun sat in class, feeling annoyed. Third period is over, but why isn't he here yet? He opened his phone and saw a message from Jang Jinemo. The content, Daegun, I'm sorry, but I can't find Kim Jeon-woong anywhere. I don't think he's coming to school. Really, please believe me. Daegun wondered, should I believe him? However, the next second, Daegun shot up. He sighed. If he's not coming, then I'll go find him myself. I wonder if that bastard called Kim Jeon-woong. Whatever. I'll find out when I see him. In class 6, Daegun decisively opened the classroom door without any hesitation. Jang Jinemo, who was standing and texting, turned to look. Daegun, wearing glasses, walked in and placed his hand on Jang Jinemo's shoulder, asking, hey, where's Kim Jeon-woong? Jinemo didn't recognize him at first. He asked back, who are you? Daegun didn't reply, just gently massaged his shoulder a bit. Jinemo immediately recognized him. He screamed, oh, it hurts. I know. I remember this feeling. You must be Daegun, right? Sob, you were wearing glasses, so I didn't recognize you. Sob. Ah, please spare me. Such a loud cry attracted the attention of countless people. He didn't care and continued. I clearly told you yesterday to come right away. Just then, Beck Susie walked into the classroom. She warned, hey, what's going on? Why are you causing trouble in someone else's classroom? And you, Jang Jinemo, why are you just letting this happen? Beck Susie continued, let go of him. Everyone's looking. Can't you two see? After speaking, she turned and grabbed Daegun's collar, warning him, wait a minute. Come to think of it, aren't you the new transfer student who's been causing trouble these past few days? Who do you think you are coming here? Daegun coldly replied, why are you suddenly getting involved in my business? Are you tired of living? After he spoke, Beck Susie immediately slapped Daegun, sending his glasses flying, along with a curse. Are you crazy? The glasses fell to the ground. Beck Susie crossed her arms and frowned, asking, you probably don't know who I am, do you? Besides, you're old enough to know how to speak politely, aren't you? Daegun bent down to pick up his glasses. He replied, no, I don't know. But that slap just now, what if my glasses had broken? Beck Susie casually brushed her thick, long hair and said, forget it. Since you're new, you probably don't know. Do you know Big Suk, the captain of Kim Long High? Daegun hadn't put his glasses back on yet. The glasses seemed to seal his good looks. When he took them off, his face lit up. He looked at Beck Susie and said, I don't know. So what? Faced with this perfect beauty, Beck Susie was frozen. Her body suddenly felt hot, her cheeks flushed. She stammered, Big Suk is my boyfriend. As she spoke, she thought to herself, what's going on? He's so handsome without his glasses. Daegun replied with an uninterested look, so what? What does that have to do with me? Just as he finished, another male student walked in. He walked past Daegun. Daegun wondered, who is he? Jeon-woong. That male student was indeed Jeon Wong. He walked straight to Jin Mo and kicked him right in the stomach. Poor Jin Mo. Dae-gun was startled and turned to look. He thought, damn it, what is that guy doing? Jin Mo was grabbed by the hair by Jeon Wong. A second later, he was punched, his face distorted. One hit. Kim Jeon Wong raised his hand again. He slapped the other cheek. Dae-gun, hearing the thump, thump, smack, smack sounds, couldn't help but feel anxious. He muttered, what's suddenly going on? Jin Mo clutched his face and looked up at Jeon Wong. He looked extremely pitiful at that moment. Jin Mo mumbled, Jeon Wong. What are you doing? Dae-gun heard Jin Mo call the other male student's name, Jeon Wong. Dae-gun lowered his voice and asked again, Jeon Wong? You're Kim Jeon Wong. Kim Jeon Wong turned around and smiled confidently, replying, yeah, I'm Kim Jeon Wong. I heard you were looking for me. In room 6, the atmosphere became hotter than ever. Kim Jeon Wong still had a bright smile on his face. He asked again, all right, I'm Jeon Wong. What's up? Dae-gun looked at Jeon Wong without blinking, replying decisively, yes, I was looking for you. After speaking, he turned to look at everyone. They were all staring at them with wide eyes and open mouths. Dae-gun felt a bit embarrassed. He thought to himself, too many people are looking. He remembered what Manager Lee had once told him. From now on, we've decided to loosen the regulations on managing you. Dae-gun asked again, so that means, I can do whatever I want. Manager Lee confirmed, yes, you can do whatever you want. Back in the present, Kim Jeon Wong smiled like a handsome jerk. He looked at Dae-gun and asked, you're that transfer student, huh? What reason do you have to look for me? What's your business here? Dae-gun rubbed his head and replied, business? This business. As he spoke, Dae-gun's fist immediately flew out. Kim Jeon Wong was so surprised he could only stand there frozen. Suddenly, another arm blocked Dae-gun's punch. It was none other than Ji-suk. Kim Jeon Wong was so surprised he didn't dare to move. He had really underestimated his opponent. Ji-suk reminded him, Hey, we were just talking. Why did you suddenly punch someone like that? Dae-gun turned to look at Ji-suk's face and asked, who are you? Don't interfere in my business. Ji-suk said, Ji-suk, class 5. Even though I'm in a different class, this is still my business. After speaking, Ji-suk wanted to lower his hand, but couldn't. He gritted his teeth and thought, what? I can't push it down? I can't move it even a centimeter. Damn it, this guy is really strong. Dae-gun remained as calm as before and assessed Ji-suk. Good hip strength. You want to wrestle me down? Go ahead. Ji-suk awkwardly pulled his hand back and rubbed his arm. He crossed his arms and continued, whatever. It doesn't really matter. If this place is going to become a chaotic battlefield, I should at least know the reason why, right? Kim Jeon Wong regained his composure and, holding back his laughter, said, is the new transfer student looking for me because of the accident yesterday? Then he grabbed Jin Mo's hair and whispered, hey, you damn errand boy. You have some explaining to do. I think that guy knows I was the one who ordered you to do it, right? Jin Mo stammered, about that. Before he could finish, Jin Mo was hit again by Jeon Wong. With a thud, Jin Mo was thrown back again. Dae-gun, watching this, felt a bit confused. Kim Jeon Wong made Jin Mo curl up like a dog. He kicked him while cursing. Now that I think about it, this whole thing is so humiliating. How dare a lowlife errand boy like you humiliate me? Jin Mo held his head. Even though he did nothing wrong, he kept repeating, I'm sorry, don't hit me anymore. I promise I won't do anything wrong again. I'm sorry, don't hit me anymore, Jeon Wong. I'm sorry. Kim Jeon Wong was so angry his face turned red. He yelled, you brat. What the hell is in your head? How dare you make me misunderstood like that? Dae-gun, watching this, felt a strange feeling. Kim Jeon Wong then stopped. He said, yeah, I admit it's my fault for not managing these guys well. Then he turned back to look at Dae-gun. His eyes widened as he asked, why would someone like you pick a fight with an innocent person without any evidence? I didn't do it, but because I was misunderstood like that, I feel incredibly humiliated. Dae-gun felt strange at this point. He stammered, evidence. Dae-gun crossed his arms and looked at Jin Mo sitting on the floor. Seeing him struggling to breathe, Dae-gun sighed and said, ice, right. I really don't have any evidence. Kim Jeon Wong looked at Jin Mo, intending to hit him again. He cursed. Don't pretend to be hurt, you dog. What can you do right? Ji-suk pretended to intervene. Jeon-woong, calm down. I know you feel wronged. After speaking, he turned back to look at Dae-gun and said, Hey, anyway, you misunderstood. We don't care about the rankings. It's better if you don't care either. Just then, the bell rang. It was time for class. Dae-gun rubbed his head thoughtfully. He's right. In this situation, there's nothing I can do. Thinking this, Dae-gun turned to go back to class. Kim Jeon-woong looked at Ji-suk and smiled. Hey buddy, good job. Ji-suk replied. Yeah, I was a little worried too. But I only got a little taste of it just now. But that guy is really strong. It's true what you said. It's best not to fight him head on. Kim Jeon-woong opened his phone and searched through his contacts for a while. He sighed. All right, then there's only one way left. This time, I have to do it right. In class 1, the teacher was giving a lecture. Dae-gun couldn't focus on the lecture. He was thinking, I'm sure the person behind this is Kim Jeon-woong, but they twisted it in a way that I couldn't say anything. From the moment Kim Jeon-woong started hitting Jang Jin-mo, and that bastard named Yu Ji-suk from class 5 interfered after that. He kept denying he was the culprit. So even if I could beat that guy who claims he doesn't care about the rankings, it would only turn me into a villain. Jang Jin-mo is the only one who was hit by him. Because in this case, the victim is hard to identify. An internal investigation with the title of top thug is also difficult. On the board, the teacher's voice continued the lecture. In the history of warfare, a pretext is extremely important. Of course, it's natural for people to gain benefits, but there must still be a pretext. Dae-gun heard this and thought for a moment. A pretext? A pretext. The teacher on the board continued. All right, now let's learn about the pretexts used to start wars. Dae-gun sat below, listening intently. He thought, is that person helping me think of a way? What a coincidence. In a hidden corner of the school. 1 guy, 2 guys, 3 guys, 4 guys. Each was punched once in the face. Only Jin-mo was punched again on the other cheek. He thought to himself, my stupid head. Why was I hit twice? Kim Jeon-woong paced back and forth with his phone, cursing nonstop. You stupid idiots. 4 of you couldn't even beat 1 guy. Jin-mo thought to himself, damn you. Why don't you fight him yourself? In his head, he thought this, but his mouth obediently said, I'm sorry, Jeon-woong. But that transfer student is no joke. Kim Jeon-woong, on the phone, turned back and ordered Jin-mo, you shut up. Jin-mo obediently and timidly replied, yes, sir. On the other end of the line, Ruman also answered the phone. Hello? Jeon-woong? What's up? He stood up and walked towards the hallway, ordering his underlings. All right, I'm going to take a call for a bit. You guys continue. Ruman asked Jeon-woong. I'm curious about something. What happened yesterday? Jeon-woong sighed. I think we need to gather all of Ji-suk's guys. I was planning to handle this internally, but I can't. None of them are any good. You guys just beat that guy half to death. I'll take care of the rest. Ruman on this end replied, no, he's really strong. But we have more people. We can probably win by ganging up on him. Jin-ho suddenly leaned close to Ruman's ear, wanting to talk. Ruman told Jeon-woong, Jin-ho has something to say to you. Jeon-woong was curious. Jin-ho? What's up? Jeon-woong turned back to look at Jin-mo. He said slowly, that girl from yesterday? Hey Jang Jin-mo, who is he talking about? Jang Jin-mo broke out in a cold sweat, remembering Gina's image from yesterday. He thought, she has nothing to do with this. What? Jin-mo frowned and asked, but what about her? She has nothing to do with this. Kim Jeon-woong got angry and said back, what do you mean? What about her? Beat her up, of course. On the other end of the line, Cha Jin-ho said bluntly, that girl is pretty much my type. While you guys are dealing with that transfer student, I'll go play with her for a bit. After speaking, Cha Jin-ho wore a strange and somewhat perverted smile. Kim Jeon-woong heard this and laughed. Haha, this is going to be fun. All right, I'll bring her along too. Yeah, all right. See you later. Jin-mo, after hearing this, couldn't hide his confusion and worry. He thought, what? What does that mean? She has nothing to do with all of this. Jeon-woong ordered Jin-mo there. You heard him? He wants us to bring that girl. Jin-mo frowned after hearing this and told himself, no way. I won't let her get into danger. Jang Jin-mo broke out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, an idea came to him. He thought silently for a moment. Well, the rule of this school is that unless you've fought the boss of a class, you can't take over that class. You also can't pick a fight with students from other classes. Thinking this, he decided to tell Jian-woong, "Hey, since that girl is in class 9, Lee Sung-hoon, the boss of that class, probably won't ignore this." Jian-woong calmly replied, "Lee Sung-hoon? Oh, it doesn't matter. He doesn't pay protection fees anyway." Jang Jinimo awkwardly scratched his head. Jian-woong remembered meeting that Lee Sung-hoon guy before. He looked like a bookworm. He smiled faintly. Well, even if he's the boss of the bunch of insects who only got into class 9 in the entrance exam, after this, I'll be able to take over class 9 right away. Don't you worry about it. Remember to bring those too. Jang Jinimo scratched his head and mumbled his agreement. Yes, sir. After speaking, he thought to himself, damn it. How am I supposed to bring those two here together? In class 1, a loud voice was heard. I'm really sorry about what happened yesterday. Dae-gun lightly nudged Jang Jinimo, who was kneeling in front of him. Hey, what are you doing? You're embarrassing me. Jang Jinimo bowed his head and said loudly, I'm sorry. Something like this will never happen again. Dae-gun. At the same time, Manho's crew sat below, whispering. Do-min recounted. I heard that yesterday, Dae-gun single-handedly took down Jang Jinimo and his 3 underlings. Manho asked in amazement, without any weapons? Horong, after hearing this, also had to exclaim, damn, as expected of a legend. Do-min sighed. Oh my god, I want to be friends with him so bad. Is there any way? Horong shook his head. I don't know. We don't even have many chances to talk to him. Dae-gun stood up and lightly kicked Jang Jinimo, scolding him. Hey, don't you see this is your fault? Jang Jinimo instinctively covered his face with his hands and kept saying, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Suddenly, seeing this action from the fat guy, he remembered when he was beaten by Jian-woong. A bit of sympathy arose in him. He thought to himself, this bastard, he can be really pitiful at times. Dae-gun sat on the chair and ordered Jang Jinimo, attention, at ease. Jang Jinimo also followed his orders. Dae-gun continued, it's fine, but you have to go apologize to the girl from yesterday. Jang Jinimo awkwardly looked away and replied, ah well, of course. But Dae-gun, can I treat you to some really delicious tteokbokki as an apology? Dae-gun's face went blank as he replied, huh? Treat me? You and me together? Do-min hesitated slightly. Looking at his face, he really did look pitiful. Thinking this, Dae-gun put his arm around Jinimo's shoulder and smiled. All right, if you're treating, I'm going. Jang Jinimo was stunned. Really? Thank you. Dae-gun smiled, confused. Hey, you're the one treating, so I should be the one saying thank you. My friend, you've been through a lot. In class 9, Gina leaned against the wall and asked Jang Jinimo, huh? You want to treat me to tteokbokki as an apology? No way. Why should I go? Jang Jinimo hurriedly waved his hands and explained, no. I know you don't like me, but I don't have any other intentions, I swear. I just feel bad. I want to treat you and the transfer student too. Dae-gun. Hearing the name Dae-gun, Era popped out from the classroom and said loudly, what? The transfer student. Gina saw this and reminded her, hey Era, calm down. Era ignored Gina, her eyes shining as she said, sure, let's go. Jang Jinimo grumbled, but I didn't invite you. Gina saw this and reminded her, hey Era, you can't. It'll be too awkward. Let's just go for tteokbokki, just the two of us. Era was heartbroken after hearing that. She turned to look at Gina with pleading eyes. Gina, it's my wish. Besides, there won't be another chance to hang out with the new student. Jang Jinimo saw this and scratched his head, saying, uh-huh, how about I treat your friend too? Let's go? A double date. Gina heard this and glared at Jang Jinimo. Jang Jinimo hurriedly said, hey, I was just kidding. I was kidding. Sorry. Gina couldn't refuse Era's pleading. She sighed. All right. This really isn't a good idea, but okay. I agree. As soon as she finished, Era immediately cheered. Yay. Gina, you're the best. Jang Jinimo forced a smile. Okay, so I'll come by after school. After speaking, he held his head and walked away. He thought to himself, damn it, you idiot. What are you doing? What should I do now? I accidentally made it seem like we're really going to eat tteokbokki. Damn it. I can't believe I even invited a girl who has nothing to do with this. Damn it. What should I do now? As he walked and thought, Minsu suddenly walked past Jang Jinemo. Jang Jinemo immediately recognized Minsu. He remembered passing by Daegun's class and seeing Minsu as Daegun's deskmate. An idea came to his mind. He wondered, I wonder if they're close. At the end of the day at Bongwang High, an underling asked Ruman, Hey, this is an internal matter of Julian High, right? Is it okay for us to get involved? Jian Wung isn't even coming with us. Ruman replied, That's why Jian Wung has to hide behind us. On the surface, this has nothing to do with us. But that transfer student will probably know it was Jian Wung. But what can he do? If he gets beaten to a pulp by us, his reputation will be ruined. If that happens, he'll probably have to transfer again. Or just drop out. Because after Jian Wung takes over Julian High, he'll help us take over Bongwang High. He'll increase the amount of money we get. They were all students, yet they all rode large displacement motorcycles. Ruman looked at them and sighed. To be honest, I'm tired of having to ride on the back. And of course, to do that, we have to make sure we crush that new student. It was early evening, in a small alley. Zhang Jinemo and the other three were walking briskly forward. Daegun walked while glancing at Gina. He thought to himself, what a weird combination. Gina was also thinking, I feel so uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Era's eyes were glued to Daegun's back. She was thinking, wow, I can't believe I get to eat tekbaki with the new student. And so soon too. Daegun saw that all the stalls ahead were closed. He asked Jinemo, Hey, we're going the wrong way. This place is all closed. Are you sure we're going to eat tekbaki in a place like this? Zhang Jinemo was awkward, his voice stammering as he replied, Yeah, that's right. Of course, Era said excitedly. But the good restaurants are usually in places like this. Sometimes they don't even have a sign. Zhang Jinemo scratched his head and replied, Ahaha, you know a lot. Era smiled faintly. Of course, I know all the good restaurant addresses. But I don't know of any good restaurants in this area. As she spoke, she looked around. This place was indeed very strange. Daegun impatiently turned to ask Jinemo, Hey, what's the name of that restaurant? Zhang Jinemo was startled. He replied nervously, Ah, the name of the restaurant. Daegun glared. What's wrong? Why are you so fidgety? It's like you're planning something bad. After speaking, Daegun turned his head to the right and saw a group of students from another school standing there, waiting. He frowned. I have a feeling they're waiting for me. Almost 10 of them. It can't be a coincidence. He turned to look at Zhang Jinemo and asked, Hey Zhang Jinemo, what the hell? Explain. Zhang Jinemo immediately knelt down and clasped his hands, saying, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. You can kill me when this is over. But I really couldn't refuse. Sob sob. Please understand. Gino was stunned, looking at Zhang Jinemo. She widened her eyes and asked, Hey, what are you doing? Don't tell me the reason you brought us here is for this. Era, a little scared, turned to ask Gina. Gina, what's happening? Gina didn't answer. She looked at Zhang Jinemo and scolded him. You're a real piece of trash. Zhang Jinemo didn't know what to do and just sat there with his head down, repeating, I'm sorry. I really didn't want to drag you into this. But if I didn't, I would have been beaten to death. Gina was annoyed and cursed. What the hell is this? At least you shouldn't have dragged Era into this. She has nothing to do with this at all. At the same time, Cha Jinho, standing from a distance, saw Gina's anger and laughed loudly. Wow, she's so cute. She looks so cute when she's angry. Ruman saw this and smirked. Yeah, but isn't that kneeling guy Jian Wung's underling? He's kneeling in front of a guy who's about to get his ass kicked? How ridiculous. At this point, Ruman approached Jinemo. Hey, you big oaf. Why are you kneeling? You gathered us here to make that guy kneel, not you. Daegun then mumbled. Hey Zhang Jinemo, if you don't call them, I'll kill you after this is over anyway. As he spoke, Daegun shot daggers at Zhang Jinemo. Zhang Jinemo broke out in a cold sweat after hearing that. The rest of Ruman's group then realized. Wait, is that the bastard who won the 4-on-1 fight? Another person looked Daegun over and clicked his tongue, replying. It's probably because his 4 opponents were all idiots. Look, that bastard looks so weak. If someone like that came to Bongwang, he would have been done for a long time ago. Cha Jinho coldly replied. Well, That brat is really bringing down Julian's reputation. But you guys shouldn't let your guard down. Me and Ruman have seen it before. That guy's strength is no joke. Daegun put down his backpack. He thought to himself, I have to get my hands dirty again. I really don't want to do this at all. Ruman's group had someone who sneered. Haha, he looks like a toothpick, and people are saying he's strong. Min Byung-gun cracked his knuckles and stepped forward confidently. Hey everyone, before we go up, can I go first? To warm up a bit. I'm also curious. The boss of Julian High, just how strong is he? Min Byung-gun, with his lazy eye, approached with an extremely confident demeanor. He said, let me tell you this first. I'm in the top 10 of the first 100 students at Bongwang Technical High School. Even if you're a Julian student, I won't be disappointed, because at least your skills are at the level of a boss. Daegun looked around. He cursed, damn it. He's talking, but he keeps looking somewhere else. Min Byung-gun was a bit annoyed. Veins popped out as he yelled, damn it. This pathetic, troublemaking bastard. You don't know where I'm looking, but let me tell you, I'm looking straight at your face. Daegun replied bluntly, well, I didn't know you were actually looking at me. But if you're planning to hit me, then come on. Min Byung-gun tried to intimidate Daegun by raising both hands and revealing his big belly. He continued, with my special skill, a skill no one knows. I have created a vision that surpasses that of ordinary people. Sooner or later, you will taste bitterness when you look into my eyes. As he spoke, this fat guy ran quickly towards Daegun. He was getting close to Daegun, but his mouth was still talking a lot. You brat. Because sooner or later you'll be kneeling and begging for mercy anyway. So before I smack you in the face, you better kneel down. Ruman, who had been listening, also felt a headache. He sighed. Damn it. He almost turned me into a disabled person before. Min Byung-gun looks like a fraud, but you have to be careful with his words. In the past, when I fought him, I had a hard time with his eyes. You need to focus on your opponent's eyes to counterattack. But his eyes are terrifying. They look like a bull's eyes. That's why it's very difficult to dodge his blows. Even though I could win with my wrestling skills, I don't know what he would do in this situation. But I'm sure of one thing, it won't be easy. Just as he said this, Min Byung-gun was immediately put in a headlock by Daegun from who knows when. He was holding onto Daegun's arm and struggling. Ruman saw this and frowned, saying, what the hell is that? He's squeezing his neck directly. It will be very difficult to escape because his arm has squeezed his neck tightly. But he's still very conscious. Is that right? Ruman saw this and got furious. His hand clenched into a fist as he yelled, damn it. His eyes are rolling around like springs. How the hell am I supposed to know if he's conscious or not? Damn it, this is so annoying. Seeing Min Byung-gun struggling like that, Ruman said loudly, hey, it's over. You give up. Waiting for just that, Daegun squeezed hard. Min Byung-gun also let out a scream. A second later, Daegun slowly let go. Min Byung-gun's arm also went limp. The remaining people who witnessed this scene were silent. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The fat guy collapsed to the ground. Daegun said in a low voice, you guys think I'll forgive you if you have to surrender? Never. Min Byung-gun lay on the ground, white foam starting to come out of his mouth. Daegun didn't care. He continued, you came here determined to kill me, right? You even dragged an innocent person here. If you guys keep crossing the line like this, then I'll fight you with the determination to kill you too. The high school students from Bongwang High were a little scared but still said toughly, this dog. Is he trying to act cool? I don't think you understand what's happening right now. Taking down one person doesn't mean it's over, you bastard. Daegun said nothing. Another guy in a gray uniform sneered, can't you see? There are 9 people standing in front of you. You think you're going to be the last one standing? Wake up, you brat. Daegun picked up his bag and gave it to Era. He instructed her, I'll take care of this myself now. So can you hold my bag? And it's dangerous, so please get out of here. Era replied, okay. A second later, as soon as Daegun turned away, Era imagined 7,749 different CO scenarios in her head. Her face flushed red. Gina knew exactly what she was thinking and reminded her, this is not the time for romance. Daegun stretched a bit to warm up. He said loudly, all of you, come at me at once. The students in gray uniforms started to strategize. The one with the bowl cut ordered, first, surround him. And then, attack him with 5 people first. That way, Our formation won't be broken. If he falls, we'll put him in the hospital for a few months. After speaking, the whole group rushed forward. 5 guys surrounded Dagon. He stood in the middle and looked around for a moment. He calculated in his head, if they surround me, then I can use the wall. After speaking, Dagon rushed towards a guy standing near the wall. He slammed his head against the wall repeatedly. Feeling that wasn't enough of a warm-up, he added a few more punches straight to his face. The guy with the bowl cut saw this and rushed forward, cursing, "Damn you, you bastard." Dagon quickly grabbed a handful of dirt from a nearby potted plant. He threw it in the face of the guy with the bowl cut. The bowl cut guy couldn't dodge in time and cursed, "Ah, damn it. You cheater." The blonde guy also rushed forward, intending to land a critical kick on Dagon. But unfortunately, Dagon was faster and grabbed the blonde guy's leg. He threw him to the side. Another one rushed in. Dagon quickly finished him off with an uppercut to the chin. The blonde guy staggered to his feet to continue fighting. However, before he could fully stand up, Dagon kicked him so hard his brain flew out. Jang Jinmo, who had been watching, muttered, "Damn it. I knew he was strong, but I didn't know how strong. But looking at the situation now, maybe he'll beat Kim Jeon-woong and Yoo Ji-suk. It seems like he'll even become the first-year boss. No, I'm sure of it." Dagon quickly took down another guy. Then another one rushed at him. His expression didn't change. He dodged his punch and successfully landed a powerful blow to his neck. At this point, the guys in the gray uniforms were a little scared. Cha Jin-ho reminded them, "Hey, what are you guys doing? You should go up too." After he spoke, those idiots also rushed forward. Dagon didn't rest either and rushed to meet them. He continued to punch another guy straight in the stomach. Then he punched his waist. The final blow was a punch to the cheek. After dealing with this one, another one rushed at him. Dagon decisively kicked him right in the stomach. With just one blow, this guy was foaming at the mouth, panting like a dog. Dagon, seeing this, didn't let up and kicked him across the head, sending him flying to the side. He ended up unconscious on the floor. Dagon stood in the middle, breathing heavily. Just 2 more liters, and it's over. Dagon wiped his sweat. He said, "That's 7. Fighting 7 people at once is pretty tough. But it's good. Good for my health. Now it's just you 2. Come on." Cha Jin-ho laughed, a hint of fear in his eyes. He said loudly, "Wow, haha. Is that all you can do? You're a monster, but..." At this point, Ruman suddenly reminded him, "Jin-ho, I think that guy has taken down many people at once. He knows how to use strategy. When we both ran straight at him, he was always in a place that forced them to stand in a straight line. This way, they couldn't corner him in any position. Then the person behind was blocked by the person in front and couldn't attack him. That's how he took them down one by one. The first time we surrounded him, he aimed to put his back against the wall first. He's very experienced. Someone who knows how to fight many people and make them fall into his trap." Just then, the sound of noisy footsteps approached. They whispered to each other, "Tsich, he's really strong. But that's as far as he goes." Dagon's face darkened. He cursed, "Damn it, what the hell is this now?" There were still people in gray uniforms who hadn't fought yet. The leader was even carrying a weapon. Cha Jin-ho asked the brown-skinned guy, "You're staying here?" He replied, "Yes. But wait, those idiots have already been taken down?" Then he looked Dagon over from head to toe, clicked his tongue, and said, "That guy? Just how strong is he?" After speaking, he calmly walked forward with his bat, a very bright smile on his face as he said to Dagon, "I'm very happy that this baseball bat has a use now. My dream is to hit guys like you with a bat." Ruman smirked. "Dagon, you're pretty good. But who told you there were only 10 people here? Even if you've taken down those idiots, you're definitely dead today." Dagon scratched his head. He thought to himself, "This is starting to get annoying." Then he asked again, "So, in total, how many of you are there?" Seeing Dagon's calm demeanor, they replied, "You think you can take us all down by yourself?" Suddenly, another voice came from behind Dagon, who said he's alone. Cha Jin-ho and Ruman looked towards the source of the sound. Dagon turned around, curious. It turned out to be Min-soo. Dagon asked, "Hey Min-soo, why are you here?" Before Min-soo could speak, the sound of several more people's footsteps came from behind. Dagon was startled and said, "You guys? How did you know?" Manho, along with his 2 best friends, replied, "Ego. If the boss is getting ganged up on, we have to come and join the fun. We can't let you be alone. Manho chuckled. Yes, we came here to help you. These little brats, you can't handle them all by yourself. Manho appeared, his eyes wide as he said, You look like you're about to die. So we came here to help. I don't like that you stole my position as the leader, but I can't just watch you die. After hearing these words, Daegun's eyes showed confusion. His words were probing. But how did you know to come here? Besides, Daegun also saw a familiar face next to him. Are you Jang Jinmo? That Jinmo guy saw this and made a shushing gesture. Chill. Be quiet. The current scene gradually made Ruman confused and reevaluate. What is this? Didn't you tell me that Daegun was in danger? But anyway, I also told Manho to come here together, huh? Jinmo awkwardly scratched his head. His words were flustered. I was just muttering to myself. Right? He's really sharp. How did he hear that? Ruman got angry, his face wrinkled. This bastard. Are you messing with me? Hey you. It's all because of you that this happened. I'm speechless. All right. Anyway, Jianwon will kill you. Ruman didn't stop his harsh words. Let's see how I'll deal with both you and that guy, Daegun. You guys are done for. The opponent's arrogant actions made Jinmo more and more annoyed. His words were not loving at all. Damn it. Actually, that guy always made me do despicable things, so I don't like him either. Jinmo started to raise his voice and declare, I'm not trash for you to trample on so easily. And I don't want to work for a piece of trash like you anymore. Kim Jianwon. You guys get ready to die, you damn dogs from Bongwei. These declarations simultaneously made Ruman and Cha Jinho's faces contort in surprise. Damn it. Manho quickly seized the opportunity to recruit. His eyes turned to Jinmo's position and said, All right, so you're on our side now? We have one more person. Looking at the current situation, Manho judged. On the other hand, their side has about 7 to 8 guys. Who's the toughest one to chew? Obviously, it's those two, Ruman and Jinho. After some consideration, Manho gave instructions. So Daegun can fight those two freely, and we'll support with the rest. Okay. Besides, Manho also carefully instructed, and Minsu, you just stay here. Minsu knew he was weak. He immediately nodded. I don't know how to fight anyway. It's best for me to stay here. Manho could only helplessly agree. You answered quickly. On the opponent's side, Ruman was starting to assess his own situation. That red-haired guy is the old boss of their gang. He can still wave his arms and legs around. It seems he's still on par with the boss. And the one standing next to him is Du-min. He looks like he's in his 40s. What a coward. I can't believe they even hired an uncle as a mercenary to come here. Suddenly, the main character turned his gaze to Manho's spot. He said, Thanks for taking the trouble to come and help. But I'm really sorry. Because besides looking cool, I don't trust you guys much. Daegun was always very concerned with the reality of the situation. He saw that each person would have to take on 1 to 2 opponents. But their side also has weapons. Hearing these words, Manho's determination grew even stronger. He said with conviction, I am Manho, the ruthless warrior. These weapons in front of me are nothing. No need to worry. Manho immediately dropped his backpack to the ground. The sound of the impact was extremely powerful. His declaration of war, shall we begin? The remaining comrades also gradually put their hands in their pockets. Their words were ready. It's been a long time since I've used these things. They all seemed to be taking mysterious items from their own bags. Their confidence soared. Even if there was a wall of bronze and iron in front of them, it didn't matter. Manho had taken out a huge weapon. Even Du-min was ready with the metal object in his hand to fight. The spiky wrench rested comfortably in the fat guy Ho-rong's hand. From this moment on, Manho had to assert himself before his opponent once more. Even though I lost at school, this is outside of school now. The main character looked at his comrades with a questioning gaze. A question formed in his mind. What's wrong with these people? Their school bags are full of weapons. Why do they even bother coming to school? In the heat of the moment, a fat guy, resting his chin on his hand, predicted, I've heard that the red-haired guy is skilled with all kinds of weapons. A master of weapons. His comrade next to him, annoyed, was about to choke. What are you talking about, you fat pig? You're taking the game too seriously. No matter what, the fat guy continued to pour out his thoughts. But I don't think that guy is the same age as us. Du-min overheard a few words from the opponent. He quickly leaned in and said, I think they're talking about you, Manho. Manho's voice immediately rose in question. Hey, you with the baseball bat. Do you even know how to use that thing? The guy immediately replied with frustration. I only know how to smash other people's heads. What else do I need to know? Manho, taking advantage of his opponent's confusion and anger, immediately issued a challenge. You're a real idiot. Come on, I'll teach you a lesson. Right after that statement, the thug rushed forward, his words spewing, damn it. If you get a concussion, I'm not responsible. Manho, getting more excited, called out, if you're so good, then try me. The thug, though a bit scared, still had to force himself to step forward. I'll kill you. Through his opponent's movements and hand posture, Manho realized, I see. That guy is right-handed. A novice with a baseball bat. He'll raise it to the right and swing diagonally. The way to block this attack is, though he didn't know what the next problem would be, Manho launched his move. First, he used stone powder. The moment the stone powder appeared, it made the thug's eyes shut tight in pain. The golden opportunity had arrived. Manho's arm rose high, creating momentum for his attack. A straight thrust to the chest. Take this. The powerful thrust went straight into his digestive tract, causing strange objects to spew from the thug's mouth. The situation wasn't over yet. Manho kicked straight at his opponent's weak spot. The kick was precise down to the millimeter. Everything was gradually becoming too much to bear. The thug couldn't hold on any longer. His two knees buckled in pain. Manho had always been a careful person. He even gave his opponent a bonus kick that sent his face to the sky. The continuous brutal actions unfolding before their eyes made the young men quite scared. Their eyes were filled with apprehension. He's crazy. This guy plays so dirty. Ignoring the criticism around him, Manho confidently asserted, wow, I'm really good at this. The more Manho fought, the more enthusiastic he became. His eyes turned to the four guys in front of him. His words were an invitation. And now, the rest of you. Come here, all of you. The remaining members of the team gradually lost their composure after witnessing Manho's actions. Their fearful words were a jumble. Is it a pincer attack? What the hell are you talking about? I don't have time for that. This guy looked at the situation and guessed, that guy is carrying a lot of weapons. We need to find a way to deal with those dirty tricks. Manho, seeing his timid opponents hesitating, impatiently called out, if you guys don't dare to come up, then I will. If you want to live, then get down here and beg me. The small fry started to rush forward. Their words were a fake threat. This bastard. In his mind, he was still calculating. If I defend and attack at the same time. However, before he could even finish thinking about the problem, he was approached by Manho like prey. The baseball bat slammed straight into his hip. His whole body flew up weightlessly. The young man, not willing to give in, rushed forward with a triumphant face. However, it all just remained a plan. The uncle in his 40s, Horome, had a wrench. His voice was questioning. Where? The fat guy took a wrench to the face, his face contorted in pain. This guy suddenly jumped in and, right at this third arrogant question, a wrench was ready to be embedded straight into the fat guy's head. The situation was tense. The weaker side was gradually being revealed. The other guys became even more scared and hesitated. Hey, these guys are crazy. Let's try using something as a weapon. One guy immediately presented a weapon. I have a bottle of soju here. This isn't too dangerous, right? The other guy replied hastily. Now is not the time to be thinking about that. As soon as the two's idea sparked, it was extinguished by Dumin. A heavenly punch made his opponent disappear. Taking the opportunity while Dumin was dealing with his comrade, the remaining coward tried to sneak in a kick. Die, you bastard. However, he immediately got his just deserts. The fat guy, Horome, landed a kick right in his stomach. You die. Daegun could only stand and watch for a while. His words were weary. Damn it. This is chaos. He walked straight to Ruman's position. His words were provocative. Looks like the other side can't do anything. Are you guys going to stand here and have a verbal fight? Come on and fight me. Ruman and Cha Jinho struck a few cool CEO poses and said, we were planning to go last. But if it's 2 against 1, that's fine too. However, Ruman still had to reassert himself after Cha Jinho's words. I prefer a one-on-one, a duel. In this initial stage, Ruman was still very arrogant. His posture was confident. Even if he can fight 10 people at once, he'll still lose to me if he doesn't know how to fight a boxer. Ruman's steps were directed straight at Daegun's position. Ruman had even instructed his comrade before. Go up first. If it doesn't look good, you support me from behind. Ruman's eyes were very confident. In his mind, he thought smoothly. Before, with just 1 or 2 punches, I could make guys like this a bloody mess. So this time, I'll win anyway. Ruman's first move, like a charging bull, appeared, aiming straight for Daegun's stomach. However, there was no damage or even a flinch from the main character. The situation really made Ruman freeze, not understanding. That guy, he can neutralize one of my blows so easily? Realizing Ruman was in trouble, Cha Jinho ran up to help. He sneak attacked Daegun in a cowardly way. Kicks also appeared in succession. The main character still tried to dodge, but he couldn't avoid them all. Daegun was surrounded from behind. Ruman held Daegun tightly. His words were a confident declaration. You're dead. In wrestling, do you know what it means to be caught from behind like this? It means it's over. The main character suddenly wondered in confusion. A wrestler? Daegun's feet dangled uncertainly above the ground. Ruman behind him was still arrogant, holding Daegun tightly. I'll teach you some manners. He realized the main character was about to change his course of action. His words turned into a shout. Where are you trying to run? You can't run, you dog. The muscular guy was determined not to let Daegun go. He held on tightly, like a persistent leech. Now let's end this here. The situation was increasingly unfolding beyond Daegun's predictions. The muscular Ruman lifted the main character. It was because of this attack that Daegun gradually figured it out. A back suplex? To explain the back suplex, it's a wrestling technique where the opponent is grabbed and thrown backward by the attacker. As expected, things were not outside the main character's predictions. Ruman was trying to use all his strength to lift him like an object. The dangerous situation made Daegun determined not to give up. His arm held on tightly, clinging to the wall. A strange situation began to unfold. Everything seemed to freeze in place. Ruman looked back in confusion. A question formed in his mind. What the hell? Why can't I move like this? After a while, the simple-minded Ruman finally saw Daegun's arm. He cursed under his breath in frustration. Did that dog intentionally get close to the wall? As soon as he discovered Daegun's intention, Ruman resisted violently. Damn it! With just one move, he managed to pull the main character's hand off the wall. The two of them fell to the ground together. Although the current situation seemed to favor Ruman, he was still very scared. He muttered in his head, I can only barely perform the suplex. I can't let him escape. Although Ruman was big and fat, and he was pressing down on the main character, Daegun still tried his best to resist, not submitting to his opponent. A difficult struggle between the two sides. One tried to hold on tightly, the other tried to break free. After rolling around for a while, the position of the two suddenly shifted. The main character went from being on the bottom to being on top, dominating. No matter what, Ruman could not have expected Daegun to counterattack with such terrifying speed. Too scared, Ruman's face changed color along with his strained thoughts. No, if I'm on the bottom, then it was indeed too dangerous. Daegun brought his fist straight down. However, behind him, Cha Jinho was still rushing forward. He always took the opportunity when Daegun was distracted to sneak attack. What a dirty player. A powerful kick knocked away Daegun's fist that was about to strike. He couldn't stubbornly continue to hit Ruman. His whole body retreated backward, on guard. Daegun thought with frustration, this is annoying. Those two coordinate too well. Cha Jinho had just landed. His words were already asking about his comrade. Ruman, are you still okay? Ruman still couldn't escape his fear. His whole body slumped down. Thanks, Jinho. That was really dangerous just now. It seems we have to be careful when approaching this guy. He even suggested to his comrade Jinho, you'll have to attack him with a hit-and-run style. You're good at that. The nature of this Cha Jinho guy is that he's a striker from Bongwang Technical High School, specializing in Taekwondo. Cha Jinho's eyes began to show determination. He instructed Ruman in return, I'll attack him relentlessly. So you watch my back, okay? Right after that statement, Jinho advanced, his fighting spirit blazing. The main character was no less determined, his eyes showing no fear. Jinho's relentless kicks were indeed unexpected. They were incredibly fast and powerful. Fortunately, in the first few kicks, the main character was still able to dodge them. In the following seconds, Cha Jinho increased his speed and power even more. His legs moved without mercy. In just a few seconds, 1,000 poses were created. Those kicks finally managed to touch Daegun's body. Daegun's arm seemed to have been injured. Ruman, watching from the outside, asked with apprehensive eyes, "Oh, are you sure that's effective?" Come to think of it, Jinho's attack style isn't simple at all. Maybe these two are pretty evenly matched. The main character and Cha Jinho were fiercely confronting each other head-on. The fight dragged on as the two sides were evenly matched. At one point, Cha Jinho even managed to create a kick with a 180-degree angle. Right at this moment, the main character suddenly realized the problem. His specialty is kicking, huh? Daegun quickly came up with his next plan of action. In that case, I'll just shorten the distance between us. However, this Cha Jinho guy was quite quick in his observation. His eyes darted back and forth with a few basic movements. The distance between the two was quickly widened. He threw a powerful punch. However, the main character's steps changed direction, determined not to let his opponent achieve his goal. The two confronted each other head-on, their eyes locked in a decisive battle. The atmosphere of the fight was thus pushed to a climax. Daegun looked at the series of actions just now and predicted, he's trying to widen the distance. That's a basic taekwondo skill. That guy is trying to keep his distance to land a kick. When I approach, he'll kick or punch depending on the distance, and then retreat. The main character looked into the distance. Even Ruman was within his line of sight. A thought appeared in his mind, analyzing. I think that guy is observing the situation first. He'll rush in when he has an advantage or when he finds an opening. The battle was in a tense moment. Suddenly, the three of them froze again. A sense of ambiguity appeared before their eyes. Cha Jinho was very satisfied with himself and his comrades so far. It seems this strategy is working. We have a chance to win. At the same time, the main character was assessing. I've pretty much figured it out. Now, how to deal with this dog. Ending his train of thought, Daegun rushed straight towards Cha Jinho's position. His fighting spirit was blazing. The main purpose of this attack was to shorten the distance with his opponent. When the distance was shortened, all of Cha Jinho's punches and kicks were deflected. Cha Jinho's arm tried its best to touch Daegun. The punches and kicks overlapped. Unfortunately, in this all-out effort, he didn't gain any spoils. On the contrary, Cha Jinho's face was covered in wounds. Blood dripped from his nose. He even questioned himself, did I get hit? Ruman, seeing Cha Jinho's weakness, rushed in to help. His punch veered past Daegun's position. Cha Jinho watched in surprise, not yet understanding the problem. What the hell? I just lost consciousness for a moment. Damn it. I let my guard down. But thanks to Ruman, that guy couldn't finish me off. While his comrade rushed forward, Cha Jinho continuously reassured himself. Calm down while Ruman is buying time. This time, I'll try to find a suitable distance. On the other side, Ruman was trying his best to grab the main character. However, his action was immediately seen through. There was no hope for success. Daegun reminded him, hey, that's too obvious. Even if you try to feint with your wrist, I know you're trying to perform a lock. And so, the main character figured out all of his opponent's weak points and fighting style. His arm tightened around Ruman's neck. At the same time Ruman was taken down, Cha Jinho regained his composure. He gathered all his courage and rushed forward, his eyes filled with hatred. This cheesy scene was giving Daegun goosebumps. Your friendship is making me sick. You guys aren't giving me any time to breathe, are you? Ignoring the main character's words, Cha Jinho tried his best to speed up his feet. As soon as he had a suitable distance, he launched his move straight ahead, his eyes filled with utmost determination. However, the main character was extremely calm in his confrontation. His eyes were judging and commenting. I've already figured out all your skills. It was precisely because he knew all the skills his opponent would use that most of Daegun's subsequent actions were to counter Cha Jinho. A single punch had already made Cha Jinho's face look dazed and foolish. His whole body could no longer bear it. The heavy weight of his body pressed down on the ground. Taking the opportunity while his opponent was on the ground, Daegun launched a kick straight down. That Cha Jinho guy seemed to understand his impending fate. Without any hesitation, the main character's leg-stomping actions were like a stamp. In contrast to his confident appearance just now, Cha Jinho's face was contorted. Saliva uncontrollably dripped from his mouth. The right moment combined with a fierce fighting spirit. Daegun combined both a kick and a heavenly punch. Wherever the punch went, light followed. His opponent's face thus vanished along with it. Blood appeared tragically. In an instant, Daegun was on the ground, his arm limp. The bloodstains on Daegun's hand were still very heavy. He simultaneously invited the others. Hey, the last one standing over there. Come on over here. Cha Jin-ho, who was initially assessed by Ruman as being on par with the main character, was now lying flat on the ground. Minsu stood from a distance, scared. His words were a confession. Daegun is really strong, isn't he? He's like the main characters in webtoons. Jin-ho, standing next to him, waved it off, denying. What main character? On the other side, Daegun slicked back his hair, looking cool. His words were a sigh of relief. I've dealt with one of them. Where's the other one? Are you up yet? Right after the main character's provocations, Ruman managed to sit up, his eyes filled with the fire of hatred. Damn it, Daegun didn't want to drag this useless thing out any longer. He moved closer to his opponent. Every movement was very rushed. His words were spoken right in front of his opponent. Let's finish this quickly. What a waste of time. Why don't you just crawl out here? Faced with Daegun's confidence and pride, Ruman couldn't contain the pain in his heart. His words were subdued. Shut up. Ruman continuously thought in his head. He's as big as a monster. I can't punch or wrestle him. I don't think I can beat him. Although he knew his own strength was limited, this Ruman guy still wanted to give it his all. His legs sped up, his mouth determined. Anyway, just one last time. His purpose was crystal clear. The main character himself quickly saw through it and exposed him. You're trying to wrestle me down again? Daegun, fed up, launched his move. A huge fist was placed right in front of Ruman's face. The punch was thrown, truly distorting his opponent's face. I'm tired of this. Although Ruman was muscular and arrogant at the beginning, in the end, he was numbed by Daegun's fist. His big, fat face was swollen, his teeth jutting out. Ruman was exhausted. His legs lost their balance. His whole body fell backward without any support. Daegun, to increase his opponent's pain, held Ruman tightly and threw him backward. Daegun's goal was achieved. He pinned his opponent to the ground. The powerful impact made Ruman's back crack. A completely new situation. The main character sat comfortably on Ruman's body. No matter how much he tried to resist, he couldn't escape. He thought in fear. Damn it, this position is too dangerous. I have to find a way to escape. His legs trembled, wanting to act against him. The main character was in complete control of the situation. He asked his opponent, "What are you doing? You're not strong enough to escape. Your friend interrupted earlier, so I couldn't finish. You want me to finish it?" Ruman felt like he was cornered. He had nothing left to lose. He cursed wildly. Damn it. These words were like provocations to Daegun. A punch combined with maximum destructive power. Wherever Daegun's arm went, his opponent's face contorted. Saliva and sweat poured down like rain. All the pent-up emotions of Daegun were finally released. The punches for his opponent were a spiritual medicine that saved him. Jin-ho, from a distance, gradually had to change her gaze. Completely different from her indifferent look just now, she had switched to a state of utter surprise. Daegun still didn't want to stop this fight. A powerful fist was about to strike again, but it was stopped by a voice. Stop. I surrender. Ruman lay collapsed at Daegun's feet. Unable to bear the pain, his words were a plea. Please stop. I was wrong. I won't touch you again. The main character originally wanted to know a few more stories. His words rose. Look straight at this bastard. Ruman continued to scream and ramble. Are you trying to get involved with Kim Long again? Right after Ruman's nonsensical words, what he received was a series of punches. Wherever he was punched, his head wanted to contort. His jaw tightened and his face went rigid. Daegun could tell the guy still wasn't being sincere, so he tightened his grip on his neck to shut him up. The pain was excruciating. Young man could only beg, stop. Please stop. Daegun warned him, stop being so stubborn. You're going to die today. When you were chasing after Kim Jeon-woo, what did that bastard do to you? Was he able to do anything? Faced with these questions, young man remained completely silent, his screams the only thing that didn't stop. Daegun looked at the fat guy and spoke each word with weight. Your reason for coming to this school is obvious. It was to disrupt the order of Kim Long, wasn't it? Now who do you think can stabilize Kim Long? Dae-gun gave young man two choices. Is it Kim Jeon-woo, or the one choking you right now? At the park, Jang Jin-mo glared angrily at Kim Jeon-woo. Seeing Jang Jin-mo with his hands in his pockets, Kim Jeon-woo frowned in annoyance. Hey, what's with the attitude? Take your hands out of your pockets. Jang Jin-mo said nothing, simply taking a few steps forward. Kim Jeon-woo finally sensed something was off. He looked up at Jang Jin-mo, confused, then glanced down to see Jang Jin-mo clenching his fists. Kim Jeon-woo had a puzzled look on his face, thinking, what the hell is this about? The next second, Jang Jin-mo threw a punch straight at Kim Jeon-woo's face. But unfortunately, Jeon-woo managed to dodge it quickly. He followed up with a hook. Kim Jeon-woo was lucky enough to dodge it again. He cursed under his breath. Son of a bitch, Jang Jin-mo. He quickly struck Jang Jin-mo in the waist. Jang Jin-mo grunted in pain. Seeing this, the red-haired guy charged in. Kim Jeon-woo saw him and gritted his teeth, muttering, damn this crew. The red-haired guy kicked Kim Jeon-woo, and the gray-haired guy rushed in too. This time, Kim Jeon-woo couldn't dodge. The gray-haired guy's fist landed squarely on his cheek. The remaining black-haired guy seized the opportunity, rushing in while Jeon-woo was still dazed from the blow. The black-haired guy kicked Kim Jeon-woo, sending him stumbling backward. Jang Jin-mo added another punch to his face. Kim Jeon-woo's cheekbone throbbed. He cursed furiously in his mind. These goddamn bastards. He stood there, frozen, as the four of them closed in like a pack of zombies, ready to tear him to pieces. At the hospital, In-ha looked incredibly sad. She recalled the time Dae-gun led a group into a fight and wondered to herself, does everything really have to be solved with violence? Back with Kim Jeon-woo, it was clear he couldn't fight four guys on his own. At this point, running was the best option. With that thought, Kim Jeon-woo turned tail and ran for his life. The four of them saw this and gave chase. All their pent-up resentment made them like a pack of rabid dogs that had caught a scent. Kim Jeon-woo ran desperately, with Jang Jin-mo's crew right on his heels. They chased him from one alley to the next. Jeon-woo kept looking back to see if he had managed to shake them. Unfortunately, he tripped over an obstacle on the road. Seeing his chance, Jang Jin-mo leaped forward, fist raised, ready to land a blow. But as luck would have it, Kim Jeon-woo regained his balance, dodged Jin-mo's attack, and managed to slap him across the face. The truth is, however, one can't fight four. Another guy kicked Jeon-woo hard in the stomach. He slammed into a nearby wall. The gray-haired guy scowled and yelled, "We'll go easy on you, you bastard." Jang Jin-mo laughed along with him. Haha, why are you running away so shamefully? We haven't even done anything yet. Haven't even touched you. I told you, you reap what you sow. Did you enjoy pushing us around all this time? Look at this bastard's face, you guys. It's all scrunched up like a monkey's ass, haha. Kim Jeon-woo leaned against the wall, watching them with a hint of anxiety. Jang Jin-mo continued, his brow furrowed. You can't do anything by yourself anymore. I can't believe you could lose like this. I must have been a real idiot back then, always listening to you. Kim Jeon-woo. I hope I never see a bastard like you again. At the hospital, a young man lay unconscious in a coma. In-ha looked at Yoon-hwan, her heart heavy with sorrow. The longer she looked, the more her heart ached. She bit her lip, a sense of unease growing inside her. She thought to herself, Yoon-hwan, the ones who did this to you. I'll make them pay. Yoon-hwan, please, can you just wake up? I'm begging you. At school, a male student held up his phone. Did you hear? I heard Jang Jin-mo beat the crap out of Kim Jeon-woo last night. He then played a video for his friend to see. The friend watched and exclaimed, Whoa, Kim Jeon-woo is such a loser. He always acted so tough, but look at him now. Just then, a hand reached in and slid the classroom door open. Jang Jin-mo's crew walked arrogantly into the classroom, their faces held high. Their classmates saw them and whispered, The class boss has changed now, right? As soon as he entered, Jang Jin-mo casually propped his feet up on a desk and said loudly, Egu, that dog Kim Jeon-woo isn't here yet? Heh, I guess he doesn't have the guts to show his face at school, huh? Two meek-looking students approached and politely addressed Jang Jin-mo. Jin-mo, what about the errands? Should we do them like usual? Jang Jinmo delightedly turned to his black-haired friend. What do you think? What should we do? The black-haired guy grinned and replied, let's have the two groups race, and the winner becomes the new errand boy. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached. A startled Jang Jinmo whipped his head around to see who it was. Seeing Daegun, Jang Jinmo immediately started trembling. He stammered, Daegun. Good morning. The next second, Jang Jinmo took his hands out of his pockets. He also took his feet off the desk, adopting a timid posture. His tone became much softer. Jang Jinmo stammered, what brings you here? Daegun smiled faintly. Congratulations on becoming the new boss. You seem to be enjoying yourself. Jang Jinmo scratched his head awkwardly. I've never experienced this feeling before. But, thanks, Daegun. It's all thanks to you that I'm here now. Suddenly, Daegun's expression turned serious. He glared at Jang Jinmo and said, make a choice. Do you want to fight me as the new boss? Or do you want to take a beating and call it a day? Jang Jinmo obediently stood up, covering his crotch with his hands as he begged. Daegun, please, go easy on me, okay? I'm begging you. Daegun replied. Easy? Okay. The others standing nearby didn't dare to make a sound. Daegun raised his fist with a smile. All right, I'll go easy. His fist lightly touched Jang Jinmo's cheek. Suddenly, something felt strange. Jang Jinmo felt better. Daegun's punch made his body feel weightless. He thought to himself, he hit me, so why do I feel so much lighter? Is it because he hit me softly? Why do I feel like my body is floating in the air? Floating, like this. Suddenly, Jang Jinmo realized. Oh shit. What the hell? How far am I going to fly? Stop. There's no way a single punch could send me flying like this. It turned out that one punch was enough to make Jang Jinmo collapse, his soul practically leaving his body. Daegun watched him and sighed. This kid. Then he remembered the others and turned to them. You're all in the same crew, right? Should I take care of you too? Seeing this, the black-haired guy quickly raised his hands in surrender. Whoa, bro. What crew? We disbanded that crew 3 seconds ago. Daegun placed a hand on the black-haired guy's shoulder and sighed. All right. He leaned in and whispered a warning. Remember, no more ganging up to bully people and causing a ruckus. From now on, live quietly and know your place. Got it. The three of them shouted in unison. Yes. Understood. As Daegun left the classroom, the red-haired guy scratched his head and whispered, from now on, my dream is to be a crushed can. The gray-haired guy chimed in. Want to compete to see whose life gets crushed more? I'm confident I'll win. As soon as Daegun was out of the classroom, the gray-haired guy's tone changed to one of awe. He's seriously the strongest person I've ever met. He turned to Jang Jinmo, slapped him across the face, and yelled, Aish! Wake up, you bastard! After taking down the boss of Class 4, Daegun walked out into the hallway like a god descended to earth. Handsome and a great fighter, everyone had to look up to him. A week after transferring, he had already conquered 4 classes. Back in his class, he put on his glasses and started his homework. However, the noisy Manho and his crew were standing beside him, screeching like a bunch of monkeys. Dumin shouted, Daegun, you're the greatest treasure in this first year. Manho also jumped up and laughed. I can't believe it. You took over 4 classes. You're totally at the top. Off the charts. Bang Ho-sung also leaned in and whispered, oh my god, you're the best of the best. I love you. Sarangi. Daegun was getting extremely annoyed. He lightly tapped the 3 loudmouth monkeys on the face with his notebook and warned, be quiet. Bang Ho-sung rubbed his cheek and thought, compared to the first time he hit us, that was just a gentle pat. Daegun, when are you going to agree to go to the PC bang with us? I just ranked up to gold. Daegun slightly adjusted his glasses and sighed. You guys are so annoying. But fine, let's go after school. Hearing this, Du-min was overjoyed, tears streaming down his face. Oh my god, it seems my prayers have been answered. Manho laughed awkwardly. But I'm only bronze, haha. Bang Ho-sung immediately got loud. Bronze my ass. And Du-min, quiet down. Your whining is giving me a headache. Let's just go now before Daegun changes his mind. Daegun warned. If you guys keep overreacting, I'm staying home. Suddenly, a small hand tugged on Du-min's shirt. I want to go too. Do-min replied bluntly. But Park Gyuri, you don't even play League. Park Gyuri argued. Yes, I do. Do-min shot back. Nonsense. You're. Park Gyuri was flustered and didn't answer. Do-min, feeling bold, continued. Eeh, you little liar. You're lying because you want to go with Dae-gun, right? Huh. At that, the seemingly delicate and fragile girl punched Do-min right in the face and yelled, Shut your mouth. I can just play Pikachu next to you guys. And so, chaos erupted. Manho quickly tried to pull Park Gyuri back. Bang Ho-sung jumped in to intervene, but to no avail. Park Gyuri kicked and cursed. Sometimes, having a mouth that's faster than your brain is a crime. You idiot. In class 5, Ji-suk was trying to make a call, but the person on the other end kept hanging up. Baek Soo-ji crossed her arms and asked irritably, Is Kim Jeon-woo planning to drop out? It's not like he lost in a one-on-one fight. There's no problem. Ji-suk recalled what Kim Jeon-woo had once said, Of course I won't go to school. It'd be too embarrassing if I ran into those second-rate losers. Ji-suk sighed. Perhaps he's never coming back to school. Baek Soo-ji frowned. But still, that new student is handsome and a good fighter. It's really annoying. He's too perfect. She then turned to Ji-suk. So what are you going to do now? You're not planning on losing to that new student, are you? Are you not confident now that you're alone? Ji-suk replied awkwardly. Ah well, I am a little worried, actually. Baek Soo-ji sighed. Aish, then you shouldn't have been so greedy for status in the first place. Or, you could form an alliance with everyone who's left. Ji-suk sighed wearily. An alliance, huh? It's not that I haven't thought about it. But the remaining classes are 4, 5, 7, and 9. At this point, Ji-suk felt something was strange. He turned and asked, Hey, didn't you say you didn't care about reputation? Baek Soo-ji turned her face away. That's right. I don't care about that ranking crap. But right now, Soo-ji's mind was filled with images from that day in class. Her body suddenly felt hot. She bit her lip and thought, I can't believe I actually let the word Appa slip out of my mouth that day. That nasty guy? What should I do to bully him now? The next morning, in class 1, Do-min entered the class in high spirits and said loudly, Hello, is Dae-gun here? Did you get home safely yesterday? Dae-gun felt a bit awkward. It was strange being cared for so much all of a sudden. Seeing Dae-gun writing, Do-min approached with a mysterious smile. Wow, studying first thing in the morning. Dae-gun replied nonchalantly. Yeah, what about it? Do-min said bluntly. You know, you look more suited for studying than for gaming. At that, Dae-gun let out a small ah. He thought to himself, this jerk Do-min, he's teasing me again. At the PC bang yesterday afternoon, Do-min had shouted, Dae-gun, engage now. Attack, attack. No, not there. After he spoke, the word defeat flashed across the screen in huge letters. A bit annoyed, Do-min had turned to Dae-gun. Hey, Dae-gun, you said you'd carry the team. Are you really gold rank? You're not using a smurf, are you? Because with this level of skill. Just then, the sound of a mouse clicking echoed. Do-min watched how Dae-gun was clicking and suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Dae-gun warned, don't get too immersed in the game. It could put you in danger in the real world. Park Gyuri also looked over and joined in scolding Do-min. Hey, shut up and keep playing. Are you trying to risk your life over a game? After scolding him, she turned to Dae-gun, unconsciously tucking her hair with her left hand. She said softly, Dae-gun, don't mind him. After all, kids who risk their lives for games don't know any better. Dae-gun replied, yeah, thanks. A moment later, the sound of a loud bang on the table echoed. Park Gyuri cursed, God damn it. No, what are you doing? You're blocking my way. After slamming the table a few times, the result changed. Park Gyuri exclaimed in surprise, oh, we won. Dae-gun, sitting next to her, was stunned speechless by the scene. Suddenly, someone leaned their hands on the edge of the desk. It was none other than the owner of the PC bang. He looked at Park Gyuri and warned, you students. Do you see the sign that says no slamming tables or chairs while gaming? Gyuri looked in the direction the owner was pointing. A second later, he gave them a friendly smile and announced, kids, you're all kicked out. Recalling yesterday's events made Dae-gun feel a bit embarrassed. He faked a few coughs and said to Manho's crew, hey, if we hadn't been kicked out, I would have shown you my real skills. It's been a while since I warmed up. Then Dae-gun stood up and sighed. All right, anyway, I have to visit another class. Do-min asked blankly, is someone challenging you again? Dae-gun took off his glasses, revealing his handsome face, and replied nonchalantly, no, there are a few issues I need to take care of. Dae-gun walked alone down the hallway, thinking, the violence control project. This project isn't just about beating up bullies. The ultimate goal is to improve the school's image. Dae-gun stopped in front of a classroom. He asked, where is Kim Min-jong? Kim Min-jong stood before Dae-gun, scratching his head nervously. Haha, what brings you here? Like you said, we're living pretty quietly now. Dae-gun crossed his arms and continued. Is that so? How's your hand? It looks like it's doing okay. Kim Min-jong excitedly did a wave with his hand and replied with a laugh. Egu, so you came to check up on me. No need to worry, my hand is almost healed. See, I can wiggle my fingers now. As he said that, there was a sudden flash. Dae-gun chopped down, cutting through Kim Min-jong's wave. Kim Min-jong yelped. Ah, what the hell? Dae-gun reminded him. I told you not to be impudent, didn't I? With that, Dae-gun turned to leave, but didn't forget to add, it's best if you keep living like this. Don't do anything stupid again. Dae-gun went to class 3. He glanced around, thinking to himself, I need to keep an eye on these guys. But Shim Sangbo's crew hasn't even been coming to school. TSK tisk. He scanned the classroom. Seeing everyone talking cheerfully, he thought, well, the punching bag is gone. They seem to be doing okay now. With the class this peaceful, there probably won't be any problems. All right, I'll head to the next class. In class 6. Inside, everyone was cheerfully joking around with each other. Suddenly, someone slammed their hand on a desk and spoke. It's so fucking noisy. Jang Jinemo, suddenly wearing glasses and holding a book, yelled, can't you guys shut your mouths so I can study? One of Jang Jinemo's crewmates saw this and cursed. Holy shit. A guy who's never touched a book in his life now wants to study? Are you on drugs or something? I told you to just take one pill, but you wouldn't listen. Jang Jinemo paid him no mind. His head was filled with images of Gina. He thought to himself, Gina is a top student in the whole school. To be a man worthy of her, I have to study hard. Heh. Just as he was thinking this, a female voice cut in. Hey, Jang Jinemo. Baek Suji, stroking her hair with a frown, showed her clear annoyance. If you want to study, then shut up and study by yourself. Why are you telling other people what to do? Seeing her, Jang Jinemo's face went pale. He stammered, sorry Suji ha. His crewmate turned and hissed at him under his breath. Hey, why are you being so rude, you idiot? Did you forget Baek Suji is here? We have to protect our own necks, no matter what. Baek Suji continued to brush her hair. Suddenly, she remembered what happened the other day. A strange sense of anxiety washed over her. During the confrontation with Dae-gun, she had accidentally called him Appa. She thought, I did make up an excuse that day, but I don't know if they believed me. With that thought, she turned and crooked her finger at Jang Jinemo. Hey you fatso. Get over here, quick. Jang Jinemo hastily grabbed his book and scurried over like a fool, saying, I'm sorry. Jang Jinemo approached Baek Suji and whispered, what is it? Baek Suji asked, hey, you remember that time, right? Jang Jinemo replied cluelessly, what time? Baek Suji reminded him, the day Dae-gun came looking for you, and I showed up and saved you. That day, I slapped Dae-gun and knocked his glasses off. While he was fixing his hair, he picked up his glasses, and then he looked at me. I got flustered then and said something I shouldn't have. That time, you remember that I didn't call Dae-gun Appa, right? I didn't call him that. It's just that I was thinking of my boyfriend at that moment, so it just slipped out. I didn't mean anything by it. You understand, right? Jang Jinemo listened and replied robotically. Yes. That's right. I understand how you feel. Suddenly, Baek Suji's voice dropped. Then she stood up coldly, holding her comb, and yelled, are you even listening to me? Why are you being so nonchalant? Jang Jinemo quickly said, No, I'm listening intently. Baek Suji sighed. All right, I'll let it slide this time. Now listen, what I meant at that time was. Just then, a familiar voice called from outside. Jang Jinemo. Hearing his name, Jang Jinemo immediately turned and ran to Dae-gun. He said cheerfully, Dae-gun, you called me. Seeing Dae-gun, Baek Suji felt a strange, indescribable sensation. Her body felt hot as fire. She gripped her comb tightly, saying nothing. Dae-gun stood at the classroom door and told Jang Jin-mo, "All right, just do as I said. You understand what I mean, right?" Jang Jin-mo scratched his head. "Ah, right. I get it. Don't worry, I'll do my best." Dae-gun waved and turned to leave, not forgetting to add one last thing. "If you open your mouth and say a single word, you know what will happen." "Okay, I'm leaving." Jang Jin-mo bowed politely. "Yes, be careful on your way home. I will do my best." After finishing with Dae-gun, Jang Jin-mo hurried back to Baek Suji with a smile. I'm sorry. I was with Dae-gun, so he... But, could you tell me what you were saying earlier?" Suji closed her eyes and commanded, "Take off your glasses." Jang Jin-mo sensed something bad was about to happen, but still took off his glasses. Immediately after, Baek Suji started hitting him repeatedly on the head with her comb. She yelled as she hit him, "How dare you? How dare you walk away while I'm talking to you, huh? You idiot." Jang Jin-mo could do nothing but cover his head and cry out, I'm sorry. Boo-hoo. It's my fault. Please forgive me this time." Having vented her anger, Baek Suji stopped. She sighed, "Ugh, I'm sweating. Because of you, my makeup is ruined. Aish, so annoying. I'm not hitting you anymore." Jang Jin-mo raised his head cautiously. So I can go now, right?" Suji crooked her finger again, giving another order. The other 3 members of Jang Jin-mo's group obediently approached. "You called for us, Suji?" Jang Jin-mo was confused, not understanding what was happening. He looked back at Suji and saw that her face had turned purple. She coldly ordered the other 3, "You guys, beat him up for me." At her word, Jang Jin-mo was dragged away by his 3 brothers, one pulling his mouth, another grabbing his collar. The 3 of them beat him while saying, "I'm sorry, Jang Jin-mo." At the same time, Baek Suji took out her makeup compact and started touching up her face. She muttered, "What should I do about Dae-gun? How can he act like that in front of me?" With that thought, she turned to the 3 guys. "Hey, stop hitting him. Go to class 5 and tell Ji-suk to come here." Ji-suk came over immediately. He asked, "What's up?" Then he noticed Jang Jin-mo on the floor and got curious. "What's wrong with this guy? Is he dead?" Baek Suji replied nonchalantly, "He pissed me off." Ji-suk pulled up a chair and sat down. Suji asked him, "Hey, remember what I said last time?" Ji-suk replied, "The alliance? I'm thinking about it." Suddenly, a few questions popped into his head. He looked Suji straight in the eye and asked, "But why do you want to do it?" Suji answered flusteredly, "Why? Because I want to bully that guy. That's all." Ji-suk continued, "If that's what you want, you could just tell your beloved Appa and it would be over." Suji's face suddenly turned bright red. She stammered, "What? No way. I can't tell him. If I told him, that guy would probably die. This is too difficult. I just want something simple. One day, that guy will have to kneel at my feet to be my footstool. He'll have to say to me, 'Thank you, Suji. Thank you for giving him the chance to be my footstool.' And then I'll make him call me Lady Suji." After hearing this, Ji-suk couldn't take it anymore. "What the hell? That's so fucking weird." Baek Suji grabbed Ji-suk's collar and shook him. "Do you get it? I just want that guy crawling at my feet. I don't care how. You guys have to make it happen." Ji-suk thought for a moment. If all the leaders of classes 4, 7, 8, and 9 team up, it could work. Besides, I have a good relationship with them. All right, fine. I'll give them a call. There's no other way but to form an alliance. To be honest, I want to get rid of that guy Dae-gun too. At a golf course, Director Kim, accompanied by a bodyguard, watched Director Lee practice his swing. After Director Lee finished his shot, Director Kim praised him effusively. As expected of Director Lee, "Your golf swing is perfect. As perfect as Hyun-ho's. You deserve to be a sports model for golf. This is true class." Hearing this, a slight smile touched Director Lee's lips. He focused on his next shot and replied, "Director Kim, you're too kind. I just play for fun." Director Kim chuckled. "Haha, no need to be modest. There are middle-aged models on TikTok, you know." Director Lee looked at the young man beside him and asked, "Who's that with you?" "A new employee." Director Kim smiled. "Yes, that's right. He's quite capable and gets the job done." Just then, The section chief walked in. Director Lee continued to praise his employee. Gu, with a model-like physique like that, why did he become a bodyguard? So many strange things happening these days. The section chief approached and greeted them politely. Hello, Chairman. Hello, Director Kim. Director Lee smiled. Ah, you're here, section chief. The section chief, holding a document, replied, Yes. I've come to give you the draft plan for the latest project. Do you have time to look it over? Director Lee took the tablet and scrolled through it for a moment before saying, This is good. This project is quite interesting. It seems Dae-gun is doing his job very well. This progress is satisfactory. I think I need to meet with the principal of Bongyi High School to discuss a few things. Please arrange a meeting for me. The usual place. The section chief replied, Yes, I understand. Chairman Lee continued to hit golf balls and added, Dae-gun is doing a good job, but please keep a close eye on him. This is an important project, and we need to minimize errors. The section chief nodded and bowed politely. I'll go take care of it now. Please enjoy the rest of your time. As the section chief left, the bodyguard watched her furtively. Director Kim started chatting again. Ah, you seem to be very busy with work lately. Director Lee replied. Yes, I have some important projects. I'll tell you about them later, Director Kim. The section chief walked outside, then suddenly turned back to look inside, a strange sense of unease washing over her. At school, late in the afternoon, the equipment room was unusually quiet. Inside the room, Eugene had invited the remaining leaders to a meeting. He began, Well, it looks like everyone's here. Kwok Du-shik spoke up. All right, there are only 5 of us. If you have something to say it quick. Gu Sunghwa also chimed in. You must have gathered us here for something important. Spit it out. We're all busy and don't have much time. Park Du-jin didn't seem very interested. He kept looking at his phone and cursing, Son of a bitch. This is so frustrating to watch. I've hit rock bottom. Lee Sung-hoon, who looked very studious, was the leader of Class 9. He smiled. Haha. I'm guessing this meeting is about the new transfer student, right? He just got here and has already taken down several of the lower class leaders. Everyone knows about it. The whole school is in an uproar. Ji-suk replied, Yeah, you're right. Besides that, there's something else. Given the situation, we also need to discuss forming an alliance between our classes. Gu Sunghwa replied with a cold expression. In that case, I disagree. Ji-suk was taken aback. What? You have a problem with it? Gu Sunghwa glared and continued. The ranking of leaders after the alliance. I don't care about that. I want to be free, not tied down. I don't want to be controlled by anyone. It's as simple as that. Kwok Du-shik also gave his opinion. Your idea isn't bad, but we barely interact with each other. We're not that close. I don't see what's so great about an alliance. I think we need to reconsider. This isn't really necessary. Or is it that this guy has been getting on your nerves lately, so you want to do this? Or are you afraid you'll be next? Hearing this, Ji-suk felt a surge of anger. He tried to keep his voice low as he warned Du-shik. You son of a bitch. You should talk less. You only have one mouth to eat with. You'd better watch what you say. Du-shik started to mock him. La la. What do you want? I'm down for whatever. Gu Sunghwa saw this and egged them on. Stop acting like a bunch of gossiping women. If you want to fight, then fight. It's been a while since you two have faced off, right? Last time was a draw. Why not take this opportunity? Park Du-jin tapped his phone against his palm and smiled. Gu, what a rare sight. I'm on a losing streak right now. I'll bet 51 on Du-shik. You in, Gu Sunghwa. If you're game, I'm game. I'm in. Ji-suk felt a headache coming on. He sighed. You guys always have different ideas. No one ever agrees. It seems this meeting isn't going anywhere. We should just stop. Suddenly, from the corner, Lee Sung-hoon raised his hand to express his opinion. I completely agree with this. Park Du-jin and Gu Sunghwa looked over, surprised that the bookworm was interested in this. Du-shik turned and asked, An alliance for what? We gather a bunch of guys, and each one has his own agenda. Who's going to listen to whom? It'll just be chaos. But, Ji-suk, since you went to the trouble of calling us here, let's hear your idea. Ji-suk began to speak. He thought, Sung-hoon being so cooperative is unexpected. I always thought he was a difficult person who didn't listen to anyone, but it seems that's not the case. He looks like a diligent, studious kid, but he's still a well-known leader in the school. With that appearance, he's always been pushed around. It seems this alliance is beneficial to him, so he's enthusiastic. Du-shik reminded him, "Hey, are you listening? What's your idea?" Ji-suk replied calmly, "My thinking is simple. It's still unclear who's stronger between me and that guy. But he's already taken down more than half of them. That's pretty impressive. He just got here and has already dealt with some pretty tough guys. That shatters the entire order that has existed in this school until now. We need to rein him in a bit." Gu Sunghwa interrupted, "You're overthinking it. It's always been this way. The strongest one becomes the boss. That's just how it is." With that, Gu Sunghwa stood up and said decisively, "That's how I see it. If he messes with me, I'll fight. If not, then whatever. That's it. I'm going to rest. I have a ton of stuff to do at home, and I had to sit here and listen to your lecture. My head is killing me." Park Eugene, his eyes glued to his phone, saw Gu Sunghwa leaving and quickly said, "What about the bet? I'm still in deep here. If we're forming a group, who's going to be the boss? If the money isn't clear, then it's a no-go. I'm out." Du-shik also stood up and stretched. "Those two are gone. I should get some rest too. It's pretty annoying when a meeting doesn't solve anything. The result is pretty bad, but not unexpected. Next time you want to have a meeting, you should think it through first." At this point, Ji-suk shot daggers at Du-shik and warned, "You've got a lot of nerve. I've been watching you throughout this meeting." Du-shik wasn't afraid of anyone. He waved his hand provocatively. "Oh, so tense. Taking out your anger because the meeting didn't go your way? Just in time, I wanted to stretch my muscles. Come at me." Lee Sung-hoon saw this and stepped in. "Come on, guys. We're on the same side. Calm down." Du-chi sneered. "Haha, so you're with this son of a bitch? Did you hear what he just said to me? That attitude is way out of line. We may both be leaders in this school, but don't you dare lump me in with this guy. That's hilarious." Li Xiu gently adjusted his glasses and continued. "I know, but first, listen to this story before you decide. Things aren't as simple as they seem." In class 4, a hand slammed down on a desk. The coins on the notebook bounced around wildly. Park Eugene waved at the male student sitting across from him. "All right, it's your turn." The bowl-cut guy next to Eugene asked, "So what did the leaders talk about in the meeting?" Park Eugene replied nonchalantly, "Nothing new. It was all about the new transfer student." The other male student also slammed his hand on the notebook. The coins jumped slightly before settling. He quickly said, Sorry. Eugene picked up the money. "The total is 40,000 won, right?" The other student answered timidly, Yes." Eugene chuckled. "Hey man, when you gamble, you win some, you lose some. Let's go again." Eugene slammed his hand on the table again, but the result was still not what he wanted. He sighed, "This is boring." The student in front of him took his turn. To his surprise, the result was incredibly good. Park Eugene looked at the coins on the notebook and sighed. "Aish, looks like my luck is bad today." But a second later, he pulled out his money, veins popping on his arm. He growled, clearly annoyed. "So I have to give you another 40,000 won, right?" Seeing Eugene's expression, the student quickly waved his hands in surrender. It's just for fun. You don't have to give it to me, haha." Hearing that, Eugene still shoved the money forward, looking extremely irritated. "The hell you mean? A loss is a loss. Here's your money. Take it. Hey, let's go again." He threw the crumpled bills onto the table and forced the other student to keep playing. How rude. The other student had no choice but to reluctantly play along. The result of the next round was the same. Eugene stared at his hand in frustration. "Damn it. What's wrong with me? Why is my luck so bad today? It's like my hand has lost all feeling." Seeing this, the other student spoke up. If you're not feeling well, maybe we should stop?" Eugene didn't answer. He just kept staring at his hand. A moment later, he slapped the student across from him so hard that blood flew from his mouth. Everyone in the class was stunned, but no one dared to get close. The bowl-cut guy flinched and said, "That scared me. That slap must have hurt a lot." The student clutched his swollen cheek and looked at Park Eugene. Eugene flashed a wicked smile. "Sorry about that," he said. "I was a little pissed off, but I think my luck is back now. Sit up. Let's play another round. Hurry up, before I decide to give you a few more slaps. Don't make me angry." The arrogant Park Eugene spoke again. "Are you going to sit up or not? You'd better wise up before I get really mad." He delivered another slap, causing the other student to cry out in pain, clutching his face. A bright red handprint was already forming on his cheek. Park Eugene kept asking, "What's with the delay? Or do you want another slap?" Terrified, the student covered his face with his hands, his eyes squeezed shut, too scared to look. Park Eugene, seeing his fear, pushed even further. He pointed a finger at him. "Haha, look at you. I just messed with you a little, and you're already this scared? What a coward." But it wasn't over. Eugene's eyes narrowed. "What are you doing? Let's play. I'm sure we'll be done before summer break." The student obediently complied again. "Yes." His hand trembled as he reached out. Park Eugene's eyes widened as he watched. The student's voice was stuttering badly. In this situation, he had no fight left in him. "I'm begging you. I give up. I don't dare take the money I want." Eugene's eyes darkened. You're quitting?" he asked. The student, still terrified, replied, "I'm sorry. Next time we play, I'll bring more money." Park Eugene smirked. "Fine. Then give me all your winnings." The scared student held up the money. "But this is my money." Ignoring all reason, Park Eugene asserted, "Don't you know the rules? If you back out, you have to forfeit. Now give it all to me." After saying that, he brazenly snatched the money from the other student's hand. A thief with no self-respect. Park Eugene threatened, "Next time, learn the rules before you play, you idiot. But you were smart to quit this time. Remember to bring a lot more tomorrow." After getting a large sum of money, they left together. The others started talking. "You made quite a bit, huh? I'm on a huge losing streak. You must be betting online again, right?" The bullied student stood there, stunned. A thought crossed his mind. That bastard acts like a gangster. I'm such an idiot. He just robbed me of 500,000 won. Damn it. As soon as the group left, the bullied student seemed to have a plan. He muttered to himself, "Don't blame me for what I'm about to do." The scene changes to class 1 to 5. Suzy walked in. "Ji-suk, was there a meeting between the leaders yesterday?" Ji-suk glanced over and greeted her. "You're here, Suzy." The girl next to him also waved. "Hi, Suzy." Suzy seemed formal. Her voice was low. "Sorry to bother you, but I need to talk to Ji-suk alone for a minute." Zena immediately understood. She replied carefully, "I get it. You two go ahead." Although she was polite to her face, as soon as Zena walked away, she cursed under her breath. "That bitch. Who does she think she is, telling people what to do?" Suzy's face was always tense. She moved closer to Ji-suk and interrogated him. "Is this really the time for you to be flirting with girls? You two seem to be having fun." Ji-suk had to explain. "It's nothing. I was just free. The meeting didn't go anywhere. None of the leaders would listen to each other, so we just disbanded." Suzy still couldn't understand. How could that happen? Flashing back to the atmosphere of the meeting, leader Lee Sung-hun stated, "You all know what's up. It's almost the end of the month, which means it's time to collect the protection money. So, we need to decide on alliances between the leaders, who will be in charge, and who will manage the money." Yunryo had a lot of money to collect. This was a gold mine for the top dogs. Solwa looked at Ji-suk and Du-chi and said, "You two aren't really in it for the money. But for Park Eugene and Gu Sawa, money is their life. Especially that Park Eugene. For him, anyone who touches his money has to go through him first. Those two might look stupid, with their underdeveloped brains and bodies, but just you wait. When money is involved, they act pretty fast." Solwa continued his thorough analysis. "There's one more guy? The new transfer student. He's already taken over a whole section, so when collection day comes, things are going to get interesting. When the group's interests clash, a showdown is inevitable. Given the situation, we should wait until after this collection period is over before making our next move." During that meeting, Ji-suk had to think seriously. Lee Sung-hun really does look like an intellectual. No wonder he's considered the brains among the leaders. I need to keep a closer eye on this guy. He might do something unexpected one day. After hearing the story, Suzy was still curious and asked, "So the meeting just ended like that? How boring." She even tried to blame Ji-suk. "You're so useless. I guess I'll have to do it myself." The scene changes to a small amusement park. A motorcycle sped down the road, its engine roaring and exhaust puffing. A group of people was waiting for him, and as soon as he arrived, they started asking questions. "You're here." The blonde guy got off his bike and complained. "Hey Eugene, the tip you gave me feels like a scam. I'm really suspicious." Eugene asked in surprise, "What about yours?" The blonde guy replied, I sold everything. As soon as it peaked, I cashed out. This made Eugene's jaw drop. You son of a bitch, why didn't you tell me sooner? So I'm the only one left holding the bag. Damn it, my luck is the worst. I was just following what the guys on the forum said. The white-haired guy laughed at Eugene's pain. Come on, you got played. This time, follow me. Eugene was still distracted. Follow you. The white-haired guy smirked confidently. Don't worry. I just found a new one. The Luna coin. This one looks pretty solid. Let's go all in. Eugene was dejected. I don't have a single one to follow you with. I guess I'll just have to take the loss. Can I come make deliveries with you? Someone next to him reminded Eugene. Isn't it almost time to collect the protection money? I'll give you a share of mine. Even though he was offered money, Eugene's face didn't light up. How much would that even be? The white-haired guy had only been sitting for a moment before getting up to leave. All right, it's up to you. I'm heading out. Call me if you need anything. The fat guy looked over. You just got here and you're already leaving? The white-haired guy quickly got on his bike, his voice echoing back. Try to scrape some money together. This Luna coin is hot. If you follow me, you'll make it all back in no time. The friend next to Eugene suggested, shouldn't we go first for this collection and skim a little off the top? The cut from each class is too small. You won't have enough to invest with him otherwise. Every time money was mentioned, Eugene's eyes lit up. You're thinking just like me. So, which class should we start with? Eugene was always calculating when it came to money. I already have a target in mind. Those other leaders all have a reputation. Messing with their money would be asking for trouble. That new transfer student, he seems like an easy target. That bastard is the leader of 4 classes now. Haha. All I have to do is beat him up, and a ton of money will be mine. This time, I'll have plenty to invest. The friend sitting next to him kept feeding Eugene ideas. I have a great idea, too. While you two are fighting, we can set up a betting pool. We'll make another pile of cash. The fat guy who had been sitting quietly chimed in. Haha, not a bad idea. I'll bet on the new transfer student. If he managed to take over 4 classes, he's no pushover. Hearing this only provoked Eugene more. He shot a sideways glance. You've got some nerve. We're friends, and you don't even have my back. Let me give you some sincere advice. You'd be better off betting on me. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Just talking about it made him heat up. Money always pisses me off. I need to find someone to stretch my muscles on. In the distance, a few figures walked by. They looked uneasy when they saw Eugene. Over there, isn't that Eugene? The 3 fat guys confirmed. That's him. As soon as he saw the 3 of them, Eugene bowed his head in fear. Hello, seniors. The fat guy instructed, relax you guys. Eugene looked at them and spoke. Hello, sir. I heard your business has been going well lately. Is that right? The fat senior nodded in reply. Not really. A lot of things have been getting a little out of control lately. The mention of things being out of control made Eugene's eyes light up. What's troubling you, senior? The bullied student from before suddenly appeared. The fat senior spoke up immediately. Kid, what's this all about? You're putting me in a tough spot. I didn't expect the target to be my own junior. The bullied student replied tremblingly. I didn't know either. As soon as he saw the guy from before, Eugene glared at him with disgust. Hey, Kim Do-hyun, what are you doing here? Kim Do-hyun stammered, still scared. It's not what you think. The fat senior instructed Kim Do-hyun. Hey, I'm here, so what are you afraid of? He's my junior. Out here, in the business world, trust is everything. Can't you see how my juniors and clients respect me? Kim Do-hyun mumbled. Thank you, sir. The fat senior continued. That kid, he has to show me some respect, at least. Your job is just to get the money ready. Eugene listened for a bit and understood. He stated firmly. So you took that bastard's money to beat me up, huh? The fat senior tried to deny it. Whoa, what are you saying? That's hurtful. Friendship is friendship. Business is business. You shouldn't mix the two. Eugene's laughter echoed loudly. It was like a slap in the face to the fat senior. Eugene continued to mock him. Haha, that's rich, old man. So this is what your business is? It's no different from being a school bully running a protection racket. You're killing me. Every word from Eugene's mouth was like a direct hit to the fat man's face. The man's face twisted. The friend behind Eugene warned him. Hey, have you lost your mind? How dare you talk to a senior like that? But Eugene replied confidently. You're too timid. That was before. He's dropped out of school, so what kind of senior is he now? The fat senior, furious, grabbed his junior by the throat. You've got a big mouth, you dog. It hasn't been that long, and you already disrespect me? It's because I haven't taught you a lesson in a while that you dare to be so insolent. I'll take this opportunity to put you in the hospital for a few months. The fat senior's huge hand slammed into Eugene's head, accompanied by a torrent of rebukes. You bastard, Eugene. That head of yours, you need to get it checked. Too much gambling has made you stupid. I need to remind you of the painful memories from school to teach you some manners. Another punch was about to be thrown. The fat man kept muttering, You can't escape. Facing this dangerous punch, Eugene's eyes showed no fear. He didn't even try to dodge. He took the punch head on. What happened next truly surprised the fat man. This bastard. He took a punch like that, and he's fine? Eugene's words were even bolder. Not bad. But after leaving school, your punches don't seem to have the same kick. A punch like that just tickles me. Maybe I should show you what a real punch is. The fat man felt deeply insulted. Unable to control himself, he headbutted his opponent. You stupid bastard. He headbutted with such force that saliva flew everywhere. Seeing this, Eugene wanted to provoke his senior even more. What's wrong, you pig? You're too fat to react quickly anymore, huh? Eugene counterattacked with a punch to his senior's stomach. The impact was powerful. The fat senior groaned in pain. Ugh! His body doubled over. Eugene deliberately taunted him. What's wrong, senior? We're just warming up and you're already squealing like a stuck pig. I think you should start working out. Being fat as a pig like this just makes you a punching bag for others. Right after those arrogant words, Eugene landed another punch right in his senior's face. Everything happened so quickly that even the man's underlings couldn't stop it. They just stood there, watching in fear. Kim Do-hyun couldn't hide his fear, sweating profusely. Even Eugene's two friends were shocked. They never expected their old leader to be defeated by Eugene. Eugene arrogantly declared, How's that? Got your nose bloodied. Not so tough now. Are you big brother? What about the rest of you? You want a piece of me too? Your big bro is just getting warmed up. The fat leader was knocked down with a painful thud, his eyes swollen with resentment. His underlings could only stand by and watch their leader get beaten, feeling weak and useless. Their eyes seemed to want to deny what was happening. Eugene's friend warned him fearfully, You went a little too far. The other one couldn't hide his fear either, trying to stop him. Hey, Park Eugene. You crazy bastard, what's wrong with you? Eugene's face was arrogant. His voice rose. What's wrong? They said they'd take money to get rid of me. If he has enough money to feed 3 pigs, that means he has a lot of money, right? Eugene's eyes greedily scanned the money. If he has that much money, he should have given it to me. You guys have nothing to do with this, so all that money is mine. The two underlings of the fat senior started to look angry. They warned, You bastard, risking your life for a few bucks. However, right after they spoke, Eugene lunged forward like a bolt of lightning. He prepared a powerful attack. The fat senior hadn't even processed what was happening before he took a punch right to the face. Eugene struck while asserting once more, Of course. The painful punch made the fat underling scream in agony, his mouth wide open. Eugene rained blows on his opponent, saying, As long as I have money, I'll be fine. And you guys, anyone who dared to stand in Eugene's way would be eliminated by him. He used every trick in the book, from punches and kicks to twists and neck cranks. During the fight, Eugene was thrown back at one point, his tired body sprawling on the ground. But he quickly got back on his feet, his eyes wide as he stared ahead, his feet moving swiftly toward his opponent. The man in the white shirt facing him sensed the approaching danger. His eyes paused for a moment to observe. However, everything was already out of his control. Eugene used a dirty move, kicking his opponent straight in the face. The large body and heavy build of the fat man in white made him unable to block it. His entire body was pushed backward. His face suddenly swelled up like a steamed bun, wrinkles bunching together. Seeing his opponent in trouble, Eugene smirked triumphantly. But his smile was immediately wiped away. The fat man in black ran up and grabbed Eugene from behind. They looked like a romantic couple. The romantic scene was quickly broken. Eugene's friend ran over and said, I'll help. However, Eugene brushed him off. No need. The fat man in black then lifted Eugene into the air without a shred of mercy. His body dangled in the air, struggling for a moment. As expected, When Eugene said he didn't need help, he already had a plan. He resisted the fat man with such tenacity that the fat man's eyes filled with fear as he felt Eugene turn the tables. Eugene landed on the ground, leaving the fat man in black stunned and disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, Eugene delivered an elbow strike right to his opponent's face. The powerful hit felt like it could knock the fat man's teeth out. A series of spins and movements followed. Wherever Eugene turned, his opponent was injured. Before one side could recover, the other cheek was already swollen. The final outcome for this fat man was a spectacular faceplant. Kim Do-hyun was truly terrified. The people he brought had all been defeated. His money was down the drain, and the animosity had only multiplied. After taking down the fat crew, Eugene immediately turned to Kim Do-hyun to extort him. "Give me the money now, if you don't want to die." Sensing the situation was hopeless, Kim Do-hyun immediately ran for his life. Eugene was a bit surprised by his reaction. He laughed, "Haha, hey, what are you doing?" Eugene arrogantly blocked his path. "You think you can run from me?" Eugene's running speed was indeed unstoppable. But this time, the fat man in white had recovered. He used a weapon and aimed it straight at Eugene. Eugene's eyes quickly sensed the lurking danger, but the situation unfolded too fast for him to dodge. Eugene took a direct hit. The wooden club had a lot of force. Eugene's arm immediately felt the pain from the blow. However, he still threatened loudly. "You son of a bitch. You messed with the wrong person." The fat senior was suddenly attacked from behind by Eugene's friend without any mercy. His whole body stumbled forward. Eugene's eyes looked extremely dangerous, as if he was plotting something. The fat senior was trapped in the grasp of Eugene's group, his face grim. Seizing this opportunity, Eugene unleashed a barrage of attacks, his fists sinking deep into the fat senior's face. After being hit multiple times, the fat senior couldn't take it anymore. His entire body collapsed backward. Eugene looked around and asked, "Where's that other guy?" The spot where Kim Do-hyun had been standing was now completely empty. Eugene exclaimed, "He's faster than I thought." Before leaving, he instructed his two friends, "If that guy doesn't come to school, there's nothing we can do." The other friend asked worriedly, "Eugene, are you okay?" They started looking at the defeated bodies on the ground and talking. "Hey, you think we're screwed? These guys are gangsters." Eugene glanced at the situation and stated firmly, "Nonsense. They're just putting on a show. Don't worry. My side is stronger." The scene changes to the school. Our MC was walking with Minsu. They were chatting. "There's nothing as good as school lunch. Enjoy it, Minsu." As they were walking, someone appeared out of nowhere. The student said breathlessly, "Tae-gun, perfect timing. Let's talk in private. Minsu, can you give us a minute?" The MC walked forward with suspicion. "What is it? If this is nothing, you guys are in for it." No, Manho stated seriously. "I have something to discuss with you. You said you don't care about your grades. The truth is, you just want to take out all the first years, don't you?" Tae-gun was a bit surprised. He instinctively asked back, "Why would you ask that?" Another fat guy spoke up. "Well, everyone thinks so, and I think it's possible, or maybe you." The MC interrogated him. "Do you have a death wish?" "I'm pretty sure I said you'd be in for it if you wasted my time with nonsense." A hand suddenly reached out to stop him. "Wait, Tae-gun. This isn't nonsense." No, Manho instructed. "Listen up. You're the head of class 4, which means you'll soon be collecting operating fees from 4 classes. Manho emphasized, "I don't know your circumstances, but you came to Giant High because you want money, right?" RMC said, "What are you talking about? I came here because I want money." "Operating fees? What's that?" "The class president buys supplies, and if there's money left over, he buys hamburgers for the kids. Is that the kind of money you mean?" The blonde guy moved closer and said, "No. Tae-gun, you're so naive." The MC instinctively turned his head. "What the hell?" The blonde guy pointed and explained, "It's called operating fees, but it's understood to be protection money. On the surface, it's collected under the name of operating fees, but it's actually money extorted from others. It's called protection money, collected in the name of protecting them from being bullied by other classes. The money goes into the pocket of each class's leader." Past memories started to return. A voice spoke. "You probably don't know since you're a new student, but there's a rule. You're not allowed to mess with other classes. You can only touch me if you beat Sambo." Our MC pondered. So that's the rule you guys mentioned before. The rules appeared in his mind. The leader of each class fights each other, and they're ranked to establish a hierarchy. If you become the top dog, the amount of money you receive doubles. That's why they can't resist the desire to become the king of giant. No Manho continued to talk at the MC. Now you'll be getting 4 times what the others get. Something like that. I'm pretty sure the others will be constantly on your tail. I appreciate the explanation, but why are you here? The blonde guy answered for Manho with a confident look. I forgot to mention. From now on, you'll be targeted by the other classes. So I'll be your right-hand man. Right after he said that, the MC slapped the blonde guy across the face. Tae-gun said bluntly to the blonde guy, You don't understand me. He repeated, From now on, there will be no such thing as operating fees. Don't collect any money. The other guys were stunned. What? They tried to stop him. You can't do that. It's not just our business. If you do that, the money collected from the first years will fall into the hands of the second and third years. No Manho looked him straight in the eye and said, That will turn the whole school against you. And no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to handle it. Those words made our MC think. If it's on a school-wide scale, well, the risk is pretty high. But my job here is to eliminate it. I can't just ignore the bad things happening right in front of me. Our MC wasn't very interested in these activities. He turned to leave. I'm heading out. The fat guy hurried over and said, Hey, can you come with me for a second? Someone wants to see you. The MC thought. The more he thought, the less he understood. Why is everyone looking for me? This is getting tiring. Tae-gun was getting annoyed. He faced the guy. Eugene, you're dead if this is a waste of my time. The story continues. Our MC was walking and talking with Eugene. You're not planning on gathering people to jump me like last time, are you? Eugene denied it. Not at all. 10 of Bong-eun's students couldn't take you down. We'd need at least 100. The girl sat there, observing silently. The MC saw her and said, Is that her? The one who wants to see me? Eugene nodded. Yeah, that's Beck Susie from my class. The MC's face hardened in interrogation. Hey, do you have a death wish? I told you not to waste my time. Susie shouted, Let him go. The MC immediately turned his gaze to Susie. She repeated, Let him go. Before I get angry. In a corner behind the school, Beck Susie stood with her arms crossed, speaking arrogantly. Hey, didn't you hear me? I told you to let him go. Tae-gun, who was holding Jang Eugene by the collar, turned his head, confused. Jang Eugene tried to hide his pain, forcing a pained smile. It's you, Susie. Beck Susie brushed a lock of hair back and said, Even if he deserves a beating, I'm the only one who has the right to hit him. Tae-gun casually retorted, Oh, is that so? But according to the rules you guys set, Class 6 is under my authority, so I can do whatever I want with this guy. Beck Susie took a few steps closer. She grabbed one of Jang Eugene hands and sighed. Egu, you must be new, so you don't know. I'm the one who made those rules. With that, she pulled Jang Eugene towards her and looked at Tae-gun with a disdainful gaze. She warned, You shouldn't be acting like a leader in front of me. Stop messing around. Let Jang Eugene go. Jang Eugene was pulled towards Susie, his legs stumbling as if he were about to fall. He was completely dumbfounded. Suddenly, Tae-gun decided to be competitive. He grabbed Jang Eugene's other hand and pulled him back. He said calmly, What's the big deal? He's my guy. I'm not letting him go. Beck Susie frowned upon hearing this, feeling a bit annoyed. She raised her voice. What? You're not letting him go? What an arrogant bastard. In another corner of the school, a guy in a gray shirt sitting on a chair was lecturing 3 male students in front of him. Do you know how insolent you are? You're not just defiant, you're also greedy. You're truly a disappointment. He stood up, his shiny head reflecting the light, and sighed with an air of righteousness. He said, This is the karma for being puppets of filthy greed. I will save you from your wretched personalities. I'm not going to kill you, so don't look so worried. The male students' faces went blank, their expressions clearly showing their anxiety. The bald guy held a weapon, his eyebrows slightly raised, revealing his amusement. I'll just beat you half to death, okay? As expected of the second-year leader of the Expressway gang, Kwon Jack. Just looking at him was disgusting. Next to him was the second-year vice leader, Geometry Hyung, also from the Expressway gang. He stood with his hands in his pockets and continued. I'll show you why you have to pay your fees on time, you bastards. Eugene saw this and was thrilled. Haha, they look so scary. Doesn't Jack always fight one-on-one? The vice leader replied. No, only when he's in a bad mood. Park Eugene asked curiously. But if you guys manage the entire second year, how much money can you collect? The vice leader coldly held up 3 fingers. Park Eugene saw this and asked, an even split, right? The leader nodded slightly. Eugene thought about it with desire. He had a greedy look on his face and said to himself, I hope so. I really want to kill that new transfer student. Geometry Hyung suddenly remembered something. He asked Eugene, by the way, what happened yesterday? Why did he suddenly go crazy like that? Park Eugene shrugged. Well, there are some things Jack just can't control. Park Eugene turned to look at Jack, who was still beating the other students half to death. He sighed. Look at him. He's always telling me to be patient, but he beats people nearly to death just for being one day late with their fees. But hey, everything's going smoothly, right? The vice leader smiled slightly. Yeah, don't worry too much. These guys aren't even trainees. They just made up a ghost gang name to collect money. Jack seemed to overhear. He turned back to join the conversation. It's not easy to practice Buddhist asceticism, Eugene. You should remember not to stray from the path you must walk. Park Eugene crossed his arms and smiled. Haha, alright. I'm thinking of making the first year's pay protection fees. But first, I have to deal with that new transfer student, Kwon Tae-gun. After dealing with the students, Jack heard what Park Eugene said and couldn't hide his excitement. He said, you shouldn't delay what you want to do. Listen up, you guys. You must face the consequences for delaying what you need to do. So watch out. I'll give you until tomorrow. You should shave your heads. Shave away your patheticness and greed, and then come find me. Your sins are great. Fists alone are not enough to set you straight. Got it. You have to shave it until it's shiny. Understood. Eugene saw this and laughed loudly. Haha, as expected of a leader. He's pretty twisted. Ahem, speaking of fighting, I have an idea. Jack saw this and caught on. What idea? By the way, I heard the store has a new kind of sausage bread. Park Eugene understood immediately. He replied, all right then, let's talk while we walk. Meanwhile, in a corner of the schoolyard, the sound of a struggle could still be heard. Mine. Jang Jinemo was still being mercilessly fought over by the two of them. His arms were probably going to stretch a few cm. Jang Jinemo felt exhausted. He thought to himself, what's going on? Am I that important? Being treated like this, it doesn't feel too bad, actually. Although my head is a little dizzy. Suddenly, Beck's Susie pulled hard. She unconsciously placed Jang Jinemo's hand between her breasts. She yelled at Tae-gun, hey you, why are you so stubborn? Jang Jinemo had a blissful expression on his face. He pretended to glance down, thinking to himself, Agu, this isn't so bad. But that spot, it's really something. Hee, I'm so happy I could die. Tae-gun saw Jang Jinemo's expression and leaned down to look. Hey, what's wrong with your face? You look dazed but also happy. Jang Jinemo was startled and stammered, what? Beck's Susie then realized that she had unconsciously let the fat guy's hand touch her chest. She frowned in annoyance, glaring at Jang Jinemo with daggers in her eyes. Jang Jinemo chuckled nervously. He really didn't do it on purpose. It was clearly her who let him touch it. As expected, a second later, Jang Jinemo faced the consequences. She slapped him so hard his head snapped to the side. Jang Jinemo's entire body flew to one side, and he landed on his head. Beck's Susie ordered, you have 3 seconds to get out of my sight. 3, 2. Jang Jinemo struggled to his feet, clutching his neck. All right. I get it. I'm leaving right now. Jang Jinemo scrambled to his feet and ran, screaming in pretend fear. But that was just for show. On the inside, Jang Jinemo was running on cloud 9. He thought to himself, that was amazing. That soft feeling was really nice. Suddenly, Beck's Susie approached Tae-gun. She said quietly, I don't care about that bastard. But I have another reason for calling you here. Tae-gun didn't understand. He just stood there blankly as Beck's Susie grabbed him by the collar. She pushed Tae-gun against a nearby utility pole. Susie moved in close. Tae-gun looked at her, but said nothing. Susie stammered, you? I want. Tae-gun couldn't hear her clearly. He leaned in closer and asked, what? What do you want? Speak up. I can't hear you. As Suzy looked up, her eyes met Taegun's. Her body felt like it was on fire. No matter how strong her personality was, the moment she met his gaze, her fierce demeanor melted away. Taegun just watched, not understanding what was happening. Suzy bowed her head, panting. She thought to herself, the moment our eyes met, I was completely overwhelmed. But, I have to do this. Ugh, why is my heart beating so fast? Suddenly, there was a loud crashing sound nearby. Taegun looked around and asked her, "Did you hear that crashing sound? Is there a construction site nearby?" When Suzy didn't answer, he gently touched her hand and said, "Oh well. Anyway, let's stop this. I'm a bit busy. Can you just tell me what you want? If not, I'm leaving." At that moment, Suzy looked up at Taegun. Her face was as red as a tomato, and she mumbled, "Appa." Taegun was bewildered. Suzy quickly bowed her head and explained, No, that's not it. Last time, when I said Appa, I wasn't talking about you." Taegun breathed a sigh of relief. "Ah yeah, I know. You were calling for your brother Suho or something, right? Did you call me out here just to tell me that?" Suzy looked straight into Taegun's eyes and continued, "Shut up. That's very important to me." Taegun started to feel a little worried. He thought to himself, damn it. It's so important that she had to explain it? Could it be that she called me out because she knows my real age? No, that can't be it. Suzy kept Taegun pinned against the pole. She continued, "You're so arrogant. You probably don't know this, since you just transferred, but with just one word from my brother, this whole school could be moved somewhere else. You understand? But since you probably didn't know, I'll let it slide because you're kinda cute. But I won't do it again. If I say the word, you're dead." Just then, Taegun coldly grabbed Suzy's hands and pulled them off his shirt. With one hand, he held both of her wrists tightly. With the other, he straightened his collar, muttering to himself, "My clothes are all wrinkled." Suzy was a bit embarrassed in this position. She stammered, "This position? What is this? What are you doing? You bastard." Taegun calmly replied, "I'm handcuffing you." Suzy, embarrassed, shook her hands and yelled, "This is ridiculous. Let go. Damn it, why can't I break free? Let me go? You're making a big mistake. If I tell my brother, you're dead for sure." As she spoke, she struggled, half wanting to leave and half not. Taegun stood there calmly watching her and said softly, "Okay, call your brother Suho out here." Suzy froze. She stared at him with wide eyes and said hesitantly, "Huh? What? What did you just say?" Taegun lowered his head and repeated, "You keep bringing up his name. I heard you loud and clear. Call him out here. I want to meet him anyway." Suzy yelled, "What the hell are you talking about? Are you crazy? Never. If you meet him, you'll really die, you idiot." Taegun calmly replied, "Well, weren't you just threatening me with him?" Suzy was flustered. "Well, yes, but just forget it. You absolutely cannot meet him." Taegun now had the upper hand. He moved closer to Suzy and threatened, "That's enough. Call your brother out here, or don't expect to be let go." After hearing this, Suzy's face turned even redder. She said quietly, "Handcuff me? For the rest of my life? That's fine. That's what I want anyway." The two of them kept struggling. Coincidentally, Eugene's group was passing by and happened to see this scene. "Park," Eugene exclaimed, "Isn't that the new transfer student?" The vice leader replied, "Is that him?" The shiny-headed guy saw this and raised an eyebrow. "Is that the guy? And that girl, isn't she Suho's sister?" With that thought, the bald guy approached and said loudly, "It's really unpleasant to see something like this at school. What are you two doing in an educational environment? School is a place for learning. What's with all this boy-girl stuff?" Taegun glared back and replied, "Hey, what did you say, Baldy?" Eugene and the vice leader tried to hold back their laughter. The leader's face darkened upon hearing this. A deadly aura emanated from him. It seemed Taegun had just found himself more trouble. The atmosphere behind the school suddenly became eerily quiet. The bald first-year leader frowned and said, "You, what did you just say? Say that again." At that moment, Taegun let out an ah and thought to himself, "I think I just slipped up." He remembered his time working at the convenience store. He was studying and turned to his boss to say, "Sir, you have a white hair. Let me pull it out for you." The old man quickly swatted Taegun's hand away and said loudly, Hey, no you don't. Everything has its own value. This strand of hair is no exception." Taegun was dumbfounded, not understanding what the old man was saying. The old man asked again, "You punk, you must pull out your dad's hair at home, don't you?" Taegun gently pushed up his glasses and calmly replied, No. I don't even know who my dad is." The old man suddenly flew into a rage, pointing at Taegun's face and ordering, "Throw out all the expired stuff in the store today, you hear me?" Taegun was sad. He replied, "But you said I could have it." The old man repeated loudly, "No ifs, ands, or buts. Throw it all out right now." Back in the present, he thought that he shouldn't body shame others. He waved his hand. "Ahem, sorry about that, my friend. I didn't mean to call you Baldy. It was just a habit." Just then, Park Eugene, who was behind them, burst out laughing. He clutched his stomach and said loudly, "Oh ho ho, I like this funny guy." Eugene laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face. He turned to the vice leader and said, "But Jack isn't bald. He shaved his head, right? He's really not bald." The vice leader then leaned in and whispered, "Hey, let me tell you something. He has a hair loss condition, so he proactively shaved it all off." Park Eugene was stunned. "Whoa, is that for real? Oh, then I should apologize." With that, Park Eugene stuck his head out, waved, and said to Taegun, "Hey, you guessed right. He is bald, he didn't shave it." The leader was furious on the inside but still muttered, "If I weren't devoted to Buddhism, I would have chopped you into 100 pieces, Eugene." The vice leader waved his hand and ordered, "First years, this is none of your business. Get lost." Taegun didn't understand and turned to ask Suzy, "Hey, who are they?" Suzy crossed her arms, frowned, and replied, "That's Yu Geometry Hyung, and the other one is his friend, Jeon Jung. The bald one is the second-year leader. His name is Jack." Jack then looked up and warned, "Hey, new transfer student. You should know your place and get out of my sight." Taegun shrugged. He pretended to be dumb. "How strange. I don't quite understand your point of view. I was clearly here first. You're the one who should get lost." Suzy heard this and was a bit panicked. She was worried that he wouldn't be able to handle these three alone. She warned, "Hey, don't say anything more. What are you trying to do?" Jack was a bit surprised. "Did I hear that right?" Eugene was still laughing, unable to close his mouth. He muttered, "Wow, the new transfer student is really crazy." Jack started to relax his body, cracking his knuckles. He faced him. "Damn it. I get what you mean. I didn't want to do this, but it seems you don't want it that way either." Suzy suddenly picked up her phone. "Hello? Yes, what is it, brother? Where am I?" The vice leader saw this and quickly patted Jack's shoulder. "Hey, wait. Suzy's older brother is a tough guy to deal with. Look, it seems like she's calling Suho. He has a reputation." Vexed, Suzy looked at the two second years with a provocative expression. She deliberately said loudly, "You're coming over to my place, brother?" The two second-year leaders' faces showed clear annoyance. Taegun heard this and leaned in to ask quietly, "So, Suho is coming here?" "Suzy, come on." She replied to the person on the other end of the line. "Yes, okay. I'm hanging up now." As soon as she hung up, Suzy sighed. "Aish, that's done." Vexed, Suzy calmly grabbed Taegun's collar and turned to the other two. "Now what else do you want? If there's nothing else, can we go now?" The vice leader of the expressway gang nudged Jack, who was so angry his eyes were about to pop out. "Jack, that's enough. Let's go. Let's end it here. We don't want any more trouble. There's nothing we can do about it anyway." With that, he changed his attitude and said to Suzy, "Suzy, it was just a misunderstanding. You can go first. Send my regards to your brother Suho." Vexed, Suzy didn't reply. She pulled Taegun and told him, "It's fine. Let's go." What a pain, but it's over now. As soon as Taegun and Suzy turned to leave, the vice leader said quietly, "Whether we like it or not, we need to be careful. We can't mess with Suho's people. Everything will be fine and go our way. We just need to handle it carefully." When Jack didn't say anything, he cleared his throat and said, "Hey, are you okay?" Jack replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing. My heart is with Buddha. It's nothing at all." His mouth said it was nothing, but his wrinkled forehead said it all. He asked Eugene, "Hey, Park Eugene, what do you think? Are we done here?" Park Eugene stared at Taegun without blinking. He muttered, "What? Done? Let's see." Eugene saw Taegun's relaxed demeanor as if nothing had happened and got even more annoyed. He said, "This isn't right. It's a waste to just let them go like that. I can't let it be. I have to do something to vent my anger. As he spoke, Eugene laughed menacingly. The vice leader turned and asked, Eugene, what are you planning to do? Don't be reckless. Let's go. But Park Eugene didn't listen. He smirked like a predator and replied, just wait and see. As soon as he finished speaking, Park Eugene shot towards Taegun like a bullet. He thought, haha, I have to test if this dog is as dangerous as the rumors say. Taegun, hearing the sound of running from behind, had a slight suspicion. His eyes became sharp. A second later, he immediately put one arm around Beck's Susie's waist. He pulled her into his arms decisively. Park Eugene missed his attack. Taegun quickly embraced her and pulled her towards him. Taegun held Susie and told her, get back now. After missing his attack, Park Eugene immediately turned around and attacked again. Eugene once again leaped towards Taegun. The first punch grazed Taegun's face. Then came the second punch, which Taegun also quickly dodged. He kept attacking, one hand after the other. Park Eugene just laughed as he relentlessly punched and kicked. After dodging a few blows, Taegun noticed an opening in Park Eugene's defense. He raised his palm, and a second later, smack, he slapped Park Eugene across the face, leaving a clear 5-finger mark. Park Eugene was stunned, but he quickly broke into a strange, crazed smile. What a lunatic! He charged forward again to attack Park Eugene. It seemed the slap from before was just like a scratch. Taegun looked at him and thought, he took that hit like it was nothing. Taegun turned to look at Susie. She was standing too close to him. He thought to himself, I still have her to worry about. I need to back up and keep some distance. The vice leader also realized the problem and ran towards Eugene, cursing as he went, this son of a bitch. What a pain. If he hits Susie, it's going to be a real headache. Park Eugene continuously launched attacks. Taegun continuously dodged. Park Eugene's attack was caught and held tight by Taegun's arm, but he quickly pulled his hand back. Park Eugene's eyes became sharp. It seemed he had found an opening in Taegun's defense. His mouth curved into a slight smile. He kicked hard at Taegun, forcing him to retreat a few steps. Taegun managed to stop himself in time. Park Eugene looked at him and smiled. Haha, not bad. You even blocked a kick like that. I'm impressed. Taegun felt more at ease now. He saw the vice leader pulling Susie to the side. He thought, well, she's out of the way now. With this distance, I can move more freely. Park Eugene kept waving his hand provocatively. Come on, what are you standing there for? Aren't you tired of just dodging? Taegun looked towards Susie. She was arguing with the second-year guy. He thought to himself, all right, I'll just have a little warm-up first, before Suho arrives. Eugene swaggered closer to Taegun, sneering. Haha. All right, focus, you girl-crazy punk. Newbie, you've made me very curious. As soon as he finished speaking, Taegun rushed forward to attack. Eugene quickly raised his hand to block his face, narrowly avoiding the opening punch. He looked amused. Well. Looks like you're done dodging, huh? Taegun moved quickly, kicking Park Eugene right in the face where he was already injured. This time, it was Eugene who was sent stumbling back. He looked at Taegun in surprise and then smiled again. Well, you've really got some skills. Not letting Eugene recover, Taegun launched another kick. As a result, Park Eugene was thrown backward. His head hit the ground but didn't crack. The madman quickly scrambled back up, looking terrifying. He wiped the sweat from his brow and charged at Taegun, shouting, You son of a bitch! You're pissing me off. Taegun gently pulled at his collar. He calmly replied, Oh, is that so? Is your hand okay? Only then did Eugene notice his unhealed wound. He let out an, Oh, my hand. It's still fine. It's nothing. But as Eugene peeled off the bandage, the skin underneath was bruised. He remembered the previous fight and sighed inwardly. Aish, damn it. It doesn't look too good. That damn fat bastard. Taegun smiled slightly. Well, whether it's fine or not is your problem. Taegun started to take off his outer jacket. He continued, Anyway, you should be careful. I'm getting serious now. Park Eugene decisively threw the jacket aside. He frowned. How did it get like this from just a little hit? Taegun smiled. I hope you're okay. To take my next hits. Because I'm going to be hitting you a lot more now. Seeing Taegun take off his jacket, Susie covered her eyes as if she couldn't look. She shouted shyly, Hey, Taegun. Why are you taking off your clothes? Taegun calmly replied. Well, I'm just taking off my jacket. Suzy, her face beet red, argued. Ah, well, it's the same thing. Suzy added, and you can't take it off in a crowded place like this. Taegun didn't understand and replied. What crowd? There's no one here. With that, he glanced around. He didn't know when, but a crowd of students had gathered in a corner, watching him intently. Someone was even holding up a phone to record. He thought to himself, damn it, when did everyone gather here? The female students saw Taegun and swooned. Wow, he's so handsome. From his body to his face, every part of him is perfect. Taegun frowned. He didn't like having a lot of people watch him fight. He thought to himself, I have to end this as soon as possible. Park Eugene rubbed his wound. He chuckled. I finally get it now. It's a shame we have to end it here today. Next time, I'll definitely show you what I'm made of. Just you wait. Taegun's face went blank. He had no idea what was wrong with this guy. Why stop when you're all fired up? So weird. After speaking, he arrogantly pushed through the students, shouting, Get the hell out of my way. Don't piss me off. A female student, seeing Eugene pass, cursed under her breath. He's just passing by. Why push so hard? Someone else said, He's so strong. I think I'm in love. The vice leader looked at Taegun and sneered. Yeah, you're disappointed too, right? Don't worry. We'll meet again soon. Taegun put his jacket back on properly and replied, Why have you been yapping on and on this whole time? You might as well just stick to his ass. I don't want to fight you alone, so don't think I'm disappointed. The vice leader got angry. It was clear from his words that he was looking down on others. The vice leader muttered, This brat. How dare you talk to me like that? What a first-year punk. With that, the vice leader lunged forward with his fist raised. Suddenly, another hand stopped him. The expressway leader warned, Geometry Hyung, didn't you say not to get worked up over a first-year student? We need to go. The two of them turned and walked away. The vice leader rubbed his head and pulled at his hair as he followed Jack. Right. Thanks. Thanks for stopping me. I almost lost control. Actually, my house is still closer than yours. Jack didn't care. He held his bracelet, closed his eyes, and whispered, Gu, I just realized. It seems I haven't been training enough. I was so arrogant to think that I had no compassion. Taegun overheard a few words and looked blank, wondering, what are these thugs talking about? At the same time, Suzy called out, leaning on a crutch, Hey, Kwon Taegun. Taegun replied, Huh? What is it? Suzy pulled on his shirt. Are you crazy? Didn't you hear what I said? They're the second-year leaders. They're a threat. Taegun calmly replied, Who's a threat? Not them. I think I'm the threat to them. Suzy continued, Well, you're pretty confident. But really, I don't know if you're too reckless or too confident. Or maybe you're just really strong. But listen to me. The second and third years are beyond your imagination. At this point, Beck's Suzy turned to leave. She hesitated. But forget it. Anyway, thank you. But I don't understand. How can you pull another girl's hand so hard? Taegun was embarrassed. He continued, Gu, I think I held you too tight. Okay. I'm really sorry. Suddenly remembering something, Taegun asked her, You said Suho was coming here, right? Suzy calmly replied, Idiot. That was a lie. Didn't you realize? You're not very observant. I lied to protect you, you fool. Otherwise, we would have been dead before he even got here. In the end, why did you want to see him, huh? What do you want? Taegun imagined a scene of the two of them fighting. He froze for a moment and then replied, Well, I can't say it in front of his little sister. Beck's Suzy looked at Taegun and warned, You'll be dead for sure. You'll be in big trouble if you get involved with my brother. That being said, I'm a little worried about you. Let me give you some advice. Don't worry about my brother. You just need to watch out for those guys. It's not just Eugene. All of them are teaming up to take you down. With that, she turned and walked away, but not without emphasizing, Oh, and by the way, since I just saved you, we're even now. I'm leaving. Don't follow me. Taegun was stunned. He asked himself, Wait, weren't you the one who called me here first? You saved me, so I was worried about you too? Suzy's face flushed. She thought to herself, What a stubborn guy. So annoying. He just makes me worry more. But why do I care about someone like that? Back in class 4, Eugene walked into the classroom with his hands in his pockets and asked, Is Kim Do-hyun still not here? The bowl-cut guy replied, If he's not here, he's probably out looking for him. By the way, what happened to your arm? Eugene sat down at his desk, raised his arm, and massaged it. The bowl cut guy didn't understand and asked, "Hey, did something happen?" Eugene calmly replied, "I just fought with the transfer student. This is probably going to take some time to heal. But I like that guy. Anyway, I have to beat him." At this point, Park Eugene rubbed his head and pulled at his hair, looking troubled. He muttered, "I need to observe as much as I can. But the problem is, I don't have any money. And that bastard Kim Do-hyun. I have to find him immediately and kick him out." With that, he beckoned with his finger. "Hey, class president, come here." The class president hurried over, his face clearly showing his anxiety. Park Eugene asked, "Do you know Kim Do-hyun's address? Give it to me, along with this week's money." The class president looked blank and replied, "I have his address, but this week's money." The bowl cut guy heard this and quickly tried to stop him. "Hey, what do you mean, this week? They'll catch you if you change things on your own, won't they?" Eugene calmly replied, "That's right. If you don't invest, you'll never succeed." The class president also warned, "Hey, Eugene, we can't just do things our own way." Eugene held out his hand and suggested, "Then let's play rock, paper, scissors." The class president was flustered. "Huh? What?" The class president, having no other choice, played the first round with Eugene. Park Eugene lost. He laughed, "Haha, I lose. All right, one more round." This round, the class president lost. Park Eugene said, "I win." "Do it." The class president hesitated, scared. "Why yes, but I'm not sure if it's okay to use rock, paper, scissors to decide about collecting money." Suddenly, Park Eugene held his hand in front of the class president's face and threatened, "Are you going to do it or not? This isn't about collecting money, it's a gamble. Hurry up and give me your forehead." Seeing the class president still hesitating, Park Eugene urged, "Are you going to come closer or not? Don't make me get up." The class president resignedly brought his head closer. Eugene laughed loudly. "Good, good. Ready?" The bowl cut guy popped up from behind and said loudly, "What are you doing with your fingers? That looks disgusting." Park Eugene licked his lips once, and then flick. It sounded like a gunshot. The class president lost his balance and fell backward. Eugene grinned with satisfaction. It had been a long time since he'd used this move. The other students in the class were all frozen. The class president clutched his forehead and cried in frustration. The class president looked up and saw that Eugene had been holding up 2 fingers the whole time. He smiled and reminded him, "Remember, I chose scissors. Let's play another round." Hearing this, the class president broke out in a cold sweat. He silently prayed, "Mom, save me." Taegun walked into the classroom, muttering to himself, "In the end, I still couldn't meet Baek Suho. It would have been easier if I had met that bastard at the same time as that bald second year. But Baek Suho has already stopped the money collection. Still, damn that Eugene guy. He's driving me crazy." He remembered the moment Eugene took his punch. He looked so damn pathetic. As expected, that guy is different from the others I've fought before. His strength is truly formidable. Taegun looked at his hand and thought for a long time. "I don't expect to be able to solve this myself. It probably won't get much attention anyway. I haven't had much rest lately. I think I can do it now." Thinking this, Taegun smiled slightly. "Yeah, actually, as long as my opponent can withstand my blows, that's good enough. That's my way of attacking, haha." At a small street corner, night had fallen. A male student stood in the middle of the road, trying to call someone. It turned out to be Kim Do-hyun. The phone just kept ringing. "The number you have dialed is out of service area." He held the phone and cursed, "Damn it. Hey, why aren't you answering? What a bastard. A fraud. Senior my ass. You said you would kneel before me, you disrespectful piece of shit. Because of you, I can't even go to school. Damn, is there anyone else who can do it?" Kim Do-hyun remembered someone at school saying, "The new guy is pretty good. The bullies in his classes have all been taken care of. The ones who used to bully people hardly come to school anymore. The ones who still do have learned to behave." At the time, he didn't care, but now that information seemed to be true. Kim Do-hyun thought coldly. Ahem, I think I should pay that transfer student. What would happen if I told him to beat the hell out of that bastard Park Eugene? All right, it's okay. Everything will be fine. That bastard Park Eugene, you just wait. As soon as he finished speaking, Park Eugene appeared right in front of Kim Do-hyun like a ghost. Kim Do-hyun screamed, "Holy crap! Why are you here?" Without another word, Park Do-jin immediately grabbed Kim Do-hyun by the head. With just one move, Park Do-jin left Kim Do-hyun half dead. Do-jin slammed Kim Do-hyun against a metal wall and said, "You little brat. I'm going to send you to meet your maker." Then came the sound of desperate screams, followed by pleas for help. Kim Do-hyun couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "All right, stop." Surprisingly, Do-jin actually stopped. He laughed. "All right, I've stopped. How funny. I feel like I'm the main focus of everything, you know?" Kim Do-hyun was so scared that tears were streaming down his face. Park Do-jin saw this and laughed loudly. "Haha, why are you crying? Isn't this fun? Come on, let's play again." A new day arrived on the school grounds, accompanied by the sound of complaints. "Ah, this is so hard. Seriously, this math problem is the result of mathematicians' research." The students were discussing their homework animatedly. "I'm not good at math. Explain it to me again." Surprisingly, the one solving the math problem this time was no Manho. He glanced at his two friends and said, "Everything has its own principles. Pay attention to how to calculate the volume, given the parameters of the problem." After hearing Manho's explanation, Yeomin exclaimed, "So, now I just need to apply this and I can do it, right?" However, he was immediately refuted by no Manho. "Hey, what's the difference? If you don't know the formula, you might as well start with your knuckles." On the other side, cheers erupted. "I won. This English test is a landslide victory." Solwa, sitting next to him, added a compliment. "Haha, Jinemo won." But our MC was hitting his head in frustration. Damn it. Just then, Jiri suddenly appeared. She instructed the MC, "Taegun, I already gave you a hint." However, our MC replied indifferently, "Sorry, I don't know what you mean." Jiri tried to find the reason. "Huh? Why? That's the place where you promised to do jujitsu with me." Taegun was confused. Finally, he said, "The question was bed. So the answer is bed, right?" Solwa couldn't understand. "I thought you learned a lot. How could you lose to Jinemo?" Jinemo stood beside them, gloating at the MC. "Taegun, you need to study harder." Right after he said that, Jinemo was grabbed by the head by our MC and taught a lesson. "You don't need to talk like that." Jinemo apologized fearfully. Taegun emphasized, "Try taking off your glasses and saying that again." The truth is, if it came down to status, Taegun would definitely be the top dog. No Manho and Yeomin watched from a distance. Manho exclaimed in surprise, "Why is Jinemo coming all the way here to study with Taegun? Aren't they getting too close?" Yeomin replied sarcastically, "Are you jealous?" They were still not over their surprise when another character appeared. "Huh, you're here to study too?" It was Park Do-jin from class 4. He was holding a book and walking into the classroom. As soon as Do-jin entered, Manho and Hodong jumped up to question him. "What the hell are you doing here? You want to start a fight?" Jiri immediately sensed something was off. She thought to herself, "Park Do-jin, he looks strange." Do-jin, upon arriving, ignored the surrounding chatter and pointless questions. He immediately said loudly, "Step aside. I want to talk to the new transfer student." "It won't take long." Do-jin looked straight at Jinemo's seat. His eyes were calculating. "Hey, move it." Jinemo was surprised and didn't understand. "Me?" Do-jin asserted again. "Who else? Don't piss me off. Get out of here now." Those arrogant words went right through Jinemo's ears. He thought with annoyance, this is a bit risky. Jinemo made a quick calculation. He knew he couldn't beat him, but if he left, he'd be a coward. He looked straight at his opponent. The question came out a bit flustered. "Hey, why are you doing this?" Yeomin, from a distance, fearfully advised Jinemo, "Hey Jinemo, stop it. You know Taegun won't let this slide." Park Do-jin's smile grew wider. His arms simultaneously shot up high. Before the action could be completed, Jinemo reacted quickly and dodged. However, right after that, Jinemo explained, "I didn't dodge. It was just a natural reflex." Park Do-jin's easygoing expression was also a bit strange. He sniffed and explained, "I wasn't going to hit you. Let's play rock, paper, scissors." Jinemo was a bit relieved to hear this. "Oh haha, rock, paper, scissors? All right. Phew, I'm alive." The two of them quickly played a game. Jinemo threw paper and lost to scissors. He exclaimed, "I lost. All right, I'll leave. You go talk to Taegun." After the conversation, Jinemo left happily. "Wow, I'm alive. Thank God. Not only did I keep my life, but I also gotta play with him. Jinemo quickly concluded. Maybe he's actually a good person. However, just as the words left his mouth, another action intervened. Eugene reached out and grabbed Jinemo. Where do you think you're going? A heavenly slap landed squarely on Jinemo's face. The blow was so strong that Jinemo couldn't handle it and threw up some of his lunch. Eugene quickly explained his action. You have to face the penalty after losing. Eugene's actions had always been violent. Jinemo's large body was instantly slammed to the ground. Yeongmin and Manho discussed from a distance. Wow, that looks like it hurt. Jinemo deserved it. After dealing with the obstacle, Park Eugene walked over and pulled a chair out. He sat down heavily across from the main character. He spoke, I told you we'd meet again, didn't I? Taegun immediately retorted. So, you want to fight, or what? Sorry, I have to take an English test now. However, Eugene was persistent. He explained, what a coincidence. I only need a little time. Because we're definitely going to fight. The mention of a fight made Park Eugene's eyes light up with excitement. I want to set a condition. Let's have a few rounds. The scene changes to another location. The sound of discussion appears. Rent a gym. Solwa confirmed. Yes. But we can do it in the closed-off reception room of my class. Hearing this, Geometry Hyung was a bit grateful. All right, thanks. But if it's just you and me, don't use that tone. We're the same age, after all. Solwa shook his head in disagreement. No can do. We have to follow the rules of each grade. Geometry Hyung looked at Solwa's current state. He sighed and reminded him. Can you stop lifting weights? If someone sees us, they'll think I'm bullying you. Despite his pleas, Solwa expressed his fear. I'm afraid these muscles will shrink. Please understand. These two continued to chat about other things. Geometry Hyung mentioned, about this transfer student. Have you seen him fight? Is he any good? Based on his own understanding and observations, Solwa replied confidently. He's on par with Shim Sangbo. So I think he's pretty good. But he's hiding his true strength. He's definitely training, but he doesn't show it at all. Geometry Hyung's eyes darted back and forth. He mentioned another name. And what do you think of Park Eugene? Solwa smirked and replied, that guy is really interesting. I think his strength is truly formidable. In short, that class is full of strong guys like him. Especially when you observe his advantages in. Solwa recalled some moments he had witnessed firsthand. He probed Eugene, what are you doing? At that moment, Eugene was stretching. His movements were surprisingly flexible. Flexibility leads to recovery, and recovery brings strength. And that's not all. Eugene jumped out of a high-story window. Solwa asked, where are you going to train? This is the second floor. Despite the warnings, Eugene bravely shouted, let's go. By instinct, Park Eugene always put all his strength into his attacks. Solwa confirmed again. As such, our technique is still lacking. Because it depends on physical build. Moreover, his personality is reckless and he can't control his emotions. Sometimes, there are changes depending on the circumstances. Geometry Hyung was hesitant. Eugene likes to gamble. Should I trust him? What do you think? In a short time, Solwa had received a series of difficult questions. His eyes were dazed. I don't know, but you can imagine. That guy started going to the gym before we even knew what it was. But he was able to take down everyone in the gym with just his physique. And the question is, how can anyone defeat Park Eugene? However, on the other side, he was exclaiming in frustration, I lost. It seems my luck hasn't been very good lately. Eugene kept his eyes fixed on the main character and questioned him. How are you so good at this game? Taegun replied emotionlessly. Are you kidding me? Why don't you go back to your class? In his mind, our MC was thinking, it's been a while, but my body still acts on habit. But winning like this is pretty bad. Does he think I'm going to play fair with him? The current failure was making Eugene unwilling to accept it. His eyes were filled with resentment. Damn it. Let's play one more round. The main character didn't want to waste time on these silly games. He warned, no matter how many times we play, it'll be the same. I won, didn't I? Eugene was still confused. What? Taegun repeated firmly. The condition we set before. I accept. Park Eugene was adamant. He screamed pathetically. What's the point of me winning? Who do you think won? However, Eugene suddenly paused to think. Wait, this isn't the time to argue. Ignoring the other complicated issues, Eugene replied. Okay, You have nothing more to say, right? Fine. This Wednesday, come to the place I told you about. Our MC faced everything with great composure. He replied, worry about your hand. I don't want to see you cry. After a match was arranged, no Manho spoke up. Taegun, wait a minute. He approached the main character and said, I don't know what win or lose means to him, but is it okay for you to accept his challenge? Taegun looked straight at Manho and instructed, I'd appreciate it if you could prepare a ring for our match. No Manho suddenly spoke with unusual seriousness. He emphasized, that's not it. Instead, I'm a bit suspicious about a match with an experienced guy. Also, that guy is a second year. What was being mentioned at the moment was the gym's rule. Eugene arrogantly reminded the main character, the second years will come to watch our match. What do you think? You don't have to worry. I won't play dirty like the others. Manho and Yeongmin were curious and asked, who was he talking about? Yeongmin brushed it off. I don't know. Our MC was feeling very interested in what Eugene was saying. I don't know what you're planning by bringing those two bald guys, but the more the merrier, right? The current situation seemed to be going exactly as Eugene had planned. He smiled happily, his lips curling. I like your craziness. All right, it's a deal. Taegun looked at his opponent with disdain. He already had a plan in his head. After dealing with Park Eugene, it would be best to move on to cleaning up the second years, and then solve the issue of the first year's fund collection. Jinimo lay exhausted on the ground. A voice asked with concern, Hey Jinimo, are you okay? If you are, get up and sit down here. Let's review this lesson. Jinimo remained on the ground, thinking to himself, I wish the whole world would just disappear. Sob. Right after Jinimo left, Kim Do-hyun peeked around, calculating. He glanced into the classroom and muttered, There's a transfer student named Kim Tae-wool. Following the main character's seat, Kim Do-hyun entered and said tremblingly, Excuse me. Are you Kwon Tae-gun? The main character was confused, not knowing who was in front of him. Who is this? Jiri leaned over and asked Kim Do-hyun, What the hell? His name is Kwon, not Kim. Kim Do-hyun was immediately embarrassed. Sorry for asking this, even though we've just met for the first time. Do-hyun's mouth puckered up as he said, That bastard Park Eugene. He's about to make a bet. A guy in the second year is betting with him that you and Eugene will fight. And more importantly, you need to lose. Do-hyun's words made our MC frown in confusion. In this classroom, 1-to-1, the conversations showed no sign of stopping. Taegun faced the other student and asked, Why should I lose? I have no reason to lose. What else? Kim Do-hyun's face fell. He hesitated, unable to get the words out. The thing is, the scene changes to a dark night. Eugene, with a bruised face, grabbed Kim Do-hyun by the neck. He reprimanded him. What an idiot. You must have been moved to tears, thinking I would kneel and apologize, huh? He kept questioning Kim Do-hyun. How much did you pay for these guys? Do-hyun was too scared. In the end, he had to confess. 50. As soon as he found out the other person had a lot of money, Eugene tried to dig for more. That means you still have a balance in your account, right? Give it to me right now. A total of only 51 in exchange for those guys. The scene shifts to under a staircase. Park Eugene had just arrived to an unwelcome sight. It's closed. Eugene was furious. He cursed, damn it, my 500,000 won. However, Kim Do-hyun was even angrier. That's my money, you idiot. However, in his desperation, Park Eugene saw something else interesting. Excited, with a sinister, scheming look on his face. Do-hyun, I need some money. Besides taking Do-hyun's money, Park Eugene also said, but use your name. This information quickly made Do-hyun understand the situation. A personal loan? Eugene didn't want to hide anything. He admitted the truth. Yeah, that's it. But I'll pay it back quickly. I'm going to take down that new transfer student. If I win, you'll make a lot of money. Because I, Park Eugene, am a winner. You know that, right? I'll pay you back, so you don't have to worry. Eugene handed Do-hyun a business card. He urged, contact him, quickly. After recounting the story of that night, Do-hyun still couldn't hide his fear. He exclaimed, So, if you win, I won't get that money back. Jiri understood the situation after hearing it. She confronted Do-hyun. By the way, you don't want to get beaten up by Eugene because he's too strong, right? Do-hyun nodded. No. Jiri replied, Right. Jiri's eyes narrowed with a hidden meaning. Let's say Park Do-jin wins. Then let's see if I should smash your head in. Kim Do-hyun was still confused, not understanding what he did wrong. What do you mean? The more she spoke, the angrier she got. Do you want to die? Coming here and saying that. The story continues in classroom 1-1. The student Kim Do-hyun was still trying to explain himself to our MC. So, if you win, I can't pay back the debt. Jiri quickly interjected to explain to Do-hyun. But don't you also want someone to get revenge on Park Do-jin? Do you even know what you're saying? At first, Jiri remained calm, but the more she spoke, the more upset she became. She jumped up. Say something that makes sense. No Manho saw that the situation was getting out of hand and ran to stop Jiri. He called out to the others. Do something. Hodong, Yongmin, please stop them. Jiri insisted. Let me go. I have to teach this guy a lesson. On this side, the main character remained calm. He looked straight into Do-hyun's eyes and asked, what happens if I beat Park Do-jin? Do-hyun was surprised and asked, huh? Can't you just go easy on him? Our MC was talking about fighting, but then he switched to studying. Can you speak English? Do-hyun replied. Why are you suddenly talking about English? Well, I know a little. After getting the information, Taegun made a proposal. How should I put this? What you're asking is as impossible as you being able to speak fluent English. Anyway, I'm still going to beat Park Do-jin. Meet me after school. The main character's words quickly scared Do-hyun. Huh? Why? Are you going to beat me too? The main character explained his intentions a little. I have an English test, so I need your help. Is that okay? Jiri ran over and told our MC. Taegun, I can teach you English. However, Taegun brushed her off reassuringly. But it's not really necessary. No need to trouble you. After speaking, the main character instructed Do-hyun. We'll start today. Regarding this matter, Kim Do-hyun had no reason to refuse. Alright, given the current developments, our MC had his own plans. Defeating Park Do-jin isn't the most important thing right now. But, things outside of school are indeed beyond my capabilities. The scene changes to the late afternoon. On the street, a conversation is heard. Taegun, so this is what? Kim Do-hyun expressed his thoughts. I was busy thinking about what? Our MC seemed to be focused only on translating. Think is thinked. Do-hyun tried to continue. Okay, so, if you can really beat Park Do-jin, then what do we do about the betting money? Taegun was still focused on translating. Money is money. Do-hyun was curious. If you beat Do-jin then, I'll die from losing the bet. Will you lend me some money? What do you think? The main character looked straight at him and stated firmly, Money? But I don't have any money either. Do-hyun seemed to have guessed the situation. He pointed. What a coincidence. This is where Do-jin and I usually borrow money. Our MC had understood Do-hyun's intention from the beginning. He took off his glasses and said, That's why I deliberately brought this up while we were walking. Do-hyun replied, The brain works more effectively when we take a walk. Taegun brushed aside these leading words. That's not the issue. Taegun looked ahead and asked, So what do you want? You want me to go borrow money for you? Do-hyun's eyes were hesitant. He stammered, I really don't think you'll go borrow money for me. The main character tried to probe what the other was holding back. Tell me the truth. I won't hit you. A sign for son. The main character looked at it and concluded, I think they're members of a gangster organization. Let me go in and see what they're like. It would be better if we try to borrow money here. I'll go in alone. You go home. The scene shifts to an amusement park. A question is asked. You got the money? A voice replied excitedly. That bastard Do-hyun finally agreed to help. Kim Do-hyun, and I will take it from Ji-suk. Do-jin's face was deceitful, his eyes darting around as he confirmed. Plus the money from the school fund collection. That's more than enough. Oh my, how will I use the money I earn? I think I'll invest a little first, see if I can ride the wave. A voice interrupted Do-jin's arrogance. Wait a minute. The money from the class funds. Do-jin's friend reminded him of the situation. You still have a fight with the new transfer student. Don't think it'll be easy to beat him. Do-jin still replied with a haughty tone. Is that so? The friend tried to analyze. Regarding the current issue, don't think you'll be able to collect all the money from the classes until the fund collection day. You have to beat him to control his classes. Despite his friend's advice, once Park Do-jin was determined to do something, he would see it through. He only addressed the issue, who knows? High risk, high reward. The muscular body of the guy quickly caused the barbell to drop. He took a breath and continued. If you want to win big, you have to risk big. Leave that guy to me. Our MC was trying to knock on the door, but it seemed there was no answer. He was confused. Is no one here? Maybe I should go back. Just as this thought crossed his mind, someone appeared and said, "Who are you? Are you here to borrow money?" This person was trying to open the door while complaining. Damn it. I told those bastards not to go chasing girls. They locked the door and went out to play again. Wait a minute. However, this man kept glancing at Taegun. He asked probingly, but you're a student, right? Why would a student like you come to borrow money? The main character hadn't had a chance to explain before the man urged him to come inside. It's already getting dark. Stepping into the room, the main character sat across from the man. He was immediately faced with a series of questions. What kind of work do you do? How much money do you want to borrow? Wait a minute. First of all, tell me, how old are you? When it came to his age, our MC felt it was a sensitive topic. Taegun hesitated and said, 20. Then he lowered it to 17. The number 17 made the man across from him confused. 17. Seeing the lender's reaction, our MC changed it again. No, it's 20. The more he spoke, the more he felt that this wasn't going well. The lender snapped at him. What are you talking about? Is this a place for you to joke around? You little brat. Taegun was too embarrassed by his clumsy lie. He bowed his head and said, I forgot I have laundry hanging at home. I'll come back another day. However, as the main character was about to leave, the lender stopped him. Stay right there. What about your clothes? It's not cold or raining. Hey, if you're going to make an excuse, use your brain. He deliberately found fault with the main character. With that kind of talk, you're bound to be suspicious. Who are you really? The question truly made our MC freeze in confusion. He tried to walk away quickly with a farewell. I'll be back later. But things weren't as simple as Taegun's arrival. He was grabbed firmly by the lender. The man spoke with an annoyed look. Wait. I'm not done talking. Where do you think you're going, you punk? You're not allowed to mess with me. Where are you from? What's your purpose for being here? The barrage of questions made the main character increasingly annoyed. He deliberately gripped the other's hand tightly and ordered, let go. Taegun emphasized once more. I said, I'm leaving. What right do you have to stop me? Don't you dare follow me, understand? The main character warned as he twisted the other's arm painfully. The man was furious. He cursed, you dog. The lender's hand was trying to grab the ashtray to counterattack. The attack was about to be launched with brutal force, his face contorted with determination. However, the main character quickly saw the move his opponent was about to make. He mercilessly slapped the lender's hand away. The main character's arm counterattacked, striking the lender directly in the head. The blow was like a concrete slab falling. The lender's head seemed to square off. His entire body slumped into the chair. The main character looked at his opponent and muttered, thud. I hit him on reflex without thinking. Damn it. Taegun turned away and said, I'll come back another day. While he's unconscious, I should look through the loan records. Our MC deliberately looked through the papers on the table. He thought, this is Kim Do-hyun's name. If I steal this, will the problem be solved? After looking through the papers for a while, our MC's eyes widened in surprise at what he saw. A picture of someone playing golf. A thought confirmed in Taegun's mind. Isn't that the school principal? Why is his picture here? While the main character was engrossed in the papers, from outside the door, the sound of laughter and chatter rang out. That place was amazing, especially the girls. Taegun sensed the approaching danger. He sighed in frustration. Damn it. The situation was not good. He slowly started to move. I need to leave first. However, just as he reached the door, the group of people entered. This surprise made our MC freeze in his tracks. The fat man who entered interrogated the main character. Who are you? How did you get in here? Taegun found it hard to explain the lender's unconscious state. The underlings foolishly chattered among themselves. You're here too, boss? I thought he was sleeping. Taking advantage of their chatter, the main character moved quickly to the door. Since I'm done with my business, Our MC moved out the door. The sounds from inside still echoed in his ears. Yesterday, a bunch of middle schoolers came here to borrow money. Boss, are you sleeping, boss? The others were worried about their boss. They kept trying to wake him up. Boss, I'm so tired. Open your eyes. In a flash, These guys figured out what was going on. They rushed to the door to block the main character's path. Hey, you little bastard. Get him. The scene shifts to the dark of night. Tae-gun sat on a bench, muttering, I shouldn't have run away. It's like I've stirred up a hornet's nest. But it seems they're not chasing me anymore. The main character hadn't finished his monologue when he looked up and said, the weather is so pleasant and cool. I shouldn't have mentioned hanging laundry when it's not even raining. He made a resolution. I'll investigate the principal's photo soon. But first, I have to deal with Eugene. Tae-gun prepared carefully. He checked the weather and said, when was the last time he talked about the fight? Friday, right? This Friday, it's going to rain heavily. A rainy day? That really didn't make Tae-gun feel good at all. The rain got heavier and heavier, its sound drowning out everything else. The sound of footsteps echoed in the rain. A voice spoke at the same time. Finally, the long-awaited day has come. A friend asked Eugene, is your hand okay? Park Eugene replied confidently, I told you I don't need to go to the hospital. In the end, Eugene couldn't deny it. But it still hurts a little. His eyes darted around slyly. He said arrogantly, after all, the fight with that transfer student is what really matters. No one else can hurt me. The red light of a delivery truck approached. Eugene grew even more excited. Everyone's here, right? Let's do this. Eugene's friends followed behind him, their voices ringing out. Wow, damn it. What is this place? The fat guy instructed. Haha, just come on in. Park Eugene held Do-hyun tightly by the neck and said, the auditorium is locked. No one here can interfere. Eugene slowly opened the door, muttering an explanation. A while ago, this used to be the school's gym. But now, our group has taken it over. Solwa looked around and grimaced. Hurry up. He's asking. There are a lot of preparations. Eugene was still trying to ask Do-hyun. It feels like a real fight, doesn't it? What do you think? Who's going to win this match? From now on, it's not playing around anymore. It's a real fight. Kim Do-hyun shook his head. I'm not sure about that. Regardless of the other's answer, Eugene continued to speak boldly. I'm just kidding, you idiot. You're no fun at all. I never thought I'd be fighting here. Haven't the other leaders arrived yet? Solwa looked straight ahead and said, they're here. The arrival of the new leaders surprised the group. Oh my god, they're here. The newly arrived group was the neutral class group. The others all bowed in unison. We are friends of Park Eugene. Hello, seniors. The fat guy tried to look up. He exclaimed, wow, this is intense. Can you feel the atmosphere of the impending battle? One of the leaders commented, your hair is really getting on my nerves. His words quickly frightened the other guy. I'll cut it right away, sir. The new leader looked at Do-hyun and asked, and you're a member of the second-year class gang, right? Do-hyun stammered, I don't know what you mean. His awkward reply made the leader conclude, you look kind of stupid. How did you even become a delinquent? Solwa instructed, we've prepared a spot for you in the stands. Thanks. It's nothing. The bald leader looked around curiously. Hasn't the transfer kid arrived yet? I hope he doesn't test my patience today. A group of people was approaching. Umbrellas overlapped as they moved through the rain. It turned out to be our MC's group. He was trying to turn his head to instruct his friends. You guys really don't need to follow me. However, Yeongmin immediately retorted, what are you talking about? Of course we have to go together. Even No Manho was fired up with determination. We can't let you go into that second-year den alone. You've always helped us. The main character looked closely at No Manho's back. He asked, so what's that bag for? Manho was a bit flustered. This? Your opponent is pretty tough, so I prepared a lot of stuff. Manho's intentions were quickly stopped by the main character. Leave it. Yeongmin hurriedly provided some information to Tae-gun before they entered. I just learned about Park Eugene's fighting style from an informant. He thought the information would interest Tae-gun, but his attitude was incredibly indifferent. Alright, I pretty much figured it out after one punch. Yeongbin and Hodong looked at each other with confused expressions. They discussed, yeah, one punch. Is there something wrong with my ears? Brushing aside the surrounding annoyances, the main character focused on observing something on his phone. After watching, our MC once again stated firmly, sorry, but you guys have to go first. His words made his friends' jaws drop in surprise. Yeongbin tried to probe, what are you talking about? Without you, no matter how hard they tried, they were cut off by our MC. I'll be right there. The scene changes to the designated building. No Manho led the other friends there first. The main character was not among them. He had actually left because he had an important matter to attend to. In this direct confrontation, the two sides looked at each other with no affection whatsoever. The leader, Jack, sternly sized up his opponent. Hasn't that transfer student arrived yet? He just left a message saying he'll be right here. So there's no guarantee. Eugene smirked and taunted No Manho. Did he get scared and run away? Manho confidently asserted, don't worry. He's not that kind of person. Geometry Hyung's expression suddenly changed. His curiosity piqued. Red hair. You're No Manho, right? So we just have to wait for him to arrive? All right. Find a seat. On the other side, Yongbin suddenly sat down. He stated boldly, Hey, I bet 100% that Manho will save us. The pressure from the expressway gang is really intense. The top 5 are all here. These were influential figures like the second-year OTG, top 3, Do Sang-soo, and top 4, second year. Besides them, there was also Kim Sang-eun, top 5 of the second-year expressway. Yongmin looked at the opening door. He exclaimed, only the second years from expressway came. A cheer went up. They're here. A crowd of second years poured in. Their faces were all cold and annoyed. Their greeting was brief. Yo. They were the legendary second-year delinquent gang, Sacred Blood. The leader of Sacred Blood, Ma Jieseo, curiously stepped forward and asked, Why did you guys have to come all this way just for a first-year fight? Another guy replied, It's just that. He's not an ordinary first-year. Hodong suddenly spotted a certain character. He exclaimed in surprise, What the hell? Lee Sung-hun from Class 9 is here too. As soon as Jack saw the new character appear, he welcomed him warmly. You're here. Sit wherever you like. As soon as he appeared, this influential character confidently said, There are no seats left. Unfortunately, we have to sit at least one seat apart. The other guys also commented on the seating situation. It's fine. One seat isn't that important. Ji-suk was very curious and looked around. So where's that transfer student? Hasn't he arrived yet? The questions about the main character's whereabouts kept coming. No Manho's group and Yongmin didn't know how to answer. They were worried and sweating. They thought, Taegun, when are you going to get here? A phone displayed the volatile red and green of the currency market. Eugene watched it intently, his face wrinkled in displeasure. The other influential figures seemed to be getting drowsy from the long wait. Extremely annoyed, Park Eugene couldn't take it anymore. He threw his phone onto the floor, cursing incessantly. Why isn't he here yet? I'm getting bored to death. He couldn't control his emotions to the point of muttering to himself. Someone come up. Someone come up. First year or second year, I don't care. Eugene's craving for a fight seemed to have reached its peak. His friends fearfully tried to stop him. Hey, what the hell are you doing, Park Eugene? Calm down. Even Jack couldn't stand this waste of time any longer. His eyes were fixed ahead. He announced, That's right. We don't have time to sit here and kill time. I think we need some entertainment. Park Eugene's hands were itching. He taunted, Hey, No Manho from Class 1. Get over here. The rain outside was still pouring heavily. A figure stood under an umbrella, approaching. He muttered a prediction. I'm a little late, aren't I? No Manho was a bit surprised by the other's challenge. You're calling me? Yongmin behind him couldn't help but feel scared. What do we do now, No Manho? No Manho was braver than ever. He stated firmly, As a member of Class 1, we have to take responsibility when Taegun is late. All right, pray for me to win. The tense situation was quickly interrupted by Solwa. He spoke up, Wait, I have an idea. We have to ensure the best condition of the competitors until the main event. We can't waste Park Eugene's strength. However, Solwa's suggestion was immediately shot down by Eugene. Shut your mouth, you bald idiot. I have to warm up before I fight. No matter how crazy Eugene was, Solwa still calmly asserted, No, you can't do that. My class, 2 members of the special physical education class will fight. Park Eugene's arrogant quality. He bluntly sneered. You think fighting those idiots is fun? You bald freak. Faced with this noisy chatter, Geometry Hyung advised, Fighting with his underlings is also bad. Consider it entertainment. Everything seemed to stop for a beat. A character officially opened the door and entered. I'm a little late, aren't I? The opening door made No Manho and Yongmin extremely expectant. Even Eugene was excited, thinking it was Kwon Taegun. But it wasn't him at all. The character who appeared was Youngjong. As soon as he arrived, his mouth couldn't stop rambling. I wonder if Hodong will make Park Do-jin cry today. If I bet on Taegun, I might get a bigger apartment. But what if he gets beaten up by Park Do-jin? Youngjong's arrival and his words poked at Do-jin's gloomy mood. It made Do-jin's expression extremely unpleasant. What's wrong with this idiot? Young-min understood the anger in Park Do-jin's heart. He advised Youngjong, "Hey, shut up. Come over here." Youngjong continued to ask back, "Hey, Young-min, how's our leader Taegun?" Young-min could only feel helpless with this talkative case. "You incurable idiot. Come over here." This Youngjong guy was like a chatterbox who hadn't spoken in a long time. He kept rambling. "Come to think of it, who should I bet on? They don't cheat here, do they? I have to go withdraw money for this big bet." The outrageous things he had been saying were making Do-jin's blood boil. He said forcefully, "Hey, Kim Youngjong, you used to be the leader of class 2, right?" Upon receiving this question, Youngjong replied, "Are you having a moment? I'm currently loyal to Taegun." Right after that arrogant statement, Youngjong was sent flying backward by a crowd. And the owner of that punch was Do-jin. A furious punch. It made the opponent's blood splatter, his face instantly deformed. Do-jin's viciousness was fully revealed through this punch. He hadn't stopped his crude actions yet. His arm twisted, grabbing Youngjong by the neck. Just a light flick of his hand sent his opponent tumbling. After a series of life-threatening actions, Park Do-jin still charged forward crazily. Youngjong was now scared. His arm was twisted, and the blood couldn't flow out anymore. Do-jin used a kicking technique, a large foot landing straight on Youngjong's face. No Manho, witnessing the brutal fight, was a bit agitated. Why is he suddenly? Is it okay to just leave him like that? Another guy replied, "At least, I think the other leaders are fine with it." Jack watched the situation with excitement. He concluded, before enjoying the main course, there must always be an appetizer. Just like eating eggs before a steak. No one intervened. The situation continued, causing the blood on Do-jin's hands to become more soaked. He looked like he was about to beat Youngjong to death. A mysterious room door appeared. A figure flickered past it suspiciously. Photos appeared. They included a picture of the school principal. Next to the photos in his hand was a bloody remnant. A group of people were unconscious. They lay scattered on the floor. Blood and flesh mingled. The scene changes to the designated meeting place. After torturing Youngjong for a while, Park Do-jin's face seemed much brighter. He spoke confidently. "This isn't even a warm-up, you idiot. It'll take a while for me to finish warming up." The main character called out for more. "Next, no Manho." Just then, footsteps approached. A voice interrupted. "What the hell is this? Isn't your opponent me?" This voice caught the attention of Leader Jack. His eyes narrowed as he observed carefully. The person who appeared this time was definitely RMC. His face was extremely calm as he asked the bloodthirsty Do-jin, "Couldn't you wait until then?" Park Do-jin was extremely excited. He called out, "Kwon Taegun." Even No Manho's group of friends was surprised by the main character's appearance at this dangerous moment. The other guys chimed in with exclamations about the situation. "You finally came, transfer student." RMC walked deeper inside. He expressed, "Sorry for being late." Taking the opportunity of the main character's apology, Park Do-jin immediately found fault. "No, it's very late. Because you were late, I was planning to beat up your friend to relax a bit." Jinimo retorted, "Hey, who said that?" A confident and arrogant look was clear on Do-jin's face. "Yeah, if you had been a little later, your friends would have all been dead. And isn't Kim Youngjong your friend?" After being tortured by Do-jin, Youngjong's face was covered in blood, a gruesome and frightening sight. Taegun had been there for a while and had a general grasp of the current situation. His face was surprisingly calm as he faced everything. The main character slowly stepped forward. He coolly took off his outer jacket. He said, "Well, is that so? After beating someone up, you must be all warmed up now." Do-jin quickly replied to RMC's question. "Yes, but one person isn't enough." A normally quiet scene was suddenly filled with the sound of a heavy fall. A powerful kick from the main character had been launched. The target this time was Do-jin's two friends. Do-jin witnessed the entire fall, his eyes wide with astonishment. The face of the fat friend was quickly deformed under the pressure of the kick, blood flowing from his mouth. The other friend was just as severely injured. No Manho and Eugene, standing outside, couldn't take their eyes off Taegun's unique actions. Eugene's stance began to tremble. The main character declared in front of him, "I'm just warming up with your friends too." A very impressive warm-up. It knocked his opponent to the ground, his body unable to move. Taegun looked super cool. He unbuttoned his tie while talking to his opponent. "It's a shame that last time we only had a brief exchange. Today, I won't stop until I've taken you down." The male student who was hit had a bloody nose, and one of his cheeks was caved in. Manho and Eugene were also startled. They stood there staring. The male student fell to the ground. Taegun calmly said, "There? I've dealt with your friend too." Park Eugene was a bit surprised to see his friend lying on the ground. He didn't think Taegun would go this far. The smell of blood emanated from the male student's mouth. Taegun slowly pulled off his tie. He continued speaking slowly. "I remember last time you said you regretted not being able to do anything significant, right? But today will be different." As he spoke, Taegun rolled up his sleeves, his veins popping. His eyes were incredibly determined as he looked at Park Eugene and gently reminded him, "Today, things won't end like last time." Solwa, who was watching, felt so tense he could hardly breathe. He muttered, "Here we go? It's finally starting, right? Both of them are going to fight, just like the Class 1 leader said. And today will be the chance to see how the match ends." Lee Sung-hun smiled faintly, thinking, just as I predicted. The expressway leader behind Eugene ordered, "Hey, you idle bastards. The ones lying on the floor. Get them out of here now." Park Eugene frowned, annoyed. As the other students were being moved, he called out, "Kwon Taegun, just as I thought. Fighting you is really fun. You're the one I've always wanted to have an all-out fight with. That's why I was so disappointed last time. The ones I liked as much as you were all taken down by me." Taegun looked at Eugene, his expression unchanged, still as cold as ever. Eugene thought of his previous opponents as teddy bears and couldn't stop laughing loudly. "Haha, I feel so sorry for them. Remembering the way I tore them apart. It still gets me excited. That's why I'm worried about you, kid." The students cleaning up the bodies couldn't hide their curiosity and kept glancing back. Just then, Park Eugene couldn't hold it in anymore. He pushed another student aside to run forward. He looked like a starved beast. He said, "I can't hold back anymore, Taegun. I promised to play with you for a long, long time, ha." Taegun stood his ground, his eyes still determined and unchanging, quietly observing. Eugene threw the first punch. Taegun quickly dodged it. Taegun moved behind Park Eugene. Eugene spun around and continued to attack. Taegun seemed to be calculating something. He calmly didn't fight back. Seeing this, Park Eugene attacked more fiercely. One punch. Two punches, then three. Taegun always managed to quickly dodge Park Eugene's blows. Park Eugene cursed in frustration. "Damn it." Eugene shot a death glare at Taegun. He cursed loudly. "You son of a bitch. Why the hell aren't you fighting back, you dog?" Taegun didn't answer. He just calmly dodged the blows. Park Eugene cursed again. "You motherfucker, you dodged again. Stop being a coward." Taegun didn't answer, still continuously dodging. In contrast to Eugene, who kept attacking recklessly. Eugene, furious, began to lose control of his attacks. He cursed as he fought. "Damn it. Fight me back, you idiot." Hodong asked Eugene with wide eyes, "What's going on? Why does Park Eugene keep swinging and missing?" Eugene thought for a moment. Maybe their power levels are too different. But why does Taegun keep dodging? Min-soo, who had been watching from the side, spoke up. Maybe he's analyzing his opponent. He remembered the previous fights, the one with Manho, the fight with Shim Sang-bo, the fight with the delinquent from another school. In one-on-one fights like this, Taegun doesn't care what his opponent is like. He'll always dodge first and figure things out later. But after a few dodges, once he has analyzed his opponent's attacks to a certain extent, he'll start to counterattack. At this point, a slight smile appeared on Min-soo's lips. He observed the situation like a true researcher. Eugene was still attacking with all his might. Taegun seemed like he was about to dodge again, but instead, he punched Eugene hard in the waist. Park Eugene was hit in a vulnerable spot, and his strength waned slightly. He spun around and attacked Taegun again. Taegun saw an opening, his expression unchanged. He gently kicked Eugene hard in the knee joint. Not only that, but he also used his dominant hand to punch him in the face. After taking the full force of the punch, Eugene's entire body fell to the ground. Park Eugene was a bit dazed, but it didn't take long. His madness wouldn't let him give up. He used his legs as a springboard to launch himself back up. The last blow was quite strong, but it still couldn't keep Park Eugene down. Park Eugene, furious, charged forward with a punch and roared, "You son of a bitch!" The punch hadn't even reached Taegun's face before Taegun used the same move, kicking him in the knee joint. Then he used his dominant hand to punch Eugene straight in the face. Park Eugene was almost knocked out. He gasped for breath, feeling that something was wrong with his body. Eugene felt like he was losing his composure. His hand touched the ground. Eugene told himself, "Wake up. Calm down. Calm down. His counterattack is really strong." Just as he thought this, Taegun coldly delivered another blow to Eugene. Park Eugene froze. All he could see was a white void. Taegun didn't stop. He raised his hand, and then slapped Eugene hard across the face again. Park Eugene was so dazed that he just stood there like a punching bag. Seeing that the slap wasn't enough, Taegun continued to use his legs. He kicked him straight in the stomach. This kick from Taegun sent Park Eugene flying several meters. Park Eugene gasped for breath, his veins popping. A portion of his strength had been drained. The vice leader, seeing this, felt a little worried. He thought to himself, he just sent a muscular guy like Eugene flying with a single kick? Is he even human? The Class 7 delinquent also said, "Aish, is Park Eugene just going to let himself get beaten like that? He hasn't even landed a single hit on Kwon Taegun. If he keeps charging in like that, it'll be hard enough to even touch Taegun, let alone." Blood dripped onto the ground. Park Eugene wiped the remaining blood from his mouth. He gave a pained smile. "Well, that actually hurt, you dog." No Manho was a bit surprised to see Park Eugene sit up. He told Young-min, "Holy crap, he got kicked that far and he can still get up?" Young-min replied, "Incredible. Taegun is really strong, but Park Eugene is no less of a monster. If anyone else had stepped in, this fight would have been over a long time ago." Taegun cracked his knuckles and sighed. "Aish, you can take a punch. I'll give you that. But I haven't even had a chance to fight for real yet. So I hope you can last a little longer." Eugene still had a confident smile on his face. "Well, you mean you haven't been fighting at full power this whole time? Let me tell you something. Neither have I." As soon as Park Eugene finished speaking, he put one foot back to gain momentum. A second later, he charged at Taegun like a starved tiger. He roared, "You're done for, you dog." Taegun stood his ground, not moving. But Eugene attacked before he even got close to Taegun. Taegun froze for a few seconds, wondering, "Huh? He attacked before he even got close to me." With that thought, Taegun also charged forward and grabbed Park Eugene by the stomach. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he thought, "Heh, this guy is really something. He's pretty good at faking it. Does he mean that things won't end this easily? He must have just realized that just attacking like this won't do anything. He's such an idiot. He doesn't know what's important." Taegun thought, it doesn't matter how strong his attacks are. But no matter what, the result will still be the same. He'll still be beaten to a pulp. Look at those eyes. Is he getting a little worried? Taegun landed a kick right in Park Eugene's vulnerable spot. Then a series of blows followed, all to the same spot. His face swelled up just like that. The male student whose money Park Eugene had extorted stood by, feeling immense satisfaction. He thought, "That bastard Eugene. Now he's getting beaten like a dog. Serves you right, you son of a bitch." Solwa clicked his tongue. This fight is too one-sided. No one thought it would be like this. It seems Eugene really can't fight back. Lee Sung-hun was also a bit scared. He thought to himself, "I knew he was strong, but is he this strong?" At the same time, Manho also turned to Young-min and said, "Do you remember when Taegun said he had tested Eugene with that coin game?" Young-min replied, "Yeah, I do." "What?" Manho's face was serious. Now I understand what he meant. Eugene and Taegun were still fighting intensely. Eugene attacked, but missed every time. Taegun, knowing Eugene's weakness, landed every hit. Eugene's attacks seemed to have no specific strategy. He just kept attacking and getting hit. Taegun, on the other hand, easily hit him in very vulnerable spots. Manho continued talking to Young-min, not noticing that Lee Sung-hun was also listening. "You know, Eugene's physical strength is outstanding. And he can also apply it to the coin game. If we flip the coins with a certain force, then all 4 coins will float in the air, which means these coins have a high probability of being flipped over. That's also why he did that on the notebook. Eugene chimed in. Sounds like the high jump, right? Youngmin sighed and explained. You mean if you're strong, you have a much bigger advantage because you can jump higher, right? Manho's face was serious as he replied. Yeah, that's right. But unfortunately, the coin game isn't about strength. It's about skill. To play a coin game, you need to master the following skills. You have to see where the coins are, how many there are, and you have to aim precisely and control the force of your flip. Eugene has no skill in playing the coin game. At that time, he felt that whenever he needed to act, he just did it without thinking. And that action of his was also applied in this battle. He didn't bother to analyze or understand what kind of person his opponent was. He just used his physical strength and fought whenever he wanted. That was foolish. However, because he had the physical ability to withstand many blows for a long period of time. But now his opponent is no ordinary person. His opponent knows exactly how to flip that coin, and he just keeps hitting his weak spots with absolute precision and enough force. Taegun, he really knows how to play. Taegun doesn't even need to use much strength to take down that idiot. He's truly a formidable opponent. At the same school, Eugene shouted, Hey, Kwon Taegun, what are you doing? Seriously, you're making me frustrated. Don't just swing wildly and hope for the best. Taegun looked so innocent back then. He scratched his head and stammered. Okay, Eugene. Eugene continued. Flipping coins is the basic step of the fight. Didn't you know? Eugene pointed at the table with enthusiasm. He told Taegun, look, hit it where you want it to go with a certain force. Hey, look, this isn't that hard, right? You try it. As he spoke, he pulled his hand back for Taegun to try. Eugene also reminded him, don't let your hand touch the coins. Taegun raised his hand, remembering Eugene's lesson carefully. Aim carefully, and just keep looking at it very carefully until you can flip it. Look at the coins. Taegun felt a little nervous. He stared at the coin on the table without blinking. Then he raised his hand and slammed it down. Back in the present, Eugene was punched straight in the face by Taegun. Taegun looked at him with frustration. The punch sent Park Eugene flying, but he managed to stop himself in time. The madman charged forward again without thinking. Taegun looked him up and down, wondering where to punch next. Park Eugene gritted his teeth and charged at Taegun. Taegun smiled slightly. Well, I'll choose that spot then. With that, he punched Eugene straight in the face. Blood spurted out like from a slaughtered pig. Taegun held his hand in midair. It was a very light punch. It didn't take much of his strength. The second year with glasses who was watching the fight started to comment. Well, didn't you say Park Eugene was strong? Has he ever knocked down Kwon Taegun once? He's not even a match for Kwon Taegun. It's ridiculous to bet on a one-sided fight like this. Lee Sung-hun remained calm and observed the fight. He was thinking, it's true that Park Eugene is strong, but it seems his opponent is much stronger. Anyway, I should be grateful that Park Eugene is this strong. He's lasted this long thanks to his beastly endurance. But this data is still not enough. It's hard to know how strong Kwon Taegun is when he's just toying with him. Park Eugene seemed to be getting tired. If he tried a little harder, he could still do it. Eugene wiped his mouth with his hand, his difficulty breathing. He began to smell the metallic scent of blood in the room. He looked at Taegun and wondered, damn it, why can't I hit him? Taegun looked completely unscathed. He leisurely rolled up his sleeves and told Park Eugene, try a little harder. This is getting boring. Didn't you say you wanted to beat me to a pulp as you pleased? But it seems you hate me, huh? But what can you do? I'm stronger than you. That's an undeniable fact, right? Beck Suzy was sitting at an internet cafe and said loudly, what? Why are you only telling me now? Yoo Ji-suk was a bit surprised and replied, oh, why are you so surprised? I only heard it from Lee Sung-hun. It seems the second-year students are all there too. Suzy gently nudged Ji-suk's arm and urged, damn it, I shouldn't have bet more. Let's go. We're going there. Ji-suk was surprised. What? You want to see the new student again? Suddenly, a male student playing a game nearby said loudly, why? It's probably because she likes the new student. Isn't it obvious? That guy didn't notice Suzy standing right behind him, his hands still moving quickly on the machine. The player on the other side suddenly won. She wondered, I won. No way. With that, she stood up and looked across to find the male student had been knocked out on the table at some point. She called out in alarm. Oh, holy crap. Why did you get hit while you were playing? Ji-suk watched Suzy and wondered, she's gone? Why is she in such a hurry? Ji-suk kept watching Suzy's retreating figure. He kept wondering, why? Why is she acting so strange? Suzy held an umbrella as she walked in the rain. Her heart was burning with anxiety. She thought to herself, Kwon Tae-gun is really crazy. Why did he go there? If he acts recklessly again, what will happen? Is he really fighting in front of the second-year students? No, it's too dangerous. With that thought, Suzy didn't care about the rain. She ran, throwing her umbrella away. Park Do-jin hit one side of his face, then the other side. Then he started slapping himself repeatedly. Everyone who saw this was a bit surprised. Ji-suk turned and whispered to leader Jack, Hey, I can't believe he's slapping himself in the face. What kind of penance is this? The blonde guy whispered. Hey, why did that idiot end up like this? Kim Do-hyun replied. Maybe. He's tasting his own hand. Park Do-jin looked at his two hands. He wondered to himself, what the hell am I doing? I haven't even been able to touch that guy's skin this whole time. What's wrong with me? Kim Do-hyun was very pleased to see Do-jin like this. He thought, during his loss in the coin-flipping game, he also slapped himself to test it. But now his fingers can't even touch Kwon Tae-gun's skin. I'm sure he won't realize it whether he can taste his own hand or not. Tae-gun, seeing Do-jin just standing there, reminded him, Hey, are you done with your act? Kim Do-hyun felt a little excited. He smiled to himself. Haha, good. Tae-gun, at this point, money is no longer important. Just hit him. That gambling addict bastard. Do-jin breathed with some difficulty. Heh, damn it. I don't know what's going on. But it's strange that I've only landed one hit. Even when the coin is down, it will eventually go up. With that, he charged forward like a moth to a flame. He charged at Tae-gun. Tae-gun calmly stood his ground, watching the fool charge at him. Do-jin punched Tae-gun in the face. Tae-gun dodged. Then he gently kicked Do-jin in the chest. Park Do-jin lost his balance and stumbled backward again. But the son of a gun quickly landed on his feet and charged forward again like a madman. This time, he changed his attack method. He used one leg as a pivot and kicked Tae-gun with the other. Of course, Tae-gun easily dodged it again. Park Do-jin lost his balance. He slammed his body to the ground. But he quickly got back up and attacked from behind Tae-gun. Tae-gun quickly dodged and gave him an uppercut. Park Do-jin was both in pain and furious. He shouted, Ah, you son of a bitch. His behavior became more and more erratic. He flailed his arms and legs, but didn't land a single hit. Instead, he was gently punched in the face by Tae-gun. After taking a beating for so long, Park Do-jin was gradually getting exhausted. His back began to touch the ground. In the moment before he fell, Do-jin told himself, It doesn't matter how many times he hits me. Tae-gun bent his knees. He gained momentum and charged at Park Do-jin. Tae-gun's handsome face once again slipped past Do-jin's punch. Then he landed a straight punch on the beast's cheek. Park Do-jin cursed under his breath. Damn it. Why is it like this? It hurts so much. No, I can take it. Come on. This is my chance. With that, Park Do-jin gathered all his strength and brought his hand back. He landed a punch straight in Tae-gun's face. It seemed like that punch was a sure hit, straight to Tae-gun's face. But no, once again, Tae-gun easily dodged it. Park Do-jin, from the beginning of the fight until now, hadn't even touched a single hair on Tae-gun. How humiliating. At the same time, Tae-gun's punch lightly touched Park Do-jin's face. The punch made Do-jin stagger. Blood from his mouth and nose kept gushing out as if he had been slaughtered. Park Do-jin lost all his strength. He knelt down. Ugh, why? Why? I still don't understand. Why can't I hit him? Not even once. Do-jin just sat there, defeated. Blood pooled on the floor. The room was filled with a thick, metallic smell. Tae-gun naturally took this opportunity to finish him off. He grabbed Park Do-jin by the hair. Do-jin was helpless and didn't resist. Park Do-jin felt like this battle was a coin toss. He slammed his hand on the table. Park Do-jin felt that something wasn't right. He immediately slammed his hand down again. The book on the table shifted to one side. Park Do-jin was furious. He slammed the book again. It shifted to the other side. He slammed it over, and then slammed it back again, over and over. Park Eugene, furious, slammed his hand down randomly. He frowned and used all his strength, intending to slam it on the table one more time. He cursed incessantly in his mind. Damn it! What is this? Why can't I hit it? Suddenly, another hand appeared and held his hand back. It was Taegun. Taegun grabbed Park Eugene's wrist and reminded him, "You idiot. This isn't the smart way to play." Park Eugene didn't understand. His face was blank. At the same time, another hand grabbed his head. Taegun said loudly, "This is the smart way to play, you idiot." With that, Taegun slammed Park Eugene's head onto the table. Back in the present, Taegun slammed Park Eugene's head onto the wooden floor. Blood splattered everywhere. It was unclear if Park Eugene was still alive. His limbs showed no signs of struggling like before. Taegun sighed. "Thanks to you, I'm all warmed up now." The members of the Sacred Blood delinquent gang became tense when they saw the result. The Class 7 delinquents were no different. Manho and Youngmin were also a bit surprised. They kept muttering, "Wow, that's brutal." Lee Sung-hun also didn't dare to move much. The atmosphere in the room was extremely tense. Everyone was anxiously waiting to see if Eugene would make another move. But it seemed the answer was no. The people on Park Eugene's side were still training frantically. The punching bags were constantly swinging. While Eugene was deep in thought, his face scowling, a voice rang out from somewhere. "Hey, buddy. Why are you just staring at your phone instead of training?" This person continued to remind Park Eugene, "Even if the coach wants to take care of you because he says you have a special talent, it's all meaningless if you're like this." This coach tried to point to the distance. "Look at those guys over there. They're training very hard. Don't you feel anything when you see them?" The people on the other side were staring intently at something. Their gazes were all fixed in one direction. Despite the advice, Park Eugene arrogantly asserted, "So what? I'll beat them all anyway." After hearing Eugene's firm words, the rival youths' faces began to sweat. The coach continued to talk to Eugene. "Ahem. Well, anyway, so what are you looking at?" Eugene didn't take his eyes off the phone screen. He replied, "CoinMarketCap." The coach became even more curious. "You have something you want to analyze and spend money on?" Eugene frowned and muttered, "Analyze? Haha, it's just a gut feeling. I don't understand a damn thing to analyze." The coach's expression suddenly became annoyed. He reminded him, "This kid, he's doing the same thing as when he trains. You train by gut feeling too. That's why you're not improving. You play with coins the same way. If you train by gut feeling." The senior's words were quickly interrupted by Park Eugene. "Damn it. What do you know? You're so noisy." The coach was officially stunned after hearing Eugene's words. "What? What did you just say?" Eugene always surprised the people he talked to. This time, he stood facing the coach, puffing out his chest. "Coach, you said you used to be a rookie king, right?" Eugene officially issued a challenge. "Do you want to have a serious fight with me?" His words became more and more arrogant. The coach was officially frozen in front of the cunning Park Eugene. Just after he finished speaking, Eugene officially took down the coach in a single move. The opponent's entire body collapsed to the ground. Park Eugene looked at his opponent and judged, "Why is he so weak? Yet he says things like that." The people around them were gradually frozen in fear. Even in the training room, Eugene was so arrogant. Absolutely no one dared to argue back. They just stared with gritted teeth. Eugene wiped his mouth and said, "Even if I use my gut feeling, I can still win. Only the weak depend on technique." Eugene's large hand slammed down hard on the table, showing his extreme anger. Although he used a great deal of force on the wooden table, it seemed to have little effect. Eugene was surprised by what was in front of him. He asked, "It didn't work?" The more he looked at it, the angrier he got. His suppressed attitude was visible in his eyes. Curses echoed silently. "Damn it. The bastard Park Eugene never wants to lose to anyone." He raised his two large, powerful arms high, his teeth clenched. In his mind, a murderous intent declared, "Things like this will end if I destroy it." This Park Eugene's desire and violence was to destroy everything. And with his two crazy arms, he broke the table in half. The expression on his face after achieving his goal was terrifying. His teeth were bared like a ferocious tiger. Footsteps followed one after another on the floor. Eugene tried to speak, to prolong the situation. "Let's continue." Taegun was suddenly curious about Eugene's words. He asked back, "What do you mean, continue? His face was covered in wounds, and the incessant bleeding couldn't extinguish Park Do-jin's thirst for battle. He confidently declared once more, "I've only just begun." No Manho and Eugene, standing outside, observed every detail of the fight. They commented, "He got beaten like that, and he can still get up?" Another guy spoke up, worried about the current situation. "Will it be okay? Shouldn't we stop them?" Solwa heard this and replied hesitantly, "I'm sure that blow hurt a lot." Our MC was looking at his opponent with a confused expression. He said with disgust, "That's disgusting. At least wipe your blood off first." Right after the main character's reminder, Park Do-jin used his own shirt to wipe the blood from his mouth. As he lifted his shirt, it revealed overlapping bruises on his body. Even in this state, Do-jin still tried to talk a lot. "Now I know why my attacks couldn't touch you. It's because you figured out my fighting style, right?" After wiping the blood, Do-jin's shirt was soaked. Unable to stand it anymore, he threw the shirt to the ground. He continued to analyze our MC strategy. "That's why you dodged all my attacks like an insect, because you were just trying to slyly slip through the openings I created, right?" Do-jin crazily twisted the issue. He deliberately used threatening words to belittle Taegun. His eyes confidently declared, "But what if your body can't keep up with your head? Even if an insect does its best, it will still be crushed in a person's hand and die. That's the difference in physical strength." Do-hyun, standing outside, witnessed the entire fight, hearing every word from the participants. Do-hyun himself exclaimed in disgust in his thoughts, "You're the insect, you snake bastard. Die, Park Do-jin." Solwa watched the fight with a tense expression. He seemed to sense it. "It looks like the real fight starts now." The person behind him didn't understand, muttering with a bewildered look, "What do you mean, from now on?" A truth was revealed. Our brains limit our physical abilities so that our bodies don't collapse, and we don't collapse on our own. Therefore, character creations that can harm the body will receive speed and strength that surpass human limits. Solwa looked at the current situation and confirmed, just like that, if Do-jin's emotional tendency reaches its peak. Just by his extreme desire to win, he will trade his body. Just by looking at Do-jin's haggard appearance, but his fierce eyes, you can see how much he craves victory. His feet kept moving forward. He was pushing himself to endure a tremendous amount of training. The main character sensed his opponent was gathering all his strength to attack him. Do-jin was betting everything on a momentary gut feeling. He was attacking beyond human limits. Our MC himself was terrified when he witnessed this ferocity. His eyes were filled with worry. In fact, this look was Taegun worrying about his opponent. The main character quickly grasped the direction of Do-jin's movement. His arm struck, taking down Do-jin in an instant. Our MC even tried to ask more. "What are you talking about?" The current punch truly made Do-jin's bloody face even more pathetic. His expression was extremely panicked. Taegun looked at his opponent and calmly stated, "I told you I was just warming up. I'm not interested in you anymore." No Manho and Eugene were stunned as they watched the fight gradually come to an end. Their mouths were frozen as they exclaimed, "Well, what?" The other leaders watching were also unable to hide their surprise. Kwon Jack was completely frozen, his eyebrows furrowed in confusion. The friend behind him was curious about Solwa's previous speculations. Solwa himself didn't know how to explain. He said with confusion, "Well, a character's traits can be created, but Park Do-jin is just a human." After temporarily knocking down Park Do-jin, the main character turned to talk business with Kwon Jack. "I heard everything. You guys are collecting protection money or something, right?" Our MC confidently pointed out their crime. "You're not even gangsters. Why are you collecting protection money?" The main character looked at the students and asked, "You're still students, right? From now on, there will be no more protection money collection. Anyone who opposes me will become the next Park Do-jin. That means I'll smash your head in." Our MC had just finished speaking when the leader, Kwon Jack, retorted, "You only know one side of the story. Money is just a formality. Only after receiving mental stability through protection money can they feel comfortable and walk with their heads held high." These meaningless words passing through the main character's ears only made him feel disgusted. Do-jin provoked Jack. "You crazy monk. Come down here. I'll smash your head in." After hearing this provocation, Kwon Jack's face turned red. He replied, "Everything has its order." Geometry Hyung, standing outside, also tried to interject his own words to reply to Taegun. After hearing him speak, he probably thinks he's become something. Who do you think you are, you bastard? At least take over all the first years before you talk. The other leader also tried to pull at his hair and sigh condescendingly. Seriously, kids these days have no manners. Ji-suk muttered explanations in front of the main character. You're just a new transfer student. But you're trying to abolish the tradition of collecting protection money. The rules of this school? We're only 1 year apart, but why are you so stupid? It's not that simple, kid. And it's hard to explain everything clearly with words. Right after that, this Ji-suk guy's expression changed. He smirked strangely. He was luring our MC. So, let's experience it with our bodies. Ji-suk ordered his underlings to charge forward. His words were firm. Teach him a lesson. A grand one. The underlings obeyed the order. Each one of them stepped forward aggressively, their faces bloodthirsty as if they wanted to eat Taegun alive. No Manho, standing outside, witnessed the increasingly complicated situation. He couldn't sit still any longer. His body was in turmoil as he shouted, Taegun, the second years are ganging up on you. We'll help you. But the scene in front of him made no Manho freeze. The attacks were extremely decisive. The moves were so fast they were like a gust of wind. Ji-suk's underlings were defeated in a flash. Each one of them lay crooked on the ground, looking pathetic. The main character glanced sideways at Manho and instructed, no need. The remaining guys kept glancing at the main character. They ordered each other, what are you doing? Surround him. The other guys hadn't given up on the main character yet. They looked like they were about to attack from behind. Taegun instantly detected their intention. His eyes flickered in the direction of the attack. He felt it was a nuisance. Even with just a few hand swipes, our MC was enough to make his opponent fall. A hard slap was enough to make his opponent want to be hospitalized. Taegun dealt with the situation while confidently exclaiming, I don't need to warm up anymore. His underlings were quite numerous. They just charged forward like moths to a flame. The main character had no choice but to indulge them, giving each one a brutal punch. Taegun didn't just punch. He varied his attacks with neck grabs to warm up his hands. He could deal with many people at once. Witnessing the main character's ability to fight against the second years, Ji-suk was stunned and exclaimed, what the hell? Geometry Hyung broke out in a cold sweat, scared. He could only mutter, is he fighting a whole crowd by himself? As expected, that was the main character's intention. He didn't need any help. His hands and feet were constantly dealing with the annoying crowd around him. A hand reached out and pulled a chair tightly. This guy was trying to sneak attack Taegun from behind. He rushed forward, seizing the opportunity while the main character was busy dealing with the others. No Manho couldn't stand by and watch the main character in danger. He ran forward and shouted, Taegun, behind you. They're good with weapons. However, once our MC was focused on fighting, the others were just trash at his feet. He understood the problem. He spun around and twisted the face of the guy who was playing dirty. His body was sent flying far away by Taegun. He landed in a ridiculously funny position. No Manho and Young Min were speechless. The situation seemed to take them from one surprise to another. The main character's gaze was directed far away. His face showed a look of confusion. As expected, that Park Eugene guy was getting up. He created an atmosphere of confusion for everyone present. The long-haired guy asked a question. What are you doing? Are you crazy? The long-haired guy tried to ask again. His voice was threatening. You bastard. What are you doing? The noise was too much. Park Eugene couldn't stand it. He swatted his arm back without hesitation. With just one swipe of his arm, Eugene could also make the long-haired guy understand the taste of the ground. Ji-suk was stunned. His voice was confused, and his expression was all over the place. What the hell is this? The others couldn't hide their surprise either. Questions kept pouring out. What just happened? Did he defeat all the second-year leaders? Park Eugene dragged his body closer to the main character. He said, no, this isn't over yet. Our MC understood the hatred and determination in Eugene's heart. He had no choice but to indulge him. Taegun's defensive stance appeared. This is the last time. Solwa looked at the main character's current stance. His thoughts burst into words. This is the first time he's used such a perfect stance. What kind of athlete is he? That stance is not normal at all. No Manho asked himself in confusion. Everything he's shown us so far. Was it just a joke? Back to the bloodthirsty Park Eugene. He was holding his head. He muttered, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anything about that. But right now, my body feels so light it's crazy. If I'm in this state, Eugene said as he charged headfirst at Taegun. His mouth was set on his target. I can tear you to pieces. The main character was ready in his stance. He said sparingly, it's been a while. It seemed like it had been a long time since the main character's determination and fists had been used again. On the occasion of this Eugene guy's madness, it was truly unfortunate. But today, our MC was determined to finish it. This confrontation would be stopped by a single blow. Somewhere, the image of a gun appeared in a flash. The main character's legs gradually shifted his center of gravity backward. A shocking sound echoed. Eugene's body suffered a heavy blow. That large body was also lifted up after Taegun's attack. Eugene's face, which was already covered in blood, became even more pathetic. There was no longer any room for the true color of his skin. After delivering the blow, the main character's appearance was still very calm. He didn't even have a single drop of blood on him. This time, Eugene seemed to be completely defeated. His body lay face up on the ground, his face covered in blood. The leader, Kwon Jack, was surprised and assessed the situation. Just now, I felt like I saw something else. Not only did Jack find it strange, but the guy named Jisuk also muttered in confusion. What was that attack? It sounded like a gunshot. It even happened in just a flash. Everyone was curious. What was that? Kim Do-hyun couldn't see anything unusual in the main character's punch. He only cared about that bastard Eugene. Is he really done for? Our MC looked at his opponent's injured body. He confirmed, with this blow, it's over. The scene changes to another location. The scene seemed chaotic. Everyone seemed to be acting very mysteriously. A question was asked. Are you ready? The other guy replied. The seniors will finish it. The photos that the main character was always curious about before were gradually appearing. This group of people was discussing something very suspicious. All those photos. That's right. Now I just need to burn this. The photo also included the main character. This group of people was still doing their work. Good job. Yes, thank you for your hard work. The leader, Kwon Jack, was surprised and assessed the situation. Just now, I felt like I saw something else. Not only did Jack find it strange, but the guy named Jisuk also muttered in confusion. What was that attack? It sounded like a gunshot. It even happened in just a flash. Everyone was curious. What was that? Kim Do-hyun couldn't see anything unusual in the main character's punch. He only cared about that bastard Park Eugene. Is he really done for? Our MC looked at his opponent's injured body. He confirmed, with this blow, it's over. Hodong and Youngmin couldn't hide their "oorah" expressions. They exclaimed in shock, Taegun, if you say so. Solhwa's group shared the fearful atmosphere. Their faces all showed a look of inexplicable worry. The guy named Eugene lay on the ground, his body stiff and unmoving. The blood on his face couldn't stop flowing down. The main character looked at his opponent. He was speechless at this stubborn opponent who had demanded a fight 5 or 7 times. Taegun gradually walked away. He confirmed, this is really the end. Eugene's current tragic state made our MC think to himself. Anyway, the previous blows were enough. To be honest, he could only take one more blow. The matter was almost settled. The main character approached his blonde friend. He asked, you're Park Eugene's friend, right? This friend was scared. He stammered, yes, The last thing the main character wanted to say was, take your friend and go. Following Taegun's command, the blonde friend hurriedly ran to help the large Park Eugene onto his shoulder. He used all his strength to carry this wrestler. The remaining characters in today's fight were trembling so much they lost control. Geometry Hyung's eyes quickly glanced to the side. Geometry Hyung saw his friend next to him sweating profusely. He tried to ask, Jack? In the current situation, Jack couldn't help but recall the past and secretly confirm, I don't know why, but it feels very similar to that person. Geometry Hyung didn't understand the character Jack was referring to. That person? Who is that person? Jack's dark memories resurfaced. A muscular figure from the past had instructed, so it's you. From now on, the second years are in your hands. Geometry Hyung, sitting next to him, saw Jack freeze. He tried to shake Jack. Hey, Jack, can't you answer? So, where are you looking? Why are you looking up instead of at leader Suho? It seemed Jack's mind was lost in old memories. Jack exclaimed in fear when he saw the character appear in front of him. It's Azura. Right from my own eyes, I see Azura. Geometry Hyung, outside, tried to shout to wake Jack from his thoughts. Hey Quan Jack. Hey Quan Jack. Jack just kept muttering, Azura. Too annoyed with this dazed friend, Geometry Hyung slapped Jack straight across the face. You crazy bastard. This painful slap finally brought Jack to his senses. He clutched his face and exclaimed, Geometry Hyung. Geometry Hyung was still very curious. Hey, are you awake now? As soon as he saw Jack was conscious again, Geometry Hyung asked him about the current situation. How do we deal with the transfer student? You two go out there directly. All these ideas were dismissed by Jack. It's no use. My spirit is so outstanding that it lacks the discipline to see it. After everything that's happened, Jack had to accept it and declare, anyone here can't beat that person. Geometry Hyung was surprised that his usually aggressive friend would back down and declare such a thing. He exclaimed, what are you talking about? So what are you going to do? The main character's voice echoed from a distance. The pain has been dealt with. Who's next? The scene changes to another location. Hurried footsteps approached. The girl's arm reached out to hail a taxi. She looked like she was in a great hurry. The car door quickly closed. The girl settled into the car. As soon as she got in, Susie told the driver, Sir, please go now. The old man looked in the rearview mirror and deliberately said, Ho, a girl out in this rain without an umbrella? Oh my, your clothes are all wet. Susie didn't like others prying into her personal affairs. She reminded him seriously, Sir, if you have time to talk nonsense, you should use it to step on the gas. During the car ride, Susie was constantly worried. A thought appeared. Kwon Tae-gun, this idiot. He always makes people worry. In fact, Susie had no idea. The main character was the one who made those around him scared and worried. The second years gradually fell under Tae-gun's attack. The long-haired guy who was so aggressive before was now the one who had been on the ground the longest, his eyes dazed and confused. The other guys' faces were swollen, their lips puffed up as if they had just gotten filler injections. After fighting for a while, the main character was still full of energy and provoked them. Who's next? Everyone was silent, not daring to make a sound. Seeing this, our MC became more interested in playing. Everyone's quiet, huh? No one. Then I'll choose. Tae-gun hesitated, looking left and then right. He said loudly, which side should I choose? Just at the crucial moment of choosing, our MC received a phone call. The caller was Lee Sen. Without any hesitation, Tae-gun answered the phone. The sound on the other end of the line was initially shocking. Mr. Tae-gun? The main character replied bluntly, You scared me. Why are you shouting like that? Lee Sen asked. Mr. Tae-gun, what on earth are you doing? Where are you right now? The main character paced back and forth. He replied to the other end of the line, What? What's wrong? I'm carrying out the project very well. Lee Sen sternly reminded our MC. From now on, you will act according to my instructions. First, interrupting the phone conversation, the scene shifts to the expressions of Hodong and Yongin. They were discussing, What's this situation? Hodong shook his head in frustration. I don't know either. He beat all the second-year seniors, and now he's on the phone. Lee Sen deliberately emphasized over the phone. Do you understand? I'll call you back later. After ending the call, the main character's face seemed to have an added layer of sorrow. His eyes were filled with doubt. Sen on the other side couldn't stop complaining about Tae-gun's actions. Seriously, why did he go alone? He just needed to act as a decoy for a little while. He's always doing unnecessary things. The phone conversation ended, and it was then that our MC spoke and acted. You guys are lucky today. I'm busy, so I'm leaving first. He went to get his jacket back. He added a little threat to his opponent. I was planning on beating up all these idiotic second years today. I'll let you go today. What's this called? It's called compassion. Right. Our MC's words were like a slap in the face to Jack. The more he heard, the more humiliated he felt. His face twisted. Before leaving, our MC also called his friends to go. Let's go. Yo-min was excited. Oh, we're leaving? Kim Do-hyun took this opportunity. He quickly ran after them and begged. I'm coming too. One guy spoke up sarcastically. I thought Park Do-jin was the strongest, but what's with this transfer student? So, Solwa, can you win? Solwa's face was always in a state of wrinkling. He replied, "It's true that he's unbelievably strong. But in the face of superior technique, no matter how great the strength, it becomes meaningless. And to perfect my technique, don't you know how harsh the training I've been through is? If we compare techniques, it's hard to say who's better." The main character still hadn't left completely. He reached the door and then remembered to warn the second years. "Oh right, the money collection is next week, isn't it?" Taegun made a harsh declaration. "The one collecting the money. I will find and kill him." The eyes of both Geometry Hyung and Yu Ji-suk were filled with terror when they heard the threat from the main character. Their expressions changed uncontrollably. The main character's arm quickly opened the door, preparing to leave. As soon as the door opened, Suzy rushed in. Her body collided with our MC. Taegun was surprised to see the person in front of him. He asked, "Beck Suzy?" She also replied, "Kwon Taegun." Suzy's hurried expression and worried look. She asked, "Are you okay? Why are you so calm? Why are you so calm?" These questions really confused the main character, and he didn't know how to answer to please Suzy. "So, you were hoping I wasn't calm?" Suzy's shirt was soaked from the rain. She leaned against Taegun and looked around. That's not it. There were clearly second years here. But when she looked closely at the floor, her voice was surprised to realize they were all beaten up. The more Suzy looked, the less she understood what was happening. She tried to get information from the main character. So did you do all this?" Our MC was in a hurry. He replied indifferently, "If you didn't come to see me, I would have left already." Suzy was stunned and didn't pay attention to Taegun's words. A thought crossed her mind. No way. Is this possible? How can a first year be this strong? Before the main character actually left, he gallantly gave his jacket to Suzy. "Hey, you should wear this." Even though it just fell on the ground. Just a jacket, but Suzy exclaimed in admiration, "Kwon Taegun's jacket." Out loud, she tried to refuse. "Why would I wear a dirty jacket that you've already worn?" But inside, Suzy was unusually excited. "What? This is amazing." Our MC tried to encourage her. "Just put it on. Because you look really embarrassing." The main character was naturally shy when he saw Suzy's assets. But she was imagining sweet, romantic scenarios. Lines from somewhere appeared in her illusion. "It suits you. It really suits you." Suzy imagined herself in a wedding dress, walking alongside Taegun. She replied sweetly, "It's true. I can put it on myself. Why are you putting it on for me? You're making me so embarrassed." "So, our honeymoon." Suzy's sweet reverie was quickly interrupted by a reminder. "Aren't you coming?" Jinamo tried to call out. "Suzy, are you okay? Aren't you coming? We're leaving now." Hearing this, Suzy hurriedly ran after them. "I'm coming too." Yu Ji-suk was confused as he witnessed the current scene. What's going on? Who is that new transfer student? What's his relationship with Beck Suzy? This is all so confusing. Another guy laughed and replied, "No, it's obvious. The second years are no match for him. It would be better to take advantage of his relationship with Beck Suzy. What about using Beck Suzy?" On the other side, Suzy trotted after them and said loudly, "Hey, Kwon Taegun, let's go together." The scene changes to another area. The streetlights had lit up the entire neighborhood. Kim Do-hyun followed behind the main character and said, "Taegun, congratulations. You won, right?" Our MC deliberately asked back to see what Do-hyun's intentions were. "Are you not satisfied?" Do-hyun didn't dare to disagree. No. Seeing Park Do-jin beaten up like that was well worth the money. And for him, it's no different from hell. He can't move freely now, But is that all? Jinamo scratched his head and replied, "I guess so." Inside, Youngjong was also present. He was lying on the ground, thinking, "Damn it. I missed my chance to wake up. How much longer do I have to pretend to be unconscious?" Although he was unconscious, his gambling addiction was still very apparent. "Taegun, I knew you would win. I made the right choice. But it's a shame I didn't bet any money." The main character was worried about everything. He looked around and asked, "Hasn't Kim Youngjong come out yet?" Only then did Jin Mo remember Youngjong's presence. Before leaving, Taegun instructed, "Sorry. Please keep an eye on him. I have to go first." Hodong watched our MC's retreating figure and said, "You seem busy. You were late earlier too." No Manho also added, confused, "That's right. He probably didn't go to meet a friend." The scene changes to the aftermath from before. A voice was heard there. "Has the director arrived?" The director approached. He said arrogantly, "Oh, all right. So, if you beat him half to death like this, there's nothing more to say. How pitiful. What a state to be in. So why did you dare to backstab someone?" The subordinate asked for permission. "I'll be right out." The director was curious. "What? Isn't it all over? The kids should have handled everything by now, right?" However, this subordinate explained, "It's not for work. I have a personal matter to attend to." The director was very confused. He watched his subordinate's retreating figure and muttered, "Why does he suddenly need to take care of a personal matter? Is he going to meet a friend from his hometown?" The other guys replied, "That's right, sir." The story continues in a dimly lit neighborhood. A conversation is heard. "How many times have I been here?" Our MC was still engrossed in a phone conversation. "And earlier, my photo was sent to that suspicious number. The only place I can think of is this place. And I've already arrived." Kwon Tae-gun continued to climb the stairs. The voice on the other end of the line replied, "At that time, they hadn't found my information yet, right? Probably. Let me check again." As expected, they've cleaned up very thoroughly. The main character had only gone up a short way when his eyes widened in surprise. He froze. A group of suspicious people was trying to find something. He also reminded the person on the other end of the line, "I'm hanging up." The entire group of people in black simultaneously stepped forward. A strange question was asked. "Why are you here? Get lost." Our MC stood still for a moment. His eyes darted around, assessing the current situation. The thugs became more and more arrogant. Seeing that Tae-gun said nothing, they deliberately charged forward to probe. "Hey you, I'm asking you, are you deaf? What are you looking at?" It didn't stop there. The thug's arm shot up high. Curses rained down. "You brat, you still dare to look? You bastard." The main character had had enough of the noise. He immediately slapped his opponent so hard it stung. Every blow from our MC was as heavy as a rock, causing his opponent to collapse to the ground instantly. The other thugs, upon witnessing their comrade's defeat, were so shocked they couldn't speak. They were all confused and didn't dare to charge forward to fight. Our MC glanced at the remaining guys and reminded them, "I told you to wait a minute." Although those guys were very angry, they couldn't do anything. Their mouths just trembled. "Damn it. Who dares?" The situation was gradually becoming tense. A voice interrupted. "Stop. This guy. He's dangerous. It's better not to touch him." The other thugs were still confused. They looked at each other and asked doubtfully, "Dangerous? That brat? Really?" The newly appeared character put his hand on his subordinate's shoulder. His voice was low and emphasized, "I said he's dangerous. What does that mean? You understand, right?" After talking to his subordinate, this new character faced the main character directly. He reminded him, "Long time no see. You been well?" Upon receiving this greeting, Tae-gun also gradually realized the other person's identity. It was Park Hee-jun. The scene changes to outside the room from before. The main character and Park Hee-jun sat down to talk privately. Tae-gun exclaimed, "I didn't expect to see you here." He also gradually figured out some hidden details. "That message, you sent it." At the moment he received the message, the main character had acted in a panic. "I rushed over, but all that was left was a mess." The remaining scene was just of unconscious characters. Confusion welled up. After this, the main character was curious and wanted to know the truth from the other's own mouth. "Did you do this?" The other guy replied confidently without any concealment. "That's right." Hee-jun admitted the problem. "They were the ones secretly investigating my organization. While I was dealing with that, I got your information. They probably investigated and suspected you were one of my people." Hee-jun also reassured our MC, "Don't worry. Only I know about that." Hee-jun looked at the main character with a curious expression and asked, "By the way, what are you doing? That's a uniform, right?" Our MC had a sad look on his face as he replied, "What am I doing? Going to school, of course." The mention of school made Hee-jun freeze in surprise. "School?" Kwon Tae-gun didn't want to hide anything. He admitted, "That's right. It's normal, you bastard." Hee-jun maintained his posture of smoking, his eyes fixed on the main character. He continued, "All right. I won't ask you anymore. I don't know what you're doing. At least I know it's related to a woman named Lee Sen. You shouldn't trust her too much." After hearing the other's warning, our MC quickly brushed it off. "Humph. That's all in your head." Sitting for a long time really bored the main character. He gradually stood up. He reminded the other, You've forgotten how to see things normally. I just want to live a normal life. A normal life. The main character's current desires were very small. Graduate from school, go on to university. The things that everyone else does. Before actually leaving, our MC reminded the other, "It was nice seeing you this time. But next time, I don't know. Don't interfere with my life anymore." Eugene tried to hold on to his words before the other left. Taegun, is studying worth it? Upon receiving this question, Taegun thought of his classes. Jinemo's laughter. Haha, when it comes to these English sentences, I'm the best. Because of these recollections, the main character used a disdainful look to remind Eugene, "Don't show your face in front of me again. What do you guys know about English questions?" Wait a minute. Thoughts suddenly appeared in our MC's mind. Park Eugene said he had dealt with all my information. How did Lee Essien know? The scene changes to the next morning. As soon as the main character arrived, he firmly stated his next plan. I have to study English vocabulary. His other friends all advised him, "You've studied a lot, take a break. It's the weekend, relax." Yeongmin excitedly stepped forward. "We have to celebrate our victory over Class 4, Taegun." No, Manho didn't just congratulate him. He also gave him a gift. "Taegun, take this. It's a gift for you." The gift that Manho gave him was a mechanical pencil. The main character was happy to receive the gift. "A pencil? Thanks. I'll study hard." However, no Manho revealed a surprising use for the pencil. "What nonsense are you talking about? It's for fighting. Hold the pencil upright and stab down from the top." They chatted excitedly, their voices echoing in the hallway. "What are you doing? Hurry up. You're going to throw it straight, right?" No, Manho replied confidently, "Of course." "Taegun, you hurry up too. Have you bought a new bat yet?" Our MC watched his friends. A thought crossed his mind. In this normal life, you're the biggest source of anxiety. Jiri suddenly grabbed the main character's arm from behind and advised, "Taegun, let's go up there too." The scene changes to upstairs. Baseball bats were gradually being taken out of a bag. No, Manho really liked playing these games. He quickly tested their durability. The main character stood by and watched Manho's every move. A thought crossed his mind. But no, Manho also swings a bat when he fights. He's worth looking forward to. The ball that Manho hit always created an amazing trajectory. Manho's movement towards the ball was extremely focused. Every line of his body was directed forward to hit the ball as accurately as possible. The main character stood outside with his arms crossed and commented, "Why is he so bad?" Yeomin also added, "Manho, aren't you using that?" Manho immediately replied, "I just wanted to try swinging my new bat once to see how it feels. Now I'll use it." As soon as he felt the familiarity of the baseball bat, Manho used a seductive look and voice. Come on, come on." The ball was quickly hit. Its trajectory was incredibly unpredictable. This time, the ball didn't just fly a short distance. It went straight and far, farther and farther from the player's sight. It flew towards the tall buildings. It had been a while, but there was still no sign of it landing. Our MC asked curiously, "What's this? Why did you suddenly get so good?" Hearing this, No Manho became even more proud and nodded. "You're too kind." Taegun glanced over, a little curious about the move Manho had just used. "What was that?" Manho replied confidently, "That's a move I came up with. You want to know? Let me tell you." The main character tried to refuse, but failed. No, you." Manho had already cut in. He explained, "It's simple. Just do this." Manho meticulously demonstrated the move he used. Just roll your eyes up and look cross-eyed. These strange actions were making our MC's face stiffen. He asked, "What's the point of doing that? Is there a reason?" Manho enticed him. "Try it and you'll understand." But the main character was still frustrated and brushed it off. "Please, no." Manho felt his actions weren't convincing his opponent. He quickly offered an explanation. "I'll tell you. When you open your eyes and roll them up like you're cross-eyed, your vision will start to blur and you'll see two of everything. There are no exceptions. Even the ball. Your chances of hitting it will be higher when you see two balls. I mean, that's why, target lock." The main character, after hearing Manho's useless tricks, he sighed in frustration. "You're really crazy." Taegun approached, patted Manho on the shoulder, and advised, "If you ever get into a fight with someone, remember to call me." Manho was confused. "What?" Hodong, from a distance, suddenly called out, "It's my turn, right?" The balls kept flying after the practice swings. The previous swing was thought to be Hodong's practice. But in reality, that guy was trying to endure the pain of the ball hitting him. The ball rolled from one trajectory to another. And Hodong did his best to dodge and then collide with the ball. Yeongmin, standing outside, was curious. Hodong isn't hitting, what's he doing? Hodong replied to his opponent's question, "It's not that I didn't prepare a bat today." Yeongmin kept judging Hodong's every expression. Wow, his face has gotten so old. Hodong tried to explain the current changes. "I'm training my endurance. Bang Hodong, the one who took Taegun's punch. The times of bloody battles." The main character even praised Hodong. "You have good endurance." At this very moment, Hodong realized, "I came to my senses after seeing that bastard endure that terrible attack. From now on, the path I will walk is endurance." Seeing Hodong's current state, the main character took the opportunity to threaten him. He picked up the baseball bat and said, "What you said? Let me help you with that." Bang Hodong started to back away in fear. No. The main character moved closer and closer, enticingly. "Come out. I'll hit you." Yeongmin and Hodong were hiding on one side, arguing. "Taegun, relax." I said no. Jiri was standing there when some suggestive sounds reached her ears. Hey, I'm going crazy. He's so handsome." The other girls were staring at our MC with admiration. "Look at that arm holding the bat. I want to be hit too." The two girls pushed each other. "Get his number. Get your hand off my shoulder." For a moment, Jiri turned and stared at the two girls. They quickly got the message. They talked with annoyance. "That girl, she's so annoying. Naha's boyfriend." The sounds of annoying chatter grew louder. "Wow, still so arrogant. You want to die?" Another group of people arrived. The leader spoke with annoyance. What the hell are you looking at? Who messed with Bong-eun? You guys? You want to die?" Jiri glanced over. She sighed in frustration. "They're here again." This leader was very arrogant. His cunning eyes asked, "Which school are you from? Do you know who we are?" Manho gradually focused on the group that had just arrived. His eyes were judgmental. An innate instinct told him, "Be careful." Manho's next action would be almost instinctive. He made his opponent shrink back in fear. The guys following behind were surprised by the leader's attitude. "Hey, what's with that hesitant posture?" Manho welcomed the group with questions. "What? Have we met before? What do you want to say?" The guy in the blue shirt smirked. "Say what? Are you crazy?" The guy in front fearfully stopped his comrade. Hey, don't. Let's go." The guy in blue still refused to listen to his comrade's advice. "What are you talking about?" The arrogant guy in blue accused. "They were teasing my Minji. Don't they have eyes?" The guy in blue growled. "Let go." He didn't understand what his comrade was doing. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" The other guy explained reassuringly. "Your dream of living happily and having children with Minji is just a dream." The guy in blue replied angrily. "Why are you telling me that? I told you I can't let it go." Yeongbin and Manho, from a distance, didn't understand what the commotion was about. What's wrong with them? Manho guessed. "I don't know. They just started a fight out of nowhere." The noise kept getting louder. "I told you I know. Now let go." Minji tried to run out and point at the main character. "Hey, what are you doing? That guy was teasing me." Our MC, who was minding his own business, was suddenly dragged into trouble. His eyes were confused as he looked into the distance. What's going on? This time, the main character directly confronted the other group. The leader from before was scared. He recognized the main character. "This is Kwon Tae-gun." Terrified, he pushed the arrogant guy in the blue shirt. "Go on, fight. Don't push me. Go on. The better." The noise really annoyed the main character. Yeongbin looked on and asked, "Isn't that the guy from when we fought the Bong-eun guys?" Hodong also astutely noticed. "I think he was in the group that got beaten to a pulp. Look at him run." The scene gradually darkened. A voice reminded him loudly, "It's useless to run away." Those running steps still couldn't be stopped. There were many people chasing after them from behind. Park Eugene frantically tried to escape, his face pale. After running for a while, he ran into a dead end. Terrified, Eugene screamed, "What do you want? Why are you chasing me?" The gangsters quickly exclaimed at Eugene's attitude. "Yeah, he's still pretty relaxed." Cornered, Eugene tried to promise, "I told you I'd pay you back. I just need some time." Despite Eugene's explanation, the others still charged forward on command. Get him! The dead end was getting closer. The thugs rushed to catch Park Eugene. They even discussed their plan. Look at him. He's just a student. Someone bring a bat. However, Eugene stopped them. No need. I'll do it. As soon as Eugene stepped forward, Eugene asked fearfully, "Who are you?" Eugene retorted bluntly, "You don't need to know. If you think you can fight back." Right after that, Eugene got into a stance. I'll end this quickly. This familiar stance quickly made Eugene realize in fear. That stance. As expected, because of that stance, Park Eugene was defeated once again. Eugene stood before Eugene and said, "If you don't have money, what will you pay with? You'll pay with your body." A new day dawned at the school. Kim Do-hyun arrived at class, his face filled with confusion as he realized Park Eugene didn't come to school. At school, Park Eugene was no longer seen after the life-or-death battle. From then on, Kim Do-hyun attended school with great joy. He thought to himself, "Wow, I can't believe my school life is this peaceful. Am I finally free?" That Park Eugene guy finally stopped coming to school. However, there are some who haven't realized the situation, like this bowl-cut top dog. Today, he swaggered up to us again to tell us not to put our hands in our pockets. Of course, times have changed. I glared at him. The bowl-cut guy still didn't seem to get it. I naturally took out my phone and pretended to call Taegun. The bowl-cut guy immediately begged for mercy. Haha, this is what school life is all about, right? In class 1, Kim Do-hyun met Taegun to discuss the task Taegun had given him, to investigate the bullies and report back to him. Kim Do-hyun stood in the library, secretly opening a secret club for Taegun. The password to enter the group was, "Bullies will be shot." Kim Do-hyun named the club the Anti-Bullying Association. He sat at a long table, seriously taking attendance for each class. The club members included those who had been saved by Taegun in each class. During the meeting, a member suddenly said, "So, is Taegun ready?" He was immediately stood up by Kim Do-hyun, who patted his head and reminded him, "Hey, you idiot. How dare you mispronounce the name of our savior, Kwon Taegun, this ungrateful bastard." Kim Do-hyun told himself, "There will be a few idiots like this, but as the president of the association, I have to understand them." On the way home, Kim Do-hyun was still thinking, "There are a few things that bother me. The two special classes, 7 and 8, seem to be unable to attend the meeting due to extra practice after school. As for class 9, it seems no one is being bullied. Is it because they're all bookworms? That makes sense. If you're good at studying, why would you bully anyone? Wow, I'm going to sleep well tonight." It was a strangely peaceful feeling to be able to go to sleep without worrying about school the next day. Just as he was about to fall asleep, Park Eugene's face appeared. Kim Do-hyun woke up with a start. He sat up, drenched in sweat. He stammered to himself, "No, it's okay. It was just a dream." The next morning at school, a strange sense of peace. In class 9, everyone was sitting neatly, studying diligently. Suddenly, a male student at the back of the class got the urge to tease the person in front of him. He threw a small stone at the head of the male student sitting in front of him and called out loudly. The student with glasses turned around and replied wearily, "What do you want? If it's just because you're bored, then stop." The other male student heard this and mimicked him. "Yeah, if it's just because you're bored, then stop." With that, he laughed loudly. "Haha, hey, are these guys studying during break time too? Even if you study more, your grades won't get any better. Break time is for playing, you idiot." Ina immediately turned around and reminded him, "Hey, what are you doing? Why are you being so childish?" The male student shrugged and replied, "Agu, smart students shouldn't care. Just study." Ina immediately frowned. She continued, "How can I not care when you're like this? If you're bored, go play by yourself outside. You can't even study during break time. Why are you meddling in other people's business? I'm very curious. And as for studying, don't you have no right to talk about grades?" At the same time, outside, a pair of feet were standing and listening to the entire conversation. The male student, after hearing Ina's words, became angry. Veins popped on his forehead as he cursed under his breath. "Damn, this bitch is annoying. I'm letting you off because you're a girl, you little brat." Lee Sung-hun suddenly walked up to the male student, smiling. "Ah, so you're here. Can you help me with something?" I'll explain as we go. Let's leave the classroom. The male student was stunned but still agreed. In a hidden corner of the school, Lee Sung-hun repeatedly hit the other male student. He scolded, "Why did you dare to talk nonsense in class? You crazy bastard." The other male student could only hold his head and cry out, "Huh? It hurts. I'm sorry. Sorry." Lee Sung-hun continued to shout, "If you're stupid, be stupid alone. Do you want to force others to be stupid like you? And why are you pretending to be a bully? Haven't you looked at yourself to see who you are?" Lee Sung-hun put his hands in his pockets. He stopped hitting him. He just let out a long sigh. "Aish, you idiot. Guys like you are ruining the school's image. You know that? You'd better behave yourself from now on. School is for having fun, right?" As he spoke, Lee Sung-hun adjusted his clothes. The other male student, his face swollen, looked at Lee Sung-hun. Seeing this, he reminded him, "You should go home early today. Your face looks terrible." With that, he took out his phone to check it. There was a message. Lee Sung-hun ordered the other male student, "All right, you can go home." Lee Sung-hun picked up his phone. A smile appeared in his eyes. Lee Sung-hun said to the person on the other end of the line, "Let's meet. There are only 3 of us, so we should meet often." A while later, in the school's warehouse, Gwa Do-sik sighed. "Agu, he defeated Park Do-jin so easily. But how is he strong enough to defeat the second years too? And he said if we collect money, he'll kill us? Is he crazy or what?" Ji-suk continued, "Yeah, that Kwon Jack guy, the leader of the second years, just stood there. It's hard to believe." Lee Sung-hun smiled faintly. "Yeah, the new student is really strong. But he's crossed the line, and now he's telling us not to collect protection money anymore. He's become the enemy of the whole school." Ji-suk sighed. "Agu, we can deal with that guy another day. But we need to deal with the money collection. We have to do it before he finds out." Gwa Do-sik looked at Ji-suk and sneered. "Hey, are you scared? Are you admitting you're stupid, or what? You're at Giant, and you're still this timid? Why don't you go and deal with the new student instead of collecting money?" Lee Sung-hun, seeing the atmosphere becoming tense, reminded them, Now, don't worry. I've already taken care of it. Before we collect the money, we'll deal with that guy. We'll have a specific plan. I told you, that guy has crossed the line. Protection money? No. He's broken the unwritten rule of the entire Giant school. Now he's just going to self-destruct." Taegun was talking with Kim Do-hyun. He frowned and asked, "Class 7 and Class 8 didn't come? All right, just keep an eye on them. Let me know if anything happens." Kim Do-hyun replied, "Okay, Taegun." Jiri, standing there, teased, "Agu, you remembered his name." Kim Do-hyun puffed out his chest. "Of course. Who do you think I am?" Thanks to Taegun, many kids are having fun at school now. Not only that, but Taegun's fan base has also grown significantly. Baek Suzy appeared out of nowhere. She reminded Kim Do-hyun, "Hey, can you move out of the way for a bit?" Kim Do-hyun's face turned pale as he stammered, Yes, of course." Baek Suzy glanced at Jiri and then turned to give the jacket to Taegun. "Hey, your jacket. I washed it, but it has makeup on it." Taegun reached out to take it. Jiri deliberately said loudly, "What? How can clothes get makeup on them? Did you smell it?" Baek Suzy was startled. She imagined herself holding Taegun's jacket and sniffing it like a drug addict, and she felt like a perverted addict. She blushed and shouted, "Hey, watch your mouth. Why? Why would I do that?" At this point, Suzy suddenly smiled slightly. Jiri, you're still practicing jujitsu, huh? Let me tell my brother something for you. You like him, right?" Jiri crossed her arms and frowned, replying, "That was a long time ago. I don't remember anything." Suzy refused to give up. She said in a mocking tone, "Oh my, it was just last year, and you've already forgotten? Oh right, but you're probably not that smart anyway. You're always thinking about pointless fights." Jiri was so angry her face turned red. She cracked her knuckles and gently reminded Suzy, "Hey, it's probably been a while since you fought, huh? Do you want to fight me?" Suzy pretended to reply, I'll tell my brother." Jiri was furious. "Don't mention Baek Suho anymore." Manho turned to Taegun and asked, "Hey, Taegun, are you really going to beat up all the kids who collect money? Even the third years collect money. And you haven't even dealt with all the first years yet." Taegun heard this and thought to himself, "All the better, because I have to do this before I can live a normal school life." Taegun's eyes drooped. He remembered the chairman and the department head. He told himself, "I will definitely do it. What you want? I will do my best to accomplish it. In Class 8, the blonde guy was preening in front of his phone. It was Cha Jiangu. He was looking at his phone and telling himself, wow, the deadline for the protection money is coming up. Once I have the money, I'll go get a shot. On the phone screen was a picture of Cha Jiangu with a bunny filter. He smacked his lips and praised himself. Wow, this filter is crazy good. I could even become an idol. But why aren't my followers increasing in real life? With that, he turned to ask the male student nearby, hey, class president, do you know why my followers aren't increasing? The class president smiled awkwardly. Yeah, I don't know either. You look like the center of a music group. Maybe it's because you're not being promoted? Cha Jiangu didn't answer and turned to look at the girls in the class who were all shaking their butts. He reminded them, hey, you guys be quiet. You're all as ugly as ghosts. Why are you even making TikToks? The girl in the yellow shirt argued. Oh, really? But people have more followers than me. Someone came to the classroom door. Gua Dusik walked in with a can of Coke and said loudly, why is this class as noisy as a market? Where's the class president? The girls saw this and immediately pulled on Dusik's arm, their voices whiny. Dusik, make a TikTok with us. Just put your face in the camera for a second. Dusik said bluntly, no, it's annoying. He walked straight to the class president and asked, have you collected the money yet? The class president's face went blank as he stammered, we collect money? Gua Dusik looked annoyed and asked again, what's wrong? Why are you stuttering like that? The class president's lips curved into a slight smile. He said boldly, have you heard about the new student who's not collecting money? Gua Dusik calmly replied, yeah, so what? What does that have to do with our class? What do you mean? You don't want to collect the money? The class president's courage from before vanished. Gua Dusik continued, you think I'll lose to him? You want me to lose, don't you? The blonde guy, seeing this, ran over to add fuel to the fire. Wow, you're doing that because you don't think Dusik can do anything to the new student, right? You don't see him as a leader, do you? The class president, hearing this, waved his hands in fear. No, that's not it. Why would I do that? Dusik is very handsome and strong. He looks just like a leader. Gua Dusik sneered. He took the can of Coke he was drinking and poured it over the class president's head, saying, yeah, you're really smooth-tongued. Did you grease your mouth? The things you say, they don't sit well with me. Let me tell you something. I don't like Diet Coke. The taste is too old. Just like the way you're always sucking up. The class president endured it without making a sound, just standing there as Dusik poured Coke over his head. After emptying the can, Gua Dusik issued a warning. This can of soda, it looks like it, but it's actually full of harmful substances. Just like you. You'd better listen to me. Collect the money. The girls who were shaking their butts earlier saw this and secretly recorded it. The short-haired girl said, oh my God, so pitiful. I'm going to record this and post it to defend him. The class president stood still without making a sound. Gua Dusik turned to leave. He didn't forget to remind him, clean this up. Don't make me say it again. The money has to be collected by tomorrow, you hear me? As Gua Dusik reached the classroom door, his phone buzzed with a message. A message from Beck G. He told him, you have to transfer the money tomorrow. Gua Dusik became annoyed and shouted, damn this bastard, he's always rushing me. He talks so damn much. In Class 5, the atmosphere was suspiciously gloomy. Eugene sat there, fiddling with his hair, thinking, Gua Dusik has never met Taegun, so he doesn't know. No one in this group can beat Taegun. If I collect the money, what if that Taegun guy comes looking for me? But if I don't collect the money, it'll show that I'm scared of him. Then I'm screwed too. Suddenly, a female student in front of him dropped her phone and told him, look, this shirt suits you. Jisuk looked at the phone and exclaimed, oh, it's really nice. But my eyes. The female student calmly replied, aren't we about to collect the protection money? Jisuk blurted out, oh right, send me the link. After saying that, he thought to himself, all right, let's just collect the money first. Lee Sung-hun will probably take care of this. In Class 9, a male student stood in front of Lee Sung-hun and said, hey, I didn't know you were collecting money. Even though I'm the vice president, I'm sorry for not helping you. If you're not busy, can you collect it for me? Lee Sung-hun gently adjusted his glasses and replied, oh no, that's the class president's job. Thanks though. As for the protection money thing, our class won't be collecting it. Don't worry. The school was strangely peaceful today. In the empty school library, the Class 8 president looked around and wondered, is this the place? Kim Do-hyun popped his head out and asked, Hey you, are you still planning to collect money after what that guy said? But it's okay. It's good that you came here. If you accept my offer, I promise you'll have a bright as hell future. The class president looked at Kim Do-hyun's arrogant face and thought, What's with this guy's expression? Kim Do-hyun continued, Our next target is Gwa Do-sik from Class 8. The class president's eyes lit up as he asked, If it's him, does that mean you'll also take care of his friend, Cha Jeong-gu? Kim Do-hyun sighed. Gu, that depends on that person. It's not like you can just fight whoever you want, right? Outside in the schoolyard, a voice was heard. I just deposited the money I collected. Gwa Do-sik stood with one hand in his pocket, the other holding his phone. He said to the person on the other end of the line, I'll definitely collect the money. But there's one more problem. That new student is giving me a headache. But you don't have to show up. You're very busy, so I'll find a way. But maybe now. As he spoke, Do-sik's eyes darted around, afraid someone was listening. But Lee Sung-hun suddenly appeared and asked, Who are you talking to? Gwa Do-sik was startled and turned around, cursing. Holy crap, you scared the hell out of me. The person on the other end of the line asked back, What did you say? Do-sik quickly explained, No, I wasn't talking to you. I'm hanging up. He turned back to Lee Sung-hun, a little annoyed, and reminded him, Hey, don't do that next time. I almost died of a heart attack. Lee Sung-hun laughed. Haha, it's nothing. I just wanted to ask who you were talking to. Do-sik frowned and replied, Are you my dad or something? Why are you asking? Why do you need to know so much, you bastard? Lee Sung-hun raised his hands in surrender. He forced a laugh. Ahaha, I was just asking politely. You're so sensitive. Sir, I thought we were close since we're on the same side. With that, Lee Sung-hun's expression turned serious again. He continued, By the way, is the money collection going well? Gwa Do-sik calmly replied, It's all right. What about you? And, have you dealt with Tae-gun yet? Lee Sung-hun continued, Of course. It's all taken care of. The new transfer student, don't you worry about him. I have a clear plan. You'll still live as usual. Kwon Tae-gun can't do anything now. In Class 1, Kim Do-hyun was reporting. His name is Gwa Do-sik. He's the leader of Class 8 and wants to be famous. I heard he's collecting money today. Tae-gun replied, He's still collecting money? But I don't think he'll become famous. With that, he stood up and went to Class 8 alone. Tae-gun's tall, handsome appearance was truly captivating. As he walked, he muttered, Well, not a Class 8. Since he's still collecting money, I'll go ask for his ear, as I said before. In Class 8, the blonde guy was constantly fixing his hair and thinking to himself, Wow, if I become a V-pop idol, I'll aim for the Billboard charts. I think I'll become famous throughout the universe. The class president heard this and could only force a laugh. Haha, I think so too. Not only are you handsome, but you also have a good personality. He said that, but in his heart, the class president was thinking, Damn you, I really want to punch you in the mouth. The blonde guy heard this and frowned. The class president, thinking it wasn't enough, added another sentence. Not only that, you're also one of a kind. The blonde guy's expression immediately changed. He thought, I feel like I'm floating on a cloud. This guy is so right. I really am incredibly handsome, haha. With that, he blurted out, You ugly bastard, but you've got good taste. The class president forced another laugh. Not at all. It's because you're really handsome. So handsome that even Sun Tung MTP would have to bow down to you. Cha Jeong-gu turned to look at the two girls who had been shaking their butts all this time and wondered, But why don't they compliment me on my looks? Do they have nerves of steel or something to be able to hold back their compliments? The class president gave another friendly smile. In his heart, he was thinking, Do you really think they're holding back their compliments? You idiot. Jeong-gu frowned and sighed. Aish, these kids. They should be a little more honest. The two girls heard this and immediately showed their displeasure. The short-haired girl whispered to her friend, That crazy guy really thinks he's handsome. If it were me, I'd rather be cursed at or beaten. Seeing this, her long-haired friend also agreed. Seriously, I feel sorry for whoever is his class president. Cha Jeong-gu continued to stare at his face in the phone. Then he asked the class president, Hey, class president, which part of my face do you think is the most handsome? The class president didn't hesitate to answer. All of it. All of it is ugly as hell. The blonde guy immediately turned to stare at his deskmate. The class president immediately covered his mouth. He thought to himself, "Oh, I'm so screwed. My mouth is faster than my brain. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, dear Lord." Cha Jiang-gu calmly continued. "Hey, what's wrong with this guy? I wasn't asking about which part of my face. I was asking about your face." Suddenly, there were footsteps outside. It was Tae-gun. The class president thought, how the hell did the new student get here? The short-haired girl turned towards the door. Tae-gun pulled open the classroom door and asked, "Who is Gua Du-sik?" Cha Jiang-gu, seeing this, was a little annoyed and said, "What's the new ghost doing here?" In contrast to the blonde guy, the class president couldn't hide his excitement. He thought to himself, "Wow, you're finally here." The two female students, seeing Tae-gun, suddenly became gentle and soft-spoken in a strange way. The long-haired girl asked Tae-gun, "Is there something wrong with Du-sik?" The short-haired girl also nodded vigorously. "Yeah, what's wrong? Du-sik isn't here right now." Tae-gun was frustrated and continued, "So when will he be back?" Both female students replied, "We don't know." Tae-gun looked outside. It seemed this trip was a waste of time. He said quietly, "All right, I'll come back later." The class president, seeing this, felt reluctant. He started to get anxious. He gritted his teeth and thought, No, you can't leave. Deal with this Cha Jiang-gu guy first, then go." Thank goodness the female student pulled Tae-gun back. She boldly suggested, "You're the new student, Kwon Tae-gun, right? You're really handsome." Tae-gun was a bit embarrassed and replied, "Ah, yes, thank you." The female student continued, "You get complimented a lot, so you're used to it, right? Oh, by the way, are you planning to become a youth idol?" Tae-gun's face went blank as he replied, "No." The short-haired girl, with a thick skin, suggested, "Can you help me film a TikTok video? You're tall, so you can get a good angle. It'll be perfect." Cha Jiang-gu, seeing Tae-gun being admired by the female students, cursed, "Damn it. I'm feeling extremely annoyed right now." The class president, seeing this, thought to himself, "Oh, thank goodness he's staying. Good. Now just wait for that guy to come back to class." Tae-gun pushed the female student's hand away and bluntly refused. "No, I'm busy. Let go." The class president was even more surprised. He thought to himself, "Holy crap. He's so firm. He even rejected a beauty? Damn it. It's come to this." Tae-gun was about to leave when a loud voice said, "You're ugly as shit, Cha Jiang-gu." The class president stood up and pointed straight at the blonde guy's face and let loose. "You're as ugly as a dog. Let me tell you something. I know my place. But you, Cha Jiang-gu, you're so ugly that even the devil would be scared. You fool. Everyone knows you're ugly. Only you don't, you idiot." The female students were shocked. The short-haired girl stared in amazement and exclaimed, "What's wrong with the class president? He's so brave today." The other female student, hiding behind her and observing, also cursed. "Curse him out so he'll stop being so delusional." The blonde guy, after being cursed at, was also stunned. He said nothing, just stared at the class president. A second later, he suddenly burst out laughing like a madman. He said loudly, "What the hell? This is so damn funny. Haha." The class president, seeing this, his face turned pale. He had no idea what was wrong with this guy. He said that and nothing happened? Did you see your dad curse again? With that thought, he felt a surge of strength and continued to curse. "Am I your punching bag? Why do you keep coming to me to jerk off? What the hell is this idol you call yourself? You're stupid at studying, and you still act like that." At this point, the blonde guy suddenly stood up. He reminded him, "That's enough. Even if it's a joke, I'm getting annoyed." The blonde guy turned to look at the class president. Veins popped on his forehead. He cursed, "Did you take the wrong medicine today? You dare to raise your voice at me like that." The class president, however, felt a lightness in his body. He smiled to himself. "Wow, I feel so much better. I have to admit, people have to be honest to live a decent life." As soon as he finished speaking, a punch landed on the class president's right cheek, accompanied by a deafening curse. "You crazy bastard." The class president immediately fell to the floor. He quickly curled up and covered his head. The guy named Cha Jiang-gu angrily kicked the class president hard. He cursed as he kicked. "You son of a bitch. You've got some nerve." The class president was being beaten, but he was still thinking, "You're done for. It's okay. It hurts a little, but the new ghost will come and save me." With that, he looked towards Taegun. Taegun, however, calmly stood by and watched the class president get beaten. His expression didn't change. It seemed he had no intention of interfering. The class president was kicked in the cheek by Cha Jian-gu. He cursed under his breath. "Damn it, that Kim Do-hyun guy tricked me. He clearly said the new ghost would take care of all the bullies." At the same time, the two female students asked, "Should we intervene?" The other one stopped her. "Wait, let me record first." Taegun saw the female student holding a camera and thought, "Filming? Is she really filming? Then it'll be hard to intervene." Then he turned to look at the class president being beaten. He thought to himself, "But I can't just let this happen. All right, I'll tell him to stop first." That meant Taegun would approach Cha Jian-gu. The female student, seeing this, agreed and told her friend, "Get a close-up. He's probably going to stop him." Taegun put his hand on Cha Jian-gu's shoulder and reminded him, "Stop it. I know he went too far, but you don't have to do this." Cha Jian-gu frowned and replied, "Why the hell do you care? Get lost." The short-haired girl whispered to her friend, "Wow, Jian-gu looks like a squid next to the new ghost. And his friend, the class president, is just as ugly. Hee hee." The blonde guy heard all of this. He turned around to warn the female students, but they weren't scared. Someone said, "Hey Gu, he's looking. He can't do anything to us, haha, but he really is ugly." Both angry and embarrassed, the blonde guy took a wrong turn. He struggled with Taegun and yelled, "Let me go, you dog. Who do you think you are?" At this point, Cha Jian-gu even grabbed Taegun by the collar and asked, "Who do you think you are? How many followers do you have? You're not even handsome." Suddenly, as soon as he finished speaking, the whole classroom fell silent. The two female students were stunned and said quietly, "Holy crap. He thinks handsome is his level." Taegun smiled slightly. "Yeah, let's talk about your personality instead of your face, buddy. Can't you control your emotions? Or are you just showing off because there are girls around?" With that, Taegun gently twisted the blonde guy's two arms. He was in a very pathetic position. He struggled and cried out, "Damn you! You bastard! Let me go now? Why won't you let go? You bastard!" Taegun leaned in and whispered a reminder into Cha Jian-gu's ear. "I'm giving you a chance while I'm still being nice. You should sit down quietly and prepare for the next class. If you don't want to lose face in front of the female students." Cha Jian-gu heard this and broke out in a cold sweat. The female students were still recording with their phones. The two of them wondered, "Huh? What's he doing?" The other one replied, "He's probably helpless because his hands hurt." Wow, the new student is really good. And handsome too. Hee hee. Cha Jian-gu heard these words and was annoyed. He muttered, "Aish, seriously?" With that, he turned to look at Taegun and puckered his lips. He thought to himself, "If I can't use my hands, I'll use my mouth." Taegun saw this and was flustered. "Ugh, what the hell? Don't tell me you're going to do that." As soon as he finished speaking, he used his hand to twist his neck to the side. At the same time, the saliva in his mouth shot out. Taegun let out a sigh of relief. Wow, that was close. So disgusting. At the same time, the short-haired girl's phone also fell. The saliva from before landed right on the female student's chest. She said loudly, "Ah, damn you, you dog. So dirty." The other female student hurriedly ran to get a tissue. The atmosphere suddenly changed. The blonde male student also realized, well, this is it. Taegun didn't make him wait long. He tried to control his strength and gave him a punch that knocked his mouth crooked. He thought to himself, "Oh, damn it. This feeling of being punched is so strange. Why does it feel like my brain just flew out of my head?" With just one move, Cha Jian-gu was on his stomach. The class president, at this point, scrambled to his feet. He stared at Cha Jian-gu without blinking. He couldn't stop exclaiming in his mind, "Holy crap. So awesome." He passed out with just one move. The long-haired girl came back and gave her friend a wet wipe, then asked, "What's wrong?" "I didn't see anything. Did something just happen?" The other one also sighed in frustration. "Aish, that scene was so good, but I didn't get to record it." Just then, a voice came from outside the door. "What's going on?" It was Guadusik. He walked into the classroom and asked, "Why is it so messy in here?" With that, he was startled to see Taegun. He asked again, Oh, the new ghost. What are you doing here? Taegun's face hardened. He asked, are you Gwa Do-sik? It seems you weren't in the auditorium last week, right? Do-sik didn't answer. He looked at the class president and Cha Ji-yeon-gu. Then he turned back to Taegun and asked, what did you do to them? Taegun thought for a moment. He was too lazy to explain. With that, he replied, yeah, let's just say that. What are you going to do? The story continues in classroom 1-8. Amidst the chaotic scene of fallen bodies, the main character arrogantly asked, are you Gwa Do-sik? The person opposite him immediately replied, that's me. But why did you come here and cause such a mess? The female student standing next to him immediately spoke up to explain the situation. Do-sik, Ji-yeon-gu, and the class president did it. That's right. I even recorded it. Don't blame the new student. Do-sik received this explanation, and his heart was also reassured. Ah, then it's fine. But why did you come here? Kwon Tae-gun got straight to the point. He said, I have a proposal for you. Why don't we go somewhere quiet to talk? As soon as he received the proposal from the main character, Do-sik thought to himself. He asked, a proposal? What's this about? Lee Sung-hun said he took care of this bastard. But if he was able to get here, that means he was lying. That cunning Lee Sung-hun, what is he planning? A series of books appeared. It seemed this was a library. Kim Do-hyun was surprised by a greeting. He stammered in reply, hello? Class 9 leader Lee Sung-hun. Sol-hwa smirked. Ha, you know me? Do-hyun was really curious. Why did you come here? The other person didn't let Do-hyun wonder any longer. He explained, I heard the kids who support Taegun gather here. I want to join you guys. A completely new proposal at this time. Do-hyun's jaw dropped. But you're the leader of Class 9. Why would someone like you come here? Lee Sung-hun just smiled and said, someone like me? What do you mean? Do you know me well? The situation was getting more and more complicated. Kim Do-hyun felt nervous just standing there. Sweat kept pouring down. He stammered, no. I mean, back to the main character's side. He was very authoritatively giving orders to his opponent. You weren't there, so I'll give you a chance. If you return the money, I'll let you go. I don't want to fight you either. I heard you're about to become famous. You have to protect your face, right? Gwa Do-sik's eyes turned red with anger at the main character's words. You bastard. You're really good at pissing people off. In the end, Do-sik boldly refused. Sorry, but even if I wanted to, I couldn't give you the money. Faced with this disrespectful answer, our MC turned to look at his opponent with anger, his eyes blazing. Do-sik kept saying, I spent it all. His words made his unconscious friends' eyes widen in surprise. They had to struggle to sit up from their unconscious state. They kept interrogating him. You spent it all? But I still have to get a shot. Gwa Do-sik ignored the other issues, arrogantly sticking to his answer. Whatever. Anyway, I don't have any money now. Thanks for your offer. But you should get out of here. The main character closed his eyes, intending to ignore this matter. He said with regret, all right, I'll leave for today. However, before leaving, Taegun didn't forget to show his power with a reminder. I'll extend the deadline to tomorrow. Think carefully. It's hard to be famous with a scar on your face. Oh, and there are other places too. As soon as the main character left, the female students breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you two were going to fight. Thank goodness. Why do handsome guys always like to fight? Suddenly, the expression on Do-sik's face changed. He smirked slyly. His legs slowly shifted backward as if he was about to do something. At the same time, our MC was moving in the opposite direction, but his eyes still sensed something dangerous behind him. He glanced back to check. As expected, things were not out of the main character's prediction. The bloodthirsty Do-sik had made his move. His leg was raised high. It was all intended to take down Taegun with one blow. The first attack seemed to be unsuccessful. That Do-sik guy landed on the ground unsteadily. He was ready to try again. His eyes were burning with a determined challenge. Faced with these childish moves, the main character always had a perfect way to deal with them. He looked heroic in any situation. Do-sik still refused to give up. He kept complaining, why does everyone think I'll lose? In response to his opponent's question, the main character immediately answered, they're pretty smart, aren't they? To know something so obvious. The current situation was gradually leading to a fight. Everyone simultaneously focused their attention. The sound of chatter echoed around. They're really fighting. But Do-sik really can't have a scar on his face. The girls outside couldn't hide their curiosity. Why are two handsome guys fighting? But I have to record this for TikTok. Her friend next to her was confused. Can you post that? The other girl replied, who knows? Record first, think later. Dusic's legs once again arrogantly charged forward without any mercy. He attacked the arm area. The punch flew straight at the main character. However, our MC had quickly grasped his moves. He blocked it. After attacking the arm area, Dusic changed direction and lifted his right leg high. It hooked around the main character's neck like a powerful weapon. After a while of taking his moves, our MC also gradually felt the rhythm. He had a few thoughts about his opponent. He attacks very quickly and flexibly. He's pretty good. Dusic's kicks were still very powerful. The frequency and intensity were quite high. Our MC looked around and concluded, he's easy to fight. However, as soon as he saw the female student's recording phone, Taegun felt it was really annoying. To avoid being in the frame, our MC made a decision. I have to get out of this angle. Although the main character tried his best not to be caught on camera, the girl kept screaming, "What the hell? Which angle? I can catch them all." Right after the girl's comment, Daehoon changed his attack pattern. He moved quickly, a blur of motion. In a confusing shift, the person now filling the camera's frame was Dushik. The girl filming screamed, "Why is it just Gwack Dushik's back?" The more Gwack Dushik fought, the angrier he became. He thought in frustration, "This bastard, how is he dodging everything? I'm fast though," but the main character was just as quick. His combat prowess always astonished people. His friends on the sidelines were shouting their lungs out. "Dushik, you can do it." One of them even grabbed his friend by the collar. "Hey, cheer for him." Daehoon's gaze sharpened once more as he scanned his surroundings. While keeping Dushik occupied, he suddenly pulled him forward and dashed past. His arm shot out and grabbed the face of the cheering blonde guy. The guy's face contorted. With his weak physique, the blonde cheerleader was sent flying right into the girl who was recording the video. As a result, the phone went flying high into the air. The girl shrieked in panic. "What are you doing, Cha Ji-hwan? You psycho." While Daehoon was dealing with the recording problem, Gwack Dushik rushed in, shouting, "You have time to get distracted?" Right after that reminder, Daehoon turned his attention back to the fight. He charged straight at Dushik. Instead of attacking high, he ducked down low. "I'll avoid your face." Using his agility, Daehoon quickly moved behind Dushik. A barrage of powerful punches rained down. The opponent's body twisted in pain. Gwack Dushik's face was a mask of agony, his eyes filled with pain. Unable to take it anymore, Dushik completely lost his bearings. His body swayed and then collapsed to the ground. Daehoon said to his opponent, "Just one more." He threw a final punch that sent Dushik's mouth flying wide open. His face was a frightening shade of red. The main character always looked cool after a fight. He didn't even bother to look back to check on his opponent's condition. The other friends, who had been busy fighting and arguing, slowly turned their attention to him. Before leaving, Daehoon warned his opponent, "Remember to bring them money tomorrow. This isn't a suggestion anymore. If you don't obey tomorrow, I'll smash your face in." The powerful words sank deep into Dushik's mind. His confidence vanished, and his face turned pale with worry. The onlookers were all stunned by the fight, their mouths hanging open. They thought to themselves, "Daehoon is so cool. He's a living legend." Having finished his business in Class 8, Daehoon looked ahead and wondered, "Class 5 is next, huh?" The scene quickly shifted to Class 5. Voices could be heard inside. A female student spoke up, "Yu Ji-suk, I'm going to hang out with the others later. You coming?" Yu Ji-suk asked curiously, "Is it just girls?" "Nah, I'm not going." The student was surprised. "Why not? They really want you to come." Ji-suk didn't want to go, so he tried to change the subject. "Is my jacket nice?" The girl glanced at it and praised, "It's great. My sense of style is perfect." She didn't forget to persuade Ji-suk. "You should come later to show off your jacket. They'll definitely swoon and say how handsome you are." The female student had struck a nerve with Ji-suk's pride. He agreed, "All right, fine. I can stop by for a bit." Suddenly, the girl gasped in fear. "Oh my god, Yu Ji-suk. They're saying Gwack Dushik from Class 8 got beaten up by the new student." Hearing this, Ji-suk froze. Just now, the student confirmed the news. "Yeah, and what's more, he's coming here. Does he want to fight you?" When Ji-suk heard the news spreading, He was furious. He cursed, Lee Sung-hoon, that bastard. The scene changes to a discussion between Do-hee and Lee Sung-hoon. Sung-hoon was asking, so this group doesn't have a specific purpose? Do-hee explained shyly, I'm still working on it. My brotherhood with Dae-hoon is very strong. Suddenly, Sung-hoon asked, so what about me? This seemingly random question confused Do-hee. Huh. Sung-hoon was slowly luring him in. Let me lead this group. Do-hee replied bluntly, no. I take orders from Dae-hoon. Suddenly, Sung-hoon's voice deepened, and his expression changed. He was trying to warn Do-hee. Are you slow? This remark made Do-hee back down immediately. Sung-hoon, from now on, you're the leader. In just a moment, Sung-hoon had achieved his goal. He patted Do-hee's shoulder. Haha, don't call me that. I'll do my best. I just want Dae-hoon to get rid of the bullies. They just ruin the school's atmosphere, right? Among them, there are even kids who don't realize they're being bullied. Meanwhile, Ji-suk was getting scared. He backed out of the plan. I have to go home early. Something suddenly came up at home. The female student nodded. Okay. You'll still come by later, right? Ji-suk quickly turned to leave the classroom. However, as he reached the door, he ran into our guy. Dae-hoon had just arrived, his eyes fixed on his opponent. He reminded Ji-suk, school's not over yet. Where are you going? The scene continues in classroom number 5, where the main character has just arrived and is questioning his opponent. School's not over. Where do you think you're going? As soon as Ji-suk saw the main character, his face turned pale. He looked behind him, not daring to face him. Knowing he couldn't avoid it any longer, Ji-suk suggested, let's talk outside. The scene shifts outside. Dae-hoon was curious. Why are we going so far? Ji-suk answered, shouldn't we handle this kind of thing in a secluded place? Right. Dae-hoon felt that suited him just fine. Ji-suk frowned in annoyance, stealing his resolve. A thought crossed his mind. This guy defeated Jeon-woo. I have to take him down today. Ji-suk looked around, trying to analyze the situation. He's strong, that's for sure. But what if I launch a surprise attack? Although Ji-suk knew his next move was cowardly, he didn't care. He had to do it. The more he faced the main character directly, the more tense Ji-suk became, gritting his teeth. He was fully aware of his own abilities. Damn it, I have absolutely no chance of beating him. Ji-suk's legs trembled. He seemed to be on the verge of abandoning his plan for a sneak attack. He spoke up. Is it because of the money collection? Ji-suk's fists clenched. After thinking it over carefully, he finally spoke. I don't know what your reason is, but I will. Do as you say? So what do I have to do now? The scene at the school shifts to late afternoon. Dae-hoon packed up his books, his mind racing. There's still class 7 and class 9. And then the second years. I did threaten them, but before I fight, I need to figure out who I need to fight first. Dae-hoon carefully recalled. Kim Do, you told me to just ask them directly if they're collecting money. But when he asked, unexpected things could happen. Are you collecting money? The guy would answer bluntly. Right after that answer, the main character would strike. Then die. It would be easy if they all just answered honestly. But if they denied it, no, of course not, then Dae-hoon would have a headache. It would be awkward. Is that so? At that point, he would have no choice but to leave, and the other guys would laugh gleefully. What an idiot. I'm collecting tons of money. The more the main character thought about it, the more complicated the situation seemed. He realized, it would be more convenient if I had someone to investigate for me first. The scene shifts to classroom number 9. Over here, students were also leaving for the day. Before leaving, they reminded the last person remaining in the class, Sung-hoon, remember to lock the door when you leave. Sung-hoon replied, yeah, get home safe. See you tomorrow. Bye. As soon as the classroom was empty, Do-shik rushed in, an annoyed look on his face. He yelled, move. Lee Sung-hoon, you son of a bitch. What the hell are you playing at? Sung-hoon seemed to have expected this, facing him with a completely calm expression. He even feigned concern, his tone chiding. People are watching. Aren't you embarrassed? You're so clueless. Do-shik had just walked in and was already being criticized. His face froze. What about me? Are you fucking crazy? Along with Do-shik, Ji-suk also arrived. He asked in surprise, Guak Do-shik? You're here too. Everything was getting chaotic. Do-shik yelled. What the hell is going on? Sung-hoon put on a welcoming face as his friends appeared. His voice was arrogant. Ji-suk is here too? You guys don't exactly get along, do you? Sung-hoon continued to provoke them with his words. Are you a bunch of losers planning to team up? Do-shik had a short fuse. After hearing those words, he exploded with rage and declared, Hey, Ji-suk, I'm not letting this guy off the hook today. Despite the threats, Sung-hoon calmly assessed the situation. Do-shik charged forward violently, his fist aimed straight at Sung-hoon. Ji-suk's face showed his determination to take Sung-hoon down. But that determination was quickly extinguished. Sung-hoon's move was faster. His punch sent Ji-suk's handsome face into a contorted mess. He didn't stop with a punch to the face. Sung-hoon spun around and kicked his opponent away without a shred of mercy. Ji-suk, watching from the side, was shocked to see Do-shik lying flat on the floor. Lee Sung-hoon, you, what the hell are you doing? Ji-suk had barely finished his sentence when a devastating punch landed on his face. This fight was only making Sung-hoon more confident. He taunted them, What am I doing? Hurry up and fight. Don't just stand there. He smirked disdainfully. You keep getting hit, but you still haven't learned your lesson? A punch landed squarely on Ji-suk's face. His eyes flashed with resentment. This son of a bitch. The situation grew more intense. Ji-suk refused to give up. He moved to throw a punch at Sung-hoon, but Sung-hoon was too quick. He dodged backward and, seizing the opportunity, grabbed Ji-suk's arm and didn't let go. In an instant, he had Ji-suk under control. No matter how much Ji-suk struggled, he couldn't break free. His face was red with anger. It wasn't over. The brutal Sung-hoon slammed Ji-suk's face backward. His face contorted in pain as his entire body was thrown back. At one point, Ji-suk's head was even sticking out of the classroom. However, Sung-hoon quickly yanked it back inside. Everything happened so fast that it left no trace. A student walking by heard a noise and looked back, but didn't notice anything unusual. The classroom door was shut tight, concealing Sung-hoon's shady activities. The scene changes to the gym. The sounds inside were incredibly loud. What are you doing? Get back in there and fight. In the middle of the scene, two people were fighting. The others were shouting encouragement. Fight back. Come on, he's already lost. The guys in the fight were the strong preying on the weak, while those on the outside just chattered idly. Hey, stop that guy. Their weight classes are way too different. The fight seemed more and more unbalanced, leading to a dangerous situation. The calls to stop were relentless. Hey, that's enough. The guy's passed out, but he's still punching him. The frenzied punches forced the onlookers to run in and intervene. Hey, stop. Is this guy crazy or what? Sunghwa looked at the fighters and made an observation. It seems he can't control his adrenaline. Does he play baseball? The person next to him confirmed. Yeah, he's a pitcher. Sunghwa commented further. He knows how to use his power, that's for sure. But he's not used to fighting, so he can't control his strength. After dealing with his opponent, the guy whimpered, I'm sorry. Before the practice ended, Sunghwa gave instructions for the next sessions. Starting tomorrow, we're doubling the intensity of the training. Go comfort the agitated kids. That's enough for today. The scene returns to classroom number 9. A weakened Do-shik lay on the floor, and Ji-suk was beaten to a pulp, blood dripping relentlessly from his face. Sung-hoon's feet slowly advanced. He asked his opponents, Do you know your place now? Sung-hoon was growing more and more confident. He declared, I'm going to make Dae-hoon the boss of this place. That's all you need to know. Because fakes like you don't get a choice. The evening sun began to set. The sunlight faded, turning a golden yellow. The main character was strolling down the street, heading straight for his home. However, as he walked, Dae-hoon heard the sound of someone following him. He froze. A thought surfaced. Someone's following me again? Who is it this time? Our guy was always full of tricks. He didn't want to alert his pursuer. His steps remained steady. He calculated in his head, this building is very small, so he would just follow the beaten path. He walked slowly, then turned into the area behind the wall. Dae-hoon ran quickly behind the wall, causing his pursuer to speed up as well. As the pursuer peeked around the corner, the main character carefully climbed the wall. He landed silently on the ground behind the follower. The more the follower looked, the more confused they became about where our guy had gone. This place was a dead end. Just then, Dae-hoon's voice cut through the silence. Why did you come to a parking lot with no cars in it? The face of the follower was revealed. It was Ara. She said in confusion, Dae-hoon, The main character was also a bit surprised. He asked, "It's you? Why were you following me?" RA explained sheepishly. "No, I was only going to follow you for a bit. I saw someone following you, so I followed them because they looked suspicious. But then that person suddenly disappeared, so it was just me." Despite this, our guy still pointed out RA's fault. "So you really were following me?" RA was embarrassed, her words faltering. "I'm sorry. It's late. I didn't have any bad intentions. It's just that I haven't had a chance to thank you for saving me." Our guy replied, "I'll give you my number. If you need anything, just call me." Hearing this, RA's eyes widened in delight. "Really?" As RA typed, she muttered, "My number isn't very nice. I should have changed it to a better one." The main character listened for a moment, confused. "What are you talking about?" Being very busy, Daehoon excused himself. "I'm leaving now. It's not dark yet, so you can get home by yourself, right?" Even so, RA pleaded, "Walk me home." The scene changes to the main character's house. As soon as he got home, he muttered, "It's really late. Good thing I took her home. I don't know if it's just me, or if the whole world is this chaotic." The more Daehoon thought, the more confused he became. He lamented his fate. "And another thing, how many times have I been followed? First, when I got involved with Kim Jeon-woo, Jang Jin-mo, and his friends. Then those two girls from Class 9. Luckily, they're just kids. But it's not just them. There's also Park Hee-jun and the private investigators." He continued to ponder as he showered. "I didn't even realize I was being secretly photographed. It'll be a big problem if this happens often." Park Hee-jun suddenly appeared. "I don't know why he came all the way to design, but it's definitely related to the manager. What's his relationship with the manager that he would tell me not to trust her?" The more Daehoon thought, the more his head spun. "I really don't get what he means. But there's only one thing I need to do." The scene shifts to the school early in the morning, accompanied by a monologue. "I really don't like that Lee Sung-hoon." Do-hee was assessing Sung-hoon. "He's got that look in his eyes. I know it. He's not a loser like me. He's a bully. How dare he interfere in my relationship with Daehoon? I have to talk bad about him to Daehoon." Do-hee was determined to fight for his position. "The position of club president has to be mine." However, as soon as Kim Do-hee entered the classroom, he froze. The main character looked at Do-hee and said, "You're here. I've already heard the story. That Sung-hoon guy even pretended to be friendly." "Hello, Do-hee. I was just telling Daehoon about it." As soon as he heard those words and saw Sung-hoon's face, Do-hee felt a wave of helpless despair. He screamed in his head, "Daehoon, don't believe him." Flashing back to that evening, on the way home as the main character was walking RA home, he had looked around and asked, "Where are we?" The atmosphere here is completely different from the alley across the street. RA replied hesitantly, "Is it? It's late. There's something I've always wanted to tell you. Thank you for saving me back then." Daehoon replied to her, "Thanks. If you mean back then, what's there to thank me for? I'm the one who should be sorry for getting you involved." Mentioning that day, RA seemed to remember it well. "Back then, Jian said some harsh things, didn't she? I think you must have been hurt too." The main character hadn't paid any mind to the harsh words. He expressed, "What? What she said was true. It's a fact that you guys got dragged into this because of me. I wasn't hurt at all. Don't worry." RA raised her hand in distress. She spoke, "Actually, Jian feels really bad too. Although I can't tell you the exact reason, Jian was also in shock. Because everyone has their own weaknesses." Daehoon seemed to understand. He nodded in acceptance. "That's right. Depending on the circumstances, anyone can feel hopeless." RA became more agitated. She grabbed the main character's arm, her words a plea. She can't think straight right now, but she'll come and apologize someday. "So, don't be too upset, okay? You can wait, right?" So my family agreed immediately. However, he's still skeptical. "I'm curious about this." Era's eyes lit up, happy just to hear Dagon's agreement. "Really? Go ahead and ask. I like spicy dumplings and watching detective movies." Dagon brushed off her answer, focusing on the main question. "Not that. Is Class 9 the one for getting into top universities? What's the atmosphere like in that class? There aren't any troublemakers in there, are there?" Era quickly answered all of his questions. "At first, I guess so. All the girls were martial arts fanatics, but now they're all into studying. And the boys all listened to Sung-hoon." This Sung-hoon character was making our guy more and more curious about his identity. According to Era's explanation, This guy is my class president. If Sung-hoon takes the time to talk to them, everyone behaves. He's a natural leader. Everyone listens to him, so the atmosphere is pretty good now. Dagon just replied coolly, is that so? Era tried to grab Dagon's arm. You're curious about that? Anything else? Dagon still replied indifferently, I guess so. The scene changes to the school, where our hero is lost in thought. Even though he was with the second years back then, maybe he's not a bad guy after all. From that position, he must have heard my announcement about collecting money. I'll have to go confirm it sooner or later. Just as our guy was about to leave, Sung-hoon approached him. He spoke concisely to Dagon. Surprised, our hero turned his head. He took off his glasses to look at him. The guy immediately started with an introduction. I'm Lee Sung-hoon from Class 9. Can we talk for a bit? The conversation continues in Classroom 1. Kim Do-hyun was still amazed by what was happening in front of him. He asked, you two have already met? That was fast. Our guy informed Kim Do-hyun at the same time. It was a short time, but you've worked hard. The job you were doing, from now on, this friend will do it. Do-hyun tried to point out some of Sung-hoon's weak points. But Dagon already knows, right? Sung-hoon is the boss of Class 9. Boss? You mean a bully, right? Sung-hoon immediately put on a friendly face and explained, just because I'm the boss, you call me a bully? I guess you could think of it that way. This Sung-hoon guy intentionally twisted Do-hyun's words. Dagon is the boss of Class 6. If that's the case, is Dagon a bully too? This loaded question made Do-hyun nervously deny it. No, what I mean is, that's not what I meant at all. Our guy was starting to get a headache. He waved it off. Forget it. I know what you're worried about. To be honest, I had the same prejudice at first. Flashing back to their earlier conversation. As soon as our guy saw Sung-hoon, he approached him aggressively. You wanted to talk? Good. I was just wondering if we should talk with our fists. Before our hero could even make an accusation, Sung-hoon stated firmly, I'm not collecting the money. Our guy was stunned. But I clearly. You said not to, right? This Sung-hoon was a clever one. He used sweet words. Dagon, you're really amazing. I really admire you. Dagon looked like he didn't understand what was happening, his face frozen. What is this? This Sung-hoon guy kept on with the gentle words. Thank you. Thanks to you, I don't have to collect money anymore. It was really hard for me. He was trying to play the victim and complain about his hardships. As the president of Class 9, I had no choice but to collect money to protect my classmates. Carrying the title of boss on my shoulders, I couldn't escape the bad reputation of being a bully. But I was always looking for a way to destroy that prejudice. He put his hand on our hero's shoulder and whispered, Gundagon, knowing of your existence has given me hope. Could you possibly give me a chance to help you? After listening to the other guy's explanation for a while, our hero replied, the way you've spoken, I can feel your sincerity. You might have the reputation of a bully, but you said you'd entrust it to Sung-hoon. Kim Do-hyun immediately dismissed the idea of entrusting it. No. Our guy continued. Anyway, let's officially entrust it to Sung-hoon. After saying that, he even played matchmaker. Come on, shake hands. One of them feigned friendliness, the other was reluctant. Whatever you say. Outwardly, Do-hyun followed our hero's words, but he was extremely bitter towards Sung-hoon. This bastard Sung-hoon is trying to act like a good guy. In an excited tone, he said, anyway, from now on, before we officially start, wouldn't it be great if everyone gathered together? The scene shifts to an empty room. Yongbin looked around, confused. He judged the situation. What's this? Showing up all of a sudden like this. Hojong was also confused. Since when did those two get so close? This Sung-hoon guy was standing there smugly. He spoke up to get everyone's attention. Is everyone here? From now on, I will begin the meeting of the Anti-Bullying Alliance. Lee Hyung-do, sitting below, asked a question. What? An alliance? You can do anything with money. Explain yourself. Sung-hoon smiled warmly and explained, it sounds grand, but it's nothing much. The Anti-Bullying Alliance. He announced his purpose in front of everyone. Bullies must be caught. Furthermore, they must be eliminated. That's what it means. Sorry for calling you all here just to say that. After hearing this, no Manho voiced his question. Let's say that's the case. But why is the boss of Class 9 in charge? Our hero spoke up to explain, I asked him to. I want to break the rule of collecting money in this school. To do that, I think Lee Sung-hoon is the right person for the job. Sung-hoon, trusted by our hero, chimed in. I have the same goal. Besides, I can also help Dagon a lot. He proudly introduced himself once more. I am both the boss and the president of Class 9. As you know, the money collection is carried out by the class presidents. I've joined the school's student council committee, where we're all connected regardless of grade level. That's how I can track the flow of money, which class and which year the collection is happening in, and find out which guy to beat up. No matter how powerful a gun is, it's useless if the target isn't clear. You have to set a clear target and aim accurately. Sung-hoon seemed to be applying a speech to the meeting. He argued, if you call the gun, then I am the scope that sets the target with precision. Hearing this, the others reacted with annoyance. Ugh, that's so cheesy. Yongbin interrupted, hold on. Before that, what's your relationship with the second years? Why were you with them? Sung-hoon raised a hand to calm him. The situation back then could be misunderstood, but don't worry. We were just walking together after attending a student council meeting with a teacher. Our guy, sitting below, felt bored listening to all this talk. He spoke up to get things moving. This is taking too long. I don't have much time. I have to study my English vocabulary list. So what's the exact plan? Sung-hoon replied, if we want to get rid of the money collection, there's only one way. The third-year boss, Baek Soo-ho. According to Sung-hoon's explanation, the current situation is that, for some unknown reason, the third-year class officers, including Baek Soo-ho, are absent. So we'll hit the second years. If we stop the second years from collecting money that's connected to the third years, then the pest's in hiding. No, because we can draw out the third years, so? Sung-hoon laid out the plan. Before that, besides the money collection, we need to clean things up. We're not done with all the first years yet, are we? Although the money collection has started, Sung-hoon believed, they're also trash that we must clean up. Kim Do-hyun suddenly had an opinion. He argued, is that so? I haven't heard anything special so far. After school, I just do sports, so I don't bother them. You really don't know anything. Sung-hoon planted a seed in everyone's mind. Malice without ill intent is the purest form of malice. His obsession with technique has turned him into a demon. We need to explain what he does after school. The person Sung-hoon was referring to is Seogwa. Because it's a special physical education class, many different sports are gathered in one class. Gu Seogwa has used that to satisfy his desire. The others were curious. What desire? Sung-hoon claimed. That desire is to fight with others. It makes one think of brutal hand-to-hand combat. Sung-hoon analyzed it carefully. What are the characteristics of each martial art discipline? How to analyze the data to exploit it? Kim Do-hyun, growing more curious, asked, why would he do that? Unsubstantiated analysis about Seogwa was voiced. Information. He doesn't feel satisfied just by training his techniques on his own. Through the information he obtains, even if it means making others bleed to train his techniques, he'll probably come for Dagon first. This assessment made our hero a bit uneasy. What? Sung-hoon continued to assert, it's obvious. That time in the auditorium with Burzin, he saw that technique. That's a technique a guy obsessed with techniques has seen for the first time. Do you think he'd just let it go? Probably right now, over at the gym. Seogwa put his hand on the shoulder of that crazed young man. He asked, what are you doing? You can stop now. The crazed youth replied foolishly, but he's not completely down yet. Hearing this, Seogwa grimaced. He raised his arm, signaling that was wrong. Just like that, Seogwa's hand went straight to the neck of that uncontrolled youth. The opponent's entire body was lifted up. No matter how much he struggled, it was useless. Seogwa made his opponent understand. It seems you need to experience what a limit is. His friends in the back cried out in confusion, Seogwa, why are you? Seogwa continued to choke his opponent, his words harsh. You can't escape your limits with a half-assed attitude. You have to overcome them. To achieve something at the highest level, you must overcome the limit. A late afternoon sun cast its rays across the school. No Manho's group was heading home together. Yongbin suddenly spoke up, I don't like that Lee Sung-hoon guy. No Manho asked, confused why? Yongbin argued, that guy's too bossy, telling us to do this and that. However, No Manho countered, but he's right. The truth is, he can help Dagon. Yongbin knew that perfectly well, but he had his own opinion. It's not about that. It's just a feeling I get. Anyway, I don't like that guy with the glasses. Yongbin glanced sideways. He reassured him, hey Min-soo, I'm not talking about you. In the end, Yongbin relented. I don't know. If that's what Dagon wants, then so be it. Let's go play some video games to blow off steam. His other friends chimed in teasingly. Are you sure you'll blow off steam? Or just get more stressed? You wish. The sky grew dark. An image of a housing complex appeared. Someone's arm reached out to open the door. Jae-wook, sitting inside, spoke. You're here. It was Sung-hoon who had just opened the door. As soon as he entered, he said, Are you praying? Did you go see Baek Suho? You saw him and then came here, right? Jae-wook replied, annoyed, Yeah, I haven't seen him. Sung-hoon maintained a very confident demeanor as he spoke. He analyzed, I told you he wasn't there. It's been a while since I've paid any attention to school matters. Jae-wook grew more curious. What are you doing here? So what? Tell me your plan. Sung-hoon was naturally cunning. He slowly revealed, Don't worry. Everything will go according to my plan. There will be a signal soon. So, prepare yourself well until then. You have to prepare for the coming storm. The scene changes to a residential area. A voice called out, Big bro. What's up? Is the rice cooked? This is crazy. Susie had just opened the rice cooker and screamed in frustration. You lunatic. I told you not to put protein powder in the rice. I don't like it. You eat it all. Susie looked around. She was surprised. Money on the dining table? You should have said so sooner. Got it, hanging up now. She counted the money and was surprised. What is this? What's up with that Baek Suho guy lately? Where did all this money come from? An image of the gym appears. The atmosphere inside seems very lively. A fight is taking place. One side looks quite scared. The other side was frantically rushing in to fight. The punches rained down relentlessly on the opponent's face. He punched him from when he was standing until he was flat on the ground. This guy's face and eyes were filled with bloodlust. His fists were always ready. The guys on the outside started to gossip. A voice spoke up, Seogwa, that Baek Suho guy. Ever since you choked him unconscious, it seems like he's gotten better at fighting. I thought you'd suddenly gone crazy for doing something you've never done before. So from now on, do we have to choke people out before we fight? Seogwa, while diligently taking notes, retorted to his friend, Nonsense. The other friend still didn't seem to get it. What? Seogwa grimaced. He briefly explained the issue. Based on the methods I've analyzed so far, his limits are clear. His physical abilities are no different from an ordinary person's. His friend jumped, not believing it. What are you talking about? The guy fighting right now? His level has to be different from a normal person's. The guys you're studying now are the ones who got in through special skills. This friend was still fixated on the issue, trying to probe deeper. Why the sudden change? Since that time, this is something you've been doing for years. Why are you saying it's meaningless now? Seogwa suddenly shouted loudly, Everyone stop. The shout drew everyone's attention. He called out, the top 10 with special skills. And also Baek Suho. Everyone, gather around. When Baek Suho heard that the gathering included him, his face was blank, as if he didn't understand what was happening. Seogwa stood before the assembled individuals. He spoke with a stern posture. I need your help with some special research. Seogwa approached Baek Suho's position. He put his arm on his shoulder and asked, Suho, when I made you pass out, what did you feel? Pain? Or did you feel your limit? Or did you feel something transcendent? Seogwa looked at his opponent's silence. He changed his guess. Neither, right? Then it means you couldn't feel anything. But that's okay, because you have a special role. The scene changes to a dilapidated residential area. The group was gathered there. They looked around in confusion. They chattered, I don't know what Seogwa is thinking. Tell me about it. Seogwa's close friend arrived and silenced the noisy crowd in front. What are they talking about? Saying Seogwa is doing something meaningless? They all had different thoughts. In that case, let's just see what he's up to. The friend approached Baek Suho's position. He acknowledged, Suho, your role is important. While the crowd's attention was focused on Baek Suho, another guy sent a message to Sung-hoon. The message read, You're Lee Sung-hoon from Class 9, right? There's something you need to tell Gundagon. You know Se-hoon from Class 8? He's gone crazy now. Seogwa's close friend shouted for everyone to gather. Is everyone ready? Let's begin. Faced with this, Baek Suho was bewildered. His face was filled with fear, unable to speak. I have to fight. The other guys looked at Baek Suho arrogantly and said, We're just following orders. Don't hold it against us. Right after those words, punches rained down continuously on Baek Suho's face. The scene changes to another place. In the room, a question was asked. How is Seogwa's situation lately? Kim Samuel replied with a bored tone. It's pretty chaotic. I tried to get him to meet with Young Geometry and Baek Soo-ho, but there was no encounter. Anyway, it seems the rumors about the third years are true. Sung-hoon was distracted from the conversation. He kept looking at his phone screen. Then he immediately stood up and waved goodbye. Sorry, I have to go. The ones left behind were a bit confused. You have to go already? What about the ceremony? Kim Samuel continued. It's just as well. I wanted to be in the same place as you anyway. Sung-hoon replied with a feigned friendly attitude. I feel the same. Anyway, we'll see each other again next time. As soon as this Sung-hoon guy stepped out of the room, he picked up his phone to make an urgent call. Our guy's phone rang. Kim Do-hyun, sitting next to him, reminded him, Oh, daggone. It's Lee Sung-hoon calling. Our hero immediately answered the phone. Yeah, what's up? Kim Do-hyun, beside him, still couldn't hide his bitterness. He cursed silently in his head. Why is this Sung-hoon guy calling? Is he trying to get the president position back, by any means now? Do-hyun isn't even taking money for English tutoring anymore. Dagon seemed surprised by what the other end of the line was saying. What? A tip? Where? I'll be right there. After informing our hero about the current situation, Sung-hoon walked while looking intently at his phone. Images from the physical education group were updating on his phone. Sung-hoon looked at it and thought, the 7th graders are ganging up on someone? Was this ordered by Seo-gwa? Sung-hoon knew his opponent well. He assessed in his head, I know this guy does everything for his research, but he's not the type to enjoy this kind of simple, low-level violence. I can pretty much guess one thing. But for now, let's just play along. The English book on the table was closed. In its place was the sound of conversation. It's just like that. Do-hyun was gossiping on the phone, constantly affirming things. His expression is really serious. You know, that Lee Sung-hoon guy is very suspicious. He might be hiding something. Kim Do-hyun's eyes darted back and forth as he spoke on the phone. But calling Lee Sung-hoon directly is a bit. What could be scarier? Even so, it's better if you contact him than me. No Manho on the other end of the line replied calmly. I know. I'll call Lee Sung-hoon. Yong-bin, who was sitting next to him, excitedly asked when he heard Sung-hoon's name, what's going on? No Manho quickly explained the current situation to his two friends. Kim Do-hyun called. It seems Lee Sung-hoon called Dagon. From what I could hear of the conversation, there's some kind of brawl at a construction site. Yong-bin was truly surprised by the information. He reacted strongly. What? He could have just called Lee Sung-hoon directly. This seems very suspicious. Yong-bin was flustered, but when he looked at his friend, he was just slurping down his food. He reminded him, Hey, stop eating. Let's get up and go. Ho-jong tried to finish his noodles and asked, Do we even know where we're going? Yong-bin thought about the situation and suggested a direction. He said it's a construction site. Are we going to rent a paragliding training bus to get there? There's only one construction site within walking distance. Their footsteps gradually moved towards the construction site. The person who appeared this time was Sung-hoon. He was looking at his phone and thinking, first off, this is the construction site the other guy sent the location for. There's nothing better than arriving early. There's still some time until Dagon arrives. For now, I'll just observe. The place where Sung-hoon was standing was in a building. He noted, from this building, I can see the construction site clearly. He kept his attention focused on the construction site. A sinister look and a stream of thoughts appeared continuously. This Seo-gwa guy is more interesting than I thought. In the center of the battle, punches flashed nonstop. They went straight into Baek Soo-ho's body. The relentless blows beat him to the point where Baek Soo-ho couldn't even lift his head. The one doing the hitting hesitated a bit. Phew, how long do we have to keep this up? The others just shook their heads. I don't know. Just keep hitting him. This group was in a state of confusion. They discussed, when is Seo-gwa coming? Who knows? He might already be here. Who knows what he's doing somewhere? It seems Seo-gwa was in the building opposite them. He was using binoculars to observe the situation at the construction site. His close friend appeared at the same time. He asked curiously, Seo-gwa, how's the research going? Any progress? Seo-gwa replied dejectedly, not yet. His friend also brought some information. A moment ago, I told that guy to pretend to call for help. He called Lee Sung-hoon. Both Lee Sung-hoon and that goon Dagon will be here soon. They should be here any minute. Just then, his friend's eyes caught something. Seo-gwa, look over there. The figure below was our hero. They were confused. That's goon Dagon, right? Did he come alone? As soon as our guy arrived, he picked up his phone to call. I'm here. Where are you? That bastard Sung-hoon replied with a lie. Dagon, you're there already? Sorry, something suddenly came up, so I'll be late. He said it's on the top floor. Why don't you go up first? Our hero replied to the other end of the line, don't bother. You don't need to come right away then. Sung-hoon still tried to reply with a pretense of concern. No, it's dangerous alone. I'm coming right now. Dagon didn't care whether the other guy was coming or not. He replied indifferently, whatever you. Lee Sung-hoon was enjoying a moment of leisure. He said cheerfully, the rooftop is really cool. The view is great too. This is nice. No matter how you look at it, the reason was a lie after all. How pathetic. Seo Gwa, standing in the building across, had also figured out the whole situation. He silently commented, so he's planning to stand there and observe Dagon. Clever. Well then, I'll just stay here and observe both of you. The scene at the construction site was chaotic. The group was still following orders, beating up Baek Soo-ho. Our hero, from below, slowly started climbing the stairs. The sound of his footsteps echoed relentlessly. Dagon sped up, heading to the upper floor. Finally, he reached his opponents. He walked over and said, you picked a pretty good spot. I like this place too. As our guy loosened his tie, he declared to his opponents, even if I beat you to death, no one would ever know. The guys started to get scared. They looked at each other, then at our hero. How did you know about this place? They were also confused. So Seo Gwa isn't here? Our guy was also curious. Seo Gwa? Oh, never mind, you don't have to answer. Seeing you guys fighting, he must be here. On the other side, the close friend kept asking Seo Gwa questions. It's starting. So what kind of research is this? What's the fake reason for beating up Baek Soo-ho? Seo Gwa, while observing everything closely, replied, an ordinary person like Baek Soo-ho can't break through his limits. It's been determined that only the chosen one can. It seems that the chosen one can only be those with a clear goal for strengthening themselves, with an unyielding will to train. The friends still didn't understand the ultimate goal. Even though those guys in Class 7 are pretty strong, second only to us, are they really worth your expectations? Seo Gwa denied it. No, I'm not expecting them to get stronger. They're about to be sacrificed for Gundagon. However, the information gained from them being sacrificed for Gundagon, learning about that technique, and becoming a level stronger, that's what I'm looking forward to. At the same time, a new character appeared. He judged, using friends as sacrifices? How despicable. Seo Gwa replied, you're right on time, Shim Sangbo. This Shim Sangbo guy seemed very eager. I'm not too late, am I? Seo Gwa confirmed, no. The opponent just arrived. On the other side, the guys were stomping their feet, ready to fight. Our guy provoked them. One at a time is fine, but you want to go one-on-one? The other guy replied, I just need to be a hindrance. Because I'm an outboxer, just like you. The story continues at the construction site. The sound of conversation echoed. The question was asked, what do you need to be good at fighting? Seo Gwa explained this. The answer is usually two things. The first thing is the physical factor. Muscle strength. Train through exercise and physical training. If you train a lot, you'll have muscle strength. You don't necessarily need talent. Shim Sangbo was curious about what came next. Seo Gwa didn't hesitate to answer. The second thing is in the boxing you're practicing. The boxing that Shim Sangbo practices every day is technique. With your punches, you can inflict damage on your opponent. With techniques to control the opponent, or techniques to break their bones and make them lose their ability to fight, or techniques to knock the opponent out. Physical strength and technique are what people usually talk about. But there's one more important thing. It doesn't require using your body. It requires your brain. And that is information. Seo Gwa analyzed it carefully for Shim Sangbo to understand. Before every match, you need to investigate your opponent's information, from their strengths and techniques to their habits. Then analyze that information and come up with a suitable fighting method to knock them out. The fight doesn't just start when you step into the ring. It starts long before you get in there. In the end, Sung-hoon teased his opponent. But it's not like you've ever competed, so how would you know? Hearing this, Shim Sangbo's face twisted in anger as he replied, what did you say? Are you mocking me? Seo Gwa continued with his theories on fighting. Do you think I have time for that? Remember that before big matches, the so-called strategists always investigate to come up with a strategy. Shim Sangbo, with his limited understanding and a head not meant for books, spoke irritably. You bastard. Why do you keep rambling on about? What have you been trying to say? Summarize it for me. Keep talking nonsense, and I'll punch you. Gua replied, explaining, well, the reason you lost to Gundagon. Do you think it was because his physical strength and technique were better than yours? No. It was because you lacked information. You knew nothing about him. But he knew a lot about you, thanks to no Manho. Therefore, Gundagon already knew how to knock you out before he even stepped into the ring. And that's why you lost. Because you knew nothing about him, you couldn't do anything when he was beating you down. Otherwise, you wouldn't have lost so badly. Sambo, reminded of this, started to boast again. Of course. If I had understood him, he would have been dead for sure. Gua simultaneously spoke about his own goal. That's why. I'm investigating Gundagon now to find a way to beat him. Sambo immediately expressed his gratitude. Well, thanks then. But why is there only one pair of binoculars? The friend next to him grew more and more doubtful. A thought appeared in his head. Does he really think Sambo can beat Dagon by doing this? He clearly saw Dagon fight Borzan. That Dagon guy, how can Sambo be his opponent? He's a monster, in his friend's mind. Our guy looked at his opponent's fighting stance. He was surprised and mumbled, this stance is. The opponent ordered Dagon, stay away from me. Our hero replied, you're trying to use a lot of space. Is that an outboxer's technique? The opponent, having been figured out by our hero, replied with a foolish look on his face, none of your business. What do you know? The guy's feet lifted off the ground. His whole body aimed straight for Dagon's position. However, all our hero needed was a slight dodge to make his opponent lose his direction. Other punches were thrown continuously. Despite that, not a single punch had touched a hair on Dagon's head. He tried his best, hoping to land a punch on our hero. However, his weak arm strength combined with his slow speed was completely ineffective. While dodging, our guy started to think. This attack style reminds me of someone. This time, our hero wouldn't just dodge. He got into a ready stance to counterattack. His feet moved forward quickly. His whole body lifted up. A kick formed from a high stance. It came down straight on the other guy's legs. Receiving this brutal kick, the other guy could only grimace in pain. Our hero certainly didn't go easy on him again. He continuously counterattacked. After attacking the legs, he moved on to a direct attack to the face. The kick to the face was too much for the other guy, and he collapsed to the ground. He couldn't even stop his face from hitting the floor. Suho looked at our hero, his expression pitifully miserable. Sambo observed the situation. In his mind, he couldn't deny it. As expected, just like when he fought me. Our hero gradually took off his shirt and declared to the other guys, if this is a sports class, then each of you must practice a different discipline. How interesting. But whatever. Our hero needed to focus on the main task. He threw off all the cumbersome things on his body. He walked forward. His words were provocative. Hurry up. I don't have time. This time, our guy had truly immersed himself in the fight. He moved forward and attacked. A powerful slap went straight to the opponent's face. It was so fast and strong that the naked eye couldn't see the hand's movement. All the remaining guys started to get agitated. They shouted chaotically, everyone, attack. One-on-one will take forever. Right after that sentence, many others rushed forward to fight our guy head-on. However, they were all knocked out instantly. Our hero was completely focused on the fight. The techniques he used were absolutely effective. Wherever he struck, his opponents writhed in pain. The other guys didn't seem to have given up yet. They all rushed forward like moths to a flame. They tried their best to take down our guy. They punched and spun, but their techniques were weak and slow. Our hero, Dagon, continuously read their moves. Right after reading his opponent's moves, our hero would counterattack based on their weaknesses. Wherever he counterattacked, his opponents collapsed to the ground. While our hero was holding one guy by the head, another rushed in crazily. Taking that opportunity, Gundagon threw the guy he was holding, using him as a shield against the one rushing in. Our guy's feet still hadn't stopped. He was building momentum for a new attack. The punch was combined with extremely agile footwork. Just one punch was enough to cave in the opponent's face. There were still a lot of them left. They continuously surrounded our hero. His posture exuded bloodlust. His fists were the extremely effective weapon that Dagon always utilized. The speed of his punches was so fast that their path created a red glow like a blazing fire. While our hero was focused on fighting on one side, another guy ran up from the other side to ambush him. The guy immediately threw a kick, hoping to sneak attack Dagon from a distance. However, he was already prepared. A slight dodge was enough to handle everything. Right after dodging the move, our guy spun around and tripped his opponent. The trip made the opponent fall to the floor. His entire back slammed hard against the ground. A cry of pain escaped. Once again, Gundagon's leg was rising high. He gathered all his strength to stomp down perpendicularly to the ground. The damage was absolutely devastating. The guy on the floor was completely paralyzed, his body stuck to the ground. The other guys who witnessed it froze for a moment in fear. However, these guys were determined to fight to the end. They raised their arms to take down Dagon. Even so, our hero quickly grasped their direction of movement. Blocking them became incredibly simple. Dagon's entire large bicep went straight into the opponent's face. The face contorted, all its features grotesquely deformed. The other guys were targets our hero couldn't ignore. He grabbed them and spun them around and around. Dagon's legs continuously rose high, threatening the lives of the guys around him. Every kick struck fear into his opponents. His posture after the fight. Baek Suho was amazed as he witnessed the entire situation from beginning to end. Every single one of them was taken down by our hero in a matter of seconds. One guy spoke up, expressing his feelings about our hero's actions. Unbelievable. Our hero walked straight towards him. He spoke with curiosity. One more left. Are you like the rest of them? I have high hopes for you. The others didn't satisfy me. Shim Sangbo watched the entire fight. He swallowed nervously, his thoughts racing. Is he really that strong? Or were those guys just too weak? Seo Gua instructed Sangbo, you saw that. There's one left. You probably know him, right? Sangbo replied, yeah. I've heard rumors about him. He's pretty tough. Even Seo Gua himself had to admit. Besides me, he's the strongest guy in the physical education class rankings. That guy was provoking our hero. Come on, and find out if I'm like the others. This guy said to himself, I'll use a technique called the King of Speed. I'll approach quickly and take him down. Our hero on the opposite side was also excited, his attacks escalating. The two faced off, the tension thick. In reality, only the opponent felt the tension. Our guy, on the other hand, was very calm as he threw a punch straight at his opponent. Blood splattered from it. The face was completely deformed. It didn't stop there. This guy was also slammed to the ground by Dagon, tumbling over and over. In the end, he lay neatly on the floor. Suho looked at the guy and felt fear. The damage he took was too great. Blood flowed nonstop. He was completely unconscious. Our hero once again defeated an opponent. You're all the same. You and the others. Just then, a group of people came running over, out of breath. The hefty Hojong ran behind, pleading, slow down, you guys. I'm in so much pain. Yongbin turned back, annoyed. You pig. You eat way too much. No Manho, while running, was also a bit curious. Yongbin, why are you in such a hurry? Yongbin immediately explained his suspicions. That Lee Sung-hoon guy? He gathered those guys and pretended to be the leader. Then he called Dagon over without telling us. Don't you think he's up to something? What if he's luring Dagon into a trap? Hearing this, No Manho began to understand the situation. He nodded. Ah, yeah? Hojong pointed at the construction building. It's that place. However, Yongbin stopped him. Wait a minute. Look over here. It's that Seo Gua guy over here. Right after that, No Manho decided. Let's go up. In the building opposite, Seo Gua was still trying to analyze a way to beat him. However, Sangbo interrupted. Enough. I get it. You guys just watch. I'll give him a beating. Sangbo left. Both Seo Gua and his friend were worried about his fate. As Sangbo walked, he thought to himself, it's just because those guys were too weak. I'll be different. I've observed and understood a bit about that guy. He doesn't have any clear techniques yet. He just has good senses. I don't think he was formally trained. As Sangbo was walking down the stairs, he froze. In front of him was No Manho's group, approaching. He spoke with a serious face. Shim Sangbo. What are you doing here? Sangbo replied arrogantly. What's it to you, you bastards? Over at the ruined construction site. Our hero was trying to grab the guy by the head and ask, where is Seo Gua? The guy still refused. I don't know. Our guy used more force. He slammed the opponent's head down. You don't know, huh? The guy was still being stubborn, his eyes wide. Dagon immediately corrected him. I don't need an answer like that. If you don't know, then go find him, quick. No Manho's group got closer and closer. Sambo tried to ask, if you want something, just say it. I don't have time for this. Manho immediately got straight to the point. You're going to see Dagon, aren't you? Sambo suddenly burst out laughing. Mwahaha. Sambo replied mockingly. You say his name so affectionately, like a parent calling their child. Take a look at yourself. Do you have any value left? What makes him so worthy of you following him around like a dog? It's just as you think. I'm going to see Dagon. And then, I'm going to take him down with one boxing punch. This arrogant statement was what made no Manho find it funny. He smirked and said, You're confident, huh? But unfortunately, that will never happen. Because if you want to beat Dagon, you'll have to step over my dead body first. No Manho even warned Sambo beforehand. You'd better beg me for mercy before it's too late. Sambo's face was turning red with anger from Manho's words. He grimaced and said, You bastard. How dare you? Manho confidently declared war. Whether I dare or not, you'll find out for yourself. The me at school is not the same as the me outside of school. Sambo pulled up his shirt, preparing for the fight. His eyes glared. Is that so? Then get ready to take my punches. With that attitude of yours, don't blame me for beating you to a pulp. Yongbin suddenly felt uneasy. He said to Manho, You forgot your bag at home. Manho replied, Yeah, because I didn't want any bloodshed back then. So in the current situation, no Manho was completely unarmed. Yongbin was worried for his friend. He suggested, In that case, the three of us will. However, Manho flatly refused. No, I'll fight him one-on-one, fair and square. This pen is all I need. Before starting the fight, no Manho instructed, You guys go up there first. I'll fight him. Both Hojong and Yongbin were very worried. But, will you be okay? In the end, the two of them listened to Manho and left. Manho, you have to win. We'll never abandon you. The entire event was being observed by that Sunghoon guy. Sambo got into a ready stance. He declared confidently, You don't stand a chance, you dog. Because I'll be the one to defeat you. Right after that declaration, Sambo ran forward quickly. He ran so fast and powerfully that in an instant, he was close to Manho. You surprise me. No Manho was a bit surprised by his opponent. He thought he's so fast. But no matter what, Manho was determined to attack. His eyes were focused, ready for battle. This Sambo guy's eyes were full of cunning. He glanced from side to side. A punch from Sangho went straight into Manho's body. This blow really made no Manho feel the pain. He grimaced, enduring it. Other blows were continuously delivered. Sambo became frenzied, relentlessly attacking no Manho. After a struggle, no Manho managed to push his opponent back. He regained his footing, avoiding a stumble. No Manho was determined to rush forward and approach Sambo. His feet pushed off to gain momentum. However, because his speed was a bit slow, Sambo seized the opportunity to counterattack. The powerful punch sent no Manho flying backward, his face marked with a painful wound. Manho's fighting spirit returned. He regained his posture. In an instant, his arm whipped back at Sambo. Using his pen as a weapon, Manho repeatedly stabbed left and right. Unfortunately, Sambo's speed was faster, so he didn't have a chance to land a hit. Sambo, while fighting, still had time to ask curiously, What's wrong with you? Why do you keep stabbing the air, huh? Is this all you can do? You can't beat me if you just keep defending like that. No Manho's arm was raised high, his eyes completely focused on his opponent. It seemed the time was right. He was about to strike. Up above, Sunghoon was observing the events. A judgmental thought appeared in his head. What is he doing? Is Manho really that weak? It's useless to just keep defending like that. Sunghoon looked at the series of attacks and commented, the curves created by the pen. In contrast, Sambo punches straight. Because the distance between Manho and Sambo was too close, before Manho could stab with the pen, Sambo had already thrown a boxing punch. Sambo looked straight into Manho's eyes and said, You're holding a pen, so you won't be able to do anything to me. Right after pulling back, Sambo was knocked down by Manho's leg sweep from behind. The unexpected move made Sambo's face scrunch up. The leg sweep injured Sambo's leg. Everything was shaking. His body swayed. Sambo gradually regained his posture, his eyes angry and his voice bitter. Damn it. I knew you'd use your legs. You weren't planning to stab me with that pen. I saw that coming. In contrast, my fists will hurt a lot more than your pen. However, Sambo screamed when he looked at his hand. What is this? What's wrong with my hand? Manho immediately pointed it out. That's it. Manho raised his arm, revealing a series of watches. He revealed to Sambo, it might be because of my weapon. I'm a man who respects time. This is my real weapon. Sambo's eyes had accumulated enough anger. He gritted his teeth. You son of a bitch. Manho took the opportunity to launch a kick at Sambo. However, the guy's eyes once again showed cunning and danger. He attacked while saying, a moment ago when you kicked me, you think I wasn't prepared? That revelation made no Manho look around in confusion. This Sambo guy was indeed an extremely dangerous opponent. He was throwing a punch. No Manho detected it in time. His whole body fell back to dodge. Although he could dodge the first blow, Sambo managed to hit Manho's face with the second one. As soon as he hit Manho, Sambo became even more confident. He said arrogantly, even with a weapon, you're still the same. Taking you down is a piece of cake. The scene changes to inside the building. Seo Gua and his friend were startled when they discovered someone had arrived. Yongbin looked around and asked, hey, there are two guys over there. Hojong looked and looked, but still couldn't see our hero. Where's Dagon? Why are there only two guys? Seo Gua saw the two newly appeared figures. How did you guys know about this place? If you're looking for that Dagon guy, he's at the construction site. Hojong immediately turned to blame Yongbin. Damn it. You led me in the wrong direction. You're pissing me off. I'm gonna kill you. Yongbin tried to explain. Do you really believe what that guy says? Regardless of right or wrong, Hojong went crazy. I'm gonna kill you, you bastard. Yongbin took out his phone. Let me try calling Dagon. I didn't know Seo Gua was here. I'll call him right now. However, as soon as Yongbin took out his phone, Seo Gua's close friend rushed forward quickly. He grabbed Hojong's shoulder. From there, he used it as leverage to lift himself up. His feet aimed, preparing to stomp. It turned out his goal was to kick away the phone Yongbin was about to use to call. The guy moved so fast that Yongbin was sent flying backward with ease. The feet of Seo Gua's close friend moved in reverse. He kicked hard, and Hojong took the full force of the blow. His large body fell backward. This guy questioned them condescendingly. Why are you calling Dagon? I'll fight you guys. This guy is the athlete, Cha Yohan. Hojong was in pain from the kick. His face was contorted, his mouth cursing. Son of a bitch. Cha Yohan rushed forward. The guy didn't stop cursing at Hojong. I won't repeat myself. You loyal dog. The arrogant words in his ear really made Hojong unable to hide his frustration. He shouted, who are you calling a loyal dog, you bastard? I'll show you my strength. However, this Cha Yohan guy immediately raised his leg to Hojong's face level. He said provocatively, what the hell are you rambling about? Hojong's large face was being trampled by the other guy. It throbbed with pain. Seo Gua instructed his friend, Sambo has probably taken that guy down already. We should go too. However, Cha Yohan arrogantly went on. What are you worried about? This pig, one hit is all it'll take. Returning to No Manho's fight scene. The two were still in a tense standoff. Manho spoke up, we should end this fight quickly. Sambo looked up curiously and said, what? End it. Who's going to be the one to end it? Sambo's feet once again sped up. He attacked with punches and kicks while declaring, of course, this time I'll be the one to beat you to a pulp and end it. The pen in Manho's hand seemed to have found its moment. The first move grazed Sambo's body. The guy dodged too quickly, so the pen didn't cause any damage for the time being. Taking the opportunity to dodge Manho's move, Sambo rushed forward aggressively, his fist ready. Suddenly, Manho threw a kick at Sambo's body. However, the damage was not high. Sambo stood firm and declared confidently, I told you. Your kicks aren't even enough to scratch me. However, right after that sentence, Sambo's face contorted on its own. His whole body sat down on the ground, as if he had eaten something poisonous. He didn't know what was happening inside his body. He asked in confusion, damn it, what is this? No Manho's kicks were never this strong. Manho saw his opponent's confusion and explained, this kick is not like the previous ones. I didn't use the old trick of kicking with the top of my shoe. I used the power from the tip of my shoe. The truth is, if you kick with the top of your shoe, it doesn't hurt that much. But if you kick with the tip of your shoe, it's like a stab. You'll feel an indescribable pain. So, who do you think won this match? Sambo tried to salvage the outcome of this fight. It's not over with me yet. While Sambo was still on the ground, Manho intended to give him another kick. Sambo cried out, wait a second. Wait for me. He was in extreme pain, his mouth begging, help me. The fight finally ended. However, Manho also sat down abruptly. He felt that, even though he won, he was also in a lot of pain. I can't move anymore. Manho looked up and thought to himself, Hojong, Yongbin, did you guys find Dagon? Suddenly, footsteps approached. An eggshell was crushed underfoot. A question was asked to Manho. What are you doing here? Finally, our guy appeared. He asked, did something happen? Manho stammered, no, nothing happened. Seogwa was very surprised by the whole situation. He exclaimed, amazing. I can't believe no Manho won. That also means we won't get to see the match between Gundagon and Shim Sangbo. But we did learn some very useful information. So that's that. I'll be back next time. Seogwa was about to leave, but he saw his friends still frantically fighting. He said tiredly, you're still not done? This Johan guy, after fighting for a while, had to shout in frustration, damn it. I don't get this pig. I beat him up, but he still won't give up. Hojong was still determined to fight back. He stated firmly, I'm busy contacting Dagon. Just one message. Seogwa, standing outside, grew more and more impatient. He asked, hey, are you going to finish this or not? Johan, helpless, tried to restrain the huge Hojong. It's impossible. No matter how much I hit him, it does nothing. Seogwa stepped forward with a suggestion. What I mean is, you have to land a single, fatal blow. Just like that, Seogwa hugged Hojong tightly from behind. He lifted Hojong up and instructed his friend, it has to be like this. A powerful slam forced Hojong to lie flat on the ground. Hojong's entire back and head were severely injured. Johan, watching from the side, tried to make excuses. It's because that bastard's body isn't normal. It's not because I'm weak. After they took down Hojong, they glanced over at Yongbin. There's one more. Johan ordered Yongbin, stand up straight. Seogwa, standing behind, could only glance sideways. He judged that Hojong guy's body really is a bit strange. Yongbin was terrified. He tried to text our guy for help. At the same time, another character appeared. He kicked the arrogant Johan hard. Just like that, Johan's body flew backward, completely disoriented. Johan was sent flying, his mood furious. His face contorted, and he raised his fist threateningly. You. The action didn't stop there. This Johan guy was kicked again. Powerful kicks that injured the opponent wherever they landed. An elbow strike went straight to Johan's face. Blood started to fly from it. Yongbin hadn't recovered from his surprise. He stared straight ahead. It turned out the one fighting just now was Lee Sung-hoon. That guy was looking at Yongbin. I didn't text you. So why did you come here? Yongbin's eyes widened as he replied, why? Because I thought Dagon was in danger. Sung-hoon immediately refuted all of Yongbin's words. He doesn't need your help. Weaklings just get in the way, don't they? Yongbin was very curious. He asked, so where is Dagon? If you want what's best for Dagon. Right after that question, our hero appeared. I'm here. Dagon arrived, bringing Manho with him. Manho asked worriedly, Yongbin, are you okay? Our guy looked around and asked, it seems things aren't okay. What happened before I got here? Yongbin replied, providing information, a lot of guys from Seogwa's side showed up. Dagon didn't want to waste time guessing. He asked his opponent directly, what's going on here? Seogwa immediately answered, it's nothing much. About 10 of my guys are at the construction site. I wanted you to fight them, just to get more information on you. Yongbin chimed in, accusing the opponent, you came for information, but you beat us up? Seogwa lowered his brow, his voice gruff. I'm telling the truth. This time, I just wanted to learn about you. So, see you later. I have to go now. As his opponent intended to leave, our guy immediately stopped him. Who said you could go? You're staying here for a proper fight with me. Seogwa flashed a sinister smile. He spoke, now I understand why Eugene went crazy over you. If you want to fight, I'll give you one. Anytime. I'm always ready for a match with you. The scene grew darker and darker. A pile of money was placed on the table along with the words, is this enough for the school? The opponent replied. The other guys were eyeing it. Share it with us. Myo hurriedly ran over and called out, Jae-wook. Jae-wook immediately replied, I'm here. Jae-wook was very curious. You've already submitted the third-year protection fee? Myo confirmed, But I haven't met Baek Suho. I had someone else deliver it to him. You know where he is, right? Why didn't you meet him directly and see for yourself? Jae-wook frowned, thinking. He spoke. You know how it is. He's hard to meet. Since the beginning of this year, Jae-ju and Sang-soo were holding the pile of money and discussing. We have a lot of money now. What should we do with it? Sang-soo replied, of course, I'm going to buy Wagyu beef. This fat Sang-soo's mind drifted to food. Beef butchered the same day, grilled over charcoal, cooked to medium rare, still a little raw, and Mio, sitting next to them, suddenly became annoyed hearing about the food. Hey Sang-soo, you wish. Now is not the time to talk about spending money. Jae-ju glanced at Mio and reassured him, it's just that one Gundagon guy. What's the big deal? That guy isn't a big enough problem for you to worry about. It's true he's strong, but I believe in Azura. He'll handle it well. This Jae-ju guy was speaking very confidently. Jae-wook has seen Azura before, too. You know it. Jae-wook's intuition is never 100% right. Azura is just a lackey who brings money to Baek Suho. I've told you about Azura's abilities before. It's all true. Jae-ju tried to ask Mio a question to make him understand. Do you think that guy would dare to come here alone and fight all of us by himself? Sang-soo glanced at Jae-ju and warned him, you have a big mouth. Be careful, he might actually show up. A loud noise came from outside. Sang-soo quickly concluded, see? I told you so. Open the door and see. Kim Samuel walked into the room. He glared and asked, did you change your number? A question was asked at the same time. Are you Samuel? Mio was curious. He bombarded him with questions. Why were you gone so long? Kim Samuel replied, a little dinner. We agreed not to touch the lackeys. Mio glanced around and said, and on such an important day too. The result. Mio tried to be cautious. He tried to probe. By the way, that guy isn't coming, right? I heard he's with Gu Seogwa. Jae-ju replied with his assessment. What? If he's with Seogwa, that's even better. Despite that, Mio was still very worried. The problem is whether Seogwa can win or not. Jae-ju tried to calm him. I think it'll be fine. Even though he's in a lower grade, he's the same age as us. He's mixed race, so his physique is pretty good. An assessment of the situation. It's embarrassing to say, but, among us, very few can beat Seogwa. Mio observed the situation and asked, what do you think, Jae-wook? Who will win, Gu Seogwa or Gundagon? Jae-wook's eyes became bewildered. The words around him kept echoing in his ears. Look, even Jae-wook doesn't know. Over at the construction site, our hero exclaimed, how boring. Seogwa, being belittled by our guy, replied with an annoyed look. Why? I'm a professional boxer. I don't know why you'd say that, but this is a professional match. It's just in a smaller space than usual. Our guy's sandal suddenly flew through the air. It ended up landing in Seogwa's hand. He exclaimed in confusion, are you messing with me? Throwing a sandal at someone without wearing it. Ridiculous. Seogwa was very confused. He kept criticizing our hero. Are you trying to provoke me? Right after that sentence, Dagon's other sandal hit Seogwa in the face. After hitting Seogwa's face, the sandal fell to the ground. Our hero looked at his opponent and instructed, too much talk. Come on. Seogwa got into a ready stance. He spoke, all right. Sung-hoon, standing outside, observed the entire match. A judgmental thought appeared in his head. His stance is more like judo or boxing than wrestling. Can he win after getting information on his opponent? However, our hero spoke up again. My provocation seems to have worked. Huh? Seogwa was ready. He declared, let's have a serious fight. While his opponent was rushing into fight, our guy stood still. His posture was very calm. He instructed Seogwa, just calm down and relax. No Manho, being a sports expert, could see the problem early on and commented, he's going in. Is he trying to use a takedown technique so early? Seogwa's feet moved powerfully, his speed extremely fast. Our hero meticulously observed every detail of his opponent's actions. He could see. He's attacking from the left. No, that's a feint. So what is it really? Seogwa's attack pattern was very confusing, his stance strange. Dagon observed for a while. Finally, he figured it out. It's a takedown technique. Seogwa's arm was raised high, his attack direction focused forward. Our hero's eyes looked straight at his opponent. Every movement was caught by Dagon's eyes. All of Seogwa's current moves were seen through by our hero and dismissed. Sung-hoon watched the fight and thought to himself, He's using a tackle stance to trick his opponent into lowering their guard to protect their lower body, then using a hook punch to the face. Sung-hoon looked at his opponent with extreme annoyance. The guy's fists were clenched tight. Every punch he threw, Dagon could predict its path. He dodged them all perfectly. Although his moves were ineffective, this Seogwa guy was still eagerly throwing his next attack. All of his actions so far had made our guy think, what is this? I thought it was a wrestling technique, but it's actually a boxing technique. Seogwa had a variety of fighting moves, all aimed at our hero. No Manho, standing outside the fight, watched intently. He commented, height plus a long reach. That's an excellent attack for a heavyweight boxer. Besides that, he's also using kicks. He really can't be underestimated. That Johan guy suddenly woke up, coughing. Yongbin immediately glanced at him. Johan revealed the truth. You think a wrestler would be weak at punching? Then you don't understand. No Manho was surprised by the information he received. Are you serious? Johan confirmed. The truth is, Seogwa is a wrestler. But he's also done MMA, so he uses both boxing and wrestling techniques very flexibly and skillfully. Johan stood up from the ground, his face full of fighting spirit as he advanced. He said arrogantly, the ring isn't a place to show off physical strength. So, a lack of understanding of techniques will lead to failure. Unfortunately, Gundagon is just an amateur. He needs to try a lot harder. As soon as Johan finished speaking, the image of our hero slapping Seogwa around appeared. The powerful punches seemed unstoppable. Seogwa's face contorted every time he was hit, his jaw shifting with the impact. Johan, witnessing the powerful Seogwa being beaten to a pulp, had a frozen expression of disbelief. The scene changes to a residential area. Susie was focused on brushing her hair. Makeup was spread out on her table. After washing her hair, she was focused on blow-drying it. Susie's eyes darted back and forth. Her phone screen suddenly lit up. A message from her brother. Susie, I'm not coming home. As soon as she received this message, Susie was so happy she threw her arms up in the air. Freedom. She even forgot she was wrapped in a towel. The towel fell to the ground as a result. Susie, in a relaxed state, mumbled to herself, am I all alone? Should I ask someone out then? The name Goon appeared in Susie's mind. She was curious. No. Gundagon, what is he doing? The scene at the construction site appeared. The fighting dragged on endlessly. Our hero and Seogwa were locked in a tense battle. Johan witnessed this clash, his eyes filled with fear. His face showed all his worry for his friend. Seogwa was being punched without missing a single beat. His face was contorted. He tried to open his eyes wide to look at our hero, but his vision was also distorted. After fighting for a while, Seogwa couldn't take it anymore. He held onto the ground to keep his body from swaying. The worried Johan ran over. Seogwa, are you okay? Although it was quite painful, Seogwa still tried to endure. Yeah, no problem. I finally got to fight him. Just as I thought, that guy is very strong. Seogwa was in a weak position, but his eyes didn't stop analyzing and drawing technical conclusions. His punches also have high accuracy. But to me, it's still nothing. Johan, hearing these words, asked with some surprise, damn it. You surprise me. Are you still testing him with those punches? Seogwa regained his arrogant demeanor. He stood before our hero and said, I know I can't beat you with just punches. Let me tell you, my specialty includes other techniques as well. It's not just about strength or endurance. This is a technique that you need time to develop step by step. The first time I learned this was when I was 9 years old, and I've been practicing it for the past 9 years. Sung-hoon, standing outside, immediately pointed out the error in Seogwa's statement. You miscalculated the time. Seogwa's eyes tried to affirm that. Throughout the years, I've overcome many difficulties to practice it. Yongbin, standing outside, realized with a blank look, huh? He's a year older than us? No Manho also nodded. That's why he has a good relationship with the second years. Hojan also added to the lively discussion. No wonder I thought he looked older. It turns out his physique is a year ahead of ours. This Seogwa guy continued. How can you compare me to you guys? Because I believe what you say is true. But physically, Gundagon looks much more mature. Yongbin, standing outside, could only go with the flow. That's true. From that perspective, Dagon does look that way, right? No Manho also acknowledged. I also think he looks more mature than my older brother. Our guy was flustered and scratched his head, explaining, that's because I drink calcium, exercise regularly, but anyway, let's not talk about that. Dagon turned his gaze to his opponent, his voice lowering. Instead, I've understood your technique. He knew his opponent like the back of his hand. His words were clear and distinct. Is it a technique that has higher damage at close range? Even so, I'll still accept it. Co Gua frowned in confusion. What are you planning to do? Our guy declared bluntly, I don't know why, but I want to beat you. The feet of both sides gradually moved forward. Co Gua was surprised. He tried to ask Dagon again, are you willing to fight at a distance that's advantageous to me? I'm impressed by your confidence. I won't refuse this opportunity. This Co Gua guy started to search his memory and apply it. Techniques that can directly throw an opponent to the ground. Its name is Judo. Co Gua's arm reached out. He tried his best to touch Dagon. However, things were not that simple. Our hero's speed completely overwhelmed his opponent. Before his opponent could even react, he had already delivered a fatal punch to the middle of his face. The punch was so painful that Co Gua just wanted to scream, stop. Their arms struggled back and forth dramatically. Co Gua tried his best to block the path of our hero's arm. However, he still couldn't have expected it. His face was being squeezed by Dagon. Dagon's actions became more and more brutal. He used his hands, but he could make his opponent sway. Co Gua started to feel fear. His heart screamed, if not, I'm going to fall. As expected, this guy's prediction of his fate was not wrong. He lay flat on the ground after a blow from our guy. While falling in pain, Co Gua's determination still shone through his eyes. He thought to himself, but for me, this is an opportunity. It doesn't matter who falls. Our hero observed his opponent carefully. Suddenly, he realized something was unusual. Co Gua's arm didn't let our hero get up. At the same time, his legs moved nimbly to trap our guy in between. Sung-hoon, standing outside, also saw Co Gua's intention. His legs are trapping Dagon. Our hero tried to observe every movement of Co Gua's legs. As soon as he discovered the guy's intention to trap him, a punch was ready to be thrown. In the end, it went straight into Co Gua's old face. The punch delivered a large amount of damage. Co Gua's face turned red. His limbs went limp. Because of that, our hero was able to quickly escape. He regained his balance and prepared to deliver a finishing blow. Co Gua lay flat on the ground, his eyes looking at Dagon. He began to realize with fear that our hero was using his knee. This is bad. Our guy rushed forward like a tyrant. His body pressed close, flipping his opponent over. Co Gua spun around on the ground as a result, his body colliding painfully. Because of his good physique, Co Gua managed to regain his posture after being thrown by Dagon. Co Gua's eyes were analytical. His reflexes aren't bad. I don't know if it's because he knows my technique or if it's just a coincidence. I need to confirm if he knows my techniques or if it was just luck. The main character moved closer. He stated, I really don't like fighting in public. Sung-hwa ignored his words. He got into a ready stance, his mind set. This time, I'll use that technique seriously. To take him down immediately. Sung-hwa's feet slowly moved forward. Grasping his opponent's direction of movement, our guy observed every little detail. Sung-hwa tried his best to land punches on the main character. It looked like a single punch attack, but in reality, Sung-hwa was combining a series of hidden moves. He punched and spun at the same time, a very strange sight. No man, standing on the sidelines, muttered to himself, it's almost over. This is Sung-hwa's ultimate technique. Sung-hwa was lying flat on the ground, his arm trying desperately to grab onto the main character's leg. Our guy was very curious about his opponent's intentions. What was he planning to do at his feet? What move would follow? The guy had grabbed the main character's leg. He tried to lift that leg and body up. But things didn't go as expected. Not only did Sung-hwa fail to throw our guy, he was even thrown back himself in an incredibly painful move. Right after throwing his opponent, the main character launched a kick that sent him flying. No man, standing on the sidelines, cried out, his eyes wide with fear. A wave of anxiety washed over him. How did Sung-hwa? Could that guy weigh 100 kilograms? Our guy taunted his opponent back. You suddenly wrapped yourself around my leg like that. Turns out you just wanted to mop the floor. Yongbin and No Man, standing on the sidelines, kept commenting. Unbelievable. Is he performing a magic trick? Sung-hoon also had to admit in his head The technique Seonghwa just used is the ultimate technique in jujitsu. I don't know how he managed to handle it. Seonghwa bowed his head in frustration, muttering, "Mop the floor. You're insulting me." From that, I can see you don't know much about techniques. Seonghwa frowned and declared, "You countered me with your body's reflexes, right? In that case, I don't need to figure out your techniques anymore. And this fight is no longer a match between technique specialists. And if it's not specialists using techniques, then I'm sure to win." The main character was increasingly confused about what the hell his opponent was talking about. However, through his observation, Daehoon realized Seonghwa was trying to use a takedown. He was determined to strike. His eyes carried a high level of threat as he launched his attacks at Daegun. The main character was surprised when the other guy threw a punch. Daehoon was determined not to let his opponent get away with anything in front of him. He tried to land a blow straight to Seonghwa's abdomen. The punch made Seonghwa grimace in pain. The two faced off in a tense confrontation. A relentless series of blows was exchanged without end. The main character always combined fighting with meticulous observation of his opponent. Seonghwa's arm suddenly shot up high. The action was immediately blocked by the main character. Daehoon knocked the arm away. Seizing the opportunity as his opponent staggered, he landed another punch squarely on Seonghwa's face. Yongbin, standing on the sidelines, suddenly realized the problem. He shouted, "Seonghwa, he's using basic techniques, but he's constantly changing them." Sunghoon added his own commentary. In order to confidently use his techniques, he's always looking for a way to take Daegun down. Seonghwa's arm tried its best to reach the main character's body and inflict damage. However, Daegun was meticulous in every step. He blocked his opponent's chances of getting close. Just as the commentary from the sidelines said, but because Daegun was too stable, Seonghwa couldn't easily do anything. Seonghwa's hand reached up, trying to grab the main character's leg. However, all his efforts were met with a slap and a fierce counter from the main character. As time went on, Seonghwa was getting pummeled more and more by Daehoon. The main character violently grabbed Seonghwa's head and neck and spun him around. Yongbin realized with a start, so he's getting a taste of his own medicine. No Man nodded. That's right. But looking at the fight now, something still feels off. Even though he knew he was getting hit, he still tried to cling to Daegun. Seonghwa's posture was very strange. Even the main character's eyes noticed it. He was always looking for a way, even though he knew he would be punched hundreds of times. This guy's legs kept rising high. He tried his best to cling to Daegun. In the end, he managed to latch on in a strange posture. But if he succeeds just once, he'll always try his best to grab his opponent. At the same time, our guy's legs buckled. Seonghwa's legs clamped even tighter around Daegun. The main character and Seonghwa were now in a position where they were grabbing each other's necks. Yongbin didn't understand the current situation, but an explanation was offered. In jujitsu, that's called a lock. No matter how strong Daegun is, if he doesn't know the technique, he'll be in danger. Seonghwa said confidently, "Welcome to the floor." Seonghwa kept boasting about his move. No matter how strong a lion is, what can it do if it's trapped in a swamp by a crocodile? Our guy asked, "What are you planning to do?" The opponent replied arrogantly, "You think I can't do anything? When my opponent is on the ground beneath me, I have a much bigger advantage." Seonghwa kept showing off. "I'm an expert in all techniques. So there are hundreds of techniques I can use from this position. Let's see if you can handle them." In the dim darkness, a phone was ringing, calling Baek Suji. Suji was surprised to receive a call from this person. As soon as Suji answered, she asked loudly, "Hello? What are you doing?" Ji-suk replied, "What's up?" After they finished talking, Ji-suk said, "See you later. I'll come to your house." Seonghwa confidently asserted, "You could say I'm at the pinnacle of my skill, because I have many incredibly powerful techniques to take you down easily. There are hundreds of techniques I can use from this position that you can't handle." Seonghwa had barely finished his sentence when our guy lunged forward. He was determined not to let his opponent show off anymore. Daehoon raised his fist high and questioned his opponent. "What do you mean? Can't you tell which way is up and which is down?" Seonghwa was continuously put in a weak position by the main character. His face tensed as he looked around, his mind racing. Damn it, I can't let myself get hurt. The opponent was being tormented more and more by Daegun. He pinned Seonghwa to the ground, all the strength and power from his arm pressing down. Seonghwa still held on to hope. But if he loses his balance, the power of his punches will decrease. The main character's body was constantly swaying during the fight. Seonghwa's determination was in his techniques. At that moment, I'll use my techniques. The first step in this guy's plan was to grab the collar. Then, grab the elbow. Seonghwa's eyes carefully scanned the main character, a wicked plan forming in his eyes. The final step in his plan was to land a kick to the head. Finally, when Daehoon's arm was raised, Seonghwa wanted the main character to be in excruciating pain. But it was all just Seonghwa's imagination. In reality, the main character was the one in control. He continued to rain down blows on his opponent steadily. He was mustering his will. One time. I just need to grab it one time. Seonghwa's gaze suddenly shifted. His hand shot out and grabbed the main character's arm. That moment made Seonghwa ecstatic. Yes, I got it. He tried his best to prolong the time he held onto our guy's arm. Seeing this, the main character started to get annoyed. His eyes were fixed ahead. Daegun's arm was still being held tightly by the other guy. He had no intention of letting go. The main character didn't want this situation to drag on. He raised his other hand and punched his opponent straight in the face. The painful punch was too much for Seonghwa to bear. His hands instinctively let go. He panicked. I let go? No. If this keeps up, I have to change my position. This time, Seonghwa crossed his body, placing both feet directly on the main character's torso. Daehoon sensed his opponent's intention. His eyes followed him carefully. He asked, "You want to kick me over?" In your dreams. After each failed counterattack, that bastard Seonghwa would receive many more blows. His face was now covered in blood. The opponent's stamina was quite good, so our guy focused his strength on his attacks. The blows were incredibly solid and powerful. Seonghwa's eyes showed his frustration. He glanced around. The main character didn't care what Seonghwa's eyes looked like. With his inherent strength, he continuously rained punches down on the guy's face. He punched him from the right side of his face, then over to the left. The punches gradually moved down to the parts below. This frantic punching suddenly struck a sense of fear in Seonghwa. What just happened? Yongbin, standing on the sidelines, couldn't understand it either. He asked in surprise. He couldn't use any of his techniques? No man nodded in agreement. Daehoon is amazing, even though he doesn't know much about techniques. Sunghoon, standing on the sidelines, muttered, "This fight isn't between technique specialists. It's a fight where strength is defeating a technique specialist." Daehoon didn't need to use any techniques. He just needed to use his physical strength. Meanwhile, Gu Seonghwa was always looking for a way to use his martial arts techniques, with movements that were incredibly fast and almost perfect. But Daehoon was quick-witted and immediately blocked his opponent's moves. And Seonghwa's face was always exposed, like a fast-moving handball in front of Daegun. In fact, our guy's precision, in Sunghoon's opinion, made him seem like he wasn't a living thing with strength at all. In reality, it was his excellent eyesight. Like a toy dangled in front of an animal to get its attention. Like a cat playing with a feather and then crushing it. The cat lifts the feather to examine it lightly, as if nothing happened. Sunghoon thought up to that point, but didn't dare to continue. No, sorry. That's not a good comparison. Daehoon. He's exactly like a missile. A missile that no fortress wall can withstand. A missile that uses ferocious punches. It shatters any wall, no matter how strong. It's an extremely great threat to Seonghwa. The main character was trying to remind his opponent, "Are you ready to stay down yet?" Seonghwa's blood-soaked face was gasping, unable to form words. In these tense moments, our guy became even more confident. "I'm still not done." Looking at Daegun's final punch, Seonghwa seemed to understand his fate. Oh no. The scene changes to a residential area. The sounds there were extremely lively. Monster. A group of children were gathered around, constantly saying, "Die. Die. Hey, monster." That moment was when Gu Seonghwa was 9 years old. Memories of his childhood came flooding back. Seonghwa had been extremely upset and had retorted to the other kids, "Monster, son of a monster. I'm not either of those things." The other children refused to stop. They not only insulted him, but also tore at his body. "Hey, let me kick his leg. Let's make it so he can't escape." The negative actions continued, despite Seonghwa's pleas. "Don't do that." Seonghwa sighed wearily. They were so aggressive that they pushed him backward. Laughter echoed. Haha. He fell. I made him fall. Huh. In that moment, To be precise, Seonghwa had intentionally fallen. He accepted the blows from the other kids. Even the insults. Die, monster. Watch this. Die, monster. Suddenly, the sound of a bag dropping was heard, followed by a scolding voice. Hey, you little brats. The kids heard it, and their eyes widened in fear. Shit. Bad luck. Let's run. The newly appeared person angrily grabbed one of the kids. If you know what's good for you, you'll stay right there. This woman was outraged by the bullying. She said loudly, honestly, so young and already acting like thugs. Seonghwa stood up and reassured her. I'm fine. She asked back, you're not going to fight back? A big kid like you would win if you fought back. Why are you just lying there taking it? This girl was Yirin, Seonghwa's older sister. The older sister looked at her little brother and said, but still, you didn't do anything wrong. The fault lies with the people who abandoned us. Come here, Sung. Are you okay? The young Seonghwa threw himself into his sister's arms. Yes, I'm fine. At that time, he explained to his sister, because his hands are weak, it didn't hurt when he hit me. I slowed him down and made him lose his balance. The sister was surprised by her little brother. She asked further, who taught you to do that? Seonghwa replied, oh, I just thought of it myself. The scene changes to a jujitsu gym. From that moment on, Seonghwa started going to the gym his sister frequented. By observing others, I learned a lot of things. And I was able to do the same things they did. Because I was born with a large physique, I was able to learn almost everything. The gym manager had to admit to the older sister, honestly, I can't believe it. Does your family have some special genes? Your brother's physique is amazing. The fitness instructor himself acknowledged that Seonghwa had an amazing physique. The older sister sat on Seonghwa and pressed him. Do you have any other special techniques? Don't you dare lose to me. During that time, Seonghwa understood that even though he was her brother, he was still trained rigorously. I spent a lot of time training with others. I learned all the techniques, without exception. When I fought with opponents, I learned their techniques and made them my own, learning from my lessons and practicing relentlessly, day after day. The bricks to build the fortress wall began to gain quality. The fortress wall was tall and incredibly sturdy. It seemed like no one could destroy it. Solid and durable. Seonghwa's hand touched it. However, right now, everything on that fortress wall was being shattered. He asked helplessly, my wall, what happened? Who was it that? The person who shattered this fortress wall was our guy. The emotions in Seonghwa completely broke. He couldn't accept the truth. This can't be happening. A voice of intervention rang out. Stop. Stop now. Despite the calls to stop, our guy was determined to destroy the fortress wall. His arm went straight for Seonghwa's face. No man, standing on the sidelines, was worried. He couldn't hide his emotions and cried out, Seonghwa, snap out of it. Seonghwa's eyes suddenly widened. His arm shot out and grabbed our hero's collar. Seonghwa made a final, determined declaration. My fortress. I will never. Even though Seonghwa tried his best to hold our hero back, our guy was still strong enough to brush off his grip. He brought down his fist with a final piece of advice. Just build a new one. This one is really ugly. The series of brutal actions left Johan, standing outside, frozen. Yongbin and No Manho were also beyond surprised. Sung-hoon, on the other hand, was extremely satisfied watching the match. The scene grew darker and darker. The construction site seemed quiet. Instead, there was the sound from the center of the battle. This Seonghwa guy was completely unconscious. He was made a fool of by our hero. He lay on the ground, his head filled with thoughts. Does this mean I've been defeated? Feet rushed over quickly. Johan called out in fear, Seonghwa, are you okay? Seonghwa immediately replied with conviction, this was the best fight. Of all the fights I've been in, I've learned some incredibly useful information. Johan looked at his friend with a blank expression. I can't believe you're still collecting information. After the fight, our guy and his team moved on. They started to chat. Seonghwa is weak. You said he was strong and durable, so how was he defeated? Hojong was flustered and denied it. Did I say he was like that? Sung-hoon, who witnessed the fight, still had to admit, Gu Seonghwa is clearly superior to other ordinary people. But not only did Dagon beat him, I also got the feeling he was just playing with him. Yongbin gestured wildly, his words full of praise. Dagon only needed a few hits to finish it. The fortress wall that he had worked so hard to build. Hojong chimed in again, but he still survived. No Manho looked at our hero and said, Well done, Dagon. The obstacles and problems of the first year have been resolved. Now you're the king of the first years. So, boss, Yongbin suddenly interrupted. Does that mean we've become the representatives? No, Manho brushed it off. I'm not talking about you. Why would you call Dagon a representative? Sung-hoon continued to interject into the conversation. Dagon, you know that being the king of the first years isn't the end, right? This is just the beginning. This Sung-hoon guy was naturally provocative. He challenged our hero. Shall we continue with the second years? We can discuss it tomorrow. In some classroom, it was already very dark. A proctor doing his rounds with a flashlight asked, Hey, why haven't you gone home yet? The student turned his head in fear. He answered with a trembling voice, I dropped something. Night fell. In the courtyard, the voices of female students could be heard. Hey, what should we do now? Karaoke? Let's just go for a bit. The female student in sportswear, drinking water, squinted at her friend who was on her phone. She asked, So are we inviting any guys? And you, when are you going to introduce me to a guy? The girl in black replied, Not inviting anyone. And are you crazy? Your standards are really high. The girl in gray argued, Hey, there are a lot of handsome guys at Urian High School. Don't hog them all. The girl in uniform reminded her, Hey, be quiet. It's too loud. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in the distance. The girl in gray exclaimed, Whoa, isn't that a new student at your school? He has an enviable body ratio. The girl in uniform replied awkwardly, No, that's Yuguk. But he doesn't live around here. Why is he here? Yuguk was still thinking. He guessed, so Susie is home alone? Recalling what Lee Sung-hoon had asked, Well, you two seem close. So you're not dating her, right? Yuguk just looked away shyly and answered hesitantly, Of course not. We've known each other since we were kids. We're just close friends. Lee Sung-hoon smiled politely. Haha, it's good that you know so much about her. You know that Baek Suho isn't here right now, don't you? Go find out why he left. Besides that, could you tell me a few things about Baek Suzy? Like what she likes, for example. Lee Yuguk asked, stunned. Why? Lee Sung-hoon showed his annoyance and reminded him, Why are you so nosy? Just shut up and do what you're told. If you follow me, there won't be any disadvantages. You, me, Gundagon, and Baek Suzy. All of Urian will move towards happiness. Returning to the present, Lee Yuguk thought pensively, people who talk like that are never good people. It's a bit uncomfortable, but Suzy won't be in danger. Besides, if it's Lee Sung-hoon, he wouldn't do anything stupid to provoke Suho. At the same time, a voice called from behind. Yuguk. He turned around and saw the two female students from before. His classmate, Lee Soo-young. She smiled at him and asked, What are you doing here? Her friend behind her was mesmerized by Yuguk and mumbled, Oh my God, he's so handsome. Yuguk was a bit surprised. He answered awkwardly, Lee Soo-young? I came to see a friend. Lee Soo-young's friend quickly introduced herself. Hi Yuguk. I'm Soo-young's friend. But you know what? Soo-young always told me you were very handsome. Wow, I finally get to meet you today. You really are as handsome as she said. Lee Soo-young, embarrassed, turned to her friend and whispered, Hey, you idiot. Shut up. Lee Yuguk gave a forced laugh. Haha, thanks. Lee Soo-young smiled wryly. She waved her hand and said with embarrassment, Sorry. She must have mistaken you for someone else. But who are you here to see? Her friend, standing behind, cursed her silently. You idiot. At that moment, Baek Suzy also arrived. She was wearing a very sexy tracksuit. Her curves, and her small face with big, round eyes. Seeing the two female students, she asked Yuguk with a confused look, What's going on? You didn't say you were coming with someone. Lee Yuguk quickly turned to explain, I just ran into them on my way to meet you. When Lee Soo-young saw Suzy, she shrank back. She tried to act normal and said with a smile, Oh, you're meeting Suzy. Suzy, hello. Her friend behind her, still clueless, asked loudly, So Yuguk? Suzy? Then the friend put her hands in her pockets and said to Lee Soo-young with a reassuring look, Suzy? I've heard that name somewhere before. But didn't you say she was your crush? What kind of relationship do they have, meeting at this hour? And she's dressed way too hot. Ah, I remember, Soo-young. I think you mentioned her name before. Is she a queen or a queen bee or something? At this, Lee Soo-young snapped, Hey, shut up. Baek Suzy saw this and leaned in, asking Soo-young's friend provocatively, Hey, why are you whispering next to her? Look at that attitude. Take your hands out of your pockets. Lee Soo-young's friend frowned, annoyed, and was about to retort. Are you talking to me? Why should I? Susie didn't answer. She just stared at Lee Soo-young's friend. That gaze was truly a bit frightening. Lee Soo-young's friend tried to stare back, but there was a hint of fear in her eyes. Lee Soo-young, standing next to her, also felt the tense atmosphere. She was worried a fight would break out. Lee Yu-guk saw this and said to Beck Susie, I didn't come to see you for this. We're not together, so don't worry about it. Come over here and talk. As he spoke, he placed his hand on Beck Susie. She gently took his hand. A second later, she coldly twisted it back. Yu-guk, surprised, cried out, Ow, wait. What's wrong with you? That hurts. Beck Susie didn't care. She looked at Lee Soo-young's friend and repeated herself once more. What are you doing? Are you deaf? Lee Soo-young's friend was extremely annoyed. She didn't want to comply, but that gaze was too scary. Thinking that, she immediately took her hands out of her pockets, as Susie said. After that, Susie turned and pulled Lee Yu-guk away. She told him, let's go. What's up? If it's something stupid, you're dead. Lee Soo-young's friend gritted her teeth. She asked Lee Soo-young, who the hell is that crazy bitch? Beck Susie? So what if she's Beck Susie? I'll call my brothers to deal with her. Meanwhile, Lee Soo-young had only one thought in her mind. What is their real relationship? Lee Yu-guk walked with Susie. She asked him, so what? What about my brother? Lee Yu-guk's eyes darted around. He asked in confusion, hey, I have a question. It's been a while since I've seen Suho. Beck Susie answered honestly, yeah, I don't know where he went either. And he said he wouldn't be back for a while. Lee Yu-guk frowned and asked further, for how long? Beck Susie put on a pensive expression. A month? 2 months? Or a year? I don't know either. He didn't tell me clearly where he was going. Lee Yu-guk continued awkwardly, I see. More than a month is a pretty long time. It's dangerous for you to be alone. I can help you. Before he could finish, Susie cut him off. Hey, I was just speaking hypothetically. Don't you dare touch Gundagon. Are you trying to ask my brother for protection? You're not that stupid, are you? You're not going to do anything to involve my brother, right? You said you wouldn't bring the first year's problems to the third year's, right? As she spoke, she turned back. Indeed, that body of hers was enough to make anyone who looked feel excited. After hearing that, Lee Yu-guk was so angry that veins popped out on his face. He gritted his teeth. Everything Beck Susie said was about Dagon. Lee Yu-guk gathered all his courage and asked Beck Susie, hey, do you like Dagon? You said you didn't like Gundagon, but now you like him? Beck Susie's face turned red. Too embarrassed to admit it, she rushed forward and hit Yu-guk on the chest, shouting, her voice clearly stammering, what the hell are you talking about? I'll say it again, I don't like him. Lee Yu-guk frowned and looked away, replying, all right, I was just kidding. Don't worry. Dagon is the king of the first years now. What's there to worry about? After hearing that, Beck Susie covered her mouth and thought to herself, oh my god, Dagon is that fast? Darkness had enveloped the school. The bald security guard waved goodbye. All right, go home. Be careful. The male student bowed politely and replied, yes, sir. Thank you. Minsu walked home, texting on his phone as he went. He was calling someone. On the other end of the line, a phone rang. A girl with a slender figure was exercising. She answered the phone. Hello? Minsu? What's up? After hearing the situation from the other end, she nodded repeatedly. Good. I'll check it right away. And Gundagon's assessment. I understand. With that, she also raised her hand to hang up and run. A manager untied her hair, still replying to the other end of the line. All right, I understand. You're talking a bit fast. Could you slow down a little? Minsu scratched his head and said hesitantly, haha, so that's my role? Okay, I'll do my best. Over here, the manager had also stopped exercising and was leaving. She reminded him, work carefully. I'll call you back later. Bye. The next day, at school, everyone was whispering, hey, have you heard? Dagon is now the king of the first years. Dagon walked down the hallway, met with curious gazes. Among them, a few were admiring. Suddenly, 2 male students said to each other, hey, he's really good at fighting. But he's also terrible at studying. In the classroom, Kim Do-hyun coldly ordered another male student to write on the board. The biggest font size. Looks much better, right? And remember to add the word cool at the end of Dagon's name. Oh no, add more cool expressions than just cool. But isn't the handwriting a bit slanted? Dagon, who had appeared behind Kim Do-hyun without him noticing, reminded him, "Erase it." Kim Do-hyun jumped and said loudly, "Oh, Dagon, when did you get here?" With that, Kim Do-hyun turned around and cheerfully congratulated him. "Congratulations on becoming the king of the first years. From now on, I'll support your operations." Dagon wasn't listening. He asked, "Where's Lee Sung-hoon?" Kim Do-hyun was stunned. "Huh, Lee Sung-hoon." Kim Do-hyun lowered his head, a bit disappointed. He replied in a low voice, "He must be somewhere. I'll call him right away." At Bongsan Technical High School, Cha Jin-woo said, "So that guy finally became the top first year. Lee Si-dung, what do you think? Isn't it obvious? I've never met anyone as strong as him." Cha Jin-woo agreed. "That guy's a monster. Damn it." The guy with the shaky eyes shook his head and scratched it, saying honestly, "I don't even remember how he beat me that day." At the same time, the hallway outside was very lively. Jang Jinimo opened the classroom door and shouted loudly, "Boss, congratulations. You've become the new king." Dagon felt a bit annoyed. He signaled for Jang Jinimo to quiet down. Jang Jinimo awkwardly turned back to his buddies and asked, "He's a bit busy, but we're close, right?" Dagon was talking to Lee Sung-hoon. He was starting to get a headache. Dagon said slowly, "I told him to take today off. I don't know why he got dragged into this, but now it's our problem too. So today?" At this point, someone else interrupted. "Don't be too proud of yourself after becoming the top first year." Beck Suzy walked in with her arms crossed, full of arrogance. She told Jang Jinimo, "Don't block my way. Suck in your gut and move, fatty." Jang Jinimo could only obey and step aside. She walked straight to Dagon and continued, "I heard you're the king of the first years now. So congratulations. But you don't look very happy." "Oh right. It's just the king of the first years. What's there to be happy about?" As Beck Suzy spoke, she put on a disdainful expression. But in her mind, she was reminding herself, come on. Keep the happiness in check. If I ignore what he's done, maybe he'll pay more attention to me." Contrary to Suzy's expectations, Dagon didn't pay attention or reply to her. He continued his conversation with Lee Sung-hoon. Beck Suzy was naturally embarrassed. She grabbed Dagon's collar and said, "Hey you, are you ignoring what I'm saying?" Beck Suzy pulled so hard that several buttons on Dagon's shirt popped off, revealing his fair skin and impossibly beautiful collarbones. Beck Suzy blushed and explained awkwardly, "I didn't mean to do that." Her mouth said that, but her eyes couldn't leave Dagon's body. Dagon was surprisingly calm. He pulled his collar together and said, "It's fine. Damn it. I can't button it back up. The button's gone. But is there anything else you want to say?" Beck Suzy's whole body was tingling, but she still crossed her arms and pretended to be normal, continuing, "Of course, there is. Do you think I'm that free? You probably already know I'm the queen, right? You should have come to greet me first after becoming the king of the first years." Dagon didn't understand. He thought to himself, what is this childish game? Lee Sung-hoon smiled warmly and said, "Usually, when the top first year appears, it's tradition to go and greet the top second and third years. But I don't think Beck Suzy is involved in that." Beck Suzy shyly turned away. She pouted in embarrassment and argued stubbornly, "Dagon is like the king of the first years. Isn't it normal for him to come and greet me? I'm the queen of the first year king, after all." Suddenly, Jang Jinimo spoke up. "If Dagon is the king and Suzy is the queen, then what's their relationship?" These words made Beck Suzy embarrassed. She immediately rushed over and gave Jang Jinimo a beating. As she hit him, she scolded, "Are you crazy? You useless weirdo." Actually, in her heart, Beck Suzy was thinking, this rumor is pretty good. Beck Suzy pressed her lips together tightly. She gathered all her courage, held out her phone to Dagon, and said shyly, "Give me your number. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm just asking because I might need to call you if something comes up." Dagon asked in surprise, So, Beck Suzy, embarrassed, threw the phone at him. She snapped, "Just hurry up and give it to me. Don't say anything else." Dagon held the phone, confused. "But why am I the one who has to help you?" Beck Suzy yelled, "Isn't that what the king of the first years is supposed to do?" Lee Sung-hoon, seeing this scene, suddenly smiled lightly. After finishing her business, Beck Suzy immediately returned to her class. She angrily pushed Jang Jinimo aside. Lee Sung-hoon asked Dagon, "All right, can we go now? Like Beck Suzy just said, you should go greet your seniors." Dagon looked at his white shirt, then at Lee Sung-hoon. He wondered if he could go looking like this. Lee Sung-hoon smiled. It's fine. But, this time, I want you to be sincere. Don't fight like you're playing around anymore. Hearing Lee Sung-hoon say that, Dagon frowned in annoyance. He replied, playing around? All right. I'll deal with my shirt and be right back. On the stairs, everyone was talking about Dagon. Someone said, is that the first-year king Dagon? His physique looks really good. But why is he in the second-year hallway? Someone else replied, probably to greet the seniors. In a second-year classroom, 2 hands were forcefully pressing on a male student's neck. Seeing the student's eyes glaze over, his mouth drooling white fluid, a burst of laughter erupted around them. Haha, look at him. He's on his way to heaven, right? Oh Ji-hoon stood with his arms crossed and said, this is the new VA Express. Going to heaven is nothing. But let him go. It'll be hell if something happens to him. So stop at the right time. Just then, another pair of legs appeared from behind. Dagon quickly walked in. The male student guarding the door stopped him. Hey, who are you? Just a first year daring to step in here? Dagon quickly gave him a punch straight to the face. Oh Ji-hoon heard the noise and turned around. Immediately, Dagon landed a punch on his right cheek. The guy staggered and fell far away. Everyone in the classroom was stunned. No one dared to do anything. Dagon lightly adjusted his collar. He asked, you're the second-year Oh Ji-hoon from the Expressway gang, right? I just came to say hello. A guy nearby asked in a loud voice, what do you want? Dagon turned to look at the group of friends sitting there and asked, are you his friends? The male student was furious. He glared and snapped, damn it. What kind of greeting is this? Are you crazy? How dare you? The male student had just raised his fist when he was immediately thrown back. Dagon coldly kicked that male student, sending him flying. Another guy in a white uniform saw this and cursed, shit. You've got guts. With that, he gritted his teeth and rushed towards Dagon with his fist raised. Dagon also raised his fist from below, punching straight into the stomach of this arrogant bastard. With just one punch, the guy immediately collapsed to the ground. Dagon said coldly, shut your mouth if you don't want to get punched by me. Someone like you is too easy for me. Oh Ji-hoon was just now staggering to his feet. He wiped his mouth and coughed, looking like he was in great difficulty. He looked up at Dagon and said in a weak voice, you're Gun Dagon, right? Don't you know who I am? Dagon opened his phone and read out loud and clear, Oh Ji-hoon, second-year student. History of gambling, cheating, and violence. Quite a record. A real failure. And yet you want to bully others? Even though I warned you that day not to collect protection money, you still chose to do it? Amazing. As soon as he finished speaking, Oh Ji-hoon rushed at Dagon. He shouted loudly, damn it, you talk too much. What I do is my own damn business. Dagon decisively kicked Oh Ji-hoon's leg. Then he grabbed his head with his hand. He used extreme force and slammed the bastard's head into the wall. Dagon said coldly, how dare you not listen to me? Oh Ji-hoon was unconscious. Dagon sneered, yeah, you're as weak as a snail, so why are you so confident? The bullied student looked at Oh Ji-hoon in terror. He thought to himself, huh? Oh Ji-hoon is weak. Dagon looked over at the bullied student and asked, are you okay? The student was startled and thought in amazement, what? Is he asking me? Does he want to help me? Suddenly, a thought came to this student's mind. He looked at Dagon and thought to himself, wait a minute. Should I feel proud? Is this using violence for the sake of justice? Just then, another tough-looking guy walked in. He looked no different from a modern-day Zhu Beiji. He ran in cheerfully, calling out, Oh Ji-hoon, get up, seeing everyone in the class unconscious. The tough guy shivered a bit, but he quickly regained his composure. He pulled out a box cutter. A second later, he was huffing and puffing as he ran towards Dagon. He even laughed loudly, Caca, you little punk. Why didn't you let me know you were coming? I would have sharpened this knife for you. The fat guy was about to reach him. Dagon calmly picked up a nearby chair and swung it at the arm holding the knife, making him drop it. Dagon looked at him coldly and said, yeah, why would I need to report to you? The fat guy struggled to his feet and looked at Dagon. He hadn't even landed a hit, and he was already this tired. Seeing this, Dagon rushed forward without hesitation and kicked the fat guy again. He yelled, you damn pig. He flew right out of the classroom door. The fat guy coughed a few times. Dagon slowly walked out, standing in front of the fat guy to see what else he could do. Meanwhile, the people around saw the commotion and started shouting, there's a fight. It's that first-year king. And that third-year guy is here too. Before the fat guy could even stand up properly, he was kicked in the face by Dagon. Everyone was stunned. The hallway suddenly became unusually quiet. Dagon turned to look at the male students who were watching and warned them, "I only came to greet the second years. You guys are too annoying. Get lost." Lee Sung-hoon was also moving through the hallway at this time. He walked and thought, being in a higher grade doesn't mean you have more power. Sometimes you'll fail. He slowly walked up the stairs. It seemed Lee Sung-hoon also wanted to go up and see how Dagon had handled things. He was thinking, well, what if Dagon takes out the school's top dog too? Even if it's the famous Baek Soo-ho, if one individual is seen as an enemy by the whole school, it will be more difficult than beneficial. But what if he really shows up? Even I haven't met him yet. So can Dagon do it? Dagon, if you want to see a peaceful school, then do it perfectly. Lee Sung-hoon peeked out. Dagon was facing the second years. Taking advantage of their higher grade, they spoke loudly to Dagon. What the hell are you doing? Are you crazy? This is the second year. Dagon didn't answer. He laughed to himself. Yeah, you little punks think you can really attract my attention? I'll make you realize you're just prey. Because I have the responsibility to deal with bullies like you. The male student, not knowing his own limits, rushed to attack Dagon. Dagon's expression didn't change. He said softly, "The more aggressive you are, the faster you'll die." Dagon directly slapped the male student across the face. At the same time, another guy rushed in from behind. Dagon quickly turned his head. He delivered an uppercut. The male student fell unconscious to the ground. Dagon leisurely walked into the next classroom. A loud noise came from inside. The inside became chaotic. There was cursing. What the hell is this son of a bitch doing? As soon as the words were out, the first male student was sent flying out of the classroom. The inside still seemed very chaotic. Someone shouted, "Kill him! Damn it, surround him!" The sound of fighting echoed for a while, then suddenly went silent. And the last one was also thrown out of the classroom. Dagon walked out of the classroom unscathed. He checked his phone and mumbled, "Well, that's the second class done. Next is that Kim Samuel from the third class, right?" He walked into the third classroom and asked, "Who here is named Kim Samuel?" Suddenly, a male student holding a chair tried to hit Dagon. Dagon lightly kicked the male student between the legs. A sharp pain shot from below to the top of his head. Seeing this, Dagon added another punch to the middle of his face. He said, "Well, sorry about that. I didn't want to use this move either, but it was an emergency. So I had to use no Manho's technique." As soon as the guy with the chair was sent flying, another guy with a different weapon rushed in. Dagon glanced lightly. The male student with the broom rushed forward. Dagon quickly brought his fist up in front of him. The male student with the broom swung. Dagon gave this idiot another punch straight to the face. Yet another guy with a chair rushed out. Dagon quickly dodged this attack. He stepped on the chair and asked, "Where is Kim Samuel? I don't want to waste time." But the idiot still wouldn't talk. Dagon, annoyed, slapped him. These guys are wasting too much time. Dagon looked around and asked again, "You guys, you know about Samuel, right? Tell me where he is." From behind, another idiot who didn't know his own limits rushed in with his fist raised. He said loudly, "I already told you I don't know, so?" Dagon reacted quickly and dodged the punch. He was getting really annoyed. "Damn it, you guys are so annoying." With that, he slapped the male student, sending him sprawling to the ground. The guy fell and didn't get up. Not a single trace of ego left. Dagon looked around and thought to himself, "It would be great if he came to see me himself." As he thought this, his eyes fell on a guy lying on a desk. The fat guy was trembling, holding his phone, thinking, "Crazy, crazy, crazy. I'm going to die. That punk. Oh my god, what kind of person is he? I don't know where Jeon Min and the others have gone. Damn it." He texted Jeon Min. "Where are you? There's a first year here looking for you." Jeon Min texted back. "Holy crap. Are you serious?" The fat guy was about to text more, but he felt something was off. Dagon was standing next to him. He asked the fat guy, "Hey, who are you chatting with?" The fat guy was scared and stammered, "In no one." Dagon looked at the screen and continued, "Is it that Jeon Min guy?" The fat guy looked at Dagon and stammered, "Oh well, that is." Dagon knew from his expression. He sighed. "This idiot. If it's him, just say so. Why be so long-winded?" Then Dagon put his arm around the fat guy's shoulder and praised him. "Well, you should have told me to do that from the beginning. I'm all for it. Now this is good. Go ahead and call all of them here. Hurry up." The fat guy was sweating bullets from fear. He replied, trembling. Later, in the first-year classroom, whispers could be heard. Min-soo, holding his phone, slipped out of the classroom and said, "Hello? You shouldn't call me when I'm at school. But is something wrong?" The manager on the other end of the line replied, "Yeah, I want to talk about Dagon, the person responsible for the Eugene guys." With that, Min-soo suddenly said loudly, "Wait a minute." Yongbin and Hojong came in from outside and saw Min-soo being sneaky, so they teased him. "Hey, who are you talking to? Your girlfriend?" "TSK, TSK." Before Min-soo could explain, the two of them turned and walked away. Yongbin said loudly, "Man, this room stinks. We need to clean it better every day after school." Manho, following behind, was curious. "I wonder where Dagon is." Min-soo watched them leave and then turned back to talk to the manager. He said, "The next target is the second years. But he'll probably need more time because they're not like the first years." As he said this, Min-soo kept looking around, afraid someone would find out. He sighed and continued, "Most of the first years act alone, not in groups. So they're easier to deal with and take less time. But the second years tend to move in gangs. Their gangs merge into one giant body, helping each other to take down an opponent." At the same time, the Expressway gang was also walking together on the second floor. Eugene pulled open the classroom door. In front of him, a pile of people were lying on the ground, unconscious. And Dagon was sitting comfortably on a desk. The fat guy from before was forced to serve him. Dagon saw Eugene and reminded him, "Hey, you're late. Is it because of that money?" When Eugene saw Dagon, his heart was burning with anger. Seeing his men beaten unconscious, he roared, "Hey, what kind of crazy shit are you pulling? You dare to show your face in the second year without fear?" Dagon replied coldly, "Yeah, so what? But don't just stand out there. Come in and talk for a bit." In the dim scenery, Sung-hoon, walking behind, suddenly spoke up. "Dagon, can we talk for a minute? Tomorrow you're going to greet the second years. Do you want to have influence throughout the school without causing any chaos?" When our hero heard this question, he slowed down to think. Sung-hoon took the opportunity to observe. He continued, Isn't that too strange? Dagon, don't do things that." This Sung-hoon guy seemed to be hesitating, thinking about something. A stream of consciousness appeared in his head. "Do you know? In this world, there will always be someone who becomes stronger." Flashing back to a time before, a young boy had once declared, "Hey, I'm going to be the king of the school." That boy went around challenging everyone. "Whoever is the boss, step out." Those words gradually attracted the attention of others. He fought people with an excited spirit. He called out, "Who's next? Who else?" After each greeting to another class, he always tried to become the king of the school in every fight. He always tried to beat his opponents to a pulp, mumbling, "I'm the strongest." Those actions were to prove and show his own strength. That boy craved power. His words could only affirm, "Haha, I'm the strongest." To be precise, that was an act of showing off. Like a newly matured lion, always wanting to win the fight, having the guts and immediately becoming the leader. Sung-hoon looked at Dagon's current arrogant posture and asked, "But you're a bit strange. Even though your goal is to be the top dog, why don't you want to show off your strength? There were many fights that required you to show up, but you preferred to hide rather than appear." Sung-hoon delved deeper into his analysis, mumbling, "Looking at it from another perspective, it's like you're trying to restrain your power in defeating others. So I think your purpose for becoming the top dog is not to show off or display your strength, but for another purpose. If you want to defeat the Eugenes because of what happened in the past, you could choose to make the Eugenes your people since they like to fight, just like an anime. But in this case, you might be carrying out a mission." Our hero approached his opponent. He placed his hand on Sung-hoon's shoulder with great seriousness. He reminded him, "Just say what you need to say. You're being long-winded and confusing." Sung-hoon paid attention to our hero's every reaction. This guy's eyes were judgmental. He mumbled, "Right. I don't know what your purpose is, and I don't want to know. Wanting to defeat the managers of the Eugenes. That's what you and I have in common." Sung-hoon even made a suggestion to our guy. "Could you read my notes for a bit? I've written some notes to help you. Just think of this as a version of the list from Death Note." Right after that sentence, Sung-hoon handed our hero his phone with an instruction. "This is the list of things you need to do tomorrow. You have one day." Dagon stared intently at the phone. It seemed he didn't understand what was happening in front of him. This Sung-hoon guy always acted very formidable. He instructed our guy, at the very least, tomorrow you have to fight the second-year Eugenes, the Julian School Expressway gang. This is your schedule. Our hero felt like he was being manipulated. He asked with an annoyed look, "What are you doing?" This Mio guy was walking with his underlings, complaining unhappily. Helping a creature in its time of need also shows compassion. As a second-year student, this is something I must do. These guys were extremely serious. They declared clearly, "I will teach these crazy people a lesson." Mio feigned pity, interrupting, "Poor kid. Let him go." On the opposite side, our hero was still sitting very arrogantly. Someone was even massaging his shoulders behind him. Dagon confidently challenged them, "Come over here for a bit." The fat guy was suddenly pushed forward by our hero. He mumbled, "What? What are you doing?" Dagon instructed, "You go first." Our guy's first opponent was this fat guy. He punched him until he was in pain. His vision turned red upon impact with his opponent. Perhaps because his physique was too weak, after just a single punch from Dagon, the guy collapsed, clutching his body. The other guys rushed forward aggressively. "Don't stop me. Get out of the way. Why are you here?" But the guy hadn't been aggressive for long before he disappeared. The scene of them crashing into each other was chaotic. Each and every one of them fell to the ground. Our hero used the strength of his arm. He lifted his opponent up. The action made the guy's face turn pale with fear. After the lifting came the earth-shattering punches. Our hero punched his opponent left and right, his body staggering. The other guys standing far away added their own taunts to their teammate. "You idiot. Why are you just taking those hits with your face? If the path is blocked, you can climb on the desks." Following the words of the guy behind him, this guy immediately climbed onto a desk. Our guy glanced back and witnessed the entire action. He tripped his opponent. The other guy was weak. Just being shaken by Dagon's table was enough to make him fall forward. His face was stunned. Our hero took the opportunity of his opponent's face being forward. He punched him straight in the face without any hesitation. The other guys still didn't know fear. Witnessing their teammate being beaten to a pulp, they became even more eager to attack. But every single one of them was brutally beaten back. The scene at the center of the fight was extremely tense. The other guys standing outside could only gape, speechless. They tried to find a way to escape, but after running 2 steps, they shouted, "This way is blocked." Through the back door. Terrified by the reality, the fat guy ran for his life. He ran so fast he couldn't even tell which way was which. While running, a head suddenly popped out and blocked his way at the window. Panic rose. They immediately changed direction. They urged each other, "This way, this way." This fat guy was leading the way. However, after running for a short distance, his face contorted in confusion. His eyes seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying. They were all sent flying backward, their bodies swaying and then collapsing. Our hero was still very much in a fighting mood. He hunted down every last one of them. His powerful fist dragged his opponent straight away. The other guy was so surprised that he couldn't react in time. Another guy, taking the opportunity while our hero was fighting, tried to sneak attack him with a chair to the head. However, his teammate was below. The two of them looked at each other and signaled, "No, not yet." The result was that due to their poor skills and being read by Dagon, they ended up hitting their own teammate until he was flat. The remaining guy also quickly fell flat after a kick from Dagon. As expected, wherever our guy went, his opponents had to fall. His stride became more and more arrogant as he moved forward. The remaining forces were still numerous. They were gathering and moving up. Their fists were also very ready. Our guy glanced around to survey the situation. After a careful look, he just rushed forward confidently. His movements went straight into the center of the battle. His arms blocked every action from his opponents. Those guys didn't understand each other in battle. One guy stepped on another. In the end, they were all beaten to a pulp by our guy, unable to see the light of day. Dagon brutally went from one side, fighting, to the other, trampling a whole herd. This strength didn't let up for a moment. He fought as if he were playing with his opponents. A slap to the leader made the guy behind him confused, not knowing what to do next. Another slap was given to both of the bastards in front. Everyone's posture was contorted after receiving the great gift from Dagon. The fighting scenes blurred. Our guy was moving too quickly and decisively. Mio, standing outside, was sweating nonstop. A thought appeared in his eyes. He's strong. No, not just strong. More importantly, he also knows how to block all of his opponent's advances. Whatever his opponents intended to do, our guy would stop it from the very beginning. He always put his opponents in a one-on-one situation. He completely controlled the situation. Myo was confused and thought nonstop. Even though he's only a first year, it's impossible. No matter what age, no one can do this. He was fighting and controlling the battle at the same time. It didn't matter how many people there were. Any guy who got close to Dagon was sent flying in an instant. Outside the room, students were gathered in a large crowd. Our hero's battle seemed to have attracted a lot of attention. Myo was still lost in his thoughts, assessing our hero. Just one first year defeating almost all the second years. That's hard to believe. If that's the case, he had made up his mind to step in. This guy fumbled around and pulled out something very suspicious. He raised it along with the weapon. He thought to himself, although using this method isn't great. In classroom number 1, a loud noise echoed. What? No Manho was informing the other members. I just heard that Dagon is fighting all the second years by himself right now. Yongbin was stunned. What? Should we go and help him? They started discussing the matter among themselves. What? Are you serious? The second years are really strong. Another opinion asserted, we're best friends, right? In this situation, only Minsu was calmly observing. When No Manho's group of 3 ran off, Minsu also ran quickly after them. I'll just help him. Me too. The scene changes to classroom number 6. Suzy was twisting Jinemo's hair while talking. If that's true, then why are you still sitting here writing vocabulary? Jinemo replied with a blank look. Huh? What, Suzy? That. I don't want to interfere between the first and second years. I think he just wants to say hello. Jinemo was talking but was immediately stopped by Suzy. Shut up, you pig. Suzy ordered Jinemo, lead the way. Let's go help Dagon. Although he was being forced, Jinemo still tried to resist. Wait, let me send a final loving message to my mom first. The scene gradually shifts to the second year's classroom number 3. Inside were the remnants that our hero had dealt with. The group of people lay scattered on the floor, with no telling when they would wake up. The knife in Myo's hand suddenly slowed down. His eyes were filled with fear as he faced our guy. His whole body was frozen, unable to move. He felt that our guy was like a giant monster. What is this? Myo couldn't believe his eyes. He intentionally took off his glasses and rubbed them hard. But when he took off his glasses, our hero was right in front of him. A powerful body was facing Myo directly. He started to mumble in fear. Gundagon. What just happened? What are you? What's on you, that image? Our guy didn't care what his opponent was saying. He raised his fist and declared, I don't understand what you're saying, but if you've taken off your glasses, then it means it's time for you to get beaten up. A devastating blow went straight to Myo's face. His slender body couldn't take it and was pushed back. The students standing outside were frozen by the scene they witnessed. Our hero's performance was truly impressive.